Chapter 1. Unleashing the Reason. The sound of heavy breathing could be heard through the dark streets of Konohagakure. The person had been running hard for a long time. He was just sleeping in his apartment dreaming of ramen when they kicked in his door. He shot out of bed and attempted to escape. One of those attackers saw him and launched a kunai at him. The small knife was still lodged into his shoulder. He stopped for a second but knew that he could not stay for long. What had he done to deserve such treatment from this village? He was born here just like everyone else, yet he was singled out. His own village cursed his existence and he did not know why. He had done nothing wrong. He was just a 5-year-old boy who had a dream of being Hokage. Why did they hate him so much? He heard the voices of his attackers and began to move when someone appeared in front of him. "There you are, you little demon," the man snarled. He kicked him in the chest, driving the air out of his little body. He hit the wall with such impact that he spat up blood. He struggled to stand but his attention was to the mob that finally caught up to him. "Please," he begged. "I've done nothing wrong." "Nothing wrong," it said. "You've killed our loved ones," shouted one. "I've lost my son because of you," another shouted. "You should have been killed the day that you were born," someone roared. I don't know what you are talking about," he said. He suddenly screamed in pain as another kunai was lodged into his other shoulder. The mob started to grab glass and rocks. They threw the harmful objects at him. They didn't care that it hit him. They didn't care that he cried. He raised his arms to shield himself but it was useless. Why aren't they stopping? Why isn't anyone coming to help me? Why do they hate me? Why? Destroy them. What? Destroy them, eliminate them, and tear the flesh from their bones. Who are you? Look at what they've done. They deserve to die. Unleash your rage, unleash your anger, unleash your fury. The young boy let loose an inhumane roar that stopped the mob. The roar could be heard throughout the village. The mob watched as a red chakra engulfed the small blonde. His cuts began to heal at amazing speeds. The red chakra took the form of a fox. "It's the Kyuubi, he's unleashing the Kyuubi," a female shouted. One of them ran at the boy, hoping to end his life but he never reached. He fell to the ground, blood spraying from his throat. Everyone watched in horror as the boy's hand was covered in his blood. He glared at the rest of them. He charged at the mob, not giving them the time to run. 3 figures ran on the roofs of houses. Each had a mask on their face and a sword strapped to their back. They were responding to the blast of chakra they felt earlier. As they ran on the rooftops, one of them saw a blood spray on the ground. They landed on the ground and investigated it. They found more blood and saw that it led into an alleyway. When they entered it, a horror awaited them. They gasped at what they saw. Blood was everywhere, coating the whole alley. Bodies and limbs decorated the ground. They all looked like they were attacked by several beasts. In the middle of it all, was a small boy. His whole body was covered in blood. One of the ninja reached for his sword when he recognized him but was stopped by the leader. He looked at the boy's eyes. They were in shock. He looked at his hand and had a very confused and scared look on his face. The leader, who had silver hair that stood up, approached the bloody child. He knelt to his level and looked him in the eye. The small boy flinched and attempted to get away. "Wait a minute, I'm not here to hurt you," he told him. "No, you'll attack me like they did," he shouted. "I promise you that I won't. Just relax, you can trust me. What happened here and why are you covered in blood?" That stopped the boy in his tracks. He looked back at the mutilated bodies. He then looked back at his hands. Did I do this? I don't remember. They threw things at me and after that, the boy began to freak out. He grabbed his head and screamed, "What is happening to me?" The silver-haired man shot forward quickly and placed his hand on the child's head. The little boy stopped, screamed and suddenly fell over. The man watched as tears fell from the little boy's eyes. The man sighed sadly. "Minato-sensei, I'm so sorry. Look at what they have done to your son." Hiruzen Sarutobi was not a drinker. He enjoyed a good smoke and enjoyed his students' literature. He rarely drank as it was a very depressing thing to do. However, tonight it would be a different story. He had just returned from the hospital where he just finished visiting a boy he thought of like a grandson, Naruto Uzumaki. The report that his Anbu had told him disturbed him greatly. He, like several others, felt the wave of chakra that was released and knew what type of chakra it was. He had sent for Jiraiya in case the seal was weakening but he knew that it wasn't the boy's fault. To think that these people would attack a 5-year-old within his home. It made his blood boil and did not feel sorry for those who died. Still, the fact was that Naruto used the Kyuubi's chakra and the council was in an uproar about it. Several called for his death while a certain war hawk attempted to get him. He unleashed a large amount of his killer intent within that room that he put one council member in the hospital. He stormed out of the council room and grabbed some sake on his way to his office, telling his receptionist not to disturb him. He took a sip from his saucer when there was a knock at his door. I said that I do not wish to be disturbed. Hiruzen said. Sarutobi, we need to talk. Please, allow us entry. The old man sighed as he knew who was behind the door. Enter. The door opened to reveal just who he thought it was. They were his old teammates, Kaharu Yuditane and Homura Mitokado. Esteemed members of the council, what else can I do for you tonight? He asked sarcastically. Don't make us into enemies, Hiruzen. We have been teammates for too long for it to end. Homura said. Just teammates huh, glad to know that our time together didn't make us friends. Sarutobi, stop this. I know that you care for the boy but you cannot just sweep this under the rug. Kaharu injected. You want me to either kill the boy or create a weapon. Sorry if I am acting crabby about it. He snarled. What would you have us do then? As soon as word gets out about this, his life will be in danger. Minato would not want his son to be killed by the very people he protected. Homura said. Do you think I don't know that? Hiruzen snapped. He slammed the saucer on his desk. He looked out to the village. I swore to his father as he laid there dying that I would protect him. I feel that I have failed him. He said sadly. Not all of us see the boy as the demon. He is a shining hope but this must be taken care of. Kaharu said softly. Hiruzen sighed and looked out his window. He stood straight and turned to his former teammates. I shall take responsibility for Naruto myself. He informed them. Kaharu and Homura shocked at that statement. What do you mean by that statement? Asked Kaharu. I shall take Naruto in, I shall train him in the arts and along the way, help him control his demon. He said. That is insane, you can't do that, Homura shouted. I refuse to kill the boy and I would burn this village to the ground before I allow Danzo to take him. I will not be questioned about this. As of today, Naruto Uzumaki is under my care. Anyone who has a problem with that will be dealt with personally by me. He shouted back. The two glared at each other for a while before Kaharu spoke. If this is your wish Hiruzen, she said. Kaharu, Homura exclaimed. No, I have no reason to doubt your judgment. If you believe that this is best, then I will not stop you. The council will be informed of your decision, she said. Hiruzen said nothing nor did he thank them. He walked past them and out his office. He had to inform Naruto of the change his life will take. Naruto awakened to the vision of white. He groaned as he tried to move. His body protested but he ignored it. He forced himself into a sitting position and attempted to get his bearings. You've awakened, that's a good sign. Naruto turned to the sound and smiled at who he saw. Old man, he cheered. Hiruzen smiled at him. Suddenly he got quiet and looked at his grandfather figure. I'm in the hospital again, aren't I? I'm afraid so Naruto. What do you remember about last night? He asked. The young boy went into deep thought. I was sleeping, dreaming about ramen, he began. Hiruzen smiled at that as he was not the only one who liked the boy. That's when I heard Midori get kicked in. I knew that it may have been some villagers along with some ninjas so I tried to get away. One of them caught as I was jumping out and hit me with a kunai. I ran for a while but they cornered me. They started to throw rocks and glass bottles. I was getting cut badly and then there was a voice. Voice, what voice? It was a scary voice. It told me to do bad things. It yelled at me and that's when everything is a blank. When I came to, there was blood and guts everywhere. I thought it was those men with animals for faces but then I saw that I was covered in blood. Did I kill those people old man? The aged man looked at the boy and sighed. He knew that he could no longer keep his dark secret from him. I'm sorry to say Naruto that you did, he said. Then, I am a monster. Naruto said sadly. No, you are not. They are the monsters for trying to kill you. Hiruzen explained. Why did they hate me grandpa? Naruto cried. Do you trust me Naruto? The small boy nodded at him. You remember the story about the Kyuubi? Yeah, the Yondaime kicked its ass and killed him. Well, that is only half true. The Yondaime did kick his ass as you say but he could not kill him. Naruto gave him a confused look. The Kyuubi is nothing but raw chakra and evil intent. It is a beast that has lived for years and only wreaks havoc when the world is plunged into evil. Despite the Yondaime's great skill he was not able to kill the beast. He could only seal him, in the body of a newborn. Naruto was amazed by that. That's when something clicked in his head. He wasn't stupid like people thought. It just took a while for him to process things. That newborn he placed the Kyuubi in, it's me isn't it? Naruto asked. Hiruzen nodded slowly. But why was I chosen? This is why I asked you if you trust me. I cannot tell you that information. Naruto looked ready to shout at him but he was stopped by the Sandaime. I cannot tell you because of the increased danger that you would be in. Seeing Naruto's confusion, he continued. The Yondaime, Minato Namikaze is his name, had many enemies. Image if word got out that he used you to seal the Kyuubi. They would think that you were weapon left by him to protect the village. They would do anything to have you killed. Naruto froze at that statement. It was bad enough that the village wanted him dead, but other villages trying to take his life was an eye-opener. I understand, I guess. Hiruzen chuckled at the sour tone, but he quickly gained Naruto's attention. Now listen, because last night it will be too dangerous for you in your home. I would have waited until you reached 7 before sending you to the academy, but we must start your training right now. For this day forward, you shall be my student, he said. Really? Naruto asked in joy. He started to jump up and down on the bed in celebration. All right, I'm one step closer to becoming Hokage. You still want to be Hokage? He asked. Well yeah, I'm going to have to find a new reason for being the Hokage, but I'm still going to take that hat from you. Hiruzen looked at this boy in amazement. Even after everything he's been through, his will is still so strong. He smiled at his future student. Well Naruto, let's get you out of here. Right. Naruto threw the covers off him and looked for his clothes. He couldn't help but wonder what the future held for him not. Chapter 2, the training begins. Hiruzen led Naruto to a small room within the Hokage mansion. The room was fairly big and offered the things that his old apartment with the exception of a bathroom and kitchen. Naruto just looked around his new home and took everything in. So, how do you like it? Hiruzen asked. It's really cool. Are you sure that I won't be a bother? Naruto asked. Not at all. Hiruzen looked to his left as an Anbu member appeared next to him. He whispered something which made him nod. The Anbu disappeared and Hiruzen turned his attention back to Naruto. Naruto, I have something to take care of. Get yourself situated and get some rest. If you need anything, ask my daughter. She is down the hall with my grandson. Okay, Naruto said. Hiruzen left and Naruto was alone again. He dropped his bags and fell on the bed. He decided that some sleep wasn't a bad idea. The Sandaime sat and faced the clan heads and council. He wasn't surprised to see them there as word would have gotten around about his taking in Naruto. So, you've summoned me here. What is it that you wish from me? Hiruzen asked. We would like you to explain your reasons for taking in young Uzumaki. Fugaku Uchiha demanded. Straight off the bat as always, the old cage muttered. Enough Sarutobi, the council will like to know your reasons for taking the boy. Homura said. I would watch your tone, elder. I still lead this village. If you wish to challenge my authority then stand and face me. Hiruzen threatened. Sandaime, please, we would like to know. Hiashi asked. As you wish, I am taking Naruto on as a student. I will train him in controlling his power. He explained. Are you mad? You would teach him how to use that beast chakra. Fugaku shouted. Even I have to agree, you've gone out of line. Inoichi added. And exactly how have I done that? I've already told you all that I will not kill him. I've also said that I would never give him to Danzo. He is not a weapon but a boy who bears a burden that none of you cowards would ever handle. Several members shouted in rage at Hiruzen's words. How dare you, started Fugaku, but he was cut off when Hiruzen stood and hit them all with killing intent. Be silent or I will strike you down myself. He ordered. Everyone had never seen him so angry. They took him seriously and followed his order. I can only think about what Minato thinks of all of you right now. He gave his life for this village and all he wanted was the boy to be seen as the hero that he is. You have all spat on his grave with your treatment of his legacy. Some had their head down in shame. Yes, I understand that what I may be doing is totally insane, but what do you think will happen again if he doesn't learn to control the Kyuubi's chakra? Are you willing to place the villagers in danger? Are you saying that we are to blame? Asked a council member. It wasn't just a mob of villagers this time, there were ninjas that attacked him. Hiruzen stated. None of our clans would dare, Choza began, but Hiruzen threw a folder at him. He looked in it and gulped. Yes, among the dead was a Chunin from your clan as well as a Genin from the Inuzuka clan. I guess I should punish both of you for not reining in your members. Hiruzen threatened. Fine then, so what do you plan on teaching him? Asked Fugaku. Self-defense, tactics and chakra control for a start. I will not allow the boy to be a target anymore. Anything else I teach him is none of your business, he said, causing Fugaku to growl. Many of the council still looked displeased with him, but he looked at them with swaying. Hiashi stood up and faced him. Well, the Hyuga clan will support you, but know that he is your responsibility. If this happens again, then we will go to the daimyo. He stated. I understand. If there is nothing else, I will take my leave. Hiruzen stood and walked out of the room, leaving several unhappy people. The next day Naruto was with Hiruzen in a private training ground. Hiruzen was dressed in a black ninja outfit with a brown karate top. Naruto was dressed similar to him, but his top was a dark orange. Okay Naruto, before we begin, I need to go over some things with you. From now on, you will refer to me as sensei. Also, I want you to give it your all. I will have no whining or complaining. The second you do I will punish you. Am I clear? Hiruzen asked seriously. Hi sensei, I will do as you command. Naruto said with equal seriousness. Hiruzen smiled at him. Good, now drop and give me 20. Hi. Naruto dropped to the ground and did 20 push-ups. After that, Hiruzen had him do several other exercises including sit-ups, jumping jacks and squats. Naruto did each one without complaint and wasn't even sweating. Hiruzen was amazed at the boy's stamina. Are you warmed up yet? He asked. Yes sensei. Naruto replied. Good, stand by my side. Naruto did as he was told and stood by him. Get about 2 feet to my right. Naruto moved 2 feet away from him. Good, now you will follow my every movement. Watch and observe as I do this kata. Naruto stood and watched as Hiruzen went through a taijutsu form. When it was over, he returned to where he started and commanded Naruto to follow. Naruto did just that. He made a lot of mistakes and butchered the kata, but Hiruzen was patient and worked with him. After an hour and a half of forms, Hiruzen started with his control. He told Naruto to stay still and make sure that the leaf stayed on his forehead. It was a challenge for Naruto, who was always active. He never did like sitting still. The leaf fell over several times, which frustrated Naruto greatly. Again, Hiruzen was patient with him. He even joined him in this exercise and explained it to him. This exercise continued for 2 hours. After that, they went back into forms. Naruto did the kata again. He still made mistakes but not as many as before. Hiruzen did correct him for each mistake and explained that each strike should be done like he meant it. He even showed Naruto how he wanted him to punch to the maximum effect. It would be around noon when he called for a break. The two sat under a tree and rested. Hiruzen looked at Naruto and saw that he was finally winded. Still, he knew that he would be ready soon. Sometimes, getting old sucks, he thought. He turned to Naruto. Naruto, do you know why I'm training you? He asked. You want me to control the Kyuubi, right? Naruto said. Part of it is so that you can have control of the Kyuubi, but that isn't the only reason. I want you to be prepared for when I place you into the Ninja Academy in 3 years. Most of your training will consist of taijutsu, chakra control and tactics. If you surprise me, I may teach you 1 or 2 jutsus. Really? Naruto exclaimed. Calm down, the techniques will not be that powerful, but they will be useful, but you have to earn them, Naruto. I will not give you anything else unless you earn it. Is that understood? Hiruzen asked. Yes sensei, I will strive to do right by you. Hiruzen laughed and ruffled his hair. He now understood why Jiraiya liked training the hard workers. Geniuses were too easy to teach. It was a mistake he made when he took a team of his own. He had ignored Jiraiya in favor of Orochimaru because of the boy's natural talent. Tsunade took a field that he had no experience in, so left her to her own vices. He sighed and stood up. Break time is over, let us continue with today's training. It would be 2 months since Naruto moved in with the Sarutobi family. He had gotten to know the old man's daughter, Toshiko, and was glad that she did not view him like many others did. At first, he thought it was because of the old man was there, but she took him aside and the two talked. He was very happy to know that she saw him as the hero the Yondaime wanted him to be. He was also close to 1-year-old Konohamaru. The two hit it off as Konohamaru found Naruto's whisker mark interesting. He knew that the old man had a son, but he currently wasn't in the village. He had asked Toshiko about that, but she told him not to ask. Speaking of the old man, training with him had been a very hard and tiring. He was a strict enforcer who did as he said. He remembered when he had gotten out of line and he had him clean the Inuzuka's dog kennels by himself. Still, it was worth it as he felt himself starting to get it. The forms were beginning to get easier and his muscles began to remember how each punch, kick and block was done. The leaf exercise was starting to get there, but it was still very hard for him. Still, it did get him to focus more. Right now, he was at the Hokage Tower. The old man was doing paperwork while he sat still. Hiruzen had told him that this was an exercise in observation. He explained that a great ninja observes the situation instead of rushing into something that he knows nothing about. He added that many missions had ended in failure because there was a lack of information or lack of observation. Naruto found the exercise boring but did as he was told. Suddenly the door opened and a man was ushered in. He was definitely a noble and definitely a Hyuga by his eyes. He carried himself as a high figure in the world. Naruto just thought he was a snob. He looked on as he and the old man spoke. He continued to observe everything around him with clear boredom. He turned back to the noble and noticed that his hands didn't look as delicate as many noblemen he saw. They looked rigid and there was a small case of callus on his hand. Observing further, he saw that the man was always alert, too alert for a noble. When the discussion was over, the man bowed and left the office. Once out, Naruto turned to Hiruzen. "Hey sensei, was that guy a ninja?" he asked. "What makes you say that, Naruto?" "At first, I thought he was like all those other Hyugas that I've seen before, but his hands show signs of heavy training. There was also the fact that he seemed guarded and alert even with the 4 masked guys you have hidden," he explained. "4? What makes say that I have 4 masked guys in this office?" Hiruzen asked. "There's one outside the window, the other is hidden in the corner near the window, and there are 2 guarding the door under what looks like a genjutsu." Hiruzen smiled at his student and was very impressed with him. "Very good, Naruto, that was very good observation. To answer your question, yes, that man was Hiyashi Hyuga, head of the Hyuga clan. He is one of the village's strongest ninjas. In fact, most of the Hyuga nobles are ninjas." That surprised Naruto greatly. "Today, we are going to spar and we will put this little exercise to the test." "Yes, sensei." Naruto and Hiruzen faced each other. Naruto looked at the man who had been training him for these past 2 months. He watched as he slipped into a fighting stance. Naruto took a similar stance and looked at his opponent carefully. "Okay, he's much older than me, so he can't be faster than me. That stance he has is set so that he could use his power. So if I move fast enough, then I can win this fight," he thought. "Are you ready, Naruto?" he asked. "Yes," he said and prepared himself to charge. "Attack," Hiruzen ordered, and Naruto took off. He was in striking distance as Hiruzen threw a punch at him. Naruto saw the punch a mile away and dodged to his left. He quickly threw a punch of his own that would have scored him a hit. Hiruzen caught the punch to Naruto's surprise and hit the blonde with a back fist. Naruto flew in the air by the blow but flipped himself back into his stance. Hiruzen was on top of him and struck him with a knee that forced the air from his lungs. He was forced to the ground by an elbow. Naruto struggled to stand while Hiruzen backed off. He waited until Naruto got his breath back and he sat up. "Now, what happened to you?" Hiruzen asked Naruto. "I underestimated you, sensei," he said. "And why did you underestimate me?" "I went with the fact that you were older and your stance was used for power, not speed. I thought that if I was fast enough that I could hit you." "I figured that much. I'm Hokage for a reason, Naruto. I may be old but I haven't lost my step. Also I have fought in 3 wars, so my experience is limitless. What you must learn is that first observations are not always right. In a fight, your first observations can change in a flash, and if you're not ready for it, then you will die. Do you understand, Naruto?" "I think I do," Naruto answered. "Good, now let us continue. Remember, do not count on your first observations. You have until dinner time to land a hit," Hiruzen said. Naruto nodded and slipped into his stance. Hiruzen followed his lead and commanded him to attack. Naruto charged and engaged him. Naruto never landed a hit on the old man, but he did gain a value lesson for which would save his life in the future. Chapter 3: The Reality of a Hokage. Hiruzen stood on the earth-made poles. He held a staff in a defensive stance and awaited Naruto's attack. He looked all around him as many clones of Naruto surrounded him, staffs ready for attack. Naruto ordered the attack and struck. Hiruzen defeated the first wave easily, but he realized that it was only used for cover. He blocked the stab that came from within the smoke and spun around to destroy another clone. Naruto didn't give up as he continued to use the smoke as a way to attack and lashed out at Hiruzen. The old man countered every attack with some ease, but he was almost struck from below. He grabbed the staff and pulled Naruto up. Once in his face, he kicked him into the tip of a staff which dispelled him. He sensed more attacks coming from below and jumped in the air. Waiting for him were 2 Naruto ready to strike. They both brought their staffs down on the old man's staff. Hiruzen winced a little but gave it little thought as 2 more Naruto jumped at him, intending to catch him in the gut. Hiruzen spun his to break out of the stalemate he had. He smashed his staff into one Naruto that disappeared in a puff of smoke and kicked the other Naruto that also disappeared. As he came down, he raised his staff in the air. He landed and drove the butt of his staff into one of the earth poles. Several other staffs shot up from the ground and destroyed the poles and the clones. Once the dust settled, there were no more poles other than his. Naruto was struggling to free himself as one of the poles caught his shirt. Hiruzen took some deep breaths and sat down on the pole. He looked at his student and smiled. "He almost had you that time, Sarutobi. Perhaps you are getting too old to be sparring with such a young child," spoke the staff. "Perhaps you're right, my old friend, but I get some joy out of these spars. He is only 6 and he has progressed so far," Hiruzen said. "Agreed, he is as hard-working as his father," said the staff. An eye appeared and looked at Hiruzen. "I've been meaning to ask, are you going to have him tap into his tenant's chakra?" "I have not found a safe way to do so. I tried meditation and he has access his mental world, but it was only for a short time. He doesn't truly focus on it as he gets bored very easily. Do you think it's wise for him to even try? Wise? No, but it is necessary. While I am glad that Jiraiya's scan of the seal is positive, he will need to learn how to use the chakra at some point. Minato was a crafty man and didn't do things for no reason. Quite right, Naruto was able to free himself but fell on his butt. He held it in pain, making Hiruzen and the staff chuckle. Well, if there is nothing else, Sarutobi, I will take my leave. If you do plan on allowing him to sign the contract, please summon me so we can work out a deal. Of course Enma, I shall call you. Hiruzen said and bowed. The staff suddenly turned into a man-size ape. The ape did a hand seal and disappeared. Hiruzen stood up and jumped off the pole to check on his student. Another year had passed, making Naruto 7 years of age. His skills in taijutsu, tactics and ninjutsu had grown greatly. He had taught the Kawarimi no Jutsu and Henji no Jutsu. As Jiraiya's scan had reported, Naruto's coils were massive and produced more chakra than anyone in the village. Sarutobi knew that this would be used to hold the boy back, so he taught him the Kage Bunshin technique. It was the perfect technique for him, as he doubted Naruto would ever get tired from using it. He felt that it was time for the boy to join the academy. However, the council had a problem with that decision, or rather the Uchiha clan had a problem with that decision. They had called an emergency meeting to discuss it. Hiruzen sat beside the elders and had everyone seated. It has come to my attention that there is a problem with Naruto Uzumaki joining the academy. Hiruzen said. Yes, I feel that it is unfair that he joins the academy. He has had special training and will be more advanced than the other students. Fugaku stated. Care to explain that, Uchiha-san? I know from my sources that you have taught the boy the Kage Bunshin Jutsu. Fugaku explained. That sent warning bells in Hiruzen's head. Have you been spying on me and my family, Uchiha? That could be considered treason. Hiruzen spat. That is not what I said. My sources have told me about what you have taught the boy. It is a B-ranked kinjutsu that should not have been taught to a 6-year-old. Fugaku argued. Is this true, Hiruzen? Asked Homura. Yes, I did teach the boy the technique. However, it was a good reason that I did. Hiruzen stated. Sorry to say, Hokage-sama, I don't see a good reason for showing a 6-year-old a kinjutsu. Shibi said. I agree. What reason did you have to teach him such a jutsu? Inoichi asked. I assume that you have all read Jiraiya's report of the seal. He got several nods. If you continued to read, you would have seen that Naruto's chakra coils are the largest in the village. The reason behind it is because Minato's seal allows the Kyuubi's chakra to leak into Naruto chakra network, so his coils were adjusted to deal with the other chakra source. The regular Bunshin Jutsu was beyond him even if he learned chakra control exercises. In our training, I showed him the Ki no Bori no Shugyo and he still couldn't control his chakra to do the Bunshin. Still, that is still a dangerous technique for a child. It was very irresponsible of you, Hokage-sama. Hiyashi stated. Hiruzen knew that he was not really siding with Fugaku but making a point. He smiled at the council, which put them on edge. Then would you like a demonstration to place your worries to rest? He asked them. They mumbled and murmured before placing their attention back to Hiruzen. What do you mean? Asked Fugaku. Come by the stadium tomorrow and all your questions and worries will be put to rest. Trust me, you will not be disappointed. Naruto was happily on his way to Ichiraku's for a celebration. He was given a ton of money as a reward for his performance today. While he didn't know why the council was there, he figured out that it was another shaft job they were planning. The looks of the Uchiha clan leader and several other council members told him everything he needed to know. Now, he was on the way to celebrate. He turned to see smoke coming from a different direction. Curious, he made his way to the site. When he got there, he saw a huge house ablaze. He turned to go get help when he heard the screams of 2 people. He was torn as he knew that he should go get some help, but it would be too late and the people would be dead. Decision finalized, Naruto rushed into the burning house. He covered his mouth and kept his head low so that he wouldn't get smoke in his lungs. He moved toward the sound of screams and moved quickly. Reaching a room, he kicked the door down and saw 2 people hugging each other. Naruto looked at them and saw that they didn't have much time. He created several clones and pulled something from out his pocket. Outside, several Konoha ninja attempted to get into the house. A young 9-year-old girl attempted to get into the house but was held back by her uncle. Suddenly there was an explosion that blew out the front of the house. Naruto and 2 of his clones came running out of the house before the flames could consume the house. Naruto and his clones laid the 2 people on the ground. The Konoha ninja quickly went to see about the 2 that Naruto brought out. The clones were dispelled and Naruto took a few more steps before he fell to the ground. Naruto woke up to a white ceiling. He groaned and covered his eyes from the bright light that was on him. I got to stop ending up in here. He groaned. I completely agree. Naruto turned to see the Hokage. There was also a man next to him. I remember you were at the house. Naruto said. Yes, my name is Unkai Kurama and on behalf of the Kurama clan, I thank you for your brave efforts. You saved my brothers and my sister-in-law's lives. Unkai said and bowed to Naruto. The blonde grinned at the praise. Did you guys manage to stop that fire? Naruto asked. Both men looked at each other with nervous glances. What? Nothing for now, get better and we will talk about it. I promise that I will keep you in the loop. Hiruzen said. He and Unkai left a confused Naruto to recover. Naruto, please come in here. Hiruzen called out. Naruto entered his private room where Hiruzen did his calligraphy. He was wearing his training gi he used when training him. Naruto sat before him and waited for him to continue. Hiruzen sighed and faced him. First off, I would like to say that I am very proud of you. You did act without thinking but your action saved the life of 2 people. However, there are certain things that you must know about that fire. The first thing being that it was not real, it was a genjutsu. Naruto was shocked by. Are you sure, sensei? Those flames felt very real. I have the burns to prove it. Naruto said. Do you remember that man from before? Naruto nodded at the question. That man is part of a small clan called the Kurama clan. They are a clan of some of the most talented genjutsu users. They are very talented in that area. However, once in every generation, there is a Kurama with skill so great that they can cause physical damage to their opponent. Naruto looked very stunned and amazed. Hiruzen continued his speech. At this moment, there is a Kurama with such a talent. What is going to happen to that Kurama? Naruto asked. At first, I had a tutor attempt to help the person control their ability but the tutor proved to be unable to do it. I had that tutor seal her power when I thought she would be a threat but their power broke the seal and unleashed its fury. Hiruzen explained. You talk as if this power has a mind of its own. From what Unkai told me, the power takes the form of another persona. If the Kurama can't control this persona, then the persona will take over. Hiruzen added. So why tell me sensei? The girl, her name is Yakumo, has been loudly telling the clan that I was responsible for the fire. The clan knows that is not true but she is strongly convinced that I and her tutor, Kurenai Yuhi, plotted the whole thing. She probably overheard what Kurenai and I had discussed and mistook it. Now I am faced with a dilemma. Unkai and the clan want me to put her to death. Her parents are not willingly to do so and are willing to go so far as to leave with her out of Hai no Kuni. I can't do that because of what our enemies will do. I ask you, my student, because you wish to be Hokage and a Hokage must make a choice of such difficulty. Think of it as a test. Hiruzen said. Naruto looked at him and saw that he was very serious. Well, I won't kill her. It's not her fault that she was given such a gift, that's just an evolutionary process. I do believe that a stronger seal is needed but this seal should only be used with her consent. I know how it feels to not know why thing happened. I would sit with her and her family, explain what was misunderstood and offer my plan to them. A good plan but what is to stop her second persona from overcoming the next seal? Hiruzen asked. Then I would suggest a better seal master, one who has years of experience. Naruto countered. Do you truly believe that experience really matters? Yes, because an experienced seal master can learn the mistakes of the first seal and improve it. Why not just use the stronger seal and put her in confinement? Her parents won't allow it. If you try to have them silenced, she would be even more resentful of you, Yuhi-san and all of Konoha. Hiruzen looked at his student carefully. Naruto did not waver under his gaze. He smiled at Naruto. Your answer was satisfactory but you could have been a little more convincing. Hiruzen stood up, followed by Naruto. Hiruzen led the blonde back to his room. 2 weeks later found Naruto standing in front the academy gates. He was wearing a pair of black pants, a dark orange and blue kimono top with a mesh shirt underneath, black sandals and arm guards. He had a small ponytail in the back of his head as he allowed his hair to grow out some. He was a bit nervous about being here as he knew some of the instructors would be out for him. A hand fell on his head and he looked up to see the Sandaime. The wise old man gave him a smile and pushed him forward. Naruto groaned and got into line with the other. After a while, one of the instructors stood in front of the group. He wore the standard outfit of a chunin, his hair was tied and had a scar running across his nose. Greetings, my name is Iruka Yumino and I will be your teacher. I would like you welcome to the academy, he said. Naruto wondered what the next 4 years were going to be like. Chapter 4, Academy Day, Part 1. Naruto sat toward the back and waited for the games to beginning. As he entered the building, he saw the teachers giving him the look. He ignored it as best as he can but he was still worried about what they had planned. He began to wonder who was going to be his instructor for the next 5 years. The door opened and in came the instructor from early. Iruka was his name he remembered. Okay class, let's settle down, he said. The class was still a little rowdy. Class, they still ignored. Haruka took a deep breath. Sit down and shut the hell up, he roared. The class quickly shut up and began to wonder how he did that with his head. Haruka returned to normal after getting their attention. Listen for your name, Haruka read out each name that was on his list. When he reached Naruto's name he paused for a short while. Haruka knew who he was and was very impartial toward him. His parents died while fighting the Kyuubi and hated the demon for it. He knew that Naruto wasn't the Kyuubi but he couldn't help but be angry. Still, he was an instructor and he would not follow the crowd when it came to him. He would still be impartial and just wait and see. Okay, we'll begin with a little history, Haruka said, causing some to groan. First question, what two clans founded Konohagakure no Sato? He looked around and his eyes landed on Naruto. Uzumaki, answer the question. Naruto stood and faced him. Konohagakure no Sato was founded by the Senju clan, led by Hashirama Senju, and the Uchiha clan, led by Madara Uchiha. Naruto answered. Very good Uzumaki, you may be seated, Haruka said. Naruto sat down and Haruka continued with the lesson. Naruto stood along with everyone else outside. They were lined up in 5, each line facing a wooden target. Each target had 5 spots with bull's eyes. Naruto watched as everyone threw their shurikens. Some of them were just awful while others were decent. This one girl was amazing as she hit every target dead on. She would be real scary when she graduated. It was now his turn and he stood at the line. The guy who was watching his line glared at him but he quickly changed his look and handed him some shuriken. Naruto didn't miss the glare and noticed that these were different shuriken. He sighed and looked at the target. In seconds, 8 shuriken hit each bull's eye. While it wasn't dead on, it was close enough. The instructor was surprised that those shuriken made it to the dummy. He frowned but Naruto had already moved to the end of the line. Naruto ducked and weaved as the instructor lashed out at him. He heard Haruka tell the guy to take it easy but he ignored him and continued his assault. He noticed that he was beginning to get winded so he stopped dodging. The instructor hit the ground when Naruto's fist connected with his gut. The instructor was taking deep breaths while Haruka walked up to him. Uzumaki, this was a spar. There was no need to hit him that hard, Haruka shouted. Sorry sensei, I didn't control my strength. Naruto apologized. I won't take points off this time but in the future, you will control your strength when sparring, Haruka commanded. Hi sensei. Naruto walked out of the circle while Haruka checked on his fellow instructor. Naruto walked out of the academy, taking in the glares from the parents that came for their kids. He wasn't expecting anyone since he knew that the Hokage would be busy. He sighed as he walked back to the Sarutobi compound. Naruto, someone called out. Naruto looked around until he laid eyes on Toshiko. She had Konohamaru with her and was joined by a bearded man. Toshiko-Nisan, what are you doing here? Naruto asked in surprise. Now, what is with that attitude? I came to pick you up from your first day of class, Toshiko said with a smile. Naruto was shocked but it quickly changed into smile. He turned to see the bearded man and looked at him. The man looked back at him but didn't introduce himself. He placed a cigarette in his mouth but it was quickly taken away by Toshiko. I told you not to do that around me or Konohamaru. Now stop being rude and introduce yourself. The man grumbled but did as he was told. The name's Asuma, he greeted. Naruto looked at him in surprise. I thought you were still at the capital. Is it wise for one of the Shugonin Junishi to be away from the daimyo? Naruto asked. That's a surprise. How did you know that I was part of the group? Well, the sash is a dead giveaway, Naruto stated, simply making Toshiko giggle. But to answer your question better, the old man told me that you joined the group. He says that with sadness though. I've never been able to learn why, Naruto explained. I see he's been teaching you about observing. Let's get going, Asuma said and began to walk away. Toshiko sighed and motioned for the confused Naruto to follow. Asuma stood on the balcony of the Sarutobi compound. He looked into the night sky and watched the full moon glow. He took a puff of his cigarette and blew out the smoke. I see that you have found my smoking spot. Asuma didn't turn to face his father and continued to watch the moon. Hiruzen did not take insult to his son's behavior. They have always been at odds with one another. After a few minutes, Asuma spoke. I was surprised that you took a student. Don't you think that you're a bit old to be chasing around a 7-year-old? He asked. Perhaps, but I have a sense of joy when teaching him, Hiruzen answered. Making up for your earlier mistake years ago. Yes, but not from that time. I made a vow to Minato that I would protect him. I failed 2 years ago, I will not fail again. Why am I back here, old man? The daimyo released me for duty because you requested it, Asuma asked, finally turning to look at Hiruzen. I heard about the coup, Hiruzen said. I could have handled it. I really don't care what the people say. I'm no traitor, he explained. I know that you're no traitor, but the people at the capital do. Your presence causes worry among the populace. Chiriku has already left and is doing well at the fire temple. I don't wish to be here, father, Asuma stated. I know you don't, but I need you here, son, Hiruzen said and walked away from him. Asuma turned back toward the moon and sighed as his life just got complicated. 3 weeks in and Naruto was getting into the whole academy thing. The instructors still gave him a hard time and the kids either stayed away from him or attempted to bully him. The only upside was that Iruka treated him fairly and was honestly impressed with him. He didn't pick on him like the rest and talked to him personally. The two even shared a bowl of ramen together. His did make one friend. His name was Rock Lee. The other kids picked on him because he couldn't do anything other than taijutsu. Naruto talked to him and told him that those idiots didn't know anything. The two would spar and would improve their stances and attacks. He didn't know how he stacked up in class, but he had a feeling that he was at least in the middle of the pack. Iruka entered and called for order. After the last 3 times of being yelled at, the class did as he ordered. Today, we will be adding another student to our class. He looked at the door and a girl stepped in. She had on a purple and lavender top with only one sleeve and a matching skirt. She had long brown hair and light brown eyes. Introduce yourself to the class, Iruka said. My name is Yakumo Kurama. I'm 9 years old and a member of the Kurama clan. I like to garden and to paint. My goal in life is to control my clan's Kekkei Genkei, become head of my clan and to be the greatest of genjutsu users. Yakumo introduced. Naruto was surprised by who this girl was. It had been a while since he heard the name Kurama. Truth was they kept to themselves a lot lately. What Naruto didn't know is that there were a couple of incidents that were stopped by the Kurama clan as a way of thanking him for saving the leader and his wife. Iruka told her to take a seat and she walked toward it. Yakumo gave Naruto a glance before moving on to her seat. He didn't understand what the look was for, but he ignored it and began to pay attention to Iruka. Lunchtime came around and Naruto was again alone with his ramen. He thanked the gods for Toshiko, who would ignore the old man's strict eating menu. Suddenly, a shadow fell over him. He sighed and looked up but was surprised to see Yakumo. Your name is Naruto Uzumaki, right? She asked. Yeah, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Is there something I can help you with, Kurama-san? Naruto asked. He watched as she bowed to him. Thank you very much for my second chance, she said. Naruto looked on confused. Perhaps I should explain. It's like this. Flashback. Hiruzen stood with Kurenai at his left. He faced Yakumo, Murakumo, Yuroko and Unkai Kurama. Yakumo glared at both the Sandaime and Kurenai. Despite her mother and father explaining everything to her, she was still upset at the both of them. Kurenai had no faith in her while Hiruzen ordered her to do something without her consent. Now that everything has been explained, I would like to ask you a question, Yakumo. Do you still wish to be a ninja? Hiruzen asked. Yakumo looked at the Sandaime with caution. He smiled as he continued. While your daughter is physically weak, she can grow stronger with proper training. However, her lament powers are a problem. What I suggest, with your permission, seal of Yakumo's Kekkei Genkei. I will send for my student to do the sealing, as the one placed on your earlier did not work. So you will send for Jiraiya-sama? Asked Yuroko. Yes. When the sealing is done, I would like for Yakumo to go to the academy to learn. I assure you that we have some of the best instructors that will help young Yakumo. You mean to keep an eye on me? Yakumo said. Her father looked at her but the Hokage held his hand out. If you would like to put it that way, then yes. You must understand, Yakumo, that your ability is very dangerous. If it wasn't for my student, I would have you placed away with constant Anbu patrol. He said, making Yakumo gulp. Now, I've decided that the Kurama clan is very important to Konoha, and to have you angry at Konoha will not do. So, if you still wish to be, you will be enrolled into the academy. As for your genjutsu, Kurenai. No, I don't want her as my teacher, Yakumo stated. Kurenai didn't say anything, but she did have a frown on her face. I'll teach her, Unkai said. Brother, Murakumo whispered. While I totally disagree with this choice, I do care for Yakumo. I will be her teacher and show the way of the Kurama clan. He explained. Good, I will send for Jiraiya at once, Hiruzen said with a smile. Present. I don't know what you said to the Hokage, but I thank you and you forever have a friend with the Kurama clan. Yakumo said and bowed. Naruto grinned but had a sweat drop on the back of his head. Inside his office, Hiruzen watched from his crystal ball. He found it just too funny on how nervous Naruto was. The boy had just made his first step into politics and he didn't even know it. Jacken was many things. He was older than the other students, he was bigger and stronger than the other students, and he was a bully to many of the students. It was just something he liked doing from time to time. However, he was smart on who to mess with and he made sure that he wasn't caught. He decided to pick on his next target, Naruto Uzumaki. He didn't really care why the instructors glared at him or why his drunk ass of a father told him to mess with him at every turn, but as long as he wasn't getting in trouble, who was he not to go for it? The thing was that Naruto didn't do anything when he messed with him. He either just ignored him or didn't bother with him. It pissed him off so much that he almost belted him, and he would have if Iruka hadn't been there. Suddenly, that new student had come in a week ago. He finally had something, seeing that they were very close friends. Naruto was eating his lunch with Yakumo when a shadow fell over the both of them. He sighed and turned to face Jacken. "Well, if it isn't the pipsqueak. And I see that you've finally gotten a friend." Jacken mocked. "Hello again, Jacken, what do you want this time?" Naruto said. "You know this guy Naruto-san?" Yakumo asked. "Naruto-san, why is she giving you so much respect, demon?" Jacken asked. "Excuse me, but what the hell are you doing disturbing us? Perhaps you should leave us and go roll in the mud," Yakumo shouted. "What did you say to me?" "I'm sorry, I didn't know that you were stupid as well as slow." Jacken boiled with rage and cocked his fist back. He threw it, intending to smash the girl's face in when he was suddenly in the air. He landed hard on the ground but was in pain as Naruto held his arm in a place while twisting his wrist. "Listen, Jacken, you may be a bully to me, but the minute you attack one of my friends is when all bets are off. Do it again and I promise you I'll do to you a lot worse," Naruto said coldly. "Why, you little shit," Jacken snarled. "That'll be enough, both of you," Iruka exclaimed. Naruto released him and Jacken stood up. He glared dangerously at the two standing in front of him. "I see that you haven't been listening, Jacken." "What? But I didn't do anything," he shouted. "I watched the whole thing. I think that I and your father need to have a talk after class," Iruka informed. Jacken flinched, but he glared even harder at Naruto. "This isn't over, Uzumaki, count on it," Jacken growled. Jacken was dragged away by Iruka. Naruto just sighed as his days at the academy just got harder. Chapter 5, Academy Days, Part 2. Hiruzen waited until Naruto came back from the academy. He needed to do another exercise with his pupil. He was very proud of him, but he felt that he was still a bit too rash. Yesterday's spar showed that he still did not think before acting. He wasn't only training him to be able to defend himself, but he was teaching him how to be a complete ninja. Hiruzen heard the footsteps rushing to the balcony. Naruto blasted out in his training clothes and was waiting for the training exercise. Naruto was surprised to see the old man still in his Hokage robes. "Sensei, aren't we going to start training now?" Naruto asked. "Yes, we are. Sit down, Naruto," Hiruzen ordered. Naruto sat down in front of him and waited. "I am very proud at your progress as of late. You are getting better at controlling your chakra, taijutsu, bojutsu and observing." "Thank you, sensei. However, I am very disappointed when it comes to your tactics. I do admit that you have an uncanny ability to think of a plan on the fly, and it is useful. Still, you must learn to plan your tactics much better, so I have a new exercise. In front of you is a shogi board. Many warriors and generals use this as a way of planning," Hiruzen said. "So, this is a game?" Naruto asked. "Yes, but it will teach you patience and increase your tactics. I'll show you how the game is played and how each piece is used. Then we will play a game and your goal is to win. Is that understood?" "Hi, sensei." Hiruzen just smiled as he showed his pupil the game of shogi. Hiruzen kept himself from laughing at his pupil. He watched as Naruto was sweating and racking his brain as he looked at the board. Hiruzen wasn't very surprised that he had not been forced to use the Yagura Gakoi to beat him. Naruto made his move, but it was very hesitant to make it. Once it was made, Hiruzen dropped in on Naruto's territory. The young blonde whined and rubbed his head. "I think that's enough for today," Hiruzen said in amusement. "No way, I'm not done yet. One more game," Naruto exclaimed. Now, know when to quit, Naruto. "I've been playing this game for quite a long time and I'm very good at it. You can't expect to win every time," Hiruzen said calmly. "Yes, sensei," Naruto muttered. Hiruzen chuckled and ruffled Naruto's hair. "I want you to remember and analyze your performance today. We will be playing this once every week to test your improvement." Naruto nodded as Hiruzen led him into the compound. Yakumo and Lee were concerned for their friend. He was muttering to himself and scribbling down stuff. Yakumo recognized the doodles as a shogi board. "What are you doing?" she asked. "I have to figure out what I did wrong," Naruto answered. Lee and Yakumo were confused, so Naruto explained some more. "The old man is testing me with a game called shogi. Something about tactics and patience. It sounds boring to me. I would think that the student of a cage was a bit more intelligent than this," a voice said. All three turned to see a boy who was followed by several girls. Naruto noticed that Yakumo was glaring at him for some reason. And you would be? Naruto asked. His name is Hyuga Neji. He is also known as the Hyuga prodigy and in line to be this year's Rookie of the Year. Yakumo said coldly. Boyfriend of yours? Naruto joked. The glare she sent his way made Naruto duck behind Lee. She turned back to Neji. What do you want, Hyuga? Yakumo asked hotly. I came to see why the Hokage would waste his time with such a person. He said. He turned to look at Naruto. I see nothing special about him. His destiny is wrapped in failure. Yakumo glared and even Lee looked offended. Naruto looked at Neji with a calculating gaze. I didn't know that the Hyuga clan had such an ability. So you can see into the future, Neji was it? Naruto asked. That question surprised Neji as he expected him to get as red as his two companions. Still, he kept his cool expression. These eyes can see deep within your soul. It is why the Hyuga is the more powerful clan in Konoha. Neji stated. I think the Uchiha would dispute that, but who am I to judge? Sorry for interrupting, you were saying that your Kekkei Genkai can see the future of what would happen to me. Naruto said. Everyone is born with an unchangeable destiny. It is something that they can't change, that they can't fight. We must all submit to that destiny and accept it. You may train with the Sandaime, but it will not change the fact that you would be nothing more than average. Neji explained. Are you saying this because you are part of the branch house of the Hyuga? Naruto asked. Neji kept his stoic look. The head wrap is a giveaway. I've met some branch house members and they seem to hide that fact. Besides, I think that you're a bit off. Oh, what makes you say that? Neji asked curiously. You say that we are born with an unchangeable destiny, but I do not believe that. If that were true, I would have been dead, my friend Lee would have quit a long time ago because of his condition and Yakumo would have been locked up somewhere. Yet, we are here and making our dreams come true. I will become Hokage, Lee will be a ninja of great skill without gen and ninjutsu, and Yakumo will be the greatest genjutsu user in the world. Destiny is what we make it. It isn't set in stone. Naruto explained. You speak of being Hokage, but the Hokages were all great ninja and you would be nothing but average. Neji said. Maybe, but every Hokage was average at the beginning before they became great. You are a prodigy, so perhaps you can become Hokage. Naruto asked. That is not part of my destiny. I am a caged bird, trapped within the clan. My destiny is to serve the Hyuga, nothing more. Neji said. Well, as your eyes said, I'll be nothing but an average ninja. If that's the case, I'll strive to be better and become greater than the previous Hokages. I believe that's my destiny. Neji looked at Naruto, who didn't flinch from his gaze. It had interested him some. It seems that we have a difference in opinion. I was expecting a very different outburst from you. Neji admitted. Well, training with the old man has its perks. Naruto said with a large grin. Neji smirked and walked away from the three. Yakumo looked at Naruto in amazement. I can't believe it. You actually matched Neji in a fight of words. I've never seen him ever back down when he starts spouting that crap about fate and destiny. Yakumo exclaimed. Naruto just scratched his head as Lee praised him. The next 2 weeks left, the young Uzumaki was racking his brain. He was getting a bit better at playing shogi against Hiruzen, but he still could win. It was as if that board was mocking him. The old man just kept telling him that this was a lesson in patience, but the game was so boring and too hard. What the hell did patience have to do with being a ninja or Hokage anyway? He took a couple of deep breaths before continuing his research of his matches. His research was cut short as he heard the sound of something flying through the air. He rolled out of the way as 3 shurikens hit the tree he was leaning against. He turned and saw Jacken. He hadn't seen Jacken for a long while and was very confused about what the hell he was doing here. He looked back at the tree and saw that those shurikens were real. What the hell, man? Those could have killed me. Naruto shouted. What do you think I'm doing, Pipsqueak? I'm sick and tired of your face. Not like I'll get in trouble anyway, everyone in the village seems to hate you. I'll be doing them a favor. Jacken snarled. Naruto wasn't too surprised about him knowing how the village treated him, but he was suspicious of his reasons to kill him. There was no way he knew about the Kyuubi. No one in the village would have risked sure death. Jacken threw some more shuriken at Naruto. Naruto jumped out of the way and into the forest area. Where are you going, Pipsqueak? Jacken shouted and followed Naruto into the forest. Naruto looked back to see Jacken tossing shuriken at him, but he stayed very far in front and near the trunk of the tree. Naruto saw that Jacken was stacked prime with shuriken pouches, so trying to outlast him was out of the question. Suddenly he remembered something about this forest. Naruto pushed off the tree and rocketed to his left. Jacken followed him and continued his attack. Naruto made a quick turn and made his way back very quickly. Jacken was on him and threw some more shuriken. Naruto kept moving and dodging until he saw what he was looking for. Naruto quickly jumped toward the ground with Jacken following. The insane kid threw 5 shuriken that hit Naruto in the back. Jacken smiled but Naruto suddenly disappeared in a puff of smoke. What the? Jacken said in confusion. Jacken! Naruto shouted. Jacken turned and was hit in the face with Naruto's staff. Jacken hit the ground hard and skid toward the fence that Naruto was heading for. Naruto landed and watched as Jacken rolled around in pain. The blow was not that hard so Naruto was confused by his pain. Also, why was Jacken holding his sides? He watched as Jacken struggled to stand. Okay Jacken, you're going to answer some questions. Why the hell are you trying to kill me? I've done nothing to warrant such actions. Naruto said. It's your fault. I wouldn't be hurting as much if it wasn't for you. Jacken gasped. What are you talking about? I haven't seen you in 2.5 weeks and all I did was twist your wrist. You would have been fine the next day. Naruto said. He watched as Jacken reached for his weapons. This isn't a plot that you came up with, is it? Who are you working for? I'm not going to tell you shit. I'm going to finish you off Uzumaki. Jacken shouted. I'm sorry to say that won't be a possibility. A voice said. Jacken and Naruto were suddenly surrounded by people with masks on their faces. Lay down your weapons and put your hand up. A large man with a bear mask said. Naruto complied immediately and dropped his staff. Jacken saw this as an opportunity and reached for a few shuriken. The masked people were much faster and easily took Jacken down. He screamed in pain as they dropped him to the ground. The leader noticed that he was coughing up some blood. What are you doing? Why are you being so rough with him? We took him down easily. We didn't slam him down or anything. The ninja said, who was very worried. Sir, I think he was already injured. When he attacked me and I defended myself, I hit him toward the ground. He was reeling in pain and holding his sides. Naruto informed. Shut the hell up Uzumaki. Jacken shouted. The man in the bear mask looked on and decided to investigate. Take him to the medics, knock him out if he resists. Uzumaki, you will explain this now. If I recall, you aren't allowed within 100 feet of an Anbu facility. He said. Naruto just chuckled sheepishly. Hiruzen, flanked by Homura and Koharu, sat and waited for the two to give their reports. One was the Anbu captain who found the 2 boys and the other was the head medic at the hospital. He turned to the Anbu captain first. What do you have to report? Hiruzen asked. Young Uzumaki was telling the truth. He was attacked by this Jacken kid. We found where the battle began and Uzumaki must have known that one of our facilities was in the area. Naruto probably lured him toward that spot, probably aware that we have sensors around the place from his last prank. The Anbu captain reported. Hiruzen nodded and turned toward the medic. Naruto was correct about Jacken's injuries. They were not caused by Naruto's staff, that much I know for sure. The only injury that Naruto made was a small bruise on the side of his face. Jacken has multiple bruises on his chest, stomach and back. There was mild internal bleeding that was easily taken care of. We also discovered that this is not the first time. We saw that all of Jacken's bones have been broken before. Our final conclusion is that he has been greatly abused and very intensively. The head medic said. Hiruzen frowned at the report and wasn't happy. He looked toward the Anbu captain. Bring in Jacken's father and have Ibiki talk to him. Hiruzen said. Isn't that a bit extreme? Asked Koharu. Extreme, yes, but if this boy is being abused to such a degree, then the boy's father must be questioned. Homura explained. Hiruzen nodded and the Anbu captain was gone. Keep the boy in the hospital until his injuries heal. I will visit him myself and we will get to the bottom of this. Hiruzen said. The head medic bowed and was gone. He turned to his advisors. What do you think? Well, we certainly don't think that this boy had anything to do with this. Koharu said. You're thinking that the father had something to do with this? Hiruzen asked. Perhaps we should have Inoichi look through his mind and find out. Homura suggested. I believe that's what must be done. Hiruzen agreed. Koharu looked apprehensive about such an action. We don't have a choice. If this boy has been abused for such a time, then he will attempt to hide it. We must know how long this has been going on and must fix it. What is if it can't be fixed? Koharu asked. Then Jacken will be removed from the program. We do not need such instability within the ranks. Hiruzen said. Homura nodded as did Koharu. Chapter 6, Academy Days, Part 3. Jacken slowly opened his eyes and looked around his surroundings. He didn't recognize the room, but there was a strange smell. It didn't smell like sake or rotting garbage. He groaned and moved his arm, scratch his head. That's when he saw the bandages on his arm. He searched some more and found his whole body was wrapped in bandages. No way, that son of a bitch wouldn't do this. He thought. You're finally up. Jacken turned suddenly to see someone. It was a member of the Anbu Black Ops. He could tell that it was a woman because of the voice. She wore a cat mask. She turned toward the door and spoke to someone. She returned to looking after him. Where am I? Jackin asked. You're at Konoha Hospital. The doctors have treated your bruises and fractures. She answered. Am I in trouble? He asked her. You attempted to murder one of your classmates. You should be in the hospital wing of Anbu headquarters. However, the Sandaime wishes to speak with you personally. She answered him. The door opened and Hiruzen entered the room. The Anbu member bowed to him. Thank you Neko, if you would leave us alone for a moment. Hiruzen ordered. Hi Sandaime-sama, Neko said and left. The door closed and Jackin was now face to face with the Hokage. He noticed the file in his hand as the ninja leader took a seat. Hiruzen opened the file and began to read out loud from it. Jackin Watanabe, age 9. Father's name is Senichi Watanabe, a former genin of Konoha, and mother's name is unknown. Failed the genin exams once because you did not attend the academy on that day. A known troublemaker and bully. Excels in taijutsu and weapons, second only to Tenten Koguchi. Hiruzen read and closed the file. He looked at Jackin, who gulped at the gaze. I will ask you some questions. Depending on how you answer, will help me in determining your punishment. Is that understood? Yes Hokage-sama, Jackin said. Your injuries, how did you get them? Hiruzen asked. My injuries were the result of my training. He said. Hiruzen smirked at him. You must not be too afraid of what will happen to you. I know that you're lying. My Anbu has searched your father's apartment. Your father has also being detained and has already been interrogated by one of my best ninja. I know about the abuse. Hiruzen informed. I apologize Hokage-sama. Jackin said. Why did you attack Naruto Uzumaki? I was ordered to by my father. Why? 2.5 weeks ago, Naruto stopped me from picking on his friend. Iruka called my father. He was furious that he was called down to the academy for such a reason. Still, when he learned that Naruto stopped me, he flipped. I was unable to move after the beating he gave me. He threw out and told me not to return until I killed Naruto. Jackin explained. Hiruzen frowned at that. Why didn't you report the abuse to your instructors? Hiruzen asked. Jackin paused for a second but he sighed and told his answer. He's all I have. I don't even know my mother. That drunk only told me that she was a whore and she was just getting back at him for impregnating her. I know he didn't love me and I know that he wouldn't care if I was dead, but he was all I had. Hiruzen looked at the boy in front of him and his heart went out to him. I do feel for you, son, but you attempted to murder a boy that is personally under my care. Jackin was suddenly scared for his life. You have two options before you. The first option is a year at an Anbu prison. After your release, you will be shadowed by an Anbu and under house arrest for another year. If you stay out of trouble, I will see about getting you back into the ninja program. The second option is a trail. If you're found guilty, you will be sent to the Boiling Rock for 15 years. What will be your choice? Hiruzen asked. Jackin was thinking of the choice before him. The Boiling Rock was Konoha's toughest prisons. Only the meanest and craziest went there. Before making his choice, he just had to know something. What is to become of my father? He asked. Your father has been found guilty of child abuse and reckless endangerment. He will not be leaving prison for quite a while. Hiruzen said. Jackin had a ghost of a smile on his face. I take the first option Hokage-sama. Jackin said. That is a very wise choice. Neko. Hiruzen called out. Neko entered the room and dropped to one knee. Sir. Transfer young Jackin to the Anbu medical wing. Once healed, place him in a cell for 1 year. Hiruzen ordered. It will be done, she said. Hiruzen took his leave and Neko prepared to move the new prisoner. So Jackin had been abused all his life and his father wanted me dead. Naruto asked Hiruzen as they place another game of shogi. The old cage nodded, never taking his eyes off the board. So, he's going to be in prison for a while. There was another nod from Hiruzen, which made Naruto pout. Hiruzen chuckled at the boy. I commend you for attempting to distract me, but it won't work. Now pay attention to the board. Hiruzen ordered. Naruto grumbled and stared at the board. A year passed and Naruto got a year older. His training with the old man had been very fruitful for him. His skill with the bow was increasing greatly. He even combined his bow skills with his taijutsu, making Hiruzen take him a bit more seriously. His chakra control was better and he could make it up a tree 3 times before losing control. He was still a bit slow on the tactical part of his training, but he was getting there. He had still not found a way to defeat the old man in shogi, but he would find a way. He had also earned another jutsu for all of his hard work. The name of the technique was called Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu. It was an earth technique that allowed him to go underground and snag someone under the earth. It was an awesome technique. Too bad Iruka didn't appreciate it like he did. Because of his displeasure, Hiruzen refused to teach him another technique. His friendship with Yakumo and Lee continued to grow. The three were a very tight group that was rarely seen without one another. Lee had improved on his taijutsu and wasn't too far behind Naruto. Yakumo excelled in genjutsu and learnt a self-defense moves from members of her family. The group added one more to their group. Her name was Tenten Koguchi. She joined the group after witnessing one of Neji's and Naruto's verbal spars. She found the group very interesting and was part of the group from then on. Speaking of Neji and Naruto, the two had a friendly type of rivalry. They spared and competed just like everyone else, but their verbal battles were some of the most intense thing anyone witnessed. Neji still believed that everyone's fate was set in stone. Naruto believed that a person's fate is made by said person. There was never really a victor as neither person convinced the other. Still, Naruto did tell Neji that he enjoyed these little battles of theirs. Neji didn't admit to Naruto, but he did enjoy the talks as well. With half the year gone, Naruto was enjoying getting stronger and stronger. His life was actually good for once. However, tonight's events would shake his foundation. He would need to be ready for what was about to come. Naruto woke up in the dead of night. He rubbed his eyes out and looked out his window. It was still so dark out, but he was actually waking up. He got out of bed and made his way to the kitchen. He went into the fridge and got him some milk. He poured some in a metal pot and turned the fire on the stove. He waited until he saw tiny bubbles. He turned off the stove and poured the milk in a glass. He drank the warm milk down in a few gulps. He put the glass in the sink and made his way back to his room. On his way back, he caught sight of something on the balcony. He was curious, so he made his way over to the balcony to see what's up. He was close enough to make out the old man. He was dressed in his Hokage robes and his back was toward him. He also caught sight of someone else. He looked like one of those Anbu Black Ops guys. Why was one of them doing here at this time of night? He attempted to get closer to hear them talk, but Hiruzen's voice stopped him. Naruto, what are you doing up at this hour? Hiruzen spoke with authority. Naruto snapped at attention. Sorry sensei, I woke up. I had some warm milk and was on my way back to bed. Naruto answered quickly. Go to bed Naruto, we will talk in the morning. Hiruzen ordered in a more gentle tone. Hi sensei. Naruto quickly turned and made his way to his room. The Anbu member faced Hiruzen again when he was sure that Naruto was back in his room. He's grown Hokage-sama, the Anbu member said. Yes, I am very proud of how he's coming along, Hiruzen said. The two were silent for a while before Hiruzen sighed. I am sorry about what was forced upon you. I tried to settle things peacefully. I know that sir, but this had to be done. My father was a stubborn and stupid man. His and the clan's actions would have led to another great ninja world war. I've seen enough war, he said. Is there anything I can do? Please tell me and I will do my best to honor your wishes. All I ask is that you keep Sasuke safe and keep him away from Danzo's grasp. Everything has already been done to assure my future. You place a burden on your brother. Do you truly wish this for him? My death at the hands of Sasuke will be my atonement. Just please, keep him safe. Hiruzen sighed and turned his attention to the moon. I will honor your request. I will keep Sasuke safe. I thank you Hokage-sama. I believe it is time for you to go Itachi. The Anbu will be busy with the investigation. I will have to mark you down in the bingo book. Hiruzen said. Itachi nodded and vanished. Hiruzen just sighed again. He just hoped that Naruto would be a better Hokage than he was. The next day at lunch, Naruto was with Lee and Tenten. As they ate, Yakumo was running toward them. She stopped at their table and took a few deep breaths. Guys, did you hear the big news? She shouted. Big news, wondered Naruto. The Uchiha clan has been wiped out. Yakumo blurted out. That surprised everyone at the table and nearby. You're joking, the whole clan is gone. Naruto shouted. Yeah, they were all killed overnight. Everyone was killed but one person. Yakumo explained. So there's a survivor. Who is it? Asked Tenten. Sasuke Uchiha. Everyone turned to see Neji leaning against the wall. What else do you know Neji-san? Naruto asked. Sasuke was spared death. The one who eliminated the Uchiha clan was Itachi Uchiha. Neji said. Everyone was more shocked by this information. You can't be serious. The prodigy of the clan killed his own family. Lee exclaimed. Naruto looked at Neji and could tell that he wasn't lying. Why would Itachi wipe out his whole clan? Was there something happening within the Uchiha clan? It is unwise to dwell on this Uzumaki. It was. Neji, let's not do this now. Someone has just lost their family. You of all people should know how that feels. Naruto said to him. Neji looked off in the distance before nodding. He took his leave after that. Naruto had to find out more about what happened. I should have all three of you killed for going behind me. How dare you do this without my consent? Hiruzen roared. You were being naive if you believed that you could have found a way other than death. They were traitors and deserved to die. Danzo said. Danzo is right, Hiruzen. They were planning a coup d'état. They are traitors. Homura added. The same can be said about you. Undermining the Hokage, that's considered treason as well. Maybe I should have you families killed. Hiruzen snarled. Do not threaten us, Hiruzen. Homura said with an edge. Or you'll do what? He returned with an equal edge. Enough, both of you. What's done is done and cannot be changed. Kaharu shouted. The two glared at each other some more before Hiruzen scoffed. Leave, he ordered. Danzo and Homura quickly left. Kaharu stayed behind and faced her old teammate. You aren't making many friends, Hiruzen, she said. You couldn't give me any more time. I could have found a solution. Now, we have a boy whose objective in life will be nothing but vengeance. Can you live with that, Kaharu? Hiruzen asked. It wasn't the best of ideas, but what would have done if there was no other way? Kaharu asked and left his office. Hiruzen just sighed and pinched the bridge of his nose. He just hoped that Konoha would be forgiven for such an action. Chapter 7, Graduation. The sun rose over Konoha and basted it with its glow. Its rays made its way through several windows, disturbing the sleep of some. One of some was Naruto. The sunlight warmed his face and forced him to open his eyes. He groaned and glared at his window. He looked toward his clock and saw that it was too early. He turned to his side to go back to sleep, but the sun kept bothering him. After a few seconds, Naruto gave in and sat up on his bed. He yawned and had a sour look on his face. He looked again to his alarm clock and then looked at his calendar. He narrowed his eyes a little and saw that today was the genin exam. Now awake, Naruto hopped out of bed. He reached for his bath stuff and made his way to his bathroom. It happened 6 months ago. Hiruzen managed to find him another place. This place was a shinobi housing area. He remembered the people that he met when he first moved in. The guy in the green spandex left a very lasting impression. After a shower and a cup of ramen, Naruto was out the door. He greeted several ninja who greeted him back as he left the district. Naruto didn't rush toward the academy as he was very early. He thought about going to pick up Yakumo when he bumped into someone. What, where you're? Oh, it's you. What's the deal bumping into me, pipsqueak? The teen growled. Oh yeah, it's my fault. Please spare me, oh mighty Jacken. Naruto spoke in a sarcastic tone. The two glared at each other before Jacken scoffed and walked off. Naruto just sighed as he watched Jacken walk away. About a year ago, Jacken returned to the academy. His return brought a lot of rumors and worry to everyone. It was no secret about what Jacken attempted to do. The class could feel the tension between the two. A week later, Jacken approached Naruto. Naruto was flanked by Neji, Tenten, Yakumo and Lee as they didn't trust the older teen. Jacken gave his version of an apology which pissed the group off. Naruto just said that he would stay out of Jacken's path and he would do the same. Jacken agreed and walked off. After that, Jacken went back to being Jacken. He didn't bully anyone anymore, but he had become very arrogant. The reason for this was because he was the 4th best student and did this within 2 months. He bragged about and the class didn't hear the end of it. He also took on the ire of Tenten. Apparently, Jacken took exception of the fact that he was below her in accuracy and voiced it. It wasn't just the fact that he questioned her skills, but he gave her a nickname, Buns. Jacken almost lost his lower horn, as she had to be restrained by Lee, Naruto and Iruka. Since then, the two were always on bad terms. Naruto just shrugged and continued on his way to the Kurama compound. Iruka entered the class with several other instructors of the academy. Everyone sat in the ready and awaited Iruka's instructions. Welcome to the genin exams. We will be testing you on the knowledge and skills that you have learned here. The exam would be tested in 3 parts. The first part would be a written exam. The second part will be a physical exam consisting of 3 parts. The final part of the exam will be a test of the 3 basic jutsu. Do you all understand? Iruka asked. Hi sensei, they all said. All right then, let's begin the exam, Iruka said. Naruto stood in front of Iruka and the academy. He was prepared for anything they might try. Okay Naruto, we'll begin with the Kawarimi no Jutsu, Iruka said. All ready did sensei, Naruto said as he was next to Iruka. Iruka was impressed that he could do that with a person as were the others. Okay, next I need you to henge into a person of your choice, Iruka said. Naruto nodded and did as he was told. The person he chose was the head of the Hyuga clan, Hiyashi. 2 instructors looked him over for flaws and were very impressed. He even had the expression of the Hyuga head. That was very good. Now, I know that you have mastered the Kage Bunshin, so we want you to demonstrate another jutsu, Iruka said. I understand, Naruto said. Naruto took a deep breath. He did the tiger seal and pushed out his chakra. The examiners were amazed when water started to form. After a while, 2 clones appeared on either side of Naruto. Naruto released a breath and stopped using chakra. Are those Mizu Bunshin? Asked one examiner. Yeah, I got a scroll of Bunshinjutsu for my birthday. The person who gave me the gift thought I should have diversity. Naruto explained. Well then, let give your forehead protector. You deserve it, Iruka said happily. Naruto took his headband and tied it around his head. He gave everyone a toothy grin. Naruto walked out of the academy in good spirits. He was now a ninja of Konoha. He looked around and saw the old man talking with several parents. His mood soured a little. He looked around and saw that everyone who had passed was being greeted by a loved one. Even Jacken had someone waiting to congratulate him. Naruto sighed sadly at that. He never had a family, so he didn't know how it felt to be loved. As he made his way out, he heard the whispers. Most were not happy about his passing and silently voiced their displeasure. Usually, he would ignore the whispers, but this time it was kind of hard. He just needed to get out of here. Naruto! Someone shouted. Naruto looked up and saw Toshiko, Konohamaru and Asuma waving at him. He made his way toward them. Hey you guys, what going on? Naruto asked. That's strange. I thought you would be happy that you graduated. We came down here to congratulate you. Asuma said. Why you guys are here for me? Naruto asked surprised. Of course we are. What do you think that we're here for? Toshiko asked. She knelt down and hugged him. I'm very proud of you Naruto. She said. As she released him, Konohamaru gave him a bump. You're the man boss, Konohamaru said. Naruto was very stunned, but he slowly broke into a smile. Well, I am that great. Naruto boasted. The group laughed with him. Iruka and Hiruzen looked on with smiles. The party at the Kurama compound was in full swing. Yakumo had invited Naruto, Lee and Tenten to come. They enjoyed them in their new status as genin. As the spoke, Hiruzen Sarutobi appeared. Hello everyone, may I borrow Naruto for a minute? Hiruzen asked. They nodded and Hiruzen led Naruto away from the party. The two were alone in the courtyard. First of all, let me say that I am very proud of you. You have exceeded my every expectation. However, our time as master and student has come to an end. Sensei, Naruto began. No Naruto, you will have a new sensei who will be leading you from now on. They will be teaching you now. Hiruzen explained. I understand sensei, Naruto said sadly. Now don't be that way, I do have one gift for you. It's a new technique, Hiruzen said. Naruto instantly cheered up. Hiruzen smiled and did the hand seals for the Kuchio's no jutsu. Out of the smoke, Monkey Enma appeared. He wasn't alone as another monkey stood with him. He looked like he was very bored. What am I doing here Gramps? I was having a nice time having a soak. The monkey said. I don't know where you father went wrong with you. Enma growled. Hiruzen chuckled and turned to a very confused Naruto. Naruto, I would like to introduce you to Sora. Hiruzen introduced. Hey, Sora said lazily. Hi, what's going on old man? Naruto asked. I will explain it to you Naruto. Hiruzen came with a request to allow you to sign the monkey summoning scroll. As he knows, that is not possible. The monkey clan is allied only with the Sarutobi clan and will forever be with them. However, we came to a compromise as it were. My grandson here will be your personal summon. He will give you a personal tattoo and you will only be able to summon him. Enma explained. Why are you having me do this again? Sora asked. Because I said so, now shut up and get to it. Enma said and shoved him toward Naruto. Sora mumbled about something before going toward Naruto. The two stared at each other before Sora bit Naruto in the arm. The blonde howled in pain and threw Sora off. The monkey flipped and landed easily. What the hell man? Naruto shouted. Man, you're loud. I needed to inject you with some of my saliva. Look at your arm, Sora said. Naruto did just that and saw that a tattoo was appearing. It looked like a monkey's face. You could have warned me before you did that, Naruto said angrily. Whatever, Sora turned to his grandfather. Can I go now? Enma sighed and waved him off. Sora was gone in a puff of smoke and soon after Enma did too. Hiruzen chuckled at Naruto who looked at him with a glare. He pulled out a scroll and handed it to him. Those are the signs from the Kuchio's no jutsu. Practice it every day until you can do it in your sleep. Hiruzen ordered. Yeah, Naruto grumbled. He then turned happy and looked at his former sensei. Thanks sensei, for everything. It was my pleasure Naruto. Now, let's rejoin the party. The two made their way back inside the compound. Hiruzen and the academy staff were beginning to arrange the teams. From his view, the Hokage did not see anyone interesting. He did not expect a strong coming of this year's class. He perked up when he heard Naruto's name. So, who do we place Naruto Uzumaki with? Asked one instructor. I would have placed him with Kurama and Rock Lee, but seeing that Lee was this year's dead last we placed him with Neji and Tenten. Said another. We could still place him with Kurama-san, but who will be the third member? If I make a suggestion, Hiruzen said. Everyone turned toward the Hokage. I would like to place Jacken along with Yakumo and Naruto. But Hokage-sama, is that wise? Haruka exclaimed. It is a known fact that Naruto and Jacken do not really like each other. Add the fact that neither Naruto or Yakumo trust him, their chances of success are next to nil. I understand your reservations about the team, but I believe that they can do very well together. Their individual skills complement each other and I have faith that they can work well together. Hiruzen explained. Still, who could keep such a team in line and bring them together? Asked an instructor. Hiruzen smiled and passed a folder around to the academy instructors. Everyone was shocked by the Hokage's choice. Hokage-sama, you can't be serious. Not even Uzumaki deserves this. Another instructor exclaimed. I agree. There's no telling what she will do to them. I'm quite sure that they will do fine under her. I think that they will be one of our strongest teams in the near future. Hiruzen said with a smile. Everyone began to wonder if it was time for the man to retire. It would be a week before everyone returned back to the academy. It was time for everyone to be paired off into teams and to meet their Jonin instructors. Haruka entered the class and called for order. Once everyone settled down, Haruka faced the class. I am proud of all of you. You have passed the academy and are ready to start your career as shinobi. I know that you will carry those symbols on your headbands with pride and honor. Now you will be assigned to teams, so listen for your name. Team 1, Haruka called out. Naruto didn't pay attention as Haruka called out teams. He hoped that he would be paired with Yakumo and Lee. He felt that they would be a very good team. Yakumo could cover them while he and Lee beat them senseless. Team 9, Rock Lee, Tenten Koguchi and Neji Hyuga. Haruka said. Naruto kind of frowned at that. He agreed that they were a great team, but he knew that Neji would belittle his friend. He just hoped that their sensei would improve Lee's taijutsu. After hearing the names of Team 12, Haruka called out the next team. Team 12, Haruka said with pause. He sighed and finally talked. Naruto Uzumaki, Yakumo Kurama and Jacken. Everyone was silent and in shock. Even Neji was shocked. You could drop a pin in the room and everyone within the academy. I'm sorry, but could you run that by me again? Asked Jacken. I'm sorry, by that is the team that you have been assigned to. You will be teamed with Naruto and Yakumo. Haruka said. Yakumo jumped out of her seat. You can't be serious about this, sensei. You're teaming us with a criminal, a convicted murder. Yakumo exclaimed. Hey, I didn't kill anyone. I went to jail for attempted murder, get it right. Jacken shouted. Haruka sighed and rubbed his forehead. Suddenly a black ball came flying through the window. It exploded in a shower of confetti and smoke. When it cleared, a woman with a tam trench coat and nothing much else, stood in front of a banner. The banner read, the sexy and deadly sensei of Team 12, Enko Mitarashi. She had a dango stick in her mouth and a wicked smile on her face. All right maggots, your date with devil has arrived. Chapter 8, Team Enko. The class was still in shock as this woman stood proudly in front of her banner. Some of the boys were gawking at her mostly because of how she was dressed. After a few seconds, Haruka appeared from behind the banner. He didn't look very happy with the woman in front of him. Why do you do this every time? Haruka asked, annoyed. What flew up your butt and died? I'm just here to pick up my team. Enko said. The senseis of the teams are supposed to pick them up after lunch. Haruka explained. Oh, sorry about that. Enko said sheepishly. She turned to the class. Which one of you is Team 12? The class pointed to Naruto, Yakumo and Jacken very quickly. Enko took 3 kunai and threw them at each of them. They flinched a little, but the kunais were never meant to hit them. They looked to see a small note attached to it. What's this? Asked Jacken. That's the location of where I'll be. I'm certainly not returning to come and get you, so you'll meet me there. Just make sure that you're prepared and bring your weapons. Enko instructed. Why would we need to do that? Asked Yakumo. Enko smiled, but it was a happy smile. You'll see, ha, ha, ha. Enko said with a dark chuckle. Enko left through the window. Naruto, Yakumo and Jacken looked at Haruka, who just sighed. It was now noon and Team 12 was making their way to the location on the paper. Yakumo walked with Naruto while Jacken was ahead of them. It was mostly because Yakumo kept herself and Naruto away from him. Jacken didn't bother to look back at them. Naruto looked at the team he was put on inside. He was also curious about his old sensei's reason for placing Jacken together with him. While he may have forgiven Jacken on the attempt of his life, he had not forgotten about it. Still, the old man must have had a reason. He would trust his judgment on this. After a while, they finally reached the location. It looked like a training ground, but it was covered by a gate. It had danger signs all over the place. The forest was massive and dark. They all looked around for Anko when they heard the sound of something flying through the air. They each deflected something with kunai and waited. I'll give you little snots an A- for your reflexes but an F for your defensive positions. Anko's voice rang out. The team found her sitting out a branch with a dango stick in her mouth. She dropped off the branch and landed in front of them. Each of them was still cautious of her intentions, which pleased her. Don't worry, I'm no longer going to attack. Let's get our introductions over with before we continue. What are you talking about? Yakumo asked. What are you, stupid? Introduce yourselves. What are your likes, dislikes, hobbies, interest, stuff like that? Anko said. Why do you go first? You are the unknown among the group. Naruto said. That is true. The name is Anko Mitarashi, interrogator and assassin. My likes are snakes, blood, dango and a little fun. Anko said suggestively. I dislike a lot of things, too much to say. Interest, I would say scaring the crap out of people and pissing people off. She said. The team looked at her in confusion and shock. This chick is crazy, Jacken thought. She likes blood. What kind of sick people does the ninja force have? Yakumo thought. She's hiding something. Whatever it is, it has caused her a lot of pain. Naruto thought as he observed her. Anko looked at the team and smirked. Are you thinking bad thoughts about me? They all went rigged. Naughty children, I should punish you. But since we are on the clock, I'll let it slide. Anko said with amusement. She then pointed to Naruto. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I like my friends, ramen, jutsu, the old man and his family. I dislike the 3 minutes that it takes for ramen to finish, people who are quick to judge in a certain condition of mind. My interests include meditation, pranks and learning jutsu. Naruto said. Anko nodded and then pointed at Yakumo. I am Yakumo Kurama. I like my friends, my family, genjutsu and sweets. My dislikes are Jacken, Kurenai Yuhi, ID and Neji Hyuga. My interests include tea ceremonies, learning genjutsu and reading. She said. Anko smirked at her before pointing at Jacken. The name is Jacken, just Jacken. I like spicy stuff, cute girls and fighting. I dislike midgets, pampered princess and crazy women. My interests include fighting, training and sleeping. Jacken said plainly. So, I have a bully who is clearly overcompensating for something, Jacken glared at her. A woman with a hit list and sweet tooth, Yakumo glared at her. And a monk who's a mystery, Naruto glared at her. Well, I've worked with worst. Okay then, let's get to the business at hand. It's time for you guys to take the real test. Test? What test? We are all ready, Genin. Jacken shouted. Did you really believe that just because you can do a clone, a replacement and a transformation you're automatically Genin of Konoha? Give me a break. The true exam is given by me and we're about to start. Anko disappeared from view. All 3 Genin were struck in the temple and were knocked unconscious. Anko reappeared over her 3 fallen future students. Right now. Yakumo awoke and rubbed her head. She didn't understand why it hurt a little until she remembered what the crazy woman did. Finally, you're up. Yakumo turned to see Jacken. She immediately went for a kunai when she was stopped by Naruto. This isn't the time, Yakumo. Naruto said. Yakumo nodded but still glared at the older teen. He just sighed and looked around the place. Naruto did the same as did Yakumo. Where are we? She asked. My guess is that we're in the forest. Naruto said. Figure that out on your own, genius. Jacken mocked. Why don't you shut up, Jacken? At least he's trying to find a way out of this. Bet you're just plotting your next murder. Yakumo spat. You know something, I'm getting sick and tired of your crap. You don't even know the events that led up to what I did. I don't need to be judged by someone who can't even control her own powers. Jacken shouted. Don't speak as if you know me. Yakumo roared. Why don't you follow your own advice? Jacken roared back. Shut up, the both of you. There's something coming. Naruto shouted. That something turned out to be a huge blue-colored snake. It beards its fangs at them and launches itself at them. They all jumped out of the way as the snake crashed into where they were standing. They each landed and faced the reptile that looked at each of them. The snake looked at Naruto and moved fast to ensnare him. Naruto saw it coming and disappeared before the snake could wrap him up. He popped out of the ground next to Yakumo. The girl looked at him. Let's get the hell out of here, she shouted. We can't leave, Jacken. I need you to use an area-wide genjutsu. Naruto said. Yakumo looked ready to complain but nodded. She did some hand seals. Megan, Jubaku Satsu, Yakumo shouted. Thousands of vines shot out of the ground and wrapped around the snake. The snake bucked against the vines but couldn't free itself. Naruto called Jacken, who did not argue. Together they all ran into the forest. As they ran, Jacken turned to his teammates. I figured that you two would have left me to the snake. He said. I wanted to but Naruto stopped me. Yakumo said. Whatever, I'll pay you back later. Not like I want to own you anything. Jacken spoke. Kami, what the hell was the Hokage thinking? I would have gladly been with Lee rather than you. Yakumo spat. Oh, here we go again. Jacken said. Okay, I'm sick of this. Naruto growled. He stopped and stood his ground. The other two stopped as well. Naruto, what are you doing? That snake will be after us soon. Yakumo said. I'm sick and tired of this argument stuff. I refuse to run along with either of you with all this bickering. We're a team and a team sticks together despite their dislike for each other. Naruto shouted. He turned to Jacken. Our history is not the best in the world. You don't respect me and I don't respect you. I may have forgiven the attack but I have not forgotten. Still, I will trust you with my life because I trust your skills. Naruto then turned to Yakumo. Yakumo, you are one of my best friends but you must let this go. You really don't know the story behind the attack. You can't just keep alienating him just before of something that was out of his control. Both Jacken and Yakumo looked a bit shameful as Naruto dressed them down. Naruto took a deep breath and looked at them. Look, I'm not saying we have to be friends but we are comrades. Let's just put our differences aside so we can get out of this Saika's death trap. He said. Yakumo and Jacken looked at each other before turning back to Naruto. Fine, I'll work with you Uzumaki. Just as long as you know that we ain't friends. Jacken said. I guess I can put my difference aside. Yakumo said a little snotty. Good because I'm really going to need your help. Something tells me that crazy woman sent that snake after us. Naruto said. So what your plan Uzumaki? Jacken asked. The snake slithered across the ground looking for its prey. Her mistress said that they had headed in this direction. It wondered why she was playing these games. That damn woman told her that there was food for her in the form of 3 humans. She said nothing about them being ninja. Suddenly she was on edge. There was something in the area that told her to be cautious. She moved silently across the ground and looked out for any attack. That's when it suddenly got dark. The snake lifted her head to see a huge fireball coming at her. She slithered fast as the fireball hit the ground with a boom. Suddenly, she began to descend into darkness and there was a bright flash of light. Then there was darkness again. Team 12 appeared out of trees and looked as their trap was successful. Their attacker was under rubble and now dead. Well, that worked out well. Jacken said. Pretty anticlimactic if you ask me. Yakumo said. Suddenly there was a rumble from inside the pit. The snake shot out of the ground and hissed angrily at the team. She caught sight of Naruto and swung her tail. Naruto dodged the first strike but did see the second attack. He was sent flying into a large tree. Naruto fell to the ground in a heap and groaned in pain. The snake charged at the fallen Naruto when a sickle slashed her across the nose. She roared in pain as Yakumo and Jacken checked on Naruto. The snake hissed at them and readied itself for an attack. Jacken stood in front of the two, surprising Yakumo. Jacken held a custom kusarigama and stood in a defensive stance. How is he? He asked, not taking his eyes off the snake. I'll be fine. Naruto grunted out. Yakumo helped him to his feet. He stood next to Jacken. Okay, anybody come up with a plan B? I say we turn this lizard into a wallet and be done with it. Did the Sandame teach you any fire jutsus? Jacken asked. Nope, I know the Kage Bunshin, Mizu Bunshin, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu and the academy stuff. Naruto answered. What about you? Jacken asked Yakumo. I only know Genjutsu that my uncle taught me. Yakumo explained. All right then, you cover us. Pipsqueak, give me a diversion and I'll rip this lizard's eye out. Jacken ordered. The two nodded and prepared themselves. The large snake hissed and lunged at them. That's enough. A voice rang out. The snake stopped its lunge and turned to the sound of the voice. Team 12 did so as well and they saw their sensei. The snake moved toward her, hissing angrily at her. Oh, stop your whining. So they nicked your nose. At least they impressed me. Now go home and rest. The snake hissed once more before leaving in a puff of smoke. With the snake gone, Naruto gave out and grabbed his chest. Yakumo and Jacken caught him before he hit the ground. Enko walked up to them. He looks hurt. Why don't we get out of the forest? Enko asked cheerfully. The walk through the forest was a quiet but tense journey. Enko ignored the glares of Yakumo, Naruto and Jacken. Naruto was able to walk under his own power after a few minutes, which brought questions to his teammate's head. Enko could feel the intent of the three and it just made her smile more. Well, I got to say that you three surprised me. Considering your history, I thought that you would fail. You almost did, and if it wasn't for the blonde, I would have just allowed my pet to eat you. Enko said without facing them. So, it was you. Naruto growled. Don't be like that. I did say that you three surprised me. Now, we can get to the true life of a ninja. Enko said. What the hell are you talking about? Jacken spat. You passed my test but just barely. Enko mocked. You psycho. You call what you did to us a test. You could have killed us. Yakumo shouted. If I wanted you dead, you'd be dead. Besides, I wanted to know if it was possible to put your history behind you and work as a team. This was a test of teamwork. Naruto asked. Enko stopped and faced her team. According to the Hokage, you three have the potential to be an espionage assassination team. Each of you has the skills for it. Usually, spies work alone, but you guys make a solid team. This test was just to see if you can each put your petty dislike for each other behind you to work together. Enko explained. There could have been a better way to do this. Yakumo growled. Where's the fun in that? Enko asked and resumed walking. The team sighed and followed her. It would be another hour before they reached the exit. Enko locked the place up before turning her attention back to her team. Well, I've got to go and let the Hokage know of my team's success. Meet me here at 8, she said and was gone. The team just looked at each other for a little while. Naruto finally broke the silence. I'm heading to Ichiraku's. Are you guys coming? Naruto asked. Are you buying? Jacken asked. Naruto just shrugged and walked away. Jacken followed him with his hands in his pockets. Yakumo soon followed and the three of them made their way to the ramen stand. Chapter 9. D Rank, The Devil's Cruel Joke. Enko walked toward the Hokage's office with a bit of a step. She had finally beaten those stuffy old crones and had gotten herself a team. She began to think about the torture that she would put them through. She giggled like a schoolgirl before she reached the office of the Sandame. The secretary looked at her and allowed her to pass. She entered the room with a big smile. Lord Hokage, I have some great news, Enko said, her mood deflating. Inside with the Sandame were three of her most hated people. They were the elders of Konoha. Hiruzen gave her an apologetic look before her spoke. Enko Midarashi, how went your test? At Ichiraku Ramen, Team 12 was eating their ramen in silence. The stand's owners, Tuki and Ayame, felt the tension in the air between the group. Naruto was now on his third bowl while Jacken was eating a very large beef ramen. Yakumo was picking at her food as she thought back to what Naruto had shouted at her back in the forest. She took a deep breath and turned to her new teammates. Naruto, Jacken, Yakumo called out. The two stopped eating to look at her. If you would, can you tell me why it happened? Why, what happened? Naruto asked. Why he tried to kill you. Yakumo answered. She saw Jacken get ready to leave and quickly spoke. What I mean is, if you can explain to me. Do you really want to know or are you just going to judge? Jacken asked with a sarcastic tone. No, please explain it to me. If we are truly to be a team, then we should get it all out. Yakumo said. Jacken looked at her for a few seconds before smirking. All right then, I was ordered to kill Naruto. Jacken said. What does that mean? Asked Yakumo. It's just like I said, I was ordered to kill Naruto by my father. He said. Why would your father want Naruto dead? Yakumo asked. You got me, it seems like most of the village hates the pipsqueak. My father beat me up and told me not to come back until I killed him. Jacken said. Yakumo still didn't understand, but she was very aware about how the village treated Naruto. With the exception of the Sandame's family, the ramen stand owners and her clan, everyone else hated Naruto. She had asked him about that once and Naruto didn't tell her. She didn't push him as he told her that one day he would explain it. You know, I don't understand why the village doesn't like you. Is it because of those pranks you did back in the day? Jacken asked. Not really, it's much bigger than that which I'm not going to explain. Yakumo and Lee, I'll tell someday, but you've got a long way before I tell you anything. Naruto replied. Jacken just snorted at him. You can keep your secrets, pipsqueak. I don't care one way or the other. Just as long as you watch my back, I'll watch yours. Jacken said. The team went back to eating in silence before Jacken spoke again. So, what's the deal with your powers, Yakumo? Word around the village, you nearly killed your parents with it. Once in a generation, there is a member of my clan whose ability in genjutsu is so strong that it makes the damage real. I am one of those people. I was being trained to control it, but the person I thought I could trust didn't trust my abilities and sealed my powers. I misinterpreted a discussion and got angry. The result was the fire. Yakumo explained. This caused Jacken to chuckle. So you had a temper tantrum? Jacken asked, trying to hold in his laughter. Yakumo glared at him and looked ready to cast a just on him. Calm down, you two, you're not going to fight around the stand. This is holy ground and I will not allow you to disturb it. Naruto said strongly. Okay, I'll stop. Jacken said. Yakumo huffed and turned back to her ramen. So, can you control it now? He asked. I can, but only a little. The seal that Jiraiya-sama placed on me allows my second personality and I'd merge powers. Yakumo said. She lifted the back of her hair to show the seal that was placed on her. So do you have a special type of genjutsu you like to use? Jacken asked. Well, our clan mostly uses binding genjutsu to disable our opponents, Yakumo said when Jacken cut her off. That's dull. Oh, you know what you should do? Conjure up ghost or specters. Jacken said excitedly. I've been saying that for years now. Finally, someone makes sense. Naruto added. You are both so juvenile. Yakumo huffed. The team continued their talks until they were full. A slam of a hand on the Sandame's desk was heard from outside. Inside, Homura was glaring at Anko. Kaharu also looked very angry while Hiruzen and Danzo looked calm. Anko just dug into her ear like it was no big deal. What the hell were you thinking, Mitarashi? Not only did you take 3 fresh genin into the forest of death, but one of them was a clan heiress. Homura shouted. I didn't know that I had to coddle an heiress. I thought I was training ninja. Anko said without a care. That will be enough of your attitude. What you did was reckless and stupid. Kaharu added. They survived, didn't they? I thought you would be happy to know that they passed. Anko countered. By your report, they barely passed your exam. Danzo spoke. Yeah, but they have so much potential. I can work with them easily and it would be fun. Anko said with a smile. Do you see how stupid it was to make her a Jonin sensei? Who knows what she has planned for them? Homura said. Despite her lack of judgment, she now has a team. I trust Anko will do right by her new team. Hiruzen said. Homura scoffed and walked out of the room. Danzo and Kaharu soon followed, giving Anko dirty looks. Anko sneered at them. Dried up old fossils, Anko muttered. So, can you bring out their potential, Anko? Hiruzen asked. No sweat, I'll make them into the most badass team ever. Anko cheered. Hiruzen only smirked at her antics. The next day, Team Anko met back at the training grounds. Anko looked at her charges and noticed that they were a bit different than before. While they all held a similar expression, it seemed like they had put their pettiness farther behind them. She dared thought that they had become friends. Okay, my little rats, today you are true ninjas. Before we begin, it's time to learn the rules of Anko. Anko spoke. Rules of Anko, Yakumo repeated. That sounds foreboding, Jacken added. Foreboding my ass, this is going to be torture. Naruto added. If you all are quite done, Anko said with an edge. The 3 genin clammed up and waited for her to finish. Rule number 1, I'm the boss and you will do as I say. Rule number 2, you will give it your all when we train. I don't want to hear your bitching about how hard it is. Rule number 3, there will be no talking about my training. To do so, would result in a horrible punishment. The group gulped. There are more rules but you'll learn them as we go along. Now, it's training time. Anko said and summoned some snakes. All right maggots, laps around the forest. Let's go. The snakes hissed and gave chase to the 3 genin who took off like a shot. It was now noon and Anko looked at her laid out genin. She sighed and placed her hands on her hips. You 3 are pathetic. I can't believe that you're so tired after an hour spar. You almost had me last time. Anko said. Psychotic. Bitch, muttered Jacken. I'll make you pay, muttered Yakumo. You've made my list, muttered Naruto. Anko sighed at them. If you have the energy to threaten me, then I guess you don't need lunch. Anko said with a smile. They groaned and picked themselves off the ground. They glared at their teacher and readied themselves for another assault. As they made their move, an alarm clock rang. Anko clapped her hands together. That ends today's training. Go and get some lunch and meet me at the tower. She ordered before disappearing via Shunshin. Why do I feel that we will not live through this? Yakumo asked. Could be worst, Naruto said. We are under the control of a crazy and mentally unstable kunoichi with a fetish for pain. How could it be worse than this? Jacken asked. We could be under someone just as worst. Naruto said lamely. Jacken and Yakumo gave him a look. Team 12 entered the mission to get their first mission. Each was very anxious to dive into the world of their profession. They all noticed that Anko was trying to hold in laughter for some reason. They looked at the Hokage who gave them a smile. Team 12, are you ready for your first mission? Hiruzen asked. Yes Hokage-sama, they all said. Good. Your first mission is the capture of the daimyo's cat, Tora. Hiruzen said. All 3 genin looked at the Hokage with a look of pure shock. Anko took this moment to get a picture of their expressions. It would be one of her most favorite picture for years to come. 1 month, one of the longest months of Naruto's, Yakumo's and Jacken's life. How could they call these chores missions? So far, they had done nothing but these chores for a whole month. They all glared at their sensei, who just watched their humiliation with a grin. How were the skills they learned in the academy supposed to work do such things? Anko did explain what these missions were supposed to do, but it didn't make them any more annoying. Their first mission was one of the hardest missions to date. Whatever Madame Shijimi was doing to the blasted thing, needed to stop and stop now. The next time the cat got free, Team 12 was going to kill it. It was something that each member of the team agreed on. In fact, Enko was barely in time to save the cat from a pitfall that was laced with pikes at the bottom. Then there was the mission to babysit the Terror Twins. The twins of a councilman were nothing but trouble and were very defiant in taking orders from any of them. They actually managed to behave one time for the team. However, that mission was given away to another genin squad. Naruto's game of ninja got a little out of hand. The hero twins were pissing their pants as Jaken's version of a guillotine was used with real weapons. Now, there was this mission. They currently were at the Inuzuka kennels. The mission was to wash the dogs, a very simple mission. Jaken was having a much easier time cleaning the dogs. When he was asked, all he said, "It's an animal thing." Naruto wasn't having too much problems. There were some dogs that he kept away from since they growled at him, but he was getting the job done. The one who had the most problems was Yakumo. She was still attempting to get the same dog washed. It was a small white puppy that didn't wish to get washed. It belonged to a rude and rowdy boy named Kiba. Kiba just laughed at Yakumo, who was getting angrier with every passing minute. Then Kiba did the something incredibly stupid. "I can't believe they let a weak girl like you graduate. The academy is going to be a breeze," Kiba commented. Yakumo stopped chasing the puppy and took a deep breath. Kiba looked at her in confusion when he saw her begin to change. The sky began to get dark and Yakumo's hair began to whip around wildly. When she turned to face him, Kiba looked very afraid. Yakumo's face turned old and scary. Her hands turned into claws. Her teeth sharpened and looked like needles. Yakumo unleashed an inhuman screech which scared Kiba stiff. "Do you have something to say, you little bitch?" Yakumo asked a scary, high-pitched voice. When Kiba said nothing, her head grew and her fangs got wider. "I said, do you have something to say?" No ma'am," Kiba squeaked. "Leave," Yakumo shouted. Kiba took off like a shot, a trail of water coming from his pants. Yakumo suddenly returned to normal before looking at the puppy, who was also scary stiff. She glared at the puppy before pointing to the tub of soap and water. The puppy complied and hopped into the tub. Yakumo sighed before doing her job. Her teammates looked at her in shock and awe. "That was badass," Jaken said, stunned. "Wow, she's scarier than Enko-sensei," Naruto whispered. Yakumo snapped her head toward the two who held their hands up in defense. Enko only smiled in amusement. Enko and her team walked out of the Hokage Tower. They were all tired and could wait to get home. Suddenly, they noticed that Enko had stopped. All three looked at her with cautious. Enko saw this and looked a bit hurt. "Oh come on, I'm not that bad," Enko said with a pout. The team wasn't buying it and stood in alert. She smiled and raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I'll behave. I just have to say that I am." Enko looked around for a second and saw that there were too many people here. She quickly led her team into an alley where they can be alone. Once she was sure that no one could hear them, she continued. "As I was saying, I want to say that you've been doing a great job as of late." The team looked at her in shock. "Oh my god, it's an imposter," Jaken shouted. He got kicked in the face by Enko and was sent flying out the alley. "That's what I get for being nice. Be at the training grounds at 8 a.m., Enko said and walked away. Yakumo and Naruto looked at each other before going over to their teammate. Chapter 10, A New Mission. Hiruzen looked at several reports that he received daily from patrols. It wasn't anything new to him, as such was the life of a Hokage. He reached for one of the reports and began to read. As he kept reading, he began to get a little worried. He made a signal to his Anbu. One of them appeared and bowed. "I want Aoba Yamashiro and Reito Namiyashi here now," Hiruzen ordered. The Anbu nodded and was gone. Minutes later, two Jonin entered along with that Anbu member. The Anbu disappeared while Aoba and Reito remained kneeling. "Rise, I want you to tell me about this report." He handed the report to Reito, who read it over. "What is it that you did not understand, sir?" Reito asked. "The place you investigated when you were returning, where was it located?" Hiruzen asked. Aoba went to the map of the Fire Country and pointed it out. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed. "What did you find?" "We found nothing, sir. All we found were some broken breakers and dead-looking samples. We found nothing out of the ordinary," Aoba answered. Hiruzen sighed at that. "Thank you both, you are dismissed," Hiruzen said. "Hi," they said and left via Shunshunt body flicker. Hiruzen looked at the spot that Aoba showed with concern. He knew that area and that cabin. It was a present to one of his students from back in his youth. It was his favorite student and had asked for a place outside of Konoha to do his research. He happily found him a spot and built a cozy cabin for him. This was before he turned rogue and disappointed him. Hiruzen thought there had to be more at that spot. His wayward student would not just leave things alone for no reason. He needed this investigated. He considered sending an Anbu team, but he decided that this would be better if the person knew his former student's ways. It would be a risky decision considering that he did the same to her, but he had no choice. Taking a scroll, he began to write down instructions. Once it was over, he took a stamp and placed it on the scroll. He looked to his left again and the Anbu member appeared. Summon Anko Mitarashi. Near Training Ground 44, Team 12 was doing a new exercise. They had each learned the tree walking exercise to an acceptable level that Anko was currently showing them how to utilize chakra better. She was teaching them how to stick to the tree from many parts of their body, which was why they were currently doing pull-ups using just their fingers to hold them. Anko watched on as her team did the exercise. "That's it, my little brats, feel the burn," Anko said. She then took a bottle of lighter fluid and sprayed onto the bonfire she had under them. The fire went a bit higher, making the team do their exercises faster. "Feel the burn," she said calmly. Suddenly, she felt a presence in the air. She turned just as the Anbu member appeared. "Anko Mitarashi, you are to," he began but saw the scene before him. Sighing, he did a few hand seals. "Sweeten, Suihachi." He held out his palm and a jet of water shot out, putting out the fire. "Hey!" Anko exclaimed. "The Hokage wants you to report to him now," the Anbu said and disappeared. Anko had a slight frown on her face. She turned back to her genin. "Okay, I'm going to see what the Hokage wants. Continue your exercises while I'm gone," Anko said before she vanished. The team sighed in relief when Anko returned again. "I completely forgot, Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique." The dust cleared to reveal the snake from their final exam. "My here is going to keep you company." She turned to her summon. "If they slack off, you can eat them," she told the snake before leaving again. The snake looked at them and seemed to smile. They all had one thing to say. "You crazy bitch," they all shouted. Anko arrived in the Hokage's office and bowed to him. "I've arrived as ordered, sir. What is it that you wish of me?" Anko asked. "Read this report, Anko," Hiruzen said and handed her the report. Anko took it and kept on reading. When she reached the part that he noticed, he saw the change in her. "Do you remember this place?" "Yes, it was one of many hidden labs he had. It was the first one he took me to," Anko said. "Then there is a secret lab at that location," Hiruzen muttered with a sigh. "Sir, allow me and a team to go and deal with this place. We will burn it to the ground immediately," Anko said. "It has already been arranged," Hiruzen said. "But sir, that bastard deserves to pay," Anko shouted. "That's enough. It has already been arranged. The reason I called you in is to confirm my suspicions," Hiruzen said. Anko looked ready to explode but quickly composed herself. "It is your will, Hokage-sama. If you will excuse me," Anko said. Hiruzen nodded as Anko walked toward the door. "Mitarashi," Hiruzen called out. Anko turned just to see a scroll coming to her. She caught it and noticed that it was marked with AC. She looked back at him. "I want you to find any information and then destroy the lab." "It shall be done, Hokage-sama." "Thank you, Hokage-sama," Anko said. "Anko," Hiruzen said, catching her attention again. "Remember, you are responsible for their lives. Do not go off on your own to settle a score." Anko nodded, bowed and left. Hiruzen sighed and rubbed his forehead. He hoped that this was a good idea. Still, he had faith in Anko that she would protect her team from any danger, including her past. The next day saw Team 12 at the gates. They were ordered by Anko to pack for about 3 to 5 days. They stood and awaited their sensei. They didn't have to wait long as Anko appeared before them. She had a serious look on her face that didn't really match her personality. She explained to them the mission and they began to move out. She moving very fast and the team had a hard time to keep up with her. She looked back at them. "What the hell are you doing? Hurry the hell up," Anko shouted. "Why don't you slow the hell down? This place is only a few hours away." Jacken mumbled. He suddenly found himself ensnared by snakes. With a jerk, Anko flung him into a tree. He groaned as Anko appeared in front of him. She took him by the throat and held him in place. "You got something to say, you say it out loud. When I say to move your ass, you move your ass," Anko shouted. "Anko-sensei, stop it," Yakumo called out. "Jacken is voicing the opinion of all of us. You're pushing us too hard to get to a place that is only hours away. You're acting weird," Naruto added. Anko turned to glare at her students before letting him go. She took off without them and continued on. Yakumo checked on Jacken as Naruto looked at his sensei's retreating form. "What the fuck is her problem? She's been like this since we left the village," Jacken cursed. "I know what you mean. She's acting much too differently than we're used to," Yakumo added. "What's your take on this pipsqueak?" Jacken asked Naruto. "She's pretty guarded about something and this mission we're on has made her even more unbearable." Whatever it is, we better keep an eye out for her. Naruto said. We should probably keep an eye out for ourselves if she's acting like this. Jacken said. Don't say that, Yakumo exclaimed. She's our sensei and we have to look out for her as she would for us. Yakumo said as she took off. Naruto shrugged and jumped off as well. Jacken rubbed his throat before doing the same. Enko kept moving in order to get to the location in a hurry. She hoped that her team had turned and gone back to Konoha. She made herself promise to apologize for the way she acted against them. She knew that she was being bitchy, but when it came to that man, she couldn't help it. That man who betrayed her trust and love for him, the same man who left alone to be an outcast among her peers, that man who was one of Konoha's top missing nin. That man's name was Orochimaru. She remembered the first time meeting one of the famous 3 legendary ninja. He came to the academy when her class graduated to choose an apprentice. He gave her one look and smiled. He picked her, which shocked her greatly. She was happy though that she got to train one-on-one to the great genius Orochimaru. It was hard, but she grew stronger and learnt all types of forbidden jutsu. She was also his lab assistant. She a bit uncomfortable about that, but she would do anything for Orochimaru. He continued to train her and they continued to do the experiments. That all changed one day. He abandoned her to the mercy of Konoha while he fled to do more experiments. It was a blow that she barely recovered from. She was an outcast and was not trusted among her fellow ninja. The villagers were also wary of her. She later created her persona to deal with everything and worked harder than most to gain the respect that she had. Despite it all, Orochimaru's abandonment still stung. She would always ask in the back of her mind what she did to be thrown aside like that. She did everything that he wanted without compliant. Why did he abandon her? Why did he not take her with him? Why did he give her this mark? Enko rubbed her shoulder before focusing on reaching the cabin. Hey you crazy bitch, wait the hell up. A shout caught her attention. She stopped to look back to see her team. They landed in front of her before and took several breaths. Enko looked at them with a neutral expression. Damn, you're fast, why the hell did you leave without us? Jacken exclaimed. I thought you would have gone back to Konoha. Enko said. And miss out on our first C-rank mission, no way. Naruto exclaimed. I'm with the pipsqueak on this. I'll put up with your PMS if I get to continue this mission. Jacken added. Yakumo just nodded. Enko looked at the 3 before turning her back to them. Whatever, we'll rest for 20 minutes before we continue on, she said and dropped to the ground. The team followed her and was happy to do it. The land of sound, formerly the land of rice fields, was on the border on the land of fire. They were known for imports of rice and wheat. However, that all changed when one man came into the land and complete took over. He swept into the land under the cover of darkness and was ruler before the sun rose. That same person convinced the daimyo to create his own ninja village. This man and his men would later call this land the land of sound and later form the hidden sound village. A young girl walked through the halls of the underground bunker. She had her hood up to cover her face. A white sash flowed behind her as she made her way toward the throne room to see the leader of this village. Her slender arms had tattoos of a snake. She didn't wear any footwear but carried herself like royalty. She finally reached the main room of the bunker and entered without introducing herself. The people inside tensed up but calmed down when they saw who it was. The girl folded her arms and waited in annoyance. Why have you summoned me here, Orochimaru? She asked, irritated. Watch how you talk to Lord Orochimaru. One person exclaimed. Quiet drone, adults are talking, she said. The person tensed but a hand calmed him down. Orochimaru looked at the girl. It has been so long, Midoshi. At least allow me to see that beautiful face of yours, Orochimaru said. Midoshi did nothing at first but complied and removed her hood. Her green eyes bore into Orochimaru's, who only smiled at her. My word, you have gotten more beautiful. You are 12 now, correct? I grow tired of you. Why was I summoned here? Midoshi asked with an edge. Fine, I have a task for you, Orochimaru said. A task? Do you forget who you are talking to? I am not one of your drones to command, she said. But this requires you expert skills, Midoshi. I would be forever grateful if you did me this favor, he said. Midoshi just scoffed before looking at the former Sannin. Orochimaru got off his throne and walked up to her. He handed her a scroll which she opened. She read over what was on the scroll. I do this and I never get to see your face again, Midoshi said. You wound me, child. I'm doing such a good job taking care of you. Your godfather must be pleased, Orochimaru said. My godfather hates you as much as I do. The only reason you're kissing my ass is because you don't wish to lose the snake contract. I'm not as stupid as your drones, she said. She threw the scroll to the floor and left using a shunshin. Orochimaru looked at the scroll and frowned. One of his personal guards walked up to him. My lord, why do you put up with her? He asked. She has a great purpose that will never die. Should we anger her, she may turn on us and destroy our plans. For now, I will allow her disrespect. Orochimaru explained. The ninja bowed at his master and dropped the subject. Team 12 was moving at a slower pace than before. Enko was still in her mood, but she was at least taking it easier on them. It would be 3 hours of travel before they reached the cabin that Enko told them about. They moved carefully to the cabin and readied themselves to enter. Enko gave Jacken a nod and he kicked the door open. They all entered the cabin, kunais ready to be thrown. They all searched the place for enemies. All clear, shouted Jacken. Clear here as well, shouted Yakumo. Clear, Naruto shouted. All clear, gather up, Enko ordered. The team met around her and she led them toward a room. Enko looked around the room before she found the switch. She pulled it and a secret door opened up. The team looked down the stairs. Enko turned to her team. From now on, be on full alert. We don't know what to expect. Into the belly of the beast, Naruto said. And out of the demon's ass. Jacken finished. With Enko at the head, Team 12 descended down into the unknown. Chapter 11 Fangs of the Serpent. The walk down the flight of stairs was a long and dark one. Enko advised her team to stay sharp and to prepare for anything. The team was careful not to trip any traps on their long way down. They began to ask more questions about this place, but Enko kept her mouth shut. It put them off a bit, but they continued to follow her down. Enko sighed a bit and did feel bad about how she was treating her team. Still, this was her problem and she didn't feel that it was right to bring them into it. That man was hers to kill and no one else. They finally reached the bottom of the stairs and were now looking down a dark and long corridor. They were still on high alert and wary of traps. Surprisingly, it didn't take long for them to reach a dark room. Son of a bitch, I can't see a damn thing. Jacken cursed. Me neither. Is there a light switch around here? Naruto asked. Hang on, I know where it is. Enko said and left the team. She reached the wall and felt where she remembered where it was. She found it and flicked it on. What the team saw would forever haunt them. What the? Naruto said in shock. Oh my god, Yakumo whispered. This is, I can't believe this. Jacken spoke in amazement. Surrounding them were tanks filled with unknown creatures. These didn't look like regular animals at all. Some of them looked to be passing their expiration. Yakumo couldn't take it anymore and found a spot to throw up. Naruto and Jacken held it in some, but they looked ready to follow Yakumo's example. When Yakumo could speak again, she turned toward her sensei. Is this some type of sick joke? What the hell is this place? She shouted. I didn't ask you three to come with me. You should have headed back to the village. Enko said calmly. Okay, I've had enough of you. Your bitchy attitude has finally run its course. You tell us what the hell this place is and tell us now. Jacken shouted. Enko glared at him. Who do you think you're talking to, boy? We're talking to an irresponsible jonin who needs to grow up. Naruto added. How the hell are we to complete this mission when you completely shut us out? I don't really care what your problem is, but you're putting us at risk. Enko looked on as all the members of her team glared at her in defiance. She scoffed at them, but she would give them what they wanted. We are currently in one of the labs that was constructed by Orochimaru. What you see around you is result of his experiments. Enko said with an even tone. Orochimaru, the Sannin Orochimaru. The second most dangerous missing nin ever from Konoha, he did this. Jacken exclaimed. Yes, and our mission is to gather information about what he was doing here. Enko said. You could have told us that is what we were doing here. Why did you keep this from us? Naruto demanded. That's none of your business. Enko snapped. She took a breath and looked at her team. Now that you know what the mission is, let's get to work. She said and walked off. The team looked at her retreating back with scowls. This is going to be one of those days. Jacken said with a sigh. I can't believe that she didn't tell us about this. What is her problem? Yakumo asked. It's much deeper than she's letting on. Naruto said. I agree with you there, Pipsqueak. It's like she has a grudge against Orochimaru. Jacken added. Who doesn't have a grudge with him? Old man Hokage was his teacher, and every time he speaks of his students, he talks of him as being his one greatest regrets. Naruto explained. So what are we going to do? I hate to say it, but we have to look out for ourselves until we get out of here. Yakumo said. I'm with her. We can't rely on Enko at all. Jacken said. Agreed, Naruto said and placed his fingers in a cross. Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. 2 copies of Naruto appeared. I'll hang with Enko sensei and you guys go with my clones. We should use our headsets to keep in touch. The other 2 nodded and pulled out their headsets. They set the channel that they were going to be on and tested them. They wished each other luck as they went their separate way. Unknown to them, a pair of eerie yellow eyes watched them. She had a small smile on her face as she listened in on their conversation. A large python slithered across her shoulders and she lovingly petted it. Well, this has turned out quite interesting. Let's have some fun with them. Enko was searching one of the rooms when she felt someone approached. Naruto entered the room and her eyes narrowed a bit. Naruto didn't look fazed by it. So what happened? You drew the short straw and have to deal with me. Enko mocked. Say what you want. Let's just find something and get out of here. Naruto said rudely. Enko didn't look insulted and continued her search for something important. The two of them continued their search in complete silence. After minutes of not talking, Enko got bored. She looked to her student. So, you've been acting all high and mighty during these few hours. You think just because the Hokage trained you that you can talk to people how you want to? She asked. No, I only talk to people like that when they are being stupid or ignorant. You should have informed us of the mission. In fact, I think the old man was wrong in giving you this mission in the first place. Naruto answered. Oh really? I didn't hear any objections when you guys continue along with me. Wasn't it you who didn't want to miss out on your first C-rank mission? Enko asked mockingly. Yeah, I admit that, but you've acting like we don't matter and it has something to do with your problem with Orochimaru. Naruto argued. Like I told you before, it's none of your business. Enko growled. You made it our business when this mission began. How do you expect us to become a team when you go off on your own like that? How are we to trust you when you won't trust us? Naruto shouted. Enko took a step back as Naruto yelled at her. She was shocked that he was talking to her like a child. Naruto scoffed and placed 2 fingers to his neck. Hey you guys, you got anything for me? What's your status? Jacken heard Naruto's voice over the radio and placed his fingers to his neck. All's quiet over on this end. Nothing to report, Jacken said. He looked at the room he was in. The place reeked of old blood and chemicals. He guessed that Orochimaru did his most gruesome experiments in this room. He could still see the dry blood on the ground and walls. This guy was one sick customer. That's something we agree on. Clone Naruto said in agreement. Did the Hokage tell you anything about this guy Pipsqueak? Jacken asked. Nope, he was pretty tight-lipped about him. All I really know was that he was considered a genius in ninjutsu and that he wished to know every jutsu known in the world. That's crazy and impossible. He would grow old and feeble. Besides, there is always a new jutsu coming out. He would have to be immortal if he ever wanted to do such a thing. Clone Naruto was about to answer him when they both hear something. It sounded like rattling. Jacken looked at the clone. I'm not hearing things, am I? Jacken asked. Only if I'm not hearing the same thing. He answered. I was afraid of that. The two turned and were faced with a large and mean-looking rattlesnake. It bore its fangs at the two and was coiled. Jacken placed his fingers to his neck. We've got a problem. Jacken reported. The snake lunged at them. At the same time Yakumo was searching the computer for information. That's when she got Naruto's call. I've found nothing so far. It seems like the computer was wiped clean. Yakumo reported. She continued to search through the computer just in case there may be something in the hard drive. She suddenly came across something that looked interesting. She saw the file name. Project Jugo, I wonder what that is. She was about to get on her radio when Naruto's clone pulled her away from the computer. He did it just in time as something crashed into the console. When they got their bearings, they were very surprised to see a large cobra looking at them. They clearly saw the serpent's intentions as it launched itself at them. Naruto heard Yakumo's scream over the radio and got worried. Hey guys, what the hell is going on? Naruto shouted. Enko was curious as well and moved closer to listen. Jacken was the first to answer. I can't talk right now. I'm trying to avoid becoming dinner for a rattlesnake. Check back later. Jacken sarcastically replied. Someone else is here and they have sent some very large snakes after us. Yakumo reported. Enko's eyes widened in shock and ripped the headset off Naruto. Yakumo, Jacken, report your positions now. Enko ordered. I believe that you have to be more concerned about yourself. The two turned to the voice and Enko was even more shocked at who she saw. Her eyes blazed with rage. You. Hello my dear Enko, did you miss your dear old sensei? Orochimaru asked. Enko roared and charged at him. The man just smiled and took off. Enko was hot on his heels. Naruto put back on his radio and relayed back to his team. Send your positions to me, I'll send more clones to back you up. Naruto said as he ran out after Enko. He had to jump back as huge boa nearly ate him up. He watched as the snake blocked his path and growled. He touched his neck. Looks like we're all in trouble, we have to beat these things and help Enko-sensei. The boa charged at Naruto who prepared himself for a fight. Enko ran after Orochimaru with urgency. She chucked kunai after kunai at him but the slippery man dodged them all. Finally having enough, Enko thrust her hand forward. Saneigishu. she shouted. 4 snakes shot out of herself and launched toward Orochimaru. The man saw this and used his chakra to push himself forward. He jumped and twisted in midair to avoid the attack. He descended to the ground of a large stadium. As he landed, he was about to take off when he was stopped by several kunais. Orochimaru turned to face Anko, who had jumped down to confront him. "I've been waiting for this day. Now it's time to end you," Anko said and got into a stance. Suddenly Orochimaru began to laugh at Anko, but what confused her was that this voice was female. He looked at her with a smile. "Sorry dear," the female voice said. Anko watched as the facade of Orochimaru faded and was replaced by a girl no older than 11. "You're going to have to wait a bit longer for your revenge." "Who the hell are you?" Anko demanded. "The name is Midoshi. You can call me an acquaintance of that pale-skinned freak master of yours." Midoshi answered. "So he's not here?" "Nope, it's just me. I was beginning to think that this trip would be a bore, but it turned out very interesting. It wasn't hard to get you away from your team, which surprises me. I thought Konoha valued teamwork and all that." Anko cursed at the fact that she was easily led on. She needed to get to the brats before those snakes ended their lives. Midoshi noticed where her mind was and put a stop to it. With a shout, she blew the entrance up on both sides of the crater. Anko watched as the entrances were blocked. Now, I went through all that trouble to separate you from them," Midoshi said sweetly. Anko growled at her. "What the hell do you want from me?" Anko spat. "Just a little spar." Orochimaru spoke very highly of your skills. "If you impress me enough, I may let you continue to summon my." Anko was shocked at that revelation. "Are you ready yet? I do get terribly bored." "You picked the wrong day to fuck with me, girly. Get ready to die," Anko said and charged at the young woman. Midoshi just smiled. Chapter 12, Power of a Team. Jacken dodged another lunge of the rattlesnake. He countered by throwing several shuriken at its exposed side. They didn't seem to faze it as the serpent attempted to crush him with its rattle tail. Jacken rolled out of the way and started to launch more shuriken. The rattlesnake's head was his target and he distracted it with his very good aim. Clone Naruto struck from above and stabbed the snake in the neck. It roared and drove its head toward the wall to dislodge the clone. The clone jumped as the rattlesnake crashed into the wall. The clone and Jacken stood together as the rattlesnake shook the cobwebs out. "Alright, this has gone on long enough. It's time to get serious," Jacken said, and he reached into his backpack. He pulled out a weapon and prepared himself to fight. The clone looked at the weapon and saw that he was holding a kusarigama. The blade of the sickle was a bit longer than a regular kusarigama and it was curved to look like a hook. The ball end of the weapon had spikes surrounding it. Jacken began to spin the chain with the ball attachment and moved slowly to his left. The rattlesnake followed his movement and readied itself to strike. It made its move and rocketed toward Jacken. Jacken jumped back and landed on the wall. Using his chakra, he pushed himself off the wall and jumped toward the ceiling at an amazing speed. The snake missed him by inches and slammed into the wall. He wasted no movement and launched his weapon at the rattlesnake. The chain was long enough and it wrapped around the snake's neck, the spiked ball digging into its skin. Jacken pulled himself forward and landed on the snake. He then proceeded to stab the snake repeatedly. The rattlesnake frantically tried to get him off. Jacken continued his assault of the snake, gripping the chain so that he wouldn't fall off. The snake was angry and used its rattle tail to attack. Jacken barely saw it coming and had to stop hacking to avoid it. The snake then began to move its head. The movement of its head loosened the chain. With a final lift, the chain was loose enough for escape. It caught the chain in its mouth and flung Jacken toward the wall. Jacken hit the wall hard and slid to the ground with a groan. Seeing the offender in his sights, the snake made a lunge. "Jacken, close your eyes," the clone shouted. Jacken did as he was told and the clone threw several paper balls at the incoming snake. When it was close enough, the balls exploded and consumed the room in a black powder. Naruto, who had on goggles, picked up Jacken and made his way out of the room. The snake was slamming itself against the walls and howled in pain. "Can I open my eyes now?" Jacken asked. "Yeah, we're out of the room," Clone Naruto said. Jacken opened his eyes and began to fall in step with the clone. "What the hell did you do, Pipsqueak?" he asked. "Homemade pepper bombs, I never leave home without them. They are way stronger than any regular one," the clone explained. Jacken nodded and the two continued to run. Their run was cut short when the rattlesnake slammed into the both of them, sending them flying across the hall and into a room. Jacken landed on a table that was filled with beakers. The glass scraped him up but not too badly. When he and the clone looked up, they saw that the snake was not happy. It hissed and opened its mouth wide. The clone kicked Jacken away as the rattlesnake descended. Jacken rolled for a bit and saw that the snake had the clone in its jaw. He growled at the snake as its jaw closed. Now he was alone and the snake would turn its attention to him. What I wouldn't give for a kaiden jutsu right now. What the hell is that smell? He wondered. He realized that it was him. He took a look of his surroundings and saw that the room was filled with beakers, all of them had a liquid in them. Could they be chemicals? An idea came to Jacken. He began to twirl his kusarigama at different angles. It moved in a way that the rattlesnake had trouble getting to him. It hissed when the weapon cut its skin if it got close. Jacken's weapon was also breaking the beakers around the room. The chemicals began to fall on the ground and pooled together. Jacken saw smoke forming as more chemicals merged together. He suddenly realized that he might be caught his plan. That's when he caught sight of an empty oil drum. Stopping what he was doing, he made a dash for the drum. He threw it over himself as the rattlesnake made its way toward him. That's when a spark came out of mixed chemicals. The explosion was loud and shook the ground. Jacken just kept himself in a ball until he thought it was over. After a while, Jacken didn't hear anything. He used his weapon to cut the barrel open. He used his back and feet to push the barrel apart. He surveyed the damage and was amazed at the destruction. He made a note, never to do that again. He reached for the radio when he realized that it was busted. Ignoring his cuts, Jacken took off in search of his teammates. Yakumo threw some more shurikens at the cobra but they did little to bother the snake. She was beginning to get tired as she was not as physically strong as her teammates. While not frail, she couldn't do long battles. She had already lost the clone Naruto sent with her and now she was playing hide, seek and dodge with the large cobra. She did have one chance against the beast, however she was scared. Her fear was that she had not used her sealed powers since the fire those years ago. As Jiraiya told her, her seal would allow her to use her Kekkei Genkai without losing control. He also told her that she would have to train her mind constantly. Her uncle had her doing some mental exercises along with a Yamanaka as added insurance. They did help, yet she was still scared of what might happen if it got out of control. She shook her head and banished such thoughts. Her teammates needed her help. She needed to distract the cobra. Taju Bunshin no Jutsu, Yakumo said. The cobra heard her and made a move to get her when copies of her jumped out and ran around the room. The cobra was confused and was randomly attacking her clones. The clones took a page out of Jacken's book and began to sling insults at the cobra. Yakumo, the real one, began to focus her power. She could feel it coursing through her. She opened her eyes that were now glowing red. She quickly did hand seals and called out her attack. Megan, Jigoku Koka no Jutsu. Yakumo shouted. The room got dark and the cobra found itself alone. It began to feel heat and turned to see a huge fireball descending on it. It crashed into it, burning it to a crisp. The cobra hissed as it got burnt. It fell to the ground on fire. It wiggled for a while before it stopped and fell dead. The light came back and Yakumo was on her knees. She was very tired and weak right now. She reached for her pouch and pulled out a soldier pill. She popped it in her mouth and waited a few seconds for her chakra to return. Holy hell, what the hell happened here? A voice shouted. Jacken, is that you? Yakumo shouted. Jacken appeared in front of her and she sighed in relief. Did you do this? I didn't know you knew kaiden jutsus. He said. I don't. That was the work of my Kekkei Genkai. I had to use it to win. Yakumo explained. Jacken looked back to see the cobra that was burned badly on one side. Remind me never to piss you off to use that power. Jacken joked. Yakumo smiled and stood up. Come on, let's find the pipsqueak. Yakumo nodded and the two ran out of the room. Naruto was not having a good time with this boa. He was trying to come up with a plan to get rid of the summons. He had his clones attack it with little success. He needed to take the snake out and fast. He had heard an explosion and was worried about his teammates. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a summons of his own. He bit into his thumb and smeared the blood on his forearm where the monkey tattoo was. He slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu, Sora. Naruto shouted. From out of the smoke, a damp-looking monkey appeared. The monkey was surprised when he caught sight of the person who called him. You again, what do you want? I was relaxing, Sora said. I'm sorry but I need your help. Naruto said and pointed to the boa who just batted away two more clones. Sora turned back to Naruto. No way, see ya later. Sora said uninterested. What, you're just going to leave? Naruto shouted. Look, I'm not cut out for this fighting stuff. I just want to soak in some hot water. I'll see ya later, Sora said. Naruto was beside himself but he took a couple of deep breaths before coming up with a plan. Suddenly, one came to mind. How about this, you help me now and I promise to get you into the old man's private hot spring. Naruto said. Sora stopped himself and thought about. He did remember that spring as he was actually summoned by Sarutobi near it. That was a really good soak. Okay then, but I'll hold you to that. In fact, let's make that a condition when you summon me. Sora said. Fine, it's a deal. Naruto said. Sora nodded and jumped into the air. He transformed into a naginata. Naruto smirked as he was trained with such a weapon. He caught Sora and gave him a few spins. After he got used to him, Naruto took up a stance. He launched himself at the boa. The boa didn't see him coming and was stabbed in the eye. The snake hissed in pain and flailed around. Naruto dislodged the weapon from his eye and jumped to the ceiling. He used his chakra to push off and drove the naginata into its head. The snake lurched forward and hit the ground with a thud. Naruto fell to a knee as boa was no longer moving. He pulled out Sora and held him in his hand. He didn't have time to savor the victory as he wanted to find his teammates. He ran out of the room in search of them. He didn't get 2 steps out the door when he ran into them. "Naruto, you're alright," Yakumo said in relief. "I knew that you wouldn't die, Pipsqueak," Jacken said. "Yeah, I'm glad that you guys are alright too. We need to find Anko and get the hell out here. This mission is kind of a bust," Naruto said. They nodded at the idea and ran off to find Anko. The sound of steel rang through the room as Anko and Midoshi made another pass at each other. Midoshi looked barely winded as Anko was breathing quite hard. Midoshi smirked at her. "Well, I do admit that you are good, but I would expect better from one of Orochimaru's students," Midoshi crowed. "I am so going to show you your guts," Anko growled. "So you say, but I'm barely winded while you're sucking up wind. I just don't see that happening," Midoshi said with a smirk. Anko snarled at her and thrust her hand out. "Sanejishu," Anko shouted. 4 black mambas made its way to Midoshi. "Please," Midoshi said and held her hand out as well. "Sanejishu." The tattoo on her arm transformed into a huge python and ate the mambas in one bite. "Surely you have something much better than that. I'm starting to get bored here." Anko growled and threw several shurikens at her. Midoshi dodged the projectiles and dodged Anko's kick. She continued to dodge the taijutsu assault with relative ease. Anko just couldn't get a hit on her. She was suddenly swept off her feet by the veil on Midoshi's waist. Anko fell on her back but was quick to roll to her side as the veil stabbed the ground next to her. It kept on stabbing until Anko was out of range. Anko rolled to her feet and glared at her opponent who was yawning. She needed to wipe that condescending smirk off her face. She calmed herself and started to form a plan. She took out a smoke bomb and threw it to the ground. Midoshi smirked as 2 clones came out of the smoke, charging at her. They attacked her, which Midoshi easily defended. Suddenly an arm shot out of the ground with a kunai aimed at her. "Not bad, she's make this more interesting," Midoshi thought. She bent back to avoid the stab and kicked the kunai out of her hand. She flipped back to her feet and kicked the feet from under the one of the clones. She then kicked the other clone 3 times and dispelled it with a vicious spinning hook kick. She then used her veil to stab the other clone in the stomach, dispelling it. 4 snakes appeared and caught her, forcing her to the ground. Fire shot out from underground and crashed into the trapped Midoshi. Anko popped out of the ground and was looking at the burning corpse. She was still alert as she neared the body. What she saw was discarded skin. Anko suddenly felt something cut into her side. She cried and jumped back to see Midoshi cloth. Midoshi jumped out of the ground and charged at Anko. Anko's injury slowed her down as Midoshi used taijutsu to attack. Anko defended as best as she could, but Midoshi proved to be faster than your average 12-year-old. The wound to her side was not helping her. Midoshi took advantage and kicked her where the wound was. Anko hit the ground in pain. Midoshi looked at her with disappointment. "I was expected a bit more out of you, but I guess that's that. I've grown bored of you and I have a job to do," Midoshi said. Her veil prepared to strike her when an explosion caught her attention. From out the smoke, a ball with spikes came at her. She moved to get out of the way. As she landed, a blonde with a naginata appeared and attacked her. She was very surprised by the skill and speed at which he was wielding the weapon. Jacken kept Naruto covered while Yakumo got Anko out of the way. Midoshi ducked under Naruto's swing and attempted to kick him. Naruto blocked her kick with the weapon but saw the veil around her waist come at him. Jacken countered with his kusarigama and pulled her veil, causing her to be off balance. Naruto stabbed the blade into the veil and kicked Midoshi 2 times. He swung around the weapon and planted 2 feet into her chest, sending her flying. Midoshi stood to face her attackers. Naruto held his naginata out while Jacken spun the spiked ball above his head. Jacken was the first to attack, throwing the ball at her. She dodged it and charged. Naruto met her charge and the 2 were engaged in another round. Jacken joined in the fray. Midoshi was having trouble fighting the 2 of them as they were in sync with each other. "Guys, I'm ready. You need to get back here," Yakumo shouted. Naruto and Jacken disengaged and made their way toward Yakumo and Anko. Midoshi wasn't about to allow that to happen and readied to summon another serpent. Suddenly, she found herself unable to move. She struggled against this invisible force when the ground under her collapsed. She looked down to see a huge lava pool and it looked ready to erupt. Midoshi smirked as she realized that this was a genjutsu set up by the girl. She released a bit of chakra to dispel it, but she found that she couldn't. She used a bit more of her chakra to break out of it, but she couldn't. That's when the pool of lava erupted. Midoshi's eyes went wide as the lava consumed her. The team looked on as Yakumo focused her chakra through her drawing. Yakumo suddenly pitched forward, but she was caught by Jacken. He placed her on his back and secured her. Naruto used his clones to carry Anko and together then left. Unknown to them, Midoshi was on the other side of the room as she watched the image disappear. She summoned a large group of snakes to surround her. One of them caused enough pain to get her loose. She escaped just as the lava consumed her. She took several breaths to calm herself. She looked to see that the snakes she used were dead and burnt to a crisp. A genjutsu that causes actual damage, something like that exists within Konoha. She thought. Midoshi decided not to pursue them. She had done her task and she was now heading back to the base. In her mind, she was curious about this team of Ankos. It was now night and Team Anko took time to rest. Naruto set up traps while Yakumo tended Anko. Jacken, who was already taken care of, was cooking up the remaining rations that survived the mission. The group was deathly quiet. Even as Yakumo tended to Anko, she said nothing to her. Naruto came back and told his team that the traps are set. Anko saw that he was only directing that to his teammates and not her. When dinner was done, her team took some of it and sat at the other side of the camp. Anko sighed at this but did nothing against it. She deserved this for her actions against the team. She was warned by the Sandaime not to allow her feelings to get in the way, but it did. She left her team to fight alone because she saw who she believed to be Orochimaru. She treated them lower than dirt when this mission began. She was only trying to protect them, but she alienated them instead. Anko ate alone again and it hurt. Chapter 13, The Ballad of Anko Mitarashi. Hiruzen was always a perceptive shinobi. He developed it as he got older and passed it along to his students. It was a skill he passed along to Naruto as well. That's why he was not surprised by what was being reported to him by Anko. As he listened to her report, he observed her team. He could see the displeasure in their faces of being near Anko. It seems that his warning to her had gone unheard. Anko finished her report and he straightened himself up. Very well then, I can't call this mission a success as we gained nothing from this. I will, however, look into this Midoshi child. If she is this skilled, then she may be a problem in the future. Hiruzen said. He looked at Anko's genins. You three may leave now and consider yourselves on leave for a week. Thank you Hokage-sama, they said and left his office quickly. He noticed that they didn't even spare Anko a glance as they left. Hiruzen saw that she took it all without compliant. He looked at her for a while before lighting the tobacco in his pipe. He blew out some smoke and sighed. It was my mistake to trust you with this mission. I thought that you would put the needs of their lives ahead of your pain. What do you have to say for yourself, Mitarashi? He asked seriously. I have no excuse, sir. I did put myself ahead of the squad and they were almost killed because of my past. For my actions, I am ready to face my punishment. Anko said. Oh, and what should your punishment be? He asked. I will immediately resign as a shinobi of Konoha. I do not deserve such an honor after my actions. She said. Hiruzen looked at her before taking another puff. Your request is denied. But sir, you're just running away for this issue and I refuse to allow that. You created this mess with your team and you will fix it. They have the potential to be great and you have the potential to be a great leader. I will not allow you to run away from this. Hiruzen explained. Anko sighed and looked down at her feet. They do not trust me nor do they respect me. I don't think I can plead my case to them. Anko said sadly. Then consider this a challenge as you have in the past. I remember a young woman who didn't let the words of some idiot stop her from becoming the most feared kunoichi in Konoha. Hiruzen said with a smile. Anko blushed at the praise. Hiruzen walked up to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. You are not your sensei and he made a mistake in throwing away your devotion for him. It will be a mistake that he will come to regret, I assure you. You have the chance to do what he could not. They will need you, don't abandon them. Anko nodded and left the office. It was a rare sight that Ibiki Morino walked in on. He was at a local bar that he took his people when the day was over. At the bar, his number one wasn't drinking. He saw the bottle of sake and he saw that she had some in a cup but she wasn't drinking. He decided to see what was up with his number one. This is a rare sight indeed. Mitarashi Anko, not shit-faced and dancing. Ibiki joked. He looked to the bartender and put up 2 fingers. He turned his attention back to her. It was a joke, Mitarashi. I'm not in the mood for jokes or drinking right now, Scarface. Anko said. Yep, it's you all right. I was getting worried that we had a spy in the place. He saw. The bartender returned and placed 2 small sake bottles in front of him. He thanked the bartender and turned his attention back to her. I heard about your mission. You really screwed up. I know, all right. I don't need you writing my ass about it. Enko snapped. I am your superior, so I have an opinion, and my opinion is that you screwed up. Don't forget, Enko, I'm one of the few who isn't scared of you. Enko scoffed and returned to looking at her drink. Ibiki took a sip of his sake before he spoke again. So what are you going to do? I don't know. They hate me and they have a right to. My actions could have gotten them killed. Can I offer you some advice? Ibiki asked. Enko made a motion for him to continue. Move on and put it in the past. You have an opportunity to train 3 ninja who probably will be great in the near future. Orochimaru will still be around for you to get your answers, but for now you have to live in the present. Our past is our past, we learn from it and move on. Ibiki said. Enko looked at him with surprise. That was deep. You must really be sick to your stomach at this moment. Enko joked. I do need to take a shower, yes, but that doesn't mean I'm wrong. Ibiki said. Enko chuckled and looked at her drink. Live in the present, huh? She muttered. She gulped down the cup of sake. She slammed the cup down and let out a loud cheer. A round of sake on Ibiki. Hey! Ibiki shouted as the crowd cheered. The next day found Naruto eating his breakfast. He was eating his ramen and had a small carton of milk next to him. Ramen and milk, you have some weird taste, kid. A voice said. Naruto turned to see Enko at his window. What do you want? Naruto asked rudely. Meet me at Area 44 in 20 minutes. Don't argue with me and just do it. Enko ordered before disappearing. Naruto looked at the window before he sighed. He forgot about breakfast and went to get ready. Yakumo was feeding birds when she saw Enko standing outside her compound gates. She was curious and made her way to the front. Enko waited patiently as Yakumo approached. The 2 guards were glaring at her when they saw the heiress arrive. Mitarashi-san, what is it I can do for you? She asked. I need you to report to Training Ground 44 in 20 minutes. Enko said. But the Sandame gave us the week off. Yakumo said with an edge. Yes, but we need to talk. If I have to kidnap you, I will. Enko threatened. That did not go over well with the guards who reached for their tantos. Yakumo looked at Enko, who had a serious expression on her face. As you wish, I will be there. Yakumo said. Thank you. Enko said and left the area. Yakumo made her way to the house as the guards tried to reason with her. Jacken stepped out of his apartment to do some shopping when Enko appeared in front of him. The 2 glared at each other before Jacken relented and sighed. Can I help you? He asked harshly. Area 44, 20 minutes, be there. Enko said. And what if I refuse? Jacken asked. You don't want to know. She said and disappeared using a shunshin. Jacken decided to be on the safe side and agreed to the Saika's request. Naruto entered the area in his civilian clothes. He noticed that Jacken and Yakumo were there as well, also in their civilian clothes. As he walked, he felt that they were being watched. It wasn't Enko, but it seemed to be several of them that were surrounding the area. He walked up to his teammates and stood by them. You too, huh? He asked. Yep, got a clue on what this is about? Jacken asked. Nope, do you, Yakumo? Naruto asked her. Not the slightest, Yakumo began when Enko appeared. Good, you came. I figured that I would have to do this the hard way. Enko said. She was greeted with silence. She sighed and steadied herself. Fine, you don't have to talk to me because all the talking will be done by me. First off, let me say this, I'm sorry. Those words caused everyone in the area to look at Enko in surprise. Jacken was the first to speak. Pinch me, I think I'm dreaming or under a genjutsu. He said. Yakumo did just that, caused Jacken to yelp in surprise. You said to pinch you. Yakumo said. I was freaking kidding, Jacken exclaimed. Enko chuckled at them and began to speak again. My action on the mission were unacceptable even if I had reason to act that way. She said. What do you mean? Naruto asked. When I graduated from the academy, I wasn't placed on a team like you 3. I became the apprentice to one of the Sannin. That Sannin was Orochimaru. She explained. She looked to see if she had their attention still and was happy that she did. All I know is that he saw great potential in me and wanted to further my skills. He taught a lot of forbidden jutsu and I helped him with some of his experiments. I just want him to please him any way I could. You can even say that I loved him a little bit. She got this sad look on her face. What happened? Asked Yakumo. I became one of his experiments. Enko said. She removed her coat and turned around. She motioned them forward and pulled her mesh suit down around her shoulder. The team saw a tattoo. That is called the Ten no Juin. It is a seal that gives the user incredible power but at the cost of your freedom. I and 9 others were given this seal. I was the only one to survive. After that, he abandoned me and left me to the mercy of Konoha. Enko pulled back up the mesh and picked up her coat. She put it back on and faced her team again. I'm not telling you this so you would feel sorry for me. I'm not telling you so you would understand. I'm telling you because you deserve to know why what happened. Anko said. The team knew that Anko was putting herself out there and they did understand a little about her actions. Still, there was the trust that she lost from that mission. Anko saw this and smiled. So, now that you know, you have a choice. Choice? They asked. Yes, this has made me realize how much I still have to go to be an instructor. I do believe that you all have potential and I do feel that we can all bring out that in each other. However, there is the lack of trust we have. So, by the end of the week, I will return here at 8. If you still wish for me to lead, then be here and we can continue. If you feel that I can't be trusted, then I will switch with someone you can trust. The team looked at each other before looking at her. Well brats, I'll see ya in a week or I'll see around. Anko said and was gone via Shunshin. The sun brought in a new day in Konoha. It awoke Anko who sat up and yawned. She stretched her muscles out and scratched her head. She looked to her calendar and her mood dropped a bit. Today was the day that her fate would be decided. She looked to see that it was now 7:30 and she had 30 minutes to reach the training ground. She didn't want to get up but she knew that she was being selfish if she did. Truth was, she enjoying teaching a little. They chanced to mold 3 little brats into a likeness of her made her giddy. Still, she knew that they didn't trust her. Well, no use stalling. Let's get this over with. Anko thought. She made her way to Area 44. When she arrived, she was very surprised to see her team waiting for her. She walked up to them as they stood at attention. This is a surprise. Anko spoke. Well, I know how it feels to have secrets that you don't want to tell. Naruto said. I know what it is to be left alone when someone you think cares. Yakumo said. I believe in second chances. Jacken said. So you really want me as your sensei? I can't promise that something like this won't happen again. Anko said. Yeah, but like you said, we can learn from one another. While you teach us, we can teach you or make you forget or something. Naruto said. You think that you can teach me something? Anko said with humor. Anko looked at them with a smirk. Fine, you had your chance to escape but now your asses belong to me. I'm going to train you little bastards in a supreme fighting force that can do anything and kill anything. This, my little prisoners, is a start of something new. Are you with me? Hi sensei. The team shouted. Alright then, Anko shouted and slammed her hands onto the ground. The smoke cleared and a familiar reptile came into view. Mai hissed at the team and looked like she had a smirk on her face. The team took off as they didn't want to get caught. Anko jumped on Mai's head and the snake charged at them. The team continued to run as the insane laughter of Anko rang throughout the training ground. Midoshi twirled a kunai as she laid lazily in her room. Her mind wasn't on the various serpents that roamed around her room. It was on that team she encountered. While Anko was not impressive, her genin were. It was the only reason why she didn't remove her from the snake contract. A girl that could make genjutsu into reality was very interesting. She wondered if the other two were just as interesting as her. She decided to keep an ear out about this team. She figured that it might be fun down the road. Chapter 14, First Blood. What's your E.T.A. Ghost? Anko's voice came over the radio. I'll be set in 2 minutes. Yakumo replied. Make it sooner. Bangs, Knuckles, get ready to move. Anko said. What were you smoking when you came up with these names? Ghost is the only good codename. Jacken asked harshly. At least you got the cooler name Bangs. Naruto said. What the hell are you talking about? I'm Knuckles, you're Bangs. Jacken argued. Anko listened in as the two continued to argue. Hey, shut the hell up and get ready. Anko said through the radio. I'm ready sensei. Yakumo said. Alright, commence operation. Anko said. Anko pulled out a telescope and looked in the direction of the T&I department. She watched as Yakumo casted her genjutsu over the building. Everyone was wondering what was going on. Anko heard her radio buzz. Go Bangs. Told you so. Jacken cheered. We're set and primed. We're making our exit. Naruto said. Alright, Ghost we packing up. Anko said. Roger that. Yakumo said. The genjutsu ended, leaving many to wonder what the hell was going on. After a while and finding nothing wrong, everything went back to normal. Ibiki entered his office to get some work done. He closed his door to get some privy. Seconds later, there was an explosion that alerted the guards. They rushed to his office and busted down the door. What they saw surprised them greatly. Covered from head to toe with orange dye was Ibiki. His office was a mess as well. Ibiki wiped some dye away from his face. No one dared laugh even though it was the funniest sight they ever witnessed. Ibiki knew that only one person could have set this up. I will remember this Anko. Be sure that I will remember this. Your team will feel the sting of my revenge as well. Ibiki hissed. On the other side of the village, a chill went up Team Enko's backs. Naruto looked at their sensei. Why do I feel that you've just sent us to an early grave? He asked. Don't worry about it. The worst that will happen is that I won't get any great interrogations for a month. Enko said. I meant us. Naruto added. Oh, you guys are screwed. I mean, you did very well with this little mock assassination, but Ibiki will find you and mess you up. He'll probably let you stew for a year before he strikes. Enko said like it was nothing important. Her team looked at her with hate. The next day, the team was attempting to get back at their sensei for yesterday's little stunt. Enko held back and was smiling as she dodged kunais, staff strikes and Kurosagama attacks. They were really trying to lay her out today. I'll admit you guys are really making me work today, Enko said in amusement. Naruto growled and increased his speed. Enko had to push herself a bit more as Naruto's thrust his staff at a rapid pace. She definitely didn't want to get bruised up. She was surprised when Naruto stopped his attack and jumped back. She was ensnared by vines that secured her to a tree. Jacken and Naruto were quickly doing seals. When they were finished, they unleashed their attacks. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough, Naruto shouted. Kaden. Karyuden. Fire release. Fire dragon missile, Jacken shouted. Fire and wind mixed together creating a huge ball of fire. Enko whistled as the attack consumed her. It also took out the tree and the 3 trees behind it. The two stopped their attack and waited for Enko to attack. You think she's dead? Jacken asked, holding his weapon at the ready. No way, she's the devil. That fire probably was absorbed by her, fire-breathing witch. Naruto said. What a horrible thing to say. Enko said. The two turned to see Enko without her coat and she was sitting on her pet snake, Mai. Mai attacked them but she was suddenly overwhelmed by countless clones. Enko noticed that this was not the work of Naruto as the clones seemed to reform after being destroyed. This must be the work of Yakumo. They have greatly improved but I think it's time to end this little game. Enko thought. She disappeared as Naruto and Jacken along with Yakumo's clones defeated Mai. They beat her enough to send her away. They realized that Enko was no longer around and readied themselves. That's when Yakumo's technique was cancelled and she was sent flying out of the tree line. Both teammates rushed to help her when they were suddenly caught by a net. The two struggled to get loose. When the hell did she set this up? Jacken shouted. He tried to cut through the net but his blade couldn't. Naruto did the same but his kunai couldn't cut through it either. Yakumo stayed perfectly still as Enko had used a black mamba to tie her up. Enko suddenly appeared and looked at her team. You guys almost had me today. It was as if you really wished to do me harm. Enko joked. Her team glared at her. Still, you didn't cut me so you know what that means. Enko happily munched on her dango. They were stacked up high on her plate. The owner, a retired ninja and friend of Enko, just shook his head. I can't believe you. How can you do that to your own students? He asked. Hey, they didn't have to agree to my terms. Besides, it builds character. Enko explained. What about the danger you placed them in with Ibiki? I know that he was incredibly displeased with how his office was. He needs to lighten up and take a joke. Enko said as she munched of her treat that her cute little genin paid for. As she ate, she heard a conversation. So you're entering your team into the Chunin exams. Where is it to be held this time? A man asked. It's being held in Takigakure this time. The female jonin said. You think that they are ready for such a challenge? I've heard that Iowa will be in this year's exam. The man said. I believe that they are ready. I've been pushing them hard and in 2 months, they will be hard to beat. Trust me, I believe in my team. The jonin said. Enko tuned out the rest of their conversation and stared off into space. If she had to admit, she believed that her team was close to being Chunin level. It had been 2 months since the C-rank mission that went to hell. After her students gave her a second chance, she poured herself into getting them ready for another C-rank mission. She worked them into the ground to get to that level. She worked them on everything from chakra control to ninjutsu. She didn't do too many of those D ranks but made up several mock missions, which turned out to be various pranks against Jonin and Chunin. Their teamwork was up to par and they had gotten closer to the level she wanted. However, one thing nagged her. While her team was stronger, she didn't feel that they were there yet. Hell, they haven't even taken their first lives. Enko continued to eat but the fun of it had long worn off. It would be a week later when Enko finally decided to do something about her dilemma. It even affected her torturing of her brats. She decided that she needed to talk to someone. She immediately crossed off Ibiki so she decided to go to the Hokage. The secretary, who didn't like her, ushered her in the office. Hiruzen noticed the glare of her secretary and gave Anko an amused look. What did you do to her, Anko? He asked. It isn't my fault, her boyfriend was a horn dog. Besides, I was still going through a phase. Anko said with mirth. Anyway, why did you need to see me, Anko? Is something wrong with the team? No, they're fine. They have grown quickly in such a short time. No, I'm here because I have an issue that I was hoping to get some answers for. Anko said. I'm listening, Hiruzen said. As you know, the Chunin exams are coming up. I have confidence that my team is at a level that is considered Chunin level. However, I'm concerned that they do not have the mentally to take the exam. I know that these exams have fatalities and you're wondering if they have it in them to kill. Hiruzen said, cutting her off. Anko nodded at him. I just want your advice on how I should handle this. Anko finished. Hiruzen knew what Anko was talking about. The Chunin exams didn't really begin until after the Third Ninja War. In his time, you got promoted by doing missions and finishing them with great skill. These exams were created as a way to promote wars among the nations, only this was legal. He understood what Anko was going through and he did have an answer for her. He was considering sending a team of Chunin to deal with this, but this would help Anko with her decision. Anko watched as he gave her a scroll marked with AC. Anko looked at it and back at the Hokage. This should help you with your decision, Anko. You start this mission tomorrow. Hiruzen said. Anko bowed and left the office. Team Anko looked over the pit and observed it. The darkness kept them from being seen by the sentries. Anko looked through her telescope and saw where the prisoners were being held. Anko turned to her team. Okay, you know what we have to do. I'll be making my way toward the prisoners. You are to scale down from behind and sweep the area. Keep anyone in those huts from joining up with the majority of the bandits. Knock them out or kill them, but we have to keep them for joining up. Understood, she said. Yes, sensei, they said. Naruto, create 4 clones for each of you. Anko ordered. Naruto did as he told and the group separated. Jacken, Naruto and Yakumo, along with the clones, made their way behind the bandit camp. They all slowly walked down the side of the cliff. They all hit the ground and separated to a different hut. The first hut that was hit was by Naruto. He crept up to the hut and knocked out the 2 standing at the entrance. 2 clones tied them up while Naruto and the other 2 clones surrounded the house. Naruto pushed open the door carefully and he would be forever changed. What he saw was horrible. One of the bandits had a young teenager pinned to the bed. Her clothes were ripped and he was violently violating her. Her screams of pain and cries to stop fell on deaf ears. Naruto was enraged and felt the Kyuubi's chakra. He moved with incredible speed and ripped the guy off the girl. He slammed the grown man into the wall and pulled out a kunai. He repeatedly stabbed the man, blood spraying the walls. He was about to stab him again until he saw the man's eyes. His eyes were filled with fear. He turned to the girl as she frantically tried to get away from him. He tried to calm her down, but she called him a monster. That froze Naruto to the core. The next hut was hit by Jacken. He and the clones surrounded the hut. Jacken gave the clones the signal and they entered the hut. They quickly dispatched the bandits before they made a sound. One, however, managed to get away and was escaping toward the back. Jacken, who was watching the back, was startled when someone came out. He saw that he was about to yell, so he silenced him. The kama ripped into his flesh right where the heart was. He covered his mouth so he would not make a noise. When he finally stopped moving, Jacken got a good look at the person he killed and was shocked to see that he was his age. Why is there a guy my age here? Did I just kill a kid? He thought. The last hut was Yakumo's. Using her genjutsu skills, the clones and herself managed to sneak up to the hut unseen. They all hit the hut quickly and took out the sleeping bandits. As they lay there, tied up and unconscious, Yakumo looked out of the hut to see a bandit approach. He had a little blood on his arm and was dragging something. That something was a young boy. A rope was around his neck. She shook in rage and unleashed some of the Ito's power. The bandit saw Yakumo at the entrance of the hut and was scared as she was glowing. He wanted to make a break for it when some skeletal arms shot out of the ground and dragged the bandit down into it. The bandit cried out for his comrades, but it suddenly stopped when he appeared out of sight. Yakumo cancelled her technique and ran over to the little boy. She threw the rope off his neck and she began to do CPR in order to bring him back to life. This is the scene that Anko walked in on. Anko had taken care of the bandits with ease and released the hostages. She heard a scream and quickly made her way to the huts. She watched as her female student tried to bring the dead boy back to life. She looked for her other 2 students. Jacken came out from behind the second hut. The kama looked bloody and Jacken was in a daze. Naruto exited the first hut and sat down on the steps. A young girl ran out wrapped in a cover. She saw that Naruto was covered in blood. He kept his focus on the ground. Anko sighed and went over to Yakumo. She tried to stop Yakumo, who slapped her hand away. She continued to do CPR, but Anko had enough and pulled her off him. She gave her slap, which caused her look at her. Yakumo and Anko looked at each other before Yakumo started to cry. She embraced Anko and Anko placed her hand on her head to calm her down. She looked at her team and she finally had her answer. She just wondered how she was going to fix this. Chapter 15. Learning to Cope. Enko looked at her team who were quietly sitting at the campfire. They were a half a day away from Konoha. She did not wish to keep her team at the village that they returned the prisoners to. While she would normally bathe in the praise, she saw how uncomfortable it made her team. Enko almost killed that girl who called Naruto a monster but settled for telling her off instead. Still, this was getting troublesome. She needed to get them out of this funk. Okay guys, start talking. Enko ordered. What are you talking about? Jacken asked. Tell me what's troubling all of you. Come on, let Auntie Enko calm your souls. She joked. Her team wasn't laughing and remained quiet. Enko sighed and leaned against the tree. I think back to my first kill. It was so long ago. She looked to see that she had their attention a little. It was when I was with the snake bastard of a sensei. He had me assassinate this merchant. The guy wasn't really an enemy to Konoha or anything, but it was something that I was ordered to do. What happened? Asked Naruto. I did the deed. His blood sprayed on me and all over his desk. I froze up and I stared at my hands. I was so out of it that I was nearly caught. I had a fear of blood for a while and I would throw up if I even saw a drop of it. After a while, I just got used to killing and I enjoyed it. That was until the last time I took a life, she said while looked at the fire. The last time you killed? Asked Jacken. It was a mission that included me and some others. I was so caught in my lust for blood that I killed one of comrades. Seeing what I did, I froze again. When we got back, my commanding officer took me aside and talked with me. After that, I found a way to cope. So, what do you do to cope? Yakumo asked. Mostly sex, sometimes interrogations, I do a lot of various things. Enko joked. That got a deadpan look from her team. Now that's my team. I know what you feeling sucks. First kills are never easy and they never ease with time. They will be burned into your memory for the rest of your lives. You just have to find a way to cope with every life you take. If you become an emotionless zombie going through the motions, then you'll crack and spiral out of control. Enko explained. Wow, that was deep, Naruto said, a surprise. Who the hell are you, woman? Jacken asked. I'll check for genjutsu, Yakumo added. Ha, 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 very funny, get some sleep. Enko said. They laughed and did as she said. Enko could see that they were in high spirits, but she wondered how long that would last. She decided that she would need to call in some more help. Naruto sat in his apartment, wasting time and eating ramen. His team was off duty for 2 weeks. The old man asked if he wanted to talk to someone about what happened, but he told him he was fine. The truth was, he was still saddened by the comment of the girl. He knew that he wasn't a monster, but her words brought back some painful memories. Memories of being chased and beaten flooded his brain and it gave him some nightmares. He sighed and stopped eating his ramen. Wow, you actually stopped eating ramen. The world must be ending. A voice said. Naruto was startled and looked toward his window. Sitting on the window was Kakashi Hatake. Naruto met the one-eyed shinobi while he was still a student of the Sandame. He was impressed with his mastery of the Kage Bunshin shadow clones. Some months later, he appeared before him on his birthday and gave him a book on Bunshinjutsu. It was from that book where he learned the Mizu Bunshin water clone. Damn it, Kakashi, stop doing that. Naruto shouted. Kakashi just gave him an eye smile. So, I heard that you got your first kill on your last mission. He said. You're not going to give me a pep talk, are you? Naruto asked. Nah, telling you about my first kill would be a waste of time. I do think that Enko is right about finding a way to cope. Why don't you get a hobby like I do? Kakashi said. I don't think they allow minors to buy porn. Naruto said with a deadpan voice. Well, do what you like to do. Remember the fun you had when you were 5. Kakashi said with an eye smile. Naruto looked confused before getting a thoughtful look on his face. The question was who would be his victim. Naruto suddenly got a wicked grin on his face. The Hyuga clan of Konoha was one of the strongest clans in Konoha. They carried themselves like they ran the place. Today, however, they were about to get humbled. Someone did the unthinkable and pranked the Hyugas. They weren't just pranked, they were completely embarrassed. Someone decided that it would be funny to spread the clan's underwear across the village. Who could have done such a thing to them? They got their answer from the shouts of the Hyuga clan members who were chasing a blonde. Get back here, Uzumaki. You'll pay for this humiliation. You ass is ours when we catch you. Naruto Uzumaki kept running, laughing his ass off. He had to admit that he felt a lot better after pulling this prank. While he wasn't going to take another life anytime soon, he had an outlet that he could do. He turned back to his pursuers and saw Neji among them. Hey Neji, I didn't know you were so into silk undies. That's so feminine, Naruto joked. He picked up the pace as Neji started to speed up. I'll get you for this Uzumaki. Neji roared. Kakashi turned away from his book to witness the prank. He smiled and knew that Naruto would be fine. Jacken entered the Anbu prison that was hidden from the world. He knew where it was because his officer was the person who showed it to him. He entered the prison with the special badge that was given to him by his handler. He walked up to one of the people there. He got their attention by showing them the same badge. Can I help you? The man asked. Yeah, I'm looking for one of the guards here. His code name is Kuma. Jacken said. You're Jacken, right? The teen nodded. Kuma is waiting for at training ground 13. Jacken thanked the man and made his way to the training ground. It didn't take him long to arrive there and he saw Kuma throwing kunai at a target. He didn't turn around to face Jacken who just walked onto the field. I'm surprised. Kuma spoke. I figured that you wouldn't seek me out so quickly. Yeah, well, I guess I needed someone to talk to. I really don't feel like visiting any of those Yamanaka shrinks. Jacken explained. What makes you think I can help you? Kuma asked. I don't know. I guess you can tell me about how you deal with killing. I know that as ninjas we are supposed to kill, but it isn't the same when you take the life of a kid. The fact that you feel remorse for this action proves that you're human. I don't feel human, Jacken said soberly. You want to know what I do to cope with the lives I take? Kuma asked. Jacken didn't say anything and stayed quiet. Kuma pulled out a leather book and threw it toward Jacken. Jacken opened the book and saw that there was nothing in the book. He looked back at Kuma and saw that he had a similar book. This book carries the lives of every person I've taken away. Some of them have names, others don't, but I place each and every one of those names in this book. Why would you do that? Jacken asked. They deserve to be remembered no matter if they are an enemy. In that book you can unleash your sorrows and your forgiveness and then put it away. You don't open that book unless you kill again, something that I hope you never have to do again soon. Kuma explained. So that it, say what's on my mind and then put it away. That sounds kind of cold. Jacken said. I never said that it wasn't. Try it and see if you can do it. Who knows, you may get what I'm saying to you. I'll give it a shot. Jacken turned and walked out of the training grounds. Kuma went back to his training when Jacken appeared again. Hey Kuma. I know Jacken, I know. Kuma said. Jacken nodded and left again. Under his mask, the Anbu member smiled. Yakuma was walking through the halls of her house in a trance. Her clansmen attempted to cheer her up but it was not helping. She did thank them for trying. As she walked down the hall she caught the sound of a flute. The sound gave off a melancholy sound. Curious and intrigued, Yakumo followed the sound. It took her toward the family garden where her father sat. She was surprised to see that he was playing a bamboo flute so skillfully. She watched for a while and listened to the music that he played. When he was finished, Yakumo made her presence known. You are certainly getting better, daughter. I really didn't recognize you there. Murakumo said. You didn't become a shinobi, father. Yakumo stated. True, but my brother did train me to be aware. He explained. Father, I did not know you knew how to play the flute. It is a hobby of mine. Plus, your mother's garden loves it when I play my music for them. Wouldn't they get sad because of how melancholy it sounds? Yakumo asked. So you noticed that. You are truly coming along. The reason for my mood and the sound is because I do not know how to make my dearest child feel better. Your uncle Unkai has spoken to you but it has done little to make you feel better. Murakumo said. I know where uncle is coming from but I just can't get that boy out of my mind. I couldn't save him. I wish there was a way to say that I was sorry for failing. She said. Murakumo couldn't stand to see his daughter in such distress. He looked to his flute and to his daughter. Would you like to learn how to play? He asked. Father, I don't think I have time. Yakumo said. Don't be silly, come here. He ordered. Yakumo reluctantly moved over to him. He carefully showed her how to play. She played a few bad notes which caused her to giggle. Murakumo smiled as he spent such time with her. The two continued for the remainder of the day learning how to play the instrument. 2 weeks had passed and Team Anko was waiting for their sensei. She arrived on time and looked at her genin. She saw that they were in much better spirits than before. She gave them all an amused grin. So, you guys look like you're back to normal. Did my students get a little lucky during their break? Anko asked suggestively. You and Kakashi need to get together at some point. The both of you are nothing but perverts. Naruto said. Please, that one-eyed joker wouldn't know what to do with a woman like me. So really, how are you guys doing? Anko asked. I'm getting over it. I don't think that kill will ever fade but I've found it better to write my apologies and put it behind me. Jacken said. Anko nodded and looked to Yakumo. The life I couldn't save sucks but I think that I've let it go. I even composed a song for him. My family really liked it. Yakumo said with a smile. What about you, Naruto? Anko asked. I've been coping and that kill made me realize that I have a long way to go still. It was fun getting back to my mischief ways and forgetting that I'm a ninja for a while. Naruto said. Well then, I'm happy that you have found ways to cope with your kills. How about we go and get us a D-rank mission? Enko said. The team cheered and made their way toward the tower. Enko looked on as her team conversed with one another. She was very lucky to get this team. They will become legends in the making. Midoshi walked into Orochimaru's office. She folded her arms and waited for the snake to speak. Midoshi, I'm glad that you could make it. Orochimaru said. Get to the reason of why I was called on again. She said. My dear, I'm just giving you a chance to stretch your legs for a while. Orochimaru said. And exactly what are you talking about? In 3.5 months' time, I will be meeting with someone within the Land of Fire. It will be around this time that the genin squads will be returning for Takigaku. I wish for you to attack the returning teams to give me enough time to meet with my contact. Orochimaru explained. So, you want me to take out a bunch of genin? What a waste of my time. Midoshi said. Do this for me and I will allow you to enter the next Chunin exam. The one that will be held in Konoha. He added. Midoshi thought about this. She wanted to get into Konoha to locate that girl who was with Enko. She was intrigued by her skills in genjutsu. She wanted to convince her to teach her how to make those illusions into reality. Fine, I will do this other favor for you, but you better hold up your end of the bargain. Midoshi said. You have my word, Orochimaru said. Midoshi scoffed at that and walked out of the Snake Sanin office. Chapter 16, Hunting the Pervert. Hiruzen entered the Hokage Tower. He had just gotten back from seeing those teams that were heading to Takigaku for the Chunin exams. He kept a positive outcome to how well they may do. As he walked toward his office, he heard a loud noise coming from that direction. He turned the corner and got a small smirk on his face. His secretary was holding that demon cat, Tora, in her arms. She kept it out of the reach of Team Enko, who was being restrained by several Chunin and Anbu. He also saw that the team was badly scratched. That was the price of retrieving the daimyo wife's cat. He coughed loudly to get everyone's attention. They stopped their actions to see that their leader was in the area. That lasted only a couple of seconds when Team Enko attempted to get the cat again. The Chunin and Anbu refocused their attention to stopping them while the secretary kept Tora away. Hiruzen just sighed. Team Enko stood in front of Hiruzen, badly bruised and angry. Hiruzen just looked at them with amusement. Okay, I believe it would be safer if your team never gets the capture Tora mission ever again. Hiruzen said. That would be most wise, Hokage-sama. Enko said. Yeah, we're killing it next time. Jacken added. I'm with you. Naruto commented. I don't give a damn if the samurai come after me. Yakumo finished. Hiruzen just smiled at the angry team. Team Enko was one of the best team among the genin teams. They were a well-oiled machine that got the job done. As he looked over his records, Enko's team did more D and C rank missions than any squad. He was happy that his gamble paid off so well. It was very liberating to rub it in elders' faces. As he continued to look on, he noticed something. There was supposed to be a report from one of his out-in-the-field shinobi. The report was due 3 weeks ago. He frowned and wondered what the hell was taking him so long to report to him. He looked at Team Enko and shrugged. While it might be an impossible task, he felt confident that this team might complete the mission he was planning. Okay, I have a personal favor to ask of you. Hiruzen began. What is it, Hokage-sama? Enko asked. I need you to track and retrieve one of my shinobi. He was to check in 3 weeks ago with a status report. He explained. Do you believe that he's been captured? Asked Naruto. Not this one, he is actually a student of mine. His name is Jiraiya. Lord Jiraiya is missing, exclaimed Enko. It's more like he's goofing off again. Trust me, Jiraiya is an excellent spy but has some very bad and annoying habits. One of these habits must be the reason that he has not reported in. Track him down and bring him back to Konoha. Use whatever means you have to. He said. Yes sir, they all said and left to get prepared. Hiruzen prayed for their success. The team entered a Tofikagai, homely woman town. The town was known for its hotels and gentlemen clubs. It was also the last place that Jiraiya was seen. Why would Lord Jiraiya come to a place like this? Yakumo asked. Got me, but this is where he was last reported. Alright, we'll split up and search the area. Enko ordered. The team nodded and made their way to different corners of the city. It would be several hours of searching, but they yielded no results. The team reunited to get something to eat. As they ate, they vented their frustrations. How can it be this hard to find one guy? Jacken whined. He is one of Konoha's best spies. He wouldn't be much of one if we could find him so easily. Yakumo commented. True, but you would think that someone must have seen him at some point. Naruto said. Complaining isn't going to get us anywhere. Let's just finish up and get ready to resume the search. The team groaned in displeasure and continued to eat. They finished their meals and went to pay for it. When the waiter came, Enko decided to ask him the same question she's asked everyone. Hey, I was wondering if you've seen a man around here. What does he look like? The waiter asked. Average height, average build, long white spiky hair, 2 red streak coming down his face, does that ring any bells? She asked. Yeah, I know who you're talking about. He should still be at the FUNN Street Kanrakugai Pleasure Quarter. The waiter told them. The team was ecstatic at the news and asked for directions to the place. Enko wanted to stop them but reconsidered it. After all, it would be funny to see their reactions when they realized what this place was. Enko was not disappointed as they entered the FUNN Street Narakugai. All 3 of her charges were blushing like mad. She only wished she had a camera with her to remember this moment. It only got funnier when the half-naked girls were all over Naruto. They cooed at him and touched his whisker marks, which made him get redder. Jacken got a few admirers, as did Yakumo. She wasn't mistaken as a boy, the world was just like that. Having enough fun at their expense, Enko asked where she could find Jiraiya. All of them giggled and led them to where Jiraiya was. They were led into a large room where Jiraiya was surrounded by many women of different sizes. The man had a bottle of sake in his hand and had his arm around the waist of one of the women. The team could not believe that this was the student of the Sandame. The woman who led them made her way toward him. Jiraiya-sama, you have some guest, she said. Jiraiya looked over to them. His eyes quickly focused on Enko. Well, a new girl and she's a kunoichi geisha, he said in a drunken haze. Enko raised an amused eyebrow. Great, this guy's a pervert, Naruto muttered. Hey, I'm not a pervert, you brat. I'm a super pervert, Jiraiya admitted, causing the girls to giggle. The team looked on, shocked that he admitted it. Enko just smirked at the white-haired pervert. Sorry old man, but you can handle this, Enko said. You never know that, my dear. I'll do things that you've never experienced before, Jiraiya said seductively. Really, I might just take you up on that, Enko flirted. The genin were not amused. Hey, we didn't come here so you could get your rocks off, Jacken shouted. He then turned back to Jiraiya. Look pervert, you're 3 weeks late with your report to the Hokage and we're here to escort you back to Konoha. Jacken suddenly realized that he was talking to air. Noticing his team's gaze, he found Jiraiya flirting with Enko again. So, you want to ditch these brats and take me up on that offer? He asked suggestively. As fun as it may be to watch you die happy, I'm afraid my genin is right. We're here to escort you back to Konoha. Maybe if you come quietly, I just may take you up on that offer, Enko said with a grin. Sorry darling, but I can't return just yet. Just tell the old man that I'll see him in 5 days, Jiraiya said. He suddenly felt something on his groin area. He looked down to see a kunai. Sorry Lord Jiraiya, but this isn't up for debate. You're coming with us, Enko stated. Jiraiya just smirked before quickly grabbing her wrist. He saw that her team was making a move to stop him and he flipped Enko toward them. Enko twisted in a way that allowed her team to avoid her. Naruto pulled out his staff and started to attack. Jiraiya noticed that the boy was not attempting to hurt him, just disable. He also recognized this style of bojutsu. This is definitely sensei's style. He broke the boy's pattern and grabbed him by the GI shirt. He threw to his left into the other boy before disarming and restraining the girl. Enko glared at him and made a move to attack, but Jiraiya made a negative signal to her. That wouldn't be wise. Look, just tell the old man that I'll see him in 5 days. My business will be over by then. Sorry, but that's not going to happen. My team has a high mission rate and I won't have it wrecked because you want to chase some tail, Enko said. You're being stubborn, Jiraiya sighed. And you don't know who you have captured, Enko said with a smirk. Confused, he looked at the girl. Recognizing who it was, he was too late as Jiraiya found himself swallowed up by ghostly apparitions. Yakumo appeared next to Enko. Nice work Yakumo, Enko congratulated. She then turned to the 2 males of her team. Alright, you 2 stop feeling up the girls and come on. You make it sound like we aren't trying. Jacken growled and finally escaped the clutches of the 3 women that had him. He pulled Naruto out of one woman's impressive cleavage and joined up with Enko and Yakumo. The ghost continued to maul Jiraiya, forcing him out of the place. When the team arrived and Yakumo cancelled her genjutsu, Jiraiya was gone. Son of a bitch, he couldn't have gotten far. Naruto, Enko shouted. Got it, Taju Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Mass shadow clone technique, Naruto said. The whole town was blanketed by thousands of shadow clones. They took off in different direction in search of the pervert man. Team Enko joined in the search as well. Unknown to them, a woman from the FUNN Street Narakugai looked at the 3 teens. She paid special attention to Jacken's retreating back. If someone was looking at her, they would see the look of shock as well as a single tear run down her cheek. It would be at sunset when the team realized that Jiraiya had escaped. They were tired, hungry and pissed. Jacken slammed his fist on a random wall. He got away, he stated. I don't know about you but this will not stand. I will not allow our record suffer because of this bastard. We are going to hunt this man down and drag his old ass before the Hokage. Enko said. But where could he have gone? We search everywhere in this town. He didn't pass any of my clones that we stationed at the exits. Naruto said. He couldn't have gotten far out of the city limits. We could probably pick up his trail if we search. Yakumo suggested. Good plan, let's get to it. We're not sleeping until we find a sign of where that bastard went. Enko turned around to head toward the exit when a flyer hit her in the face. Already annoyed, Enko ripped the flyer off and was about to tear it into pieces when she noticed something. She suddenly got a wicked grin on her face which her team saw. What is it, sensei? Naruto asked. I don't think we need to find a trail. I have a good idea where he's going. Enko said and handed her team the flyer. They looked at it and got the same grin on their faces. They decided to rest for the night and continue out as soon as the sun rises. They had a troublesome pervert to hunt down. You know Kuni, land of hot water, was a country that was famous for its hot springs. Their most favorite spring was a naturally heated resort that was built on the side of a dormant volcano. Around this time, the resort held a special contest, a bikini contest. Girls from all places came to this event and they were cheered on by many. There were always 3 judges who would later pick a winner. The prize was always different. This year's prize was 5,000 ryu and a part in the next Ika Ika novel whose author was a judge this year. Team Enko was within the crowd but kept a low profile so that their target would not see them. Yakumo looked at her sensei. Are you sure that we should be doing this to Naruto? Judging by what we know of this man, he could be in some serious trouble. She said. Don't worry about it. Naruto will lead him to the hotel room where we will surprise him. Trust me, we'll have him bound and gagged before he even tries anything. Enko said in reassurance. Why are we letting the pipsqueak handle this? Shouldn't you have done it? You don't mind flaunting it. Jacken said. Hey, I don't flaunt it. Besides, since he's gotten a good look at me, he'll know that it was a trap. Anyway, this will be a lesson in espionage that you guys have to learn anyway. Enko explained. They watched as the announcer led the girl off the stage. Alright everybody, get ready for a special treat. A late entry has entered the competition and guess what, they're twins. The announcer said, getting a loud cheer from the crowd. Let's hear it for our final contestants, Naruko and Ryoko. 2 girls, no more than 16, walked onto the stage. They were both blonde and had their hair in pigtails. The 2 also had 3 whisker marks on each cheek which made the men go wild. They showed off their bodies which were bouncing around for all to see. Both turned to the judges and focused in on Jiraiya. They winked at him and gave him a little show. When he tried to reach for them, one sister pulled the other away and gave him the no touchy sign with her finger. They continued to wow the crowd and when their time was up, they left the stage. Team Enko was impressed. Wow, he did better than I thought. Enko said in shock. I still hate that jutsu but it does have some uses. I'll admit that I'm impressed as well. Yakumo then turned to a blushing Jacken. What's the matter with you? She asked in concern. Nothing, just leave me alone for a while. He exclaimed. Ah, did you get a boner from watching you teammate? Enko teased. Jacken let out a string of curses as both females laughed at him. After the contest, Jiraiya was taking pictures with the winner of the contest. When it was over he was about to ask her something when he felt a pair of soft tissue on both arms. He grinned as he noticed the twins. They were both still in their bikinis. They also had some pouts on their face. Jiraiya-sama, how could you? Naruto asked with a pout. After the show we put on for you. Ryoko added. I am sorry ladies but you both were a close second. Jiraiya told. No fair, Naruto whined. We want to model for you. Please let us model for you. Ryoko asked cutely. Model, Naruto added. Well, I don't see why not. Do you have a place in mind? He asked. Let's go upstairs to our room. We'll model for you, Ryoko said. Even in the nude, Naruto added. Jiraiya was sold and rushed both girls to their room. They all entered and both girls placed Jiraiya in a chair. Are you ready Jiraiya-sama? Oh yeah, he said eagerly. Close your eyes, Ryoko said. The pervert did just that. He heard the faint sounds of clothes being removed and was giddy with excitement. Okay, you can open them now. He did just that and found himself wrapped up by a huge boa constrictor. The snake hissed at him. He was confused and afraid when the twins suddenly turned into brats. One brat disappeared in a puff of smoke while the other one had this smug little smirk on his face. What the hell? Jiraiya exclaimed. Sorry big boy, there will be no fun tonight. A familiar voice said. Jiraiya saw that it was Anko and her team. Okay my pet, swallow him up. She ordered the boa to do. Jiraiya squealed as the snake gobbled him up. When he was completely swallowed, Anko sent the snake back home. We got about 2 days before the juices of the snake dissolve him, so we'll be moving at ninja speed. Hi sensei. They all said. As they left the hotel, Naruto was starting to get disturbed at the fact that Jacken kept looking at him and blushing. What the hell is wrong with you? He asked. Nothing damn it, just leave me alone. Jacken exclaimed and walked past his team in order to get away from them. Naruto was greatly confused at his attitude and as to why his sensei and best friend were on the ground holding their sides. Chapter 17, Training with the Toad Sage. Team Anko arrived within 2 days. They went straight to the Hokage to give their report. Hiruzen looked at them with curiosity. Were you able to find Jiraiya? He asked. Yes Hokage-sama, we found him at his last location and engaged him. He managed to escape but we tracked him down in Unokuni. Land of Hot Water, Anko reported. Did you capture him? He asked. That we did, Anko said and summoned a boa. Okay girl, spit out the pervert. The boa did as she was ordered and spat of a slimy Jiraiya. He was in the fetal position and was shivering. Hiruzen looked at him then at Anko. I know that I gave you a bit of leeway but did it really have to go that far Anko? He asked. I couldn't think of any other way to keep him secure sir. Anko said. This was the only way Gigi. Old man Naruto added. It was totally necessary. Jacken interjected. Unavoidable sir, Yakumo said her piece. Hiruzen just smirked at the team. If it was necessary then, thank you for your quick work on finding him. Consider yourself on leave for a while. He said. The team cheered and left the office in smiles. Hiruzen just smirked and looked at his most troublesome student. After get cleaned up, Jiraiya was sitting across his smiling sensei. That wasn't funny sensei. I could have been killed in that snake. Jiraiya said with a pout. Maybe next time, you will report to me on time. Consider it, should it happen again. Hiruzen said. Jiraiya just grumbled a bit. So, what do you have to report? Nothing much, everything is as it should be. I am keeping tabs on a certain group of men. He said. What group is this? I have no idea. They pretty secretive and keep to the shadows. I have no idea what they are planning but I do know 2 things. This group consists of S-rank criminals and Orochimaru was once a part of this group. Jiraiya said. That is troubling. Find out more about this group Jiraiya and fast. What about my request? I checked my usual channels but there is no shinobi by the name of Midoshi. If she is working for Orochimaru, he's keeping it very well hidden. From what you assumed, he would want to keep her a well-kept secret if she is able to remove people from the contract. Hiruzen was in deep thought. The fact that Anko could still summon snakes meant that Midoshi found her worthy but why? Keep digging, something about this child is not sitting well with me. Hiruzen said. Will do sensei, Jiraiya said. Then he remembered something that he had been meaning to ask. Say, when did you take on another student? That blonde kid, he was using a bokata that I've only seen you use. Ah, that was young Naruto. I had to take him under my care after an incident when he was 5. Hiruzen said. The name sounded familiar to Jiraiya. Wait a minute, you don't mean Uzumaki Naruto? He asked. Yes, we are talking about the same child. He graduated for the academy 6.5 months ago. During which, I trained him so that he would not be cheated and to also help him control his emotions. It was something that had to be done seeing that he knows of the Kyuubi. Hiruzen said. Wait a minute, hold the phone, you told him. How could you do that? Jiraiya shouted. As I said, I had no choice. He was cornered by some ignorant people and under extreme conditions he used the chakra of the Kyuubi, killing everyone in that alley. I had to make sure that he was trained. Seeing that his godfather was out and his aunt is drinking away her savings, the responsibility fell to me. He said. Look, you know how important I am in the field. Jiraiya said. Do not make excuses Jiraiya. I understand more than anyone the importance that your information brings but he was still your responsibility. You should have made sure that he was taken care of. I can do so much. Hiruzen stated. Jiraiya fell silent at his sensei's tone. Hiruzen took a puff of his tobacco and blew out smoke. You need not worry yourself about him Jiraiya. He has found friends that he wishes to protect. Even after all this village has done, he still wishes to take my hat from me. Hiruzen assured him happily. Jiraiya nodded but he still felt a bit bad. He really didn't take his duties as godfather seriously. Maybe it was time to start. Naruto was enjoying his day off. He didn't have too many plans for today. He figured he could always prank someone or annoy Anko-sensei for a new technique, although made sure that his plans did not include the Hyugas. They were still sore about that last prank. As he continued to think, he felt someone to his left. He turned and saw Jiraiya. "Rasengan, pervy sage, what are you doing here?" he asked. Jiraiya balked at the name he gave him. "What the hell, what's with the name?" Jiraiya asked. "You're going to stand there and ask about why you earned that name?" "Really?" Naruto asked in a sarcastic tone. Jiraiya settled on giving the smug punk a dirty look. "For your information, brat, I'm a special type of pervert that the women flock to," he said. "I see that. I mean they're practically surrounding the stand," he mocked. "Whatever, brat, what are you doing today?" Jiraiya asked. "I was just deciding that. I figure that I would just go and train, keep my skill sharp," Naruto said. "Good, let's get started on that," Jiraiya said. He placed some money on the counter and grabbed Naruto's shoulder. They were gone via Shunshin body flicker. They appeared in one of Konoha's training grounds. Naruto was trying to get his footing while Jiraiya smirked at him. Naruto glared at the man. "You could have warned me that you were about to do that," he shouted. "Shish kid, you don't want to disturb our guests," Jiraiya said. "What guests?" Naruto asked. He watched as Jiraiya parted the tall grass and started to giggle. Curious, he looked and wasn't too surprised. He saw 3 women, splashing water on each other. He gave Jiraiya a look. "Why did you bring me here?" he asked, annoyed. "What? Oh yeah, I'm here to show you a technique," Jiraiya said. "A technique? Why would you show me a technique after what we did to you?" he asked. "Well, you guys impressed me. It's not every day I get tricked like that. So what do you say?" Naruto thought about it before looking at the man. "I'll agree to it if you teach a technique to my teammates. If this will make me strong, then I want them to be strong too," Naruto told him. "I don't see why not," Jiraiya said with a smirk. Naruto watched as he did some hand seals and summoned a scroll. "I heard from Sarutobi-sensei that you know the Kuchio's no Jutsu summoning technique, or rather, that Lord Enma is allowing you to summon one of his kin. I talked it over with him and he was okay with you keeping the tattoo while you get to be the proud member of the Toad Summons." "Toads? Didn't the Yondaime Hokage, 4th Fire Shadow, use toads?" Naruto said with excitement. "Yeah, and knowing my student, he would want you to sign the contract," Jiraiya said. Naruto was in awe. This pervert was actually the sensei of the 4th and he was going to be able to summon toads like him. "Where do I sign up?" Naruto said with confidence. Jiraiya smirked and unrolled the scroll. "Sign your name in blood and leave your prints," Jiraiya ordered. Naruto looked at the names that had used this scroll. He saw Jiraiya's name and Minato's name. Naruto bit into his thumb and began to sign his name. When he was done, he placed blood on each of his fingers and pressed it under his name. With that done, Jiraiya rolled up the scroll. "Okay then, the seals are the same as how you were taught by Sarutobi-sensei. Let's see what you can do." Naruto nodded and swiped some blood across his palm. He did the seals and slammed his hand on the ground. "Kuchio's no Jutsu," Naruto shouted. There was a puff of smoke that covered his hand. When it cleared, Naruto and Jiraiya was surprised. "Yo, my name is Gamakichi. You got any snacks?" he asked. Naruto suddenly began to jump up and down in happiness while Jiraiya kept his shocked face. "I knew he was quite skilled but I didn't expect him to summon a toad on the first try." Jiraiya watched as Naruto kept jumping around. That brought a smile on his face. "He may be a prodigy like you, Minato. I know that I was there before but I promise to be there in the future. Your boy is an extraordinary person." After 3 days, Jiraiya had to go back out. In those 3 days, he had trained Naruto in summoning. He was impressed and proud that his godson was doing so well. Within 3 days, he had managed to summon both sons of Gamabunta and 2 others that Jiraiya uses for messages. He had Naruto use the Kyuubi's chakra while he taught him and learned that he could summon battle toads. He was glad for that as it would turn the tide for him in battle. "Well kid, I need to get back to my research. I expect you to keep working on the technique. I'll be checking on you to see how far you've gotten with the technique," Jiraiya said. He then pulled out 2 scrolls. "These are for your teammates. I watched them while they trained and these shall do them good." "Thanks a lot Rasengan, for the training and the techniques," Naruto said. "You're never going to stop calling me that, are you?" Jiraiya asked with a dirty look. "Nope, never going to happen. Just like his mother. Anyway, I'll see you when I get a chance," Jiraiya said and left. Naruto just looked at the scrolls before leaving to see his team. Jiraiya watched him go and smiled. "I wish you luck my godson. I know that you'll do your parents proud." A week passed when Team Anko was called. The team sported a new look since their last mission. Jacken was wearing a dark blue ninja uniform with bracers on his shins and forearms. The uniform had a hood on it. He also had a bigger pouch that held his karaesugama. Yakumo wore a battle navy blue kimono with short sleeves. She was also wearing a mesh shirt under it. She had a scroll on her back and 2 pouches at her sides. Naruto was wearing a dark orange track pants, a mesh shirt and a blue jersey covered by an orange jacket. He had bracers that went up to the back of his hand. Enko was the most surprising of them all. Gone was the mesh suit and it was replaced with a black bodysuit. She wore a red checkered skirt, shin guards, a black sweater, fingerless gloves and a tan leather jacket with fur on it. Her pouch was strapped to her back. Hiruzen looked at them and waited for something. They didn't have to wait long as Team Guy entered the office. The team didn't look different but Naruto and Yakumo were wide-eyed when they saw Lee. Their friend of 5 years ran up and gave them a very strong hug. Naruto-kun, Yakumo-chan, my good friends, how have you been since our youthful graduation? Lee asked them. Naruto and Yakumo was speechless while Enko looked side and Jacken kept himself from laughing. That's when their sensei entered the office and they saw the cause of Lee's transformation. The man had the same haircut, green bodysuit and big eyebrows as Lee. Jacken was holding himself up because he was laughing so hard. Enko just shook her head while Naruto and Yakumo were still speechless. Neji managed to get Lee to calm down and release the two. After getting reacquainted with one another, Hiruzen called for order. The team stood at attention and awaited their orders. Team Enko, Team Guy, this will be a joint mission that will take about 2 weeks to complete. It is a high-ranking C-class mission that has no room for error. Hiruzen said. What is our mission, sir? Enko asked. An important scroll from Kiba no Kuni, land of Fang, is being transported to the border. Once at our border, it will be your mission to see the scroll to the capital. He said. Should we expect hostiles, Hokage-sama? Neji asked. Yes, this document can improve relations with our 2 lands. Many would attempt to stop you from completing your task. Be cautious of your surroundings. Yes, sir, they said and filed out of his office to begin their mission. We need to stop that scroll from getting to the fire daimyo. It can ruin our business, shouted a male voice. Agreed, which is why I have made arrangements. Come in, another ordered man. The door opened and a talk man entered. He had red hair and had cannon strapped to his back. May I introduce you to Bando? He will solve this problem for us. I'll solve your problems, for the right price that is, he said. Chapter 18, Race to the Capital, Part 1. It took both teams 2 days to reach Kiba no Kuni, land of Fang. They had a meeting with one of the daimyo's men and went over the mission. The man told them that the cartels in the land would not sit by and allow them to get to the fire capital. They decided to rest and wait until tomorrow before leaving. The daimyo's man placed them in a secure hotel under false names. After getting settled in, the Jonins left to do something. Naruto and Yakumo found this to be the best time to talk to Lee. Ever since they reunited, they had a swarm of questions to ask their friend. They dragged the spandex-wearing teen away from the room so that they can get some privacy. Once alone, the two forced Lee to sit and stared at him. Lee was very confused by how they were acting. Okay Lee, what's up with you? What's with the get-up? What's up with hairdo? What's up with the eyebrows? What's up? Naruto was cut off by Yakumo. What Naruto is trying to say is that we are surprised by your changes. Did your sensei force this onto you? Yakumo asked. Are you under a genjutsu? Yakumo, check for genjutsu. Naruto ordered. Yakumo was about to just that when Lee held his hands up. You may be at ease, my friends. I am not under any genjutsu. Guy-sensei has just shown me my path in life. He has shown me the path of youthfulness and has made my path ever so clear. Lee explained with excitement. Okay, Naruto drawled. So, this change is of your own doing. Yes, to be a splendid ninja without the use of genjutsu and ninjutsu, that is my goal. That is my ninja way. Lee said with fire in his eyes. Naruto and Yakumo were scared a little. After he calmed down, Yakumo spoke. If this is your wish Lee, then we will support you. I would consider a change of clothes though. She said. Why, could it be that you two want to further your powers of youth with Guy-sensei, suit of youth? Lee asked excitedly. No, 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 they both said and quickly shook their heads. While this may have been cool for Lee, they would never hear the end of it from Jacken and especially Anko. In the room, the remaining of the two teams was sitting around. Tenten was checking her weapons, Neji was busy meditating and Jacken was lying on his bed. He looked over to Tenten and saw the arsenal of weapons. Wow, that's a lot of steel, buns. What are you compensating for? Jacken joked. Tenten ignored him but you could hear her teeth grinding a little. Jacken just smirked as she ignored him. Jacken knew that she hated the nickname he gave her back in the academy. He only did it to piss her off. He didn't really have a reason other than to annoy his rival in throwing weapons. He decided to see how far he could take it. That's kind of cold, Buns. We're teammates for the time being, the least you can do is answer my question. He said with a smirk. Tenten saw his smirk and glared at the older teen. God, she wanted to ram a kunai where the sun doesn't shine. She took a calming breath and went back to her weapons. Jackin had to admit that he was impressed that she didn't attack him yet. Still, he had one more ace up his sleeve. Just as well, I'm going to have to cover for the both of our teams. The way you throw your weapons around, I still think the instructors cheated for you. Jackin said. What was that? What the hell did you just say? Tenten snarled. You heard me, Buns. He said. Tenten looked ready to strangle him. She reached for a kunai but quickly calmed herself. Chanting the mantra, only 3 more days, Tenten faced him with a calm expression. You know what, I'm not going to fall for it. You can say whatever you want but the fact is that you're just a bitter little boy. She said. Excuse me. Tenten got in his face before talking again. All you do is bitch and moan about how you should be number 1 but that belongs to me. So just deal with it because no matter what, you'll be just the 4th ranked. So kiss my buns and grow a pair. She turned her nose up from him and went back to what she was doing. Jackin looked embarrassed and was red with anger. That would be Tenten, 1, Jackin, 0. Neji said with mirth. Jackin just huffed and found the ceiling interesting. The rest of the team entered the room and looked upon everyone. Enko noticed that Jackin was pissed. Seeing the smile on Tenten's face, Enko got a vicious smirk on her face. Ah, did my oldest genin just get emasculated? Enko asked. Shut it, Jackin shouted. Tenten, Neji and Enko began to laugh while the others looked confused. So who are we dealing with? Bando asked. Just 2 genin teams and only 2 of them are famous. The henchman said. What does that mean? He asked. They have a Hyuga teen and Maida guy, Konoha no Ketakaki Aoi Moju Konoha's sublime green beast of prey. The henchman answered. The Hyuga might be a problem. That Byakugan will see us coming a mile off. Alright then, we'll have to change our plans. Even with Maida guy, there will be no trouble in taking out these genin. Bando said with confidence. The teams were a day out from the fire capital. Neji was in the lead because of his Byakugan. So far it was smooth sailing but the teams kept themselves alert just in case. They continued their trek and entered a heavily woodland area. As they walked, Yakumo got a very bad feeling. Being a part of the Kurama clan and trained heavily by her uncle, she had developed an unreal sense when it came to genjutsu. She could feel the vibes of one right now. Enko-sensei, something is wrong. Yakumo said, alerting everyone. Naruto's staff and Jackin Kusarigama were instantly out. Team Guy was also on alert. What's up Yakumo? Enko said as she looked around the trees. I believe that we have walked into an ambush. I can feel the effects of a genjutsu. She explained. Impossible, my Byakugan can see through genjutsu. Neji said. That's true but there are ways to beat a dojutsu-I technique. For example, if you have several people casting layer upon layer of genjutsu at the same time, it can negate a dojutsu. That is what I'm feeling at the moment. Yakumo said. Naruto, use that technique we practiced. Everyone, kill your chakra. Enko ordered. Naruto slammed his palms together and killed all his chakra. He built it up and crossed his arms. With a shout, he unleashed a huge wave of chakra that traveled a long distance. The team felt a tingly sensation for a few seconds. When it passed, Neji activated his Byakugan again. They have us surrounded, he shouted. Knowing that they had been found out, the enemy attacked. It was a brutal battle. Despite their huge numbers, the teams were having an easy time with them. Naruto was causing mass head trauma to several of them. Jackin was cutting them down with amazing speed and efficiency. Yakumo used small genjutsu to confuse her opponents and take them out from behind. Neji's Juken was devastating to many who attacked him. Lee was crushing his opponents with no problem. Tenten used her weapons with the skill of a war veteran. The enemy knew that they were beaten as they saw many of their comrades on the ground. Those left beat a hasty retreat. The genin was breathing hard and was trying to calm themselves down. The jonin couldn't be any more proud of them as they did now. Enko walked up to one of the attackers, one that was taken out by Neji. He'll do, she said. Jackin restrained the man. Guy hoisted the man on his shoulder and they were gone in a flash. Bando threw one of the injured henchmen into the wall hard. He died from the impact. He glared at all of them. He grabbed another henchman and held him up. What the hell happened? I thought that the ambush was foolproof. He shouted. It was. I just don't understand it. The girl in the battle kimono was able to tell that they walked into an ambush and the spiky blonde-haired brat was able to disrupt our chakra with his own. The henchman gasped out. Useless. Bando shouted and killed him with a squeeze of his hand. He looked at the rest of his men. Gather your weapons. I'll be coming along just to make sure that you don't screw up. Enko circled the man who was currently tied to a tree. She had her jacket off and held a kunai in her hand. She had this devious smile on her face. The man looked a little scared and that made her smile some more. So, we can do this one of two ways. You can be a spoilsport and tell me what I want to know, or you can be a tough guy and make this fun for me. Enko said. You don't have the balls to do anything. You might as well kill me now because I'm not saying jack. The man exclaimed. Oh goody, I was hoping that you would say that. Trust me, tough guy, you will tell me what I want to know. Enko said with a wicked smile before advancing on the man. Tenten jumped again when she heard the cries of something getting gutted. What surprised her the most was the fact that Enko's team didn't look bothered by it. If anything, they looked very annoyed. Couldn't she have done that farther into the forest? Jacken muttered. You know how sensei is. She's trying to get one of us to take an interest in her work. I'm not falling for it. Naruto said. It's all Yakumo's fault that happened. Jacken muttered. Hey, don't blame this on me. That wasn't my fault. Yakumo shouted. You used Kurama ghost powers on that one guy. I didn't need to know that he was a bedwetter until he was 15 or that he liked braiding his mother's hair. He countered. For the last time, stop calling my keke genkai that. Yakumo shouted. What the hell is wrong with you guys? Tenten shouted, stopping the argument. How can you just sit there and not be bothered by this? Well, Buns, Jacken said in sage-like voice. He quickly dodged the kunai she threw at him. The simple fact is that we are better ninja than you. Tenten looked ready to rush him, but she was held by Guy. Jacken jotted that down as a win for him. Naruto sighed while Yakumo bopped him in the head. Enko-chan is actually second in command of interrogation and intelligence department. She is very youthful when it comes to her skills. Guy explained. Is that what we're saying about her psychotic issues? Jacken asked mockingly. Enko suddenly appeared and made her way to her pack. She pulled out some wet naps and wiped her hands of some blood. That didn't take you long. Naruto commented. Pissed, that guy was a pussy. I only stabbed him with 5 kunais in his joints and he sung like canary. Enko said. Lee, Neji and Tenten all looked at her with a new sense of fear. Enko then pulled out a bingo book from her pack. She started to flip through it. Hey guy, does the name Bando register with you? The arms dealer, he is on many wanted list, Hino Kuni, Land of Fire, included. He is unyouthful and his weapons have killed many innocents. Guy said. Well, that's who is after us. Apparently this scroll will give the fire daimyo a reason to allow his samurai into Kiba no Kuni. If that happens, the cartels will be put out of business. The big boss paid a pretty good amount to stop us from ever reaching the fire capital. Enko said. She found a picture of the man and laid it down for all to see. Damn, that is one tall son of a bitch. Jacken spoke. So what's going to be the plan? Asked Tenten. The old man stressed that this should get to the daimyo with haste, so directly confronting him is out of the question. Naruto inputted. Naruto is right, but if the money is as good as Enko-sensei said, this bando will not stop until we are dead. My guess would be he will personally come himself. Neji added. What if we set an ambush of our own? Yakumo asked. Did you hear Naruto? Asked Enko. No, what if we ambush them here? She asked again. Enko looked confused and motioned her to continue. Yakumo explained her plan, which both Enko and Guy could not help but be impressed. That's not a bad plan. It would slow them down and give us a head start. Is there any objections? Enko asked everyone. There was none. All right then, let's get started. It was now dawn and at the camp everyone was getting ready to move. They decided to get moving as soon as the sun rose. The sound of a cannon alerted them. A huge blast erupted in the camp, killed both Guy and Enko. The sky was filled with shadows as Bando's men attacked at once. This time, they were overpowered and taken out. They began to search for the scroll while they hurt the genin. Bando entered the camp with a smile. He found it funny how the blonde glared at him with fury. Have you found the scroll yet? Bando asked. No yet, but it should be here. One man said. By Kami, ask the brats. He shouted. He walked up to the blonde and picked him up by the throat. All right kid, where's the scroll? Tell me now and I'll end you quick. Naruto made some choking sounds which Bando didn't hear. What was that? I said. Boom. He gasped out. Confused, Bando noticed one of the Jonin's features begin to change. His eyes widened when he saw that it was one of his men. Get out of here, he shouted to his men. Confused and distracted, the explosive notes that were all around the area lit up. The explosion could have been seen from a 2-mile radius. The teens looked back to see a mushroom cloud of black smoke. Jacken looked at Tenten with a smirk. And you say that my sensei is crazy? He commented. Shut it, Tenten snarled. Save your lover's spat for later, let's begin part 2 of the plan. Enko said. Everyone nodded and took off in different directions. Bando roared in rage. He had survived their little trap and so did a few of his henchmen. "Get off your asses and get ready to move," he ordered. "The hell with that, I'm not going after them again," shouted back one of the henchmen. "We've lost so many men to these two teams. We're not sacrificing any more just for this big payday," another one shouted. Some more men shouted in defiance as well. Bando growled and slammed his fist into the disobedient henchman. "Listen well, you will do this or I will kill every one of you," Bando threatened. "Come on guys, it's just one of him. Let's kill him." Those that were against Bando charged at him. Bando easily held them off and jumped away. While in the air, he attached both cannons to his arm. He landed and fired his cannons at the charging men. They were quickly shot down and killed instantly. Those who had survived looked on in fear of what would happen. Bando gave them all a menacing glare. "Now that we understand each other, I want them found," Bando ordered. They quickly left to do what they were ordered. Bando looked at the area and snarled. While he normally didn't get angry, these teams were beginning to test his patience. These guys were going to die, that he promised. Chapter 19, Race to the Capital, Part 2. Enko and Guy were not moving at top speed. They moved at normal speed just to give the illusion to their pursuers. It would take them a while but they managed to cut them off and surround them. The two Jonin stood and faced the bandits. They pulled out their weapons and gave the two dirty looks. "We've had enough of you and your brats. You will hand over that scroll now," one of the bandits shouted. "You want the scroll?" Enko asked in a cute voice. "Sorry to say, you picked the wrong group." "Yes, soon our youthful students would have handed the scroll to the samurai," Guy added. The bandits snarled at them. "Kill them," the bandit shouted and they charged at the two. Enko just had a sick smile on her face and raised both of her hands toward the charging bandits. "Sanejishu, hidden shadow snake hands," Enko called out. Several black mambas shot out at them. They bit into them, making them fall down. Enko then jumped over a sword strike and landed on the man's shoulders. She flipped back, bringing the attacker with her, and slamming his head into the ground. She was quickly on her feet and pulled out two kunai. She began to parry attacks and cutting people up. Guy was running through them with amazing speed. He broke bones, busted jaws and caused severe internal damage to anyone stupid enough to attack him. With cries of Konoha Senpu Leaf Whirlwind and Konoha Kaigansho Leaf Rock Destroying Rise, the bandits were quickly dealt with. When it was over, the bandits laid on the ground either dead or unconscious. "Well, that wasn't too tough of a workout," Enko said with a little disappointment. "Now is not the time, Enko. We must check on our students," Guy said. "Fine, let's get going," Enko said. The two took off, this time at faster speeds. Jacken, Tenten and Yakumo continued on their way to the capital. They were moving to accommodate for Yakumo. Thought her physical strength had improved under Enko, she was not one for stamina like her two teammates. As they continued to run, they heard the sounds of agony coming from behind them. By the amount of voices, they realized that a group of bandits were following them. Suddenly the noise stopped. "You think that they got the message?" Tenten asked. "I'm pretty sure that they did. I mean, my traps would have taken out anyone," Jacken boasted. "Oh please, an academy student could have seen that trap you set," Tenten said. "It was meant to be seen as a decoy to activate the real trap." "What about you? What's with you in chains?" Jacken said. "What does that mean?" Tenten asked in a threatened tone. "It means that it wasn't a good trap. Oh wow, chains shoot out from nowhere and blocked our path. We have to turn back and forget about pursuing them. Please," Jacken mocked. "Why don't you go to hell, Jacken?" Tenten snarled. "Why don't you kiss my ass, Buns?" Jacken spat. The two ended up glaring at each other, sparks coming out of their eyes. Yakumo just sighed and shook her head. She could just see these two later in years. She wouldn't be surprised if the two ended up sleeping with one another. She couldn't wait to get away from the arguing couple. Naruto, Neji and Lee moved in a single file. With Neji in the back they could see who was coming from behind. That's why they were prepared when Neji saw a blast of chakra coming their way. "Everyone, hit the deck," he shouted. The boys dodged and got out of the way. The blast blew some branches off and placed dents in the tree trucks. Bando appeared and began to fire his cannons at all three of them. They kept moving as the blast of chakra kept blasting through the trees. Lee decided to act and moved toward Bando. The man was surprised at the young boy's speed. When he was close enough, Lee unleashed his attack. "Konoha Senpu," he shouted. The kick connected with Bando's midsection. Lee saw that Bando didn't look hurt at all. Bando smirked and reared his cannons back. Naruto moved quickly and substituted Lee. The cannons connected with him but he exploded into smoke. Neji used that distraction to hit Bando in the chest with a Juken strike. Bando did not feel it and pointed at Neji. Neji was just as fast and was gone just as he fired. Bando heard the sound of metal flying through the air. He turned to face the attack. The kunai hit his armor with a clang. He saw the explosive notes but did not worry about it. They exploded, but when the smoke cleared, Bando was still fine. Naruto saw that there was a yellow glow coming off him. Chakra armor, I've only heard about it. Naruto said. What do you know about it, Uzumaki? Neji asked. The armor protects the user from all types of attacks. Ninjutsu, genjutsu, ninja tools, they won't work against it. What confuses me is that the armor is mostly used in Yuki no Kuni. How did this guy get it? He wondered. Well, Guy-sensei did say that this guy was a weapons dealer. Lee said. Good point. All three looked at Bando as he searched for them. Naruto noticed something and smirked. Neji, do you have any ninjutsu? Two, but I have not perfected them yet. Neji said. There's no time like the present. Lee, you see the wire? Lee nodded to his question. While Neji and I distract him, you need to cut that wire. After that, Neji will hit him with his new attack. Naruto said. The two nodded and separated. Naruto appeared first, throwing several kunai that had explosive notes attached to the kunai. He did a few seals and slammed his hands together. Futon. Repusho. Wind release. Violent wind palm, Naruto shouted. The gust of wind increased the speed of the kunai. They hit the armor with a thunk and exploded. When the smoke cleared, Bando was still standing tall. Nice try, brat, take this. Bando roared and aimed his cannons. Out of the way, Uzumaki. Neji ordered. Naruto got out of the way. Bando didn't care and fired his cannons. Neji saw this and began to spin. Hakusho Kaden. 8 trigrams palms heavenly spin, Neji called out. A dome of spinning chakra appeared and took Bando's attack. The blast was deflected and sent in a random direction. Bando growled in anger and was about to fire an stronger blast, but he was interrupted by Lee. Konoha Senpu. Lee shouted and connected with Bando's side. Bando was surprised when he felt the kick, knowing that his chakra armor should have lessened their attacks. Naruto helped Lee and attacked with his staff. He used powerful bow strikes to help Lee break the armor. Bando roared and tried to knock both boys back. They jumped back away from Bando to avoid it. He was about to fire, but he heard the sound of fizzling paper. He cursed and ripped the armor off him. He threw it away just as it exploded. You damn brats. Bando roared. He turned just to see Neji standing in front of him. He was in a stance and gave Bando a smirk. You're within my range, Hake Rokujian Sho. 8 trigrams 64 palms, Neji called out. He unleashed his attack and hit Bando with 64 strikes. Bando was pushed back a few inches. He growled and tried to punch Neji. Neji ducked and jumped away. Bando aimed his cannons, but he could not focus his chakra. He was enraged and kept trying to fire his cannons. Naruto and Lee appeared next to Neji, who was looking at the Bando with his Byakugan. Naruto turned to Neji. Not to bring up old discussions, but aren't those main house techniques you just used? Naruto asked. You little punk, what the hell did you do to me? Bando shouted. I've hit 64 of your chakra points, sealing off your chakra. Those cannons of yours will not be of no use to you. Neji informed. Naruto heard something coming from his pouch. It was his radio, which he answered. After a few seconds, Naruto had a smile on his face. He looked at Bando, who didn't like his grin. What the hell is so funny? The game is over, creep. Your men have been defeated and the scroll is now in the hands of one of the daimyo's retainers. As we speak, Guy-sensei and a dozen samurai are on their way here. Give up, you've lost. Naruto informed him. Bando was red in the face. These little bastards have been playing him from the beginning. He pulled out a smoke bomb and threw it on the ground. The genin prepared for whatever. When the smoke cleared, Bando was gone. Neji, Lee asked. He's moving due east, he will be out of my range pretty soon. Neji said. Then we should pursue him. Lee said. No, we don't know if this guy left any surprises if pursued. We should meet up with Guy-sensei and the samurai and let them know what happened. Naruto said. Neji agreed with him and Lee did as well. They left to meet with their sensei. The teams were making their way back home. After being congratulated and spending the night, the teams made their way home. As they walked, they began to chat among each other, making sure to keep both Jacken and Tenten separate. As the afternoon rolled around, Neji saw something with his Byakugan. The team stopped when he did. What is it, Neji? Guy asked. There is a group of shinobi that are a few feet away. Neji said. He looked closer and saw that they were not enemies. They are carrying the Konoha banner. Even the Hokage is with them. That clicked in the minds of the Jonin. They must be returning from Takigakure. That must mean that the Chunin exams are over. Enko said out loud. Chunin exams? Asked the genin. I was considering entering U3, but I decided that you weren't ready for the exams yet. Enko said. Wow, You actually thought of someone else besides yourself. Jacken asked sarcastically. He was rewarded with a foot in the face by Anko. You'd think he'd learn by now. Yakumo said. It's Jacken, enough said. Naruto commented. Hiruzen was enjoying his walk with his men when his Anbu escort became alert. He was curious to know who would do something so stupid when he heard a familiar voice. Hey old man, Naruto shouted. Hiruzen sighed and gave a positive nod to his guards. From out of the bushes, Team Anko and Team Guy appeared. Anko had Naruto in a headlock that he was trying to free himself of. Sorry about that Hokage-sama, he forgets himself sometimes. Anko said. It's quite alright. It's good to have someone who isn't so formal. Your mission was a success, I assume. Yes, Lord Hokage, we completed. Inside voice Guy, Hiruzen said. Yes, we completed our mission with earnest and youthfulness. Guy explained. Right then, you two can give your reports while we walk. Hiruzen said, and the entourage continued on their way to Konoha. The group made it a good distance and would arrive in Konoha by mid-afternoon. They decided to stop for the night and continue in the morning. The teams that went to the exams were making their tents and preparing to go to sleep. The Jonin and Chunin were giving out shifts for watch and designing defensive positions. With everything discussed and figured out, everyone sat and had dinner. After having dinner with his team, Naruto decided to get to sleep. As he was making his way to his tent, he caught sight of something. It was moving pretty slow and carefully. He was intrigued by what that was and decided to follow it. He kept back a good distance and blended in with his surroundings. With a sensei like Anko, who was pretty skilled at stealth, his stealth skills increased. The tale lasted a while until it led him to a clearing. Naruto stuck to the forest as he observed what was going on. He saw two figures with hoods covering their heads. He realized that he was following a Chunin. He did not recognize him but was wondering what he was doing so far away from the camp. He tried to move closer but knew that it would alert them to where he was. He decided to find Anko and report what he saw. He moved away from scene and made his way back. The shorter of the two hooded people looked at the tree line. She narrowed her eyes as she searched for something. The taller of the two looked down at her. What is it, Midoshi? He asked. Your spy was careless, she said and disappeared. The taller man made a motion with his hand. Several shadows appeared and disappeared into the forest. He looked back to his spy. The spy reached for a weapon but he was not quick enough and was killed. He searched him for the information that he needed. Jacken and Yakumo walked back to their campsite with Anko in tow. They were tired and couldn't wait to get to bed. When they arrived, they saw no sign of Naruto. Hey Pipsqueak, are you around here? Jacken called out. The two females were searching for him when Anko heard a small whistle. She quickly tackled her two genin to the ground as kunai came flying out of forest. That alerted everyone as 3 dozen shinobi rushed out of the tree line. Anko was quick to her feet as were her genin. They met the charge and began to do battle. Naruto heard the sounds of battle and picked up the pace. He quickly moved back as shuriken nearly hit him. Well, fancy seeing you again. A female voice called out. Naruto cursed as he did not have his staff with him. The girl stepped out in front of him and removed her hood. Naruto instantly recognized her. Midoshi, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto shouted. Now, is that any way to talk to a lady? Midoshi asked. Wait a minute, those robes, that guy was a spy. He exclaimed. Excellent deduction, say can you introduce me to your female friend? Her abilities are very interesting, she said. Hearing that, Naruto instantly got into a fighting stance. Midoshi just smirked at him. This would be a lot easier if you would just tell me where she is. Sorry but I'm not one to do things the easy way. Besides, I won't allow you to harm my friends. Midoshi's smirk just got wider. She slid into her stance and got ready to fight. Chapter 20, Unwanted Interest. The camp was in total chaos. The Konoha shinobi did not know who these guys were but they were going to show them that they had made a grave mistake. The genin did their best to help but they were regulated to fighting at a distance. Only Team Anko and Team Guy were in the mix. They fought just as good as the Anbu, Jonin and Chunin. Two of the attackers charged at the Hokage. They were quickly stopped by the god of shinobi, who had their throats in a vice grip. He quickly snapped their necks and dropped them to the ground. He looked toward his soldiers. Do not kill them all. I want some for questioning, he ordered. His personal guards nodded and went to do their duty. Hiruzen did not know what was going on but he was going to get the bottom of it. Naruto and Midoshi engaged each other. Naruto went all out against the young girl. Midoshi dodged his thrusts and strikes of his staff. The two easily countered one another when they got close to each other. Midoshi blocked Naruto's thrust with her metal bracers. Naruto pushed her into a tree. As she was pinned down, he gave his staff a big push. Midoshi deflected the staff and the metal end smashed into the tree. She struck his hands to release his weapon. Naruto ducked under her punch, kicked up the other end of his staff and caught it again. Naruto kicked her in the side and brought his staff around to strike. Midoshi arced back to avoid the swing. She straightened herself and lashed out with a spin kick. Naruto ducked the kick, but he was in the way of her sash, which sped toward his head. He had no way to avoid and was skewered in the head. However, instead of blood, Naruto exploded into smoke. Confused, Midoshi felt something flying at her. She kicked the end of it, making it spin in midair. She sent it back to Naruto, who easily caught it. He dropped into his stance and waited for Midoshi. Midoshi analyzed him and began to stalk the blonde genin. He's pretty good. That staff style, it's similar to that of the Sandaime Hokage. Is this boy a student of his? So many questions, so little answers, I wonder what else he has up his sleeves. Midoshi thought. She's good, really good. She definitely trained in the snake fist, which will make this fight harder than it is. I bet she isn't even going all out. Naruto thought. So, are you going to honor my request? Midoshi asked suddenly. What do you want with my teammate? Naruto asked. It's nothing big, I just want to know how she can turn dreams into a reality. Come on, be a gentleman and lead me to her. She asked with mirth. Sorry, but her technique is a Konoha secret. I can't introduce her to you. He answered. Fine, Midoshi said in a huff. I guess I'll just end this fight. Midoshi began to release her chakra, which put Naruto on edge. She gave him a smirk and disappeared. Naruto raised his staff to block her strike, but Midoshi knife hand thrust split the staff and continued on its path. Naruto managed to jump back, but he was still nicked. He slid to a stop while Midoshi observed her fingers. That was a kill strike. I'm surprised that you avoided that. Midoshi said. Her grin got sinister. Let's see how long that will last. She disappeared and reappeared, catching Naruto in the jaw. She ran at him and hit him with several more strikes. Naruto recovered and jumped away to get some distance. He threw 3 shuriken at her and did some seals. Shuriken Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique, Naruto called out. The 3 shuriken turned into dozens of shuriken. Midoshi was impressed as she was showered with steel. Naruto took a deep breath as he looked at his work. He suddenly cried out when he was cut in the back. Midoshi appeared from out of the tree and began beating on Naruto in midair. Even as he was getting pummeled, he was still able to deactivate his last technique. They hit the ground, Midoshi on top of Naruto. Midoshi looked at Naruto with a smile. Well, I guess it's time to end this little dance. She cocked her hand back in a spear-like position. See ya. She threw her hand forward with great speed. Just as it was about to connect, Naruto caught her wrist. Midoshi was shocked and looked at him. She noticed that his whiskers were getting darker and his chakra was growing. She was yanked forward and was now eye to eye with him. What's happened to his eyes? My turn. Naruto growled and slammed his fist into her jaw. She was sent flying in the air and came to a stop on the tree. Naruto moved toward her with amazing speed. Midoshi saw him coming and launched her fist at him. It passed through his after image. She had no time to be shocked as she was hit from her side. She hit the ground with a boom. She quickly moved as Naruto punched the ground. She got to her feet and sprang forward toward Naruto. Naruto easily dodged her attack and countered. She managed to dodge his counter and got some distance. She landed and did some seals. Doden, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Midoshi called out. Futon, Datapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough, Naruto shouted. With the chakra of the Kyuubi, the river of earth was stopped in its place. The two stopped their jutsu and glared at one another. They were both breathing hard and bruised. You've annoyed me for the last time, Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique, Midoshi exclaimed. A huge boa stood in front of Naruto. It looked like the scales of the beast was made of iron. Naruto wasn't about to let her attack. Kuchio's no jutsu, Naruto called out. What appeared was a toad, the same height and size of Midoshi's boa. The toad had battle armor and was wielding a sickle. Midoshi was shocked to say the least. This boy had an answer for everything she did. It brought a grin to her face. Now, we're talking. Let's go, she exclaimed. Bring it, he exclaimed back. As the summons were about to charge, Midoshi's partner appeared next to her. He placed his hand on her shoulder. That's enough, Midoshi, we have to go. The male voice said. Get away from me, this just got interesting, Midoshi yelled. No, we got what we came for. There is no time for this. The Hokage is on his way here. He stressed to her. Midoshi growled at him. She turned to face Naruto. This isn't a forfeit. We will finish this battle another day. Count on it, she said. She did a few seals and she was gone, as was the snake and her partner. Naruto kept up his guard until he was sure that they were gone. Once he was sure, he sent the toad back home and cut off his connection with the Kyuubi. As he observed the area, the Hokage, with his guards and his team, appeared. Naruto gave them a grin. "Hey guys, what took you so long?" Naruto said before succumbing to his injuries. 2 days later, Hiruzen sat with his advisors and ninja commanders. He looked in front of him and stared at the man who stood in the middle. "You may begin your report, Ibiki," Hiruzen said. "Thank you, Lord Hokage. I have talked with Uzumaki Naruto about the events 2 days ago." He was about to go to sleep when he noticed a shadow moving away from the camp. He investigated and came across one of our men with 2 figures in cloaks. He believed that he would have been seen if he attempted to get closer and left to inform his sensei. On the way, he was stopped by Midoshi and had to engage her. He informed us that she was interested in the abilities of Enko's other student, Yakumo. Ibiki reported. "Who is this Midoshi?" asked Shikaku. Midoshi is a child the same age as Naruto. Despite her age, she is very skilled in the shinobi arts. She made sport of Enko on her team's first C-rank mission. All that is known is that she holds power over those who have signed the snake contract. Hiruzen explained. "I thought that Orochimaru was the holder," Homura asked. "It seems that is not the case," he replied. "Is Enko still able to summon?" asked the Anbu commander. "Yes, but the reason behind it is still unknown." When there were no more questions, Hiruzen motioned Ibiki to continue. As the Hokage said, Midoshi is very skilled in the shinobi arts. Naruto explained that he had to resort to using the Kyuubi's chakra in order to fight her. They both used the Kuchio's no jutsu and were about to attack when her partner arrived. She warned him that their battle was not over before she left. Ibiki said. "Perhaps we should limit missions given to Team Enko that would take them outside of the village." Kaharu spoke. "That would not be wise, elder. Enko can be troublesome if she is cooped up in the village." Ibiki informed her. Some of the Jonin commanders nodded and sighed as they had to deal with a restless Enko. "Still, this Midoshi is interested with the Kurama heir. It would not be wise to put her out in the field where she may get captured," Homura said. "I understand your concerns and have expressed them to Team Enko. They are in great disagreement for being held back, as are the members of the Kurama clan. They advise me that they trust Enko and her teammates to keep her safe. I also believe that it would be a mistake to hold back one of our best genin teams. Besides, we have more pressing matters," Hiruzen said. He turned his attention back to Ibiki. "Have you found out who that man was?" "We have. His name is Ishikawa and is of Chunin rank. He wasn't a well-known Chunin and his service record wasn't impressive. We were able to identify him by his dental records. We have begun our investigation and are checking our records. We are checking to see if anyone has ever met or dealt with Orochimaru in the past," he said. "Don't only go by that. Orochimaru would not be so careless," Hiruzen said. Ibiki nodded and Hiruzen ended the meeting. Midoshi lay in her personal hot spring in Home of the Serpents. She was annoyed by the fact that she had to spend 3 days home to recuperate. Even the healing properties of the spring didn't speed up her recovery. She sighed and looked up to the skies. She replayed that fight over and over again. That boy was good, but she should have been able to finish him. She knew that the Kuchio's no jutsu was a high skill to have. She knew that the toads, who were the enemy of the snakes, had only one summoner named Jiraiya. Did that mean that he was his student? Then there was that chakra. No way was that natural. It felt animalistic and feral. That lust of blood and that strength, it was scary and oddly alluring. She was curious about it and wanted to know what it was. That was kind of her thing when something that was interested her. That blonde was certainly interesting, him and his power. It just brought up a lot of questions and so little answers. It frustrated her not knowing. She continued to lie in the water and let her thoughts flow. "Well now, you have become very interesting. Your teammate doesn't even compare to you. We are not finished, my little blonde rat. I will get my answers." Naruto groaned as he lay on the ground of his apartment. His legs gave out on him since he was dead tired from his team's training session. Enko was driven to make her team ready in case they ran across Midoshi again. He could tell that she was not happy about the fact that she was interested in her team. She told them straight off the bat that they would be going through intense training for a while. Luckily, they did missions in the morning so that they would not be strapped for cash. Still, Enko was relentless in her training methods. Yet, he did not complain as he did not wish to rely on the chakra of the Kyuubi every time he fought strong opponents. He managed to turn over to his back and stared at his ceiling. He tried to move but his body refused to listen to him. He cursed and struggled to move. That's when a familiar face looked down on him. It was Kakashi. "You look comfortable," he joked. "I would flip you off if my body would allow me," Naruto grumbled. "Enko's pushing you and your teammates hard, huh?" Kakashi asked. He picked Naruto up and dropped him on the couch. Naruto groaned and glared at the masked Jonin. He then sighed. I don't mind it. I think that she's just worried about Midoshi's interest in us. Besides, I don't want to be dependent on the fox's chakra. Next time we meet, I'm going to fight her with my own strength. Naruto proclaimed. That's very good to hear, Kakashi said, and he placed a scroll down on his coffee table. Naruto was curious about it. What's that? It's something that will help you in your quest, Kakashi said and disappeared. Annoyed by his friend's attitude, Naruto forced himself in a sitting position. He grabbed the scroll and read the title. Fuinjutsu, Sealed Technique for the Simple-Minded, Naruto read. He stared at it in silence for a while before talking again. All right Kakashi, you've just made my list. It would be 3 weeks of hard training before Anko eased up and allowed her team another C-rank mission. They stood in front of the Hokage. There was a woman standing in the room. She was wearing a high-priced kimono and looked very beautiful. She gave the team a once-over. Her attention lingered a little on Jacken. That was something that Anko did not miss. The team stood at attention and awaited their orders. This is Tanaka Aiko. The daimyo of Inokuni, land of Bean Jam, is requesting a team to guard her as she makes her way to him. Hiruzen began. Is there someone after you, Aiko-san? Asked Yakumo. You can say that. Actually, it is my profession which brings me unwanted attention, Aiko said. What profession is that? Asked Anko. I deal in the service of pleasure. I am actually a present for the daimyo's son. He is becoming a man in a week, Aiko said with a smile. Jacken seemed to frown at that and tuned out the rest of conversation. Aiko noticed this but gave no reaction to it. So when can we leave? Aiko asked. Okay guys, pack for at least 2 days. We'll meet at the gates within the hour, Anko ordered. Yes ma'am. Chapter 21, Getting to Know You. Team Anko walked along the route that would lead them toward Inokuni, land of Bean Jam. At the pace they were setting, they would arrive at the city in 2 days. Aiko stood in the middle of Anko's diamond formation. Anko was in the back, Naruto was on her left, Yakumo to her right and Jacken was in front. So far, it was smooth walking and not one attacked them. Aiko looked at them and decided to start a conversation. So, what made you guys want to be ninja? It sounds like a dangerous lifestyle, Aiko said. Yeah, it's dangerous but it's a cool lifestyle. We stand for good and everything right in the world, Naruto said. Is that so? Aiko said with interest. He's still a child. The shinobi world isn't as sunny as the brat says, Anko said, ignoring Naruto's glare. So it's not all sunny like Naruto said? She asked. No, sometimes we do things that others find disgusting and disturbing. We aren't seen in too positive light as our hands are stained with blood, Yakumo explained. Come on, that sounds depressing. If you think like that, then the whole world is dark, Naruto interjected. She's just being truthful, Naruto. You know the truth as well, Anko said. True, but that doesn't mean we have to depress the client with our gloomy lifestyle, Naruto said. The brat has a point, Anko admitted. Aiko giggled as she observed them. You all seem very close to one another, Aiko said. They see me like a cool ant, Anko said. More like a psychotic ant, Naruto muttered. The psychotic ant who escaped solitary confinement, Yakumo added. What was that, you stupid brats? Anko growled. Nothing, sensei, they both said. Aiko laughed but then looked at the back of Jacken. She was curious as to why he wasn't saying anything. Do you have anything to add, Jacken? She asked. We kill, we die, that's all I have to say, Jacken said darkly. Everyone looked at the team with confusion. Jacken was a jerk but he wasn't that much of a jerk. Yakumo decided to change the subject. So Aiko-san, why is it that you chose this path in life? She asked. Jacken scoffed at the question. It wasn't by choice. My father had debts and sold me to cover them. I could have left the life after the debt was paid but I got used to it. It isn't a respected life but it is one that I have come to accept, Aiko said. Of course you got used it. Doing any real work would be too hard for a whore, Jacken muttered. Anko was quickly in front of him and gave him a hard slap to his cheek. That's enough, Jacken. If you have nothing good to say, then shut your mouth, Anko said with authority. Jacken rubbed his cheek and looked at Anko. She saw that he did not look sorry for anything that he said. Anko sighed and gave him a hard look. Why don't you make yourself useful and scout ahead? Yes ma'am, Jacken said and he was gone. She turned back to Aiko and her team. I'm sorry about him, he's never so rude toward clients, Anko said. No, it's alright. What he said isn't as bad as what most say, Aiko said with a smile. Naruto and Yakumo looked at each other and decided to get to the bottom of Jacken's behavior. A few more hours later, Team Anko was beginning to set camp. Their tents were already up and Naruto had sent some clones to get some firewood. Aiko was setting up her spot with Yakumo helping her. She gave a look to Anko who then in turn gave a look to Naruto. Nodding, Naruto walked up to Jacken. Yo Jacken, come and spar with me and bring you Kusarigama with you. Naruto said. I ain't in the mood pipsqueak. Jacken said. Oh come on, all of a sudden you're scary of the mighty Naruto. Trust me, you won't even lay a blade on me. Naruto boasted. Jacken narrowed his eyes but he looked at Anko. She waved them off as an okay. Okay then, just don't bitch when I take your arm off. Jacken said. The two walked away to find a place to train. They found a clearing and began to spar. After half an hour of sparring, Naruto decided to talk. So, what's your deal man? Naruto asked. He moved in close and began to thrust his staff in his face. What are you talking about pipsqueak? Jacken said as he dodged his repeated thrusts. He wrapped his chain around the end and pulled it down. Naruto brought the other end down on his head but Jacken blocked it with the sickle. What's with the attitude toward Aiko-chan? You're usual rude but the way you've been acting is out of line. Naruto said. Jacken growled and pushed him away. Naruto hopped back before Jacken's kick could connect. He twirled the chain around his staff and pulled on it. Jacken stopped him from pulling him in. That's none of your business. Jacken snarled. Well I'm making it my business. Look man, we're teammates. We trained together, we escaped Anko together and we've killed together. I would like to think that we've become cool enough to tell each other things when we're bothered with something. Naruto spoke. Jacken's snarl died down to a frown. He sighed and calmed down. Feeling the chain slacken, Naruto relaxed as well. You know about my father right? Jacken began. The guy who sent you to kill me, what about him? Naruto asked. He always told me that he never wanted me. He said that I was left on his doorstep because that whore didn't want me either. He explained. Wait a minute, you're saying that your father screwed a prostitute and got her pregnant? Yeah. He never let up on telling me that. He would always call her a whore and curse her for leaving me on his doorstep. I know what it feels like Naruto, to hear such things over and over again. Jacken told him. Naruto did know what he was talking about. While it had reduced, he would be called a demon from time to time. I don't hate the woman but I just have a strong dislike for prostitutes. I don't respect them and I won't talk highly of them. He then sighed and looked at his teammate. Look, if it will make everyone feel better, I'll apologize and I'll keep my opinions to myself. I guess that's the best I can ask for. So, Naruto got back into his stance. Let's finish this spar. Jacken scoffed and readied himself for another go. Yakumo released her genjutsu that she used to hide herself in Aiko. Yakumo looked at Aiko who had a sad expression on her face. The woman stood and walked back to the camp without a word. When she was gone, Anko appeared next to her student. Anko had a very good look on who Aiko was. She patted her student's head and the two made their way back to the camp. Midoshi was walking around on the surface. The people above ground gave her a wide berth as they knew who she was. She wasn't paying attention to any of them. She had 6 months to get ready for the Chunin exams that would be held in Konoha. She knew this because Orochimaru had plans for his old village during those exams. She didn't really care about gaining any type of rank as she found them ridiculous. Still, she needed a team to help her. Orochimaru had given her some names. She found 3 that would satisfy her plans. She finally reached the place that she was looking for. She entered the grounds and was standing in front of a small house. She stood there with her arms folded and waited. I'm looking for the Fuma clan members that Orochimaru has under his thumb. She called out. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared and surrounded her. Midoshi looked at them with an uninterested gaze. Am I to assume that you are the members who are with Orochimaru? Yes, we are the guardians of the entrances to the Sound Village. What do you wish of us, Lady Midoshi? Asked the elder male. You must be Arashi. I have need of 2 of your members to help me with a little project. Midoshi said. Who exactly do you need? Arashi questioned. The ones you call Kodohime and Kagero. I need them so that we may train for the next Chunin exam. She explained. This surprised the group that she would want them for that. Arashi looked at the 2 and motioned them to Midoshi. Midoshi looked at the 2 and analyzed them. She was confused with Kagero who she assumed was a girl. Arashi saw this and explained. Kagero is quite good at concealing herself. She can become anyone at any time. Even the best censor would not tell the difference. He explained. A very useful skill and I know about your skills as well Kodohime. You 2 will help me greatly within these exams. She said. They bowed to her. We are at your service. They said. Good, let us go and meet our sensei. She said. She left and the 2 followed her to her next destination. They reached a cave that was outside the village. Midoshi told the 2 to wait there and went on ahead of them. As she neared the cave, 2 projectiles were flying toward her. Midoshi didn't look concerned as her sash knocked them aside. She looked at the weapons and saw that they were made of pink crystal. She looked at the cave with a sigh. Are we going to do this every time we have to meet Gurren? Midoshi asked. A figure jumped out of the cave and landed in front of her. The female had blue hair and brown eyes. She wore a green robe with lavender fur and black shorts. She had lavender leg warmers and shin warmers. She gave Midoshi a glare and formed a blade on her forearm. What the hell do you want, Midoshi? Gurren spat. Come on, you're still not angry with me? Midoshi asked with amusement. Gurren looked ready to attack when Midoshi vanished. Gurren threw her blade back to catch Midoshi. Midoshi reappeared and blocked her slash with her bracers. She then grabbed her arm and the other before she could make a move. Her sash appeared under Gurren's chin. Can you relax for just a few seconds? I'm not here to fight you again. I have a proposition for you. Why would I want anything from you? You humiliated me in front of Lord Orochimaru. Gurren spat. Get over it. Be happy that he still keeps you around. Besides, this may put you into his personal circle. Midoshi said. She felt Gurren relax and released her. She jumped back and landed away from her. Gurren rubbed her shoulders and glared at her. What's this proposition that you are offering? Gurren asked. Midoshi smiled. The 3 girls stood in front of Midoshi. She looked at them with a serious expression. Well now, this will be our team from now on. 6 months from now, the Chunin exams will be held in Konoha. During these exams, Orochimaru will be planning an attack on his old village. Midoshi explained. So we are a part of the invasion force? Kotoheim asked. If you want to be, I'm forming this team so that I can get to the finals. After the first 2 parts, we will go our separate ways. Midoshi said. What are you planning, Midoshi? Gurren demanded. There are individuals that I wish to see again. Since the exam has to be done in teams, I formed one. Midoshi answered. So we're nothing more than a means to an end. Gurren snarled. Not really, who knows, we might grow to become friends. Midoshi said happily, making everyone look at her with concern. Midoshi looked at Gurren. You will be the sensei of this team. I, myself, will be preparing for the exam with my family. It is your job to get these 2 ready in 6 months. Gurren just nodded stiffly. Midoshi left, leaving a serpent behind to keep an eye on them. Team Anko were about 2 hours away from the city when Anko called for a rest. She looked at the group with a smile on her face. Everyone was on edge when they saw that smile, which made Anko grin wider. Oh, don't give me that look. I just need some help in filling our canteens. Yakumo, Naruto, you guys come with me. Anko said. Ah, sensei, maybe I should help you. Jacken asked. Oh no, you're the strongest out of all of us. I trust you to protect Aiko-san. Come on brats, let's go. Anko ordered and left before any other arguments could be made. Now alone, Jacken and Aiko sat in complete silence. It was an uncomfortable silence which made both of them tap their foot. Aiko sighed and turned toward Jacken. You don't like me, do you? Aiko said. Jacken did not answer her and continued to ignore her. I know you don't like me. I'll confess, I overheard you talking with your teammate. I can't speak for myself, but I feel that you do have the right to dislike those in my profession. I know that I was angry at my father for what he did to me. I cursed his name for most of my life. Then I learned that he was dying. At first, I didn't want to go, but I changed my mind. I wanted him to look upon me and see what he had done to his only child. So what happened? Jacken asked. I was all prepared to rub it in his face and spit on his grave when I saw him. He looked so weak and frail. When he saw me, he wouldn't even look at me. At first I thought he was ashamed at me, but that's when I saw him crying. He forced himself to a kneeling position and placed his forehead to my feet. He begged me to forgive him. He told me that he was sorry for what he had done. He was sorry for his weakness. He was sorry for condemning me to such a life. It was such an eye-opener to me. She said. Did you forgive him? He asked. I didn't want to, but to watch him grovel at my feet, crying and begging for me to forgive him, how could I not? From the day he gave me away, his heart had weakened. It showed me that he always thought of me, always regretted the decision he made. I couldn't hate him for that. Jacken couldn't help but look at her in a new light. He didn't think that he would be so forgiving. Could he really forgive his parents for the hellish life that he lived? It gave him something to think about. It was around that time that his team returned. After the short rest, they were on the move again. Aiko stood with the men that hired her. She looked back at Team Anko with a smile. I enjoyed this little trip. Thank you for all your hard work. She said. No problem, you're pretty cool for a call girl. Naruto blurted out. Yakumo and, surprisingly, Jacken slapped him upside the head. Jacken looked at Aiko and vice versa. She smiled at him, which made Jacken blush a little. He turned his head to hide it for her. Aiko walked with the men into the city. She was a few feet inside when she heard someone call to her. It was Anko. The woman stood in front of her. Yes, Aiko asked. Are you ever going to tell him? Anko asked. Was it that obvious? She asked in humor. Pretty much, maybe you should let him know. I think that you've gotten your foot in the door. No, at least not yet. 15 years ago, I gave him up because I was vindictive and selfish. When I saw him when your team was after Jiraiya-sama, guilt clenched my heart. Right now, he doesn't know what to think about me. Hopefully, I can arrange a couple of meetings where we can talk again. Aiko said. Or you can write to each other. I can arrange that, Anko said. Thank you Anko, please watch over him. No worries, I'll turn him into one badass ninja. You'll be reading about him pretty soon, Anko said. The two shook hands and went their separate ways. Anko could only smile as she made her way back to her team. She wondered if she could make some money reuniting sons with their mothers. Chapter 22, Team Anko's Vacation, Part 1. Hiruzen had seen a lot of funny things in his time. The time he and Jiraiya spied on the women at the hot spring and he left his student to deal with the consequences of getting caught, that was funny. Now, that moment was topped by what was in front of him today. Anko was tiredly giving her report. She would yawn after every 5 words and didn't seem to care that she was in front of her leader. Her team wasn't any different. Yakumo was trying to be respectful but she too would yawn and she would occasionally drift asleep. Jacken and Naruto didn't even care where they were and were sleeping while standing. Jacken was snoring while his head was bent back. Naruto was leaning his head against Anko's thigh which didn't seem to bother her in the slightest. It was an amusing sight to him. As he halfway listened to Anko, he looked over her team's records. Well, I can understand their fatigue. 2 C ranks that were upgraded to B rank and a B rank mission as well. They have a ton of D rank missions. Perhaps they deserve a vacation, Hiruzen said. And that, Anko yawned before continuing, is my report on our mission, she said. Very well then, I will put this in your records, the Hokage said. He then looked at the team in front of him. I have decided that this team deserves a vacation. Every member of the team was up instantly. Did I hear vacation? Jacken asked. Yes, I see here that you've been working around the clock. Your performance with your missions are above satisfactory. You all deserve at least a month off. How does that sound? Hiruzen asked. When he got no answer, he looked up and saw that they were gone. He gave out a frustrated sigh at this team's antics. They were beginning to act a lot like their sensei. Anko had dragged her team to a local bar. They sat in a booth and were waiting for their food. Anko ordered a bottle of sake and 4 saucers. She poured the liquid into all 4 saucers and put one in front of her team. The team looked at the liquid and then back at Anko. I don't think that this is a good idea, Yakumo said. Oh, stop being a stick in the mud. This is to celebrate our 8 months together as a team. We have gone through some good and some bad but we have become an even tighter group. So, you guys are going to have a drink with me. I promise, we will only have 1 drink, Anko said. They team nodded and downed their drinks. The young genin started to cough as the liquid kind of burned their throats. That's when their food arrived. As they ate, Anko caught her team's attention. Okay guys, I know that we have a whole month off but I don't want you guys to slack off. Each of us, including me, must continue to increase our skills. You can still relax but I want at least 2 new techniques for each of you, Anko said. Does that include you as well? Naruto asked. Sure, why not? I lead by example, that's what's make me so cool, Anko said. Her team didn't comment on that. Okay, I know that I promised that we would have 1 drink but I would like to ask you guys if we can have another. The others agreed and Anko poured out some more sake. They missed the sinister grin on her face. The next day found Yakumo halfway off her bed. Her hair was a mess and she looked like that she had gone a couple of rounds with Anko. She groaned and grabbed her head. She fell out of bed and hit the ground with a thud. She groaned some more and forced herself to her feet. She wobbled a little but she managed to regain her balance. Her appearance a mess, she made her way out of her room and around the compound. She wondered why some of her clansmen were snickering but shrugged it off. She entered the kitchen where her uncle and parents were. Seeing her state, Unkai couldn't help but chuckle. Yuroko glared at him. This is not funny, Yuroko exclaimed. Her sensei should be more responsible than this. I can't believe that my daughter did what she did last night. Mother please, my head hurts. Yakumo groaned. It happens my child when you drink too much. It's called a hangover, Murakumo said. Hangover? What are you talking about? Yakumo sighed. Unkai smiled and handed her a glass full with a liquid. Yakumo took it and drank it. She got a disgusted look on her face as the drink tasted bad. What is this? It's a hangover cure, Give it some time and you'll remember what you did last night. Unkai said with mirth. Young lady, you will never drink again. Yuroko commanded. Is this the type of behavior that you wish to pass on to your sibling? Sibling, what sibling? Yakumo said, now full aware. Yuroko covered her mouth as Murakumo and Unkai just chuckled. Murakumo walked up to his daughter. How would you feel about being elder sister? He asked. Yakumo suddenly got a huge smile and hugged her father. Despite the memory lost of last night, Yakumo couldn't help but be happy. Naruto took a sip of the coffee that Hiruzen gave him. Asuma and Toshiko were in the kitchen along with the two. Hiruzen just shook his head with a smile as did Asuma and Toshiko. Now, I thought that you were intelligent to know not to trust Anko. Toshiko asked. I know, I screwed up. I should have been more cautious after that third cup of sake. Naruto admitted. Still, it was a funny night. I don't think I've seen Kakashi so pissed. How did you get his mask? Asuma asked. I can't really remember but I'm glad that I did. I did put him on the list. Ow, my head. Naruto groaned. I hope that you learned something from this Naruto-kun. The devil's drink is no fun. Toshiko said. True but the events are pretty funny. You think the Anbu will forgive us for that joke we pulled? Naruto asked. I'm sure that they will forgive you eventually. Hiruzen said. He then got serious. So, you wish to get better control of the Kyuubi's chakra. I must ask you this Naruto, but are you sure? I know that your battle with Midoshi has made you train harder, but do you believe that this is the right course? I believe that the Yondaime put the fox in me for a reason. I figure that I should get a handle on its power in case that reason comes forward. Yeah, Midoshi has some reason to me wanting to control more, but I just want to be prepared, you know. Naruto said. Hiruzen wasn't so sure about this, but he did understand. He knew that Minato never did anything without a reason. I'm not disagreeing with your request Naruto, but I do want Jiraiya to help you with this. He understands your seal better than I. Hiruzen said. Naruto groaned at that. He didn't really respect Ero Sennin despite him allowing him to sign the Toad contract. Naruto reluctantly agreed. Hiruzen suddenly got an idea. How about we train together again Naruto? I'm curious to see how far your skills have progressed. Alright. Naruto cheered loudly but quickly calmed himself and grabbed his head in pain. Asuma and Hiruzen just laughed. Enko was laying on her couch. She took a sip of coffee and was reading a copy of Ika Ika. She was wearing a blue shirt and red panties. She was brought out of her reading by a knock on her door. She stood and slowly made her way to the door. She grabbed a bat from her closet and looked out her peek hole. I swear to Kami, if you Anbu guys think I'm going down without a fight, Enko began. It's me you crazy bitch. A female voice said. Enko relaxed a bit and opened the door. She looked to see her good friend Hana. Please, who are you calling a bitch? I thought that term was only reserved for you Inuzuka women. Enko joked. Hana just chuckled at her. So are you sober enough to come out? Hana asked. I'm sober but I don't think it would wise for me to step outside. I heard that there is a bounty out on me. I'm kind of applauded that they're only after me and not my team. Enko said sourly. You got them drunk and caused mayhem around the village. Even if Uzumaki is the village outcast, they're not going to blame him for what his sensei did. Hana said with amusement. Besides, Kurenai has just been promoted to Jonin. We have to go and celebrate. You're kidding. Okay then, I'll go get dressed. Enko said. She closed her door and went to get dressed. Yakumo walked around town looking for both Jacken and Naruto. She had checked their apartments and then the training grounds. She checked Ichiraku's ramen and Ayame was able to point her in the direction of the academy. She made her way there and found the two sitting in a tree. She quickly joined them. Hey guys, what are you up to? Yakumo asked. We're checking out the new blood. Word is, this class is made up with a lot of the future clan leaders. Jacken said. Get out, who are we talking about? She asked. The Yamanaka heiress, the Hyuga heiress, you name it, this group has it. Naruto said. Yakumo just nodded. Naruto then looked at Yakumo. So, were you looking for us? Yeah, I have two things to tell you. First, I'm going to be an elder sister. Yakumo said. Hey, congratulations. Jacken said with happiness. Naruto gave her a hug. Thanks guys, the second thing is that I won't be around the village for like 2 weeks. I'm going with my family to Unokuni, land of hot water, to spend some time together. She explained. Okay then, have fun with your family Yakumo. Naruto said. Yakumo nodded and was about to leave but she stopped herself to look at her teammates. Hey guys, did we actually cause a stampede with the Nara clan's deer? Yakumo asked. Both boys just sighed. Let's agree never to drink again or to trust Anko in the presence of alcohol. Jacken said. Agreed. the two said. Dash. Enko, Henna and Kurenai were at the local tea shop. Enko kept looking over her shoulder, which made Henna chuckle and Kurenai sigh. I'm quite sure that the Hokage will not allow everyone to get you. Kurenai said. However, it was irresponsible of you to drink so much and drag your students into it. It was especially stupid to give liquor to the village's #1 prankster. I don't think I've ever seen Elder Udatane so angry. She'll get over it. Besides, it was funny. Enko said. She then changed the topic. So Kurenai, what is going to be your first assignment? I'll be in charge of one of the new genin teams coming out of the academy. She said. Following in the steps of your mentor. I don't blame you. If you need some pointers, then you can come to me. Enko said. I'll consider it, Kurenai said warily. So, what are you going to do with your month off? Henna asked. Drink, sleep, cause trouble, might even let someone have the pleasure of my company. I really haven't decided yet. I do know one thing though. I'm going to train for most of this vacation. Enko said. Am I hearing this? Is the great Enko Mitarashi actually admitting that she isn't that strong? Has the end of the world come? Henna joked. Ha, 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 laugh it up. My little brats are actually getting better. They've actually forced me to summon my snakes in order to match them. I'm proud of them, but I don't want them to cream me. I don't know where Naruto is learning Fuinjutsu, but when I find out, I'm going to kick them in the nads. Enko muttered. Well, you've always expressed a need to learn the sword. Why don't you start there? Kurenai said. And you've always wanted to learn more ninjutsu. You can seek out Kakashi. Henna added. I don't know about that. I could ask Hayate, but he's always sick these days and Yugao wants to hurt me for last night's incident. I'm definitely not on Kakashi's friend list after I stole his book and handed him to those horny women without his mask. I think I did him a favor. Enko said. That might be true, but when has that ever stopped you before? Henna asked with a smile. Enko nodded in agreement at that. Well then, into the lion's den then. Enko cheered. Henna cheered along with her. Kurenai shook her head at her friends. Dash. Gurren looked over the two beaten members of the Fuma clan. She looked at them with a little interest. At least you two are doing better than last time. In the 3 weeks that you have been here, you have improved quickly. Gurren said. Thank you, Gurren-sensei. Kagero said. You could ease up a little, you know. Kotoheim growled. Quit your complaining, I'm only training you two for Midoshi and her plans. I can't believe that I'm helping that witch. Gurren complained. I'm more concerned about these individuals that she wants to reunite with. I've heard stories about things that gain her interest. Kotoheim said. Whatever, I don't really care too much. I'm just here to make sure that you don't get killed. Now come on, it's time to get back to training. I've got a week and 5 months left to torture you two. Gurren said. Dash. Midoshi sat calmly on top of Manda's head. The Snake Lord did nothing to her, but Midoshi felt his unrest and annoyance. You are very tense, Manda Chichi. Father. Is there something wrong? Midoshi asked. I am concerned about your interest in this boy. It is strictly a strength thing, right? Manda asked. You need to relax, Chichi. I am not interested in any boy. He challenged my strength and I must answer it. Besides, he summons those dreadful toads. I would never like a boy like that. She said. Good, I won't have to eat him. He commented, making her laugh. In Konoha, Naruto looked scared for some reason. Manda then turned his attention back to Midoshi. So how is the hubby Genzo snake development? It is quite a jutsu. My team is training again. I picked the right people for my plans. She cut off the technique when she sensed another serpent coming. She smiled when she saw her. Ah, Mistress Kasumi, have you gotten my weapon? Yes, and I must say that it is my best work. Kasumi said. From out of her mouth, a sword appeared. It was a beautiful sword that looked like a Chinese Jane. Midoshi admired her blade and was very pleased. It is a beautiful sword and I know that it's strong. She said. Yes, it will take you a while to master. I have a scroll here for you with the properties of your blade. It was a pleasure to craft this. Kasumi said. Thank you, Mistress Kasumi. Midoshi said. Kasumi slithered off and Midoshi opened the scroll. She couldn't wait to get training. The next 5 months were going to be fun. Chapter 23, Team Enko's Nighttime Mayhem. The owner of the restaurant couldn't believe how stupid his waiter was. How the hell could he have not seen the situation that was in front of him? All over the table, there were 10 large bottles of sake. The women and 3 teenagers were clearly under the influence of the drink as they kept giggling at nothing. He sighed and knew that he had to get some new help. What he couldn't believe was that the woman allowed these kids to drink so much. A drunken Team Enko was giggling and laughing at jokes that didn't make any sense. Enko was only going to drink as much as she could so that she could watch as her team act like idiots, but the call of the sake was too strong. Now, she was just as wasted as they are. Suddenly, she got an idea in her head. Hey guys, we should do something tonight. We should do something fun tonight, Enko said. That's when Naruto slammed his hand on the table. I know what we can do, he exclaimed. We should prank the village, Naruto said in a way that would be interesting. That is awesome. That is just freaking awesome. Jacken cheered. Alright then, let's get going, Enko exclaimed and rallied her troops. They paid for the meal and drink then were out the door. The owner, waiters and customers all looked at the door that the team just left through. Should we alert the Hokage? Asked one of the customers. Are you insane? I'm not leaving this place. Didn't you just hear what they are about to do? Said her companion. I'll keep the place open until it is over, the owner said. He turned to one of his waiters. Lock the doors and pull down the shades. He felt bad for those on the outside, but he wasn't about to get caught in that storm that was about to happen. Kakashi was walking along reading his book, unaware of the evil that was about to be unleashed. He made his way to his apartment, but he suddenly felt something was wrong. He looked up from his book but didn't notice anything out of the ordinary. Hey Kakashi, a sexy voice called out to him. He turned to see Anko, who had returned to wearing her old clothes. He noticed that her trench coat was down to her waist. She had this coy smile on her which put him on edge. What are you doing tonight? Well, I was going to catch up on my reading. What about you? Kakashi asked. I'm bored and drunk and I need some action. What do you say? I'll even let you keep the mask on, Anko said coyly. Kakashi had to think really hard about this. He knew Anko's reputation and thought that it had changed when she got a team. Still, this was Anko and a drunken Anko to boot. He watched as Anko uncrossed and recrossed her legs, giving him a good view of what she wasn't wearing. That made him his decision all the more clear. He was about to answer her when he suddenly felt sleepy. He was confused as he dropped to a knee. He looked up to see two Ankos and her two male members before passing out. The Anko in her original clothing disappeared to reveal Yakumo. Anko looked at her female student. Nice going Yakumo, now let's get that mask off. They did and were surprised in how good he looked. Anko had this wide smile on her face. Well now, I wouldn't mind a little fun with Kakashi, Anko said. Let's take the picture, Jacken said. Naruto did just that and pocketed the camera. Anko saw the book on the ground and picked it up. She knew what Ika was and knew every pervert had one. She was curious as to what was in it. She decided to keep it for a while and see what all the fuss was about. Jacken looked at the downed Kakashi. It seems lame just to keep him like this, Jacken said. Oh, we're now done yet. Get his legs, I have a place to take him, Naruto said. Kakashi groaned and sat up. He wondered what hit him and placed his hand to his forehead. He looked down to see that he was shirtless and was very confused about why that was. He looked forward to see several grinning women and a grinning Team Anko with Naruto holding his mask. That's when he saw the banner, the Hitaki Kakashi fan club. Have fun Kakashi, Anko said and left with her team. Kakashi saw that the women locked the door and windows. He just sighed in annoyance as the women pounced on him. Shikamaru was looking at clouds near his house. He was a bit annoyed at the moment as his mother lectured him about being serious now that he was a genin. He just sighed, muttered, Mendokuse, how troublesome, and left the house. After a while of cloud watching, he decided to go to check on the deer. As he began to stand, he heard the sound of several deer running. He waited and the deer came running out and headed into the village. He noticed that there were 4 people riding the deer. The young genin looked at the situation and walked into the house. Minutes later, he and his father were running out of the house. They both ducked a frying pan that was launched at them. The deer caused a lot of trouble as they stampeded through the village. People jumped out of the way, some had their stuff destroyed. Members of the Nara clan and Anbu chased the deer. However, this was just a distraction as the team of pranksters were about to launch their attack against the village's elite. They were about to prank some members of the Ansatsu Senjutsu Tokushu Butai Special Assassination and Tactical Squad. Anbu team, Falcon, was on guard duty for Elder Kaharu. They surrounded the elder as they walked the path to the village entrance. They were returning from a neighboring village that the elder was visiting. They arrived to see several members of the Nara clan trying to rein in their deer. They were curious about what was going on. They entered the village only to be doused with an olive-colored liquid. They were confused and worried that they were hit with a poison that soaked into the skin when the leader, a purple-haired woman, smelt something familiar. Where have I smelt this before? She took another sniff and narrowed her eyes. This smells like, oh no. She thought and looked to see her uniform begin to dissolve. The other members of the team and Elder Kaharu's clothes also were dissolving. Their clothes fell off and they were suddenly naked. Members of the Anbu and Nara clan were looking at the ground with wide eyes. They attempted to cover themselves as best they could. The woman was red with anger and embarrassment. Enko, she roared. Ibiki entered his office to get something that he had forgotten. As he entered, he heard something fizzing. He looked around for the sound. He found the sound but wished that he hadn't. The fuse was already to the end. He quickly did a substitution as his office was showered with paint. He re-entered his office to see the mess that was made to his office. The paint was all over his papers and documents. He was red with rage until an paint-covered subordinate came to him. Sir, Enko and her brats has set paint bombs all over the building. Our files are in ruins. The woman said. That's when an Anbu member appeared. Their mask and armor was covered in red, yellow and blue paint. Where is she, Ibiki? Your friend's little brat has gone too damn far. 3 of our bases were hit paint bombs. The commander shouted. Ibiki was now white with fury. He went to gather several men for an old-fashioned witch hunt. Team Enko stood on the roof that was 3 roofs away from the Hyuga clan. They had some pink-colored paint with them. This has been the best night of my life. I hope it never ends, Enko said with a drunken slur. Sorry to say, Enko, but it will have to end. A voice said. They team turned to see Hiruzen standing behind them. It's the old man, scatter. Naruto exclaimed. They only got one step before each of them was tackled by several Jonin and Chunin. Hiruzen couldn't wait to hear this. Hiruzen listened as Kaharu ranted loudly against the actions of Team Enko. She was full-dressed again and irate. He spared glances at Team Enko who were giggling and snorting at the enraged woman. She wasn't the only one. 3 Anbu commanders and Ibiki were angry and Team Falcon had to be restrained from killing Enko. He could tell that they were drunk, but he had to confirm how drunk they were and why Naruto, Yakumo and Jacken were drunk. There was a knock on the door. He called out for them to enter and in came Kakashi with a shop owner. Enko saw him and gave him a drunken grin. Hey there stud, still what to have a little fun? She asked. Kakashi glared at her before facing the Hokage. Hokage-sama, this man has something to say. Kakashi said. Hiruzen gave his attention to the man. Hokage-sama, Miss Enko brought her team to my restaurant and ordered sake. We were not aware she was giving it to her students. By the time we realized it, they had drank 10 bottles worth of sake. The owner said. Hiruzen then looked at Enko. Okay, I was playing a little prank on my students. I just wanted to see their drunk faces. In my defense, it was Naruto's idea to prank the village. Enko said happily. Thanks for selling me out, you bitch. Naruto slurred. Hiruzen just sighed as Kaharu went into another rant. This time it was at Enko who just smiled at her. Hey, I don't feel so good. Yakumo said before she threw up. The rest of the team looked at her with concern. Naruto just had one thing to ask. Did you eat out of my bowl of ramen? Hiruzen pinched the bridge of his nose. He was just too old for this shit. Chapter 23, Team Enko's Vacation, Part 2. Naruto sat across from his sensei in her apartment. His clones gently placed her on the couch. She was against going to the hospital and told him to get her friend Henna. He sat and waited with Enko's other friend, Yugao. He wasn't too sure about her as it was clear that she was still pissed about their pranks 3 days ago. Yugao saw his concern and decided to put his mind at ease. You don't have to worry. I've forgiven you, your comrades and your sensei. Just don't drink anymore, she said. You don't have to worry. We've all agreed to never drink again, he told her. Spoil sport, Enko muttered. There was a knock at the door. Yugao answered it and Henna entered the apartment. She looked at her friend and smirked. She then looked at Yugao. Kind of rough, don't you think? Henna asked. It pales in comparison to what she deserves, Yugao said. Man, I can't believe Jacken and Yakumo are out of the village. They would give anything to see her like this. Naruto joked. Laugh it up, but when we meet up after our vacation, you and the other 2 are mine. Enko threatened. Henna just smirked and began to wrap bandages on Enko's arms. There are not that many bruises this time. You must be getting the hang of the Hayoshiki o Odoru dancing leaf style. Henna commented. I chose a style that would suit her. She'll get the basic, but she's a far cry from being a master. Yugao commented. Henna also noticed that Enko's hair was a little damp. Did you get wet? Henna asked. That bastard Kakashi, I bet he's telling everyone and having a good laugh at my expense. To think, I gave him back his book without finishing it. Enko ranted. Henna looked confused, so Naruto decided to elaborate. Kakashi was teaching her a sweetened water-release jutsu. For some reason, she froze up and Kakashi hit her with this huge wave of rushing water. Naruto said. It sounds just like what he did when he was teaching you the Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu double suicide decapitation technique. You know, this might be his way of telling you that he's interested in you. Henna commented. You think so? Enko asked with surprise. Come on, Kakashi-senpai isn't a child. Yugao said. Naruto didn't comment as he knew Kakashi. While he was a cool ninja, he was a pervert and a very open one. He probably was attracted to Anko, for whatever reason. He would never understand how adults thought. Yakumo made her way to the location where one of her clansmen told her to go. Her uncle, Unkai, wished to speak to her. She was a bit worried as her uncle was always concerned of the Edo locked away in her. Even when they were training, he always took extra precautions. She was curious as to what he wanted. It must be important to do this while they were on vacation. She found him meditating near a creek. She approached and sat next to him. You wished to see me, uncle? Yakumo asked. Yes, Unkai said and turned to face her. Let me say this first, I apologize for my behavior. I know that I have made you uncomfortable with my training. It is all right, uncle. I know that you are worried about the Edo as it nearly killed mother and father. You care for the clan's well-being. Yakumo replied. I am glad to hear that. Now for the reason I asked for you to meet with me. I want to tell you that your training will take a more intense turn when we return to Konoha. He said. May I ask why? She asked. You are 16 now. It is time for you to learn the ways of the clans. You must improve mentally, physically and politically for when you take over the clan. It is your duty as the heiress. Unkai explained. Yakumo nodded as she knew this to be true. Her father, who was the current head of the clan, was not going to be so for long. He was not a shinobi and he was just holding the position of head until she was ready. So what will this training consist of? Yakumo asked. Your father will show you the inner workings of the clan. Together, you and I will further your mental abilities and gain more control over the Edo. He said. What about my place on Team Anko? She asked with concern. We have already spoken to Anko. She is okay with allowing you to learn these things. You will still be with them as she will help you physically. She actually welcomed my help with your mental training so that you can further your skills in genjutsu. She seemed quite adamant about that. Unkai said with a knowing smile. She told you about that? Yakumo exclaimed. I don't care what she wants, but that was the only time I'm doing that. Yakumo exclaimed. Unkai laughed as his niece pouted. The wild boar kept its nose to the ground, sniffing around for food. It was blissfully unaware of the two waiting for it to pass. Once it was in their view, the two quickly pounced on the boar. They drove their kunai in 2 vital points, killing it instantly. The elder of the two lifted the boar onto his shoulder. The teenager followed him back to the campsite. The man turned toward the teen. So, what's the deal with you and what's her name? Tenten, right? The man asked. There's nothing between us. She doesn't like me and I find her mildly entertaining. Jacken explained. It sounds to me that you're attracted to her. You are 16 after all. You should start looking at attractive girls. He told him. Whatever. Jacken muttered. The two reached their campsite and dropped the dead boar. Jacken then faced the man. You know, I wasn't expecting you to look so young, old man. I'm only 27, he said. So what's your real name? I feel silly calling you by your code name. Jacken said. Yoshisuni, and that's all you're getting. Yoshisuni spoke. How are you enjoying the trip? It's cool to get out of the village for a while. Besides, the pipsqueak is busy with the sandame and the ghost is with her family in Kuni, land of hot water. You're really gotten attached to them. Well, they aren't as bad as I thought. We've been through a lot together and we also know each other's secrets. Jacken explained. So you know about Naruto's burden? Yoshisuni asked. He told us when he turned 13. I find it kind of retarded that he was treated like that. True, I did try to kill him but I never knew why. He's keeping the Kyuubi at bay. We should be kissing his ass. People fear what they don't understand, Jacken. Not everyone thinks the way you do. It's a good thing that you don't see things like them. Yoshisuni ruffled his hair, which annoyed him. Alright, if we want to eat some meat, you need to get skinning. Jacken mumbled something before pulling out a kunai and walking toward the boar. Naruto made his way to where he knew Jiraiya would be. He enjoyed his time with his former sensei. He learned a great deal of things from Sarutobi sensei. He mostly showed him how to combine jutsus with the Kage Bunshin shadow clone. He also learned a new staff kata. It was a good week. Now, he was searching for his other sensei. The old man told him that he was back in the village. He made his way to the one place in Konoha that he could be. Like he thought, the pervert was spying on the females again. Naruto couldn't believe that this guy was one of the Densetsu no Sannin legendary 3 ninja. Deciding that he had enough fun, Naruto made his move. He threw a rock with a note attached to it over the fence of the ladies' side of the baths. Minutes later, Jiraiya cried out and furiously rubbed his eye. Naruto smirked and walked up to him. Yo, Arrow Senant pervy sage, does that soap burn? Naruto asked. Jiraiya glared at the smug blonde. Jiraiya took Naruto to a location where no one would feel him use the Kyuubi's chakra. He looked at Naruto who was waiting for him. Alright, sensei told me about your request. I'm glad that you're thinking about it. The Yondaime didn't do things without a reason. I believe that he wanted you to master its chakra. Jiraiya explained. Okay, so how are we going to do that? Naruto asked. Well, we're going to have you meet with the Kyuubi. I want you to get him to allow you access to more of his chakra. You'll need it if you're going to summon one of the giant toads. Jiraiya explained. So, do you want me to start meditating? Naruto asked with a bored expression. We could, but I have a faster way. Jiraiya said. He touched Naruto's forehead and he was sent flying. His momentum stopped and he was over a large ravine. Naruto began to plummet toward the bottom. Jiraiya looked down into the black abyss. Forgive me Naruto, Minato. This is the only way. Meanwhile, Naruto was trying to find a way out of this. He tried using his chakra but the sides were too slippery. He kept falling and the feeling of death consumed him. I'm really going to die. He realized. That's when everything got white. Naruto found himself in a sewer. He was wondering if this was the afterlife until he felt a huge chakra. He followed it until he came upon two huge gates. They were held closed by a small paper tag. That's when two red eyes and fangs appeared. Welcome, my jailer. We finally meet, face to face. The deep voice said. That voice, so it was you. Naruto said. I'm so glad that you remember. So, you have come before me to gain more access to my chakra. Tell me boy, why should I? I will gain my freedom once you die. The Kyuubi said. You and I both know that is false. I've researched my seal with Sarutobi sensei and your life is connected with mine. The only way that you will get free is if I release you. Naruto stated. You have certainly grown since that night. It is good to speak with someone so intelligent. Naruto was instantly on edge. What are you up to? I know that you do not enjoy being sealed within me. Why are you acting so civil with me? My reasons are my own boy. I do not have to explain them. Consider it a gift that I have not asked you to come closer so that my claws can rip you asunder. The Kyuubi said. That's when the ground beneath Naruto glowed red. It ensnared him and squeezed. Naruto struggled to free himself but he could not. Do not worry. It is as you said, when you die, I will die. I am not ready yet. This is my gift to you so that you may complete your task. Remember this feeling when you summon it. We will meet again. Naruto's eyes shot open. Feeling the rush of chakra, Naruto quickly did the seals for the Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique. A huge cloud of smoke appeared and Naruto saw his salvation. Above, Jiraiya saw that Naruto had indeed succeeded in getting more chakra from the Kyuubi. That suddenly changed when he heard a familiar voice. Not wanting to be around for when he jumped out of there, Jiraiya hightailed it out of there. After a minute or two, a huge red toad appeared with Naruto riding its back. The force of the landing shook the area and could be felt all the way to Konoha. The toad lowered its head to allow Naruto to jump off. The two searched the area but they could find no trace of Jiraiya. Arrow Sennin must have booked it. Naruto growled. Agreed, I will punish him later then. The toad said. Naruto faced the large toad. Thank you for the assistance Gamabunta-san. He said. It was not problem Naruto. My sons and many others have spoken good of you. If you will excuse me, it has been a while since I've been released into the world. I will enjoy it before I return. Gamabunta said and went in a random direction. Naruto wished him well and was about to leave when several Chunin appeared. One of them was Iruka. Hey Iruka-sensei, it's been a while. Naruto greeted. That it has. Naruto, was that Gamabunta? Iruka asked. Yeah, I just learned how to summon him. The toads are kick-ass. He exclaimed. Iruka could only look at him in shock and in wonder. What had he and his teammates been up to? Jiraiya stood in front of Hiruzen, Homura and Kaharu. They did not look pleased with him. Jiraiya just looked at them without worry. How could you be so reckless? That had to be the most stupid thing you have done. Kaharu snapped. Did you even think of the consequences of that stunt? You were lucky that the boy managed to summon Gamabunta to save him. Homura added hotly. You were out of line Jiraiya and I am very disappointed with your judgment. Hiruzen finished it off. Oh come on, I wouldn't have let the kid die. He needs to learn how to use the Kyuubi's chakra sooner or later. I'm just glad that he is taking it seriously enough to try. Jiraiya said. There had to be a better way Jiraiya. Throwing him down a ravine was not the right way. Hiruzen shouted. Now, Naruto will have to be extra cautious when he faces the Kyuubi within his mind. It'll teach the kid about who to trust and who not to trust. Jiraiya said jokingly. I see that you will not take this seriously. Homura said with a tone. I am taking it seriously. He has more access to the Kyuubi. It is a win-win. Now if you will excuse me, I have some research to do. Jiraiya said and made his way to the door. He opened it only to get struck in the face. As his hands covered his face, he was kicked in the gut. He fell to the ground in pain. He caught a glimpse of a very angry Anko before she began to wail on him. Throw my punch, subordinate punch to his death hut punch. Alt stomp, show you, stomp, what I do, stomp, to people, stomp, who attack, punch my kids, elbow drop. Anko ranted. The beating continued for a good while in the presence of the Hokage and elders. They did nothing and held off the Anbu. They couldn't have thought of a better punishment. Chapter 24, Team Anko's Vacation, Part 3. Naruto and Jacken walked onto the training grounds of Team Guy. Jacken was not happy about this as Naruto warned him about starting any arguments. He wasn't concerned about Tenten, but he was more concerned about the reason they were here for. It didn't make sense giving their crazy sensei a weapon to torture them with. He didn't care how good she was. They walked up to see Lee shadow boxing, Tenten hitting some targets and Neji working on his Byakugan. He was the one who alerted the team to their presence. Jacken, Naruto, what brings your youthful selves here today? Lee asked with excitement. Are you always this excited? Jacken asked. Before an answer could be given, Naruto cut in. We're actually here to see Tenten. We were wondering if you could show us your sword collection. Naruto said. Tenten didn't mind and pulled out a scroll. She unrolled it and smeared her blood over the symbols. Dozens of swords popped out and stood up on the ground. May I ask why you wanted to see them? Tenten asked. Our blonde pipsqueak wants to give our psychotic sensei a sword since she has taken up the blade. Jacken said. Look, I know that it's a crazy idea. A very crazy idea, Jacken muttered. Still, she's getting real good. Maybe she would be appreciative of the gesture and lay off on us. Naruto said. Jacken gave him a look. Just shut up and look at her collection. The two observed the swords in front of them. They didn't see anything that screamed Anko. Suddenly, Jacken looked at a blade. He picked it up and watched as the blade wobbled a little. What about this sword? Jacken asked. Naruto looked to see the blade and was nodding at it. It said Anko alright, Naruto said. He then looked at Tenten. What's this sword called? I think it's called a jong. The blade is very thin but sharp. It also bends so you can catch opponents around corners. It isn't too big around here. It's made mostly toward the east, somewhere beyond Mizu no Kuni, land of water. I know someone within the village who can make one like it. That'll be great. Thanks a lot, Tenten, Naruto said. At least she's good at something. Jacken muttered. It wasn't low enough because Tenten looked in his direction. You got something to say? She asked with a hard tone. Here we go. Naruto grumbled before getting out of the way. What? I was just saying that your knowledge of weapons is an asset to the village. Jacken said with a smirk. Don't play dumb, you son of a bitch. Kami, you're such a baby, just because I'm better than you. Tenten exclaimed. Ha, you ain't shit. I was out of the academy for over a year and I caught up to you in a matter of months. The only thing you can do with weapons is throw them in bulk and pray that it hits something. Jacken countered. You know what? I have half a mind to shove a kunai right up your ass. Tenten scowled. I'll like to see you try, you stuck-up bitch. Jacken snarled. The two continued to argue while Neji, Lee and Naruto watched with interest. No one was stupid enough to get in between the two when they were like that. Lee could easily testify to that. When it looked like it was getting heated, Naruto had enough. Kuchio's no jutsu summoning technique. Naruto shouted. Jacken suddenly found himself on the ground with something heavy on top of him. Tenten was in the same situation, being held in the air by the toad's tongue. What are you doing, pipsqueak? Jacken gasped out. Let me go, Naruto. Tenten shouted. Look, I think you two need to chill out. Obviously, this will not be solved by you two trying to wring each other's necks. So what I'm suggesting is a throwdown. We'll set up an obstacle where there will be several targets. We'll tally up the score and the winner would be king or queen of weapons. Are you two in agreement? Naruto asked. Fine, they both said. Naruto patted Gamma who released Tenten and got off Jacken. The throwdown will happen in 3 days. Naruto said. They nodded and the two members of Team Anko left the training ground. 2 days later, Jacken and Tenten were warming up. Naruto and Lee were packing several shuriken holsters for the two of them. Iruka, Anko, Guy and a few others were also in attendance. Iruka had helped Naruto set up the course and the rules of the contest. Iruka then faced the two contestants. Okay, the rules are simple. Each one of you will run through the course once. There will be some still targets and moving targets. Each target has numbers on it, so that will be points toward your final score. The one with the most points will be king or queen of weapons. Do you understand? Iruka asked. Both of them nodded and were handed the belt with pouches on it. Okay, Tenten is up first. Hope you choke, Jacken said. Bite me bitch, Tenten said and readied herself to go. She stood and prepared to run. Go, Boruto said and Tenten took off. She quickly threw 3 shuriken at the post, all hitting the targets. She threw another 3, which hit 3 more targets. She hit a few more non-moving targets before tripping a wire. 5 discs flew into the air with bulleyes on them. Tenten quickly hit them out of the air and continued on. As she ran, she launched various shuriken at moving and non-moving targets, each one as difficult as the next. The final part of the course was very hard as Tenten had to be very careful not to hit innocents. She got past that part and hit the button, signaling the end of her run. She was breathing hard and was handed some water. Boruto and 2 others helped tally up her score. They were very impressed with how well she did. They cleared up the course and next up was Jacken. He stood at the starting line. Go. Jacken took off like a shot. He pulled out some shuriken and launched them like a rapid-firing machine. He tripped the wire and the disc flew up. He quickly shot them down and continued on his way. When he ran out of shuriken out of the palm of his hand, it took him some time to grab a few more. He was still hitting the targets but he had to slow down some. The final part, Jacken careful launched his weapons at the ones who were the enemy. He could see that they were all kill shots. He hit the button and dropped to his knees. That was a hard run to do. Naruto handed him a bottle of water while the judges checked out the targets. They tallied up their scores and faced the 2 competitors. Okay then, Tenten, your score was perfect 3,000 points. Jacken, your score was 2,995. You were off by 2 degrees on one of the flying disc. Boruto said. Jacken groaned while Tenten cheered. The 2 faced each other and Jacken sighed. He stuck his hand out. I'll admit, you're the queen of weapons. Jacken grumbled. How about we both say that we're both rulers? You only lost by 2 degrees. Tenten said. I can live with that. Jacken said with a smile. The 2 shook hands and buried the hatchet. Ah, that's so sweet. Why don't you 2 kiss also? Enko commented. That earned her a glare from Jacken. Everyone laughed and walked off the academy grounds. As they walked, Jacken could help but stare at Tenten's back. The sweat traveled down to her lower back and backside. The pants seemed to cling to her. He saw that she did have a nice butt for a 14-year-old. So focused, he did not realize that Enko had caught him. She leaned next to his ear with a smirk. That's a tight little rear on her, huh? Is that how you like them? Don't be shy, you can tell Auntie Enko. Enko joked. Jacken went red and turned his head away. Tenten refused the turnaround mostly because she was red in her cheeks. The bookstore owner sat behind the counter and read a book. It was the afternoon so business was kind of slow. He heard someone drop something on the counter. He looked to see that it his bestseller, Ika Ika. He saw that it was the first book of the series. When he looked up, he was very surprised to see a woman. Her purple hair was down and she was wearing sunglasses, a tan-colored trench coat that covered a white blouse and maroon skirt. The owner stood up and faced her. You don't see many women looking for this book. The owner said. I'm not as prudish as those women. It is actually a good book. She said. That it is. He took her money and packaged her purchase. Enjoy your book, he said. Don't worry, I will. She said and quickly left the store. In her hurry, she bumped into someone and dropped her book. She was about to shout at the person when she froze up at who she saw. It was Kakashi. The one-eyed, masked man gave her a surprised look. Is that you Enko? Kakashi asked. Enko. Who is this Enko that you speak of? Enko said. Kakashi just kept looking at her. It was much different appearance than what he was used to. It made her look cute in a way. Enko was a bit uncomfortable with how he was looking at her. She quickly grabbed her bag and began to walk away. Aren't you forgetting something, Enko? Kakashi said. She looked out of the corner of her eye and saw that Kakashi had her book. I didn't know that you found this interesting. It's a pretty good read. I can tell you some stuff about it. There's a tea shop nearby. I'll buy you some dango. Enko was surprised. Was Kakashi asking her out? She quickly banished that idea. It was just a talk between 2 people who had a similar interest. Sure, why not? But I don't want to know everything. Just give me a broad view of the book. She told him. Kakashi nodded and the 2 headed for the tea shop. That's when Enko realized something. Say, aren't the Jonin sensei giving their exams today? Is that today? Oh well, this won't take long and you're getting dango for free. Kakashi explained. Good point there, to the tea shop. Enko said. It would be 2 hours of talking before Kakashi left to test his students. Naruto roared as he attempted to do this new jutsu. The objective of the exercise was to blow the rubber ball apart. It was an exercise that Jiraiya gave him as an apology for what he did. He called the new jutsu the rasengan, spiraling sphere. The attack needed no hand seals, which was pretty cool. The first part of learning the rasengan was for Naruto to pop a balloon filled with water. Naruto saw how Jiraiya did it, was very excited to learn the jutsu. It took Naruto a full week and a half to burst the water balloon. It was very hard for him to burst. While he was trying to figure out why the balloon wouldn't pop, Tora came along. The daimyo wife's cat was actually a friend of the team now. Tora batted around the ball for a while before it popped. It was in that instant that he remembered that the water balloon was all bumpy when Jiraiya demonstrated the first exercise. He thanked Tora by keeping him hidden for a week. He practiced it but couldn't make the water swirl in different directions. He decided to use Tora's method and he easily popped the balloon. He did it a few more times and nailed it. He showed it to Jiraiya, who was mildly impressed. He then gave him a rubber ball and left. Naruto figured that this was about power rather than rotation. Try as he might, he couldn't push enough chakra to blow the ball apart. He decided to rest as his arm began to sting a little. Suddenly, something landed on his head. It jumped off and landed in front of him. He was surprised to see that it was Kosuke. "What the? Kosuke, where did you come from? I didn't summon you," Naruto asked. "We have a special portal here called the Ancient Distant Body Water. It allows us to travel from home to Konohagakure," Kosuke said. "Anyway, I came to let you in on something. It's about that girl you wanted me to get info on." "Midoshi, you got some stuff on Midoshi?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, and it wasn't easy. I almost got caught a couple of times by the snakes. This girl is something else, Naruto. She's definitely skilled in the arts and has now added the sword to her arsenal. She's also the only human that Manda likes. He doesn't like anybody. He's actually asking his subordinates to find out more about you since she seems to have an interest in you. Oh, and he wants to eat you for putting a bruise on her," Kosuke said. "Gee, thanks for that," Naruto said sarcastically. "Also, she has been raised by the Snake Clan since birth. I found out that she was born in a village that was near the secret entrance to the land of snakes. Manda used to have sacrifices given to him from this village. The village has a few people there, so I gave Jiraiya the heads up." "Thanks, Kosuke, now I can really focus on my training," Naruto said. Kosuke nodded and hopped away. Naruto stood and returned to his training. Midoshi sighed in boredom as Orochimaru went on and on about his invasion plans. Why she was here, she'll never know. She had only one objective, and that objective was Naruto. She heard the sound of a rattle and turned to see a small brown rattlesnake. She walked out of the room, following the snake and ignoring Orochimaru's mouth. As she walked down the corridor, the rattlesnake slithered up to her shoulder. "Moa, how is your father doing?" Midoshi asked. "He is fine. His burns have healed up nicely. I have brought the information that you asked about," Moa said. "Oh yes, did you have any trouble?" she asked. "A little, but it was not too difficult. The toads hold this Naruto in high regard. Gamabunta speaks highly of him. He is also the student of their current summoner, Jiraiya," he reported. "Is there anything else?" Midoshi asked. "He has an SSSS-ranked secret surrounding him. It's this secret that made the monkey summoner train him personally. His skills have increased as well," Moa said. Midoshi smiled deviously at the information she received. "Thank you, Mao, you have done very well. Do not tell Uncle Manda about this. You know how overprotective he can be." The rattlesnake nodded and the two continued on their way down the corridor. Chapter 25, Team Enko's Vacation, Final Part. Naruto decided that he would spend his last days hanging out and causing mayhem. He also decided to get his protege in on the fun. He was to be his successor after all. It wasn't too hard to get him out of class. As the two gathered supplies, Naruto noticed something that made him laugh. He told Konohamaru to wait for him while he went to observe the funny scene. He watched as a pink-haired girl chased his pal, Tora. The cat easily kept out of reach of her as she ran for her life. Naruto saw two boys waiting to use a nest against the feline. When it got close, they raised the net. Tora easily shredded through the net and kept on running. Naruto just kept smiling as the team was frustrated and angry. "You know, you could have helped my team, Naruto." Naruto turned to see Kakashi standing there. "What makes you think that I could help?" Naruto asked with a smirk. "It's a well-known fact that Tora seems to like you, your teammates and your sensei," Kakashi said. "While true, why deprive your team of their mission? Besides, I still have a week left of vacation. I'm not going to help you or your team," Naruto said. It was worth a shot. They both heard a female scream. "Well, I guess that means they've caught her. I'll see you around, Naruto." Kakashi left Naruto alone. The blonde returned to Konohamaru and to his prank. Naruto and Konohamaru were hiding out in a training field that was near the Hokage monument. They had just pulled off their prank on members of the Yamanaka clan. They managed to get away clean but was later chased by Iruka and several other chunin. Naruto gave them the slip by unleashing a number of shadow clones. Once it was safe, Naruto took him to his training grounds. At the training grounds, Konohamaru was rubbing his head while Naruto laughed at him. "It's not funny," Konohamaru exclaimed. "Yes it is." Naruto laughed. He calmed himself enough to give Konohamaru his attention. "Haven't you been practicing like the old man has been telling you?" "Yeah," Konohamaru said. Naruto didn't look like he was buying it. "Okay, maybe I haven't been practicing. But it's so boring doing it over and over again." "That may be true but it helps. Now come on, for the rest of the week, I'm going to be teaching this staff form until you can do it in your sleep. We can't have my successor hitting himself over the head when he goes into battle." Naruto joked. Konohamaru just grumbled and got into the stance. The two began to do the staff form until the sun began to set. Tenten was enjoying her VA. Cation. She had a month off and she was going to enjoy it away from Guy and Lee. As she was on her way to buy some new weapons, she saw something that made her pause. It was Jacken. He was sitting at a table and he looked very frustrated. She could see that he was glaring at a notepad. She was curious and made her way over to him. She saw that Jacken did not notice her presence. She carefully leaned in until she was near his ear. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed, causing Jacken to fall out of his chair. He glared at Tenten who was laughing her ass off. "Are you amused now? Do you feel better now that it's out of your system?" Jacken growled. "I'm sorry but it was too good to pass up," Tenten said while laughing. She helped him up and the two were now sitting across from each other. Jacken took notice to her change of clothes. "You really like those type of clothes huh?" Jacken said. "What, they're comfortable," Tenten said. "Anyway, what's up with you? It looks like you wanted to set that pad ablaze with your glare." "Well, I got this letter from this person. She was this woman that we protected a while back. I don't know why she wrote me but it was mostly to tell me what's up and how her life was. I don't want to be rude, so I'm trying to write a letter but it's freaking impossible. I don't know what to say and I don't even know why I'm writing this." Jacken finished with a huff. "Well, maybe you made an impression on her and she just wants to know more about you." "What does she do for a living?" Tenten asked. "She provides company to wealthy men," Jacken said. It was much nicer to say that than to call her a whore. "Okay," Tenten said with a pause. "Where's the letter she sent you?" Jacken handed her the letter. She read it and smiled at what she read. "Okay then, she just telling you what she's been up to and wonders if you're okay. Just tell her what you have been up to and wish her the best, plain and simple." "Here, I'll help you get started," Tenten said. She helped Jacken start the letter and stayed with him until he finished it. She helped him with some corrections and stopped him from putting anything stupid in the letter. It was a pretty interesting day. Yakumo let out a very tired sigh as she was released by her father for today. As soon as her family returned from their vacation, she thrust herself into clan duties and her training. She couldn't believe what her father had to go through. She had to learn all the rules and regulations, how to work the finances and so many other things. It was a very tiring thing to learn and remember. Her uncle Unkai was not easy to deal with either. With the fear out of the way, he pushed her harder than usual. He hit her with various genjutsu which she had to counter. He also increased her physical exercises as well. He taught her some new jutsu and how to wield a tanto. Her biggest accomplishment was to gain much more of the Ito's power. Whenever she used its power, she would get an image that was kind of ghostly. She groaned as she though about her training for later today. Her uncle told her that they would be really going at it. She couldn't wait for this week to be over. She couldn't believe that she was missing Anko's training. She entered her room and grabbed her flute. She made her way to the garden where she usually played. She went to her favorite rock and sat on it. She composed herself and began to play. She enjoyed this time that she had to herself. She could relax and have no care in the world. She continued to play even as an audience started to gather. They always enjoyed her music and she enjoyed playing her music for them. She continued to play, forgetting about clan business and training. It was sunny out and Anko decided to enjoy the sun. Dressed in a red, two-piece bikini, she made her way to the roof of her apartment building. She unfolded her chair, placed a small cooler to the right and held her copy of Ika Ika. She sat down and began to place on some sun lotion. No need to be ruining her amazing bod. After Maid saw that everything was finally covered, she placed on her shades and began to read her book. As she read, she wondered what her little brats were doing. She knew that her vacation was almost up so she decided to check on them. She found Naruto with the Sandame's grandson, refining their staff techniques. She found Jacken walking toward the gate. He had met up with a courier and handed him a letter. She visited Yakumo at her clan's home where she was in an intense genjutsu spar with her uncle. The flowing hair and glowing aura thing she was doing was so awesome. She was glad that they were increasing their skills and not slacking off. She wasn't slacking either as she spent most of her vacation working with Yugao and Kakashi. She now had 5 new jutsu and she was coming along with her kenjutsu. Her kids would be in for a surprise when they met again. She couldn't wait to use that other jutsu Kakashi showed her. Speaking of the one-eyed pervert, Enko had him on her brain as of late and was starting to worry. Sure, without his mask, Kakashi was a total fox. They had a few things in common, like Ika and annoying their students. They hung out some aside from training. It bothered her because she was never that close to other men. They always wanted the same thing from her. Some, she allowed to get what they wanted. They turned out to be real disappointments. Still, Kakashi was different. He was a horn dog, but when they talked, he gave her his attention. Granted, they only really talked about favorite book, but he still gave her his attention. There was even a time that she pleasured herself thinking about Kakashi. She quickly banished those thoughts. She was Mitarashi Anko. There wasn't a man in the village that could tame her. She suddenly heard what sounded like a flesh against flesh collision. She looked from her book to see 2 men fall to the ground below. She just grinned and went back to her book. The week was over and so was Team Anko's vacation. Each member of the team was waking up and preparing for today's team meeting. They each left their respective homes and made their way to Training Ground 44. They all arrived and stood at attention. Anko faced her group with a smile. "Well, my little brats, I hope that you are well rested. Now that we're back together, the fun can resume," Anko said. "Before we get into that, the pipsqueak has something to give you," Jacken said and pushed Naruto forward. Anko noticed that Yakumo and Jacken looked very uncomfortable. She saw that Naruto had a case with him. "Here, this is a present for us. I'm a bit reluctant to give it to you because of how you are, but I trust you to use this when things get important," Naruto said. Anko raised an eyebrow and took the case. She opened it and was very surprised. It was a beautiful sword in its sheath. She held the sword and did a couple of swings with it. Anko found that the sword was great in how the blade wobbled. It was perfect. She looked at the sword lovingly. "I will call you, Doku, Venom," Anko said. She saw that her team was giving her a look. "What? It's a pretty name." Anko placed the blade in its sheath and placed it back in the case. "I cannot thank you guys enough for this. How about you let us do a mission instead of sparing?" Jacken asked. "Be happy I'm not testing my new blade on any of you," Anko countered. She then gave them a serious look. "Well then, you guys are supposed to be showing me what you have learned during your vacation. So, demonstration time. Each of you are to come at me and show me what you've got. Bangs, you're first." Naruto stepped forward. He faced Anko who stood waiting. Naruto took off at her. He quickly summoned 2 clones. He pulled out his staff and attacked. Anko dodged his attacks with a difficulty. This was a new staff form that he was using against her. She saw one of his clones come at her from her left. She saw that his hands were in the snake seal. "Doden, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River," the clone called out. The ground turned into mud and carried Anko away. She quickly regained her balance to hear the next 2 attacks. "Doden, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet," the first clone called out. "Kaden, Karyuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet," the second clone called out. The fire combined with the mud projectile. Anko quickly did some seals and slammed her hands on the ground. "Doden, Doryuheki, Earth Style Wall," Anko shouted. The earth rose like pillars and protected Anko from the fire barrage. She pulled out 2 shuriken that were attached to wires. She threw them both at the clones, wrapping both of them. "Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Dragon Fire Technique." She was surrounded by fire which then shot forward and crashed into the 2 clones. Once the fire died down, Anko was struck twice in the back of her knees. Naruto threw a hard punch into her back. He was surprised that his fist got stuck. He watched as Anko turned into mud. Anko appeared behind him. "You were so close," Anko said with a smile and brought entwined fist down on him. Anko was now the surprised one when Naruto turned into mud. A shadow fell over her. She looked up and cursed. A man-sized blue toad landed on her. Naruto looked below only to find mud. That's when things got weird. "Senin Garashi, 1,000 years of death," Anko shouted. Naruto was then violated and sent flying back toward his teammates and beyond. Yakumo and Jacken could not believe what their sensei just did. Anko was just laughing her ass off. "Oh my god, that was so funny. Remind me to thank Kakashi for this technique." "That's just wrong, man. I wouldn't wish that on my enemies," Jacken said. "Poor Naruto," Yakumo said. Naruto rubbed his ass and glared bloody murder at his sensei. "I swear to all that is holy, you and Kakashi will pay for this," he growled. "I'm shaking in fear," Anko said with amusement. She then looked at him. "You've did some interesting things there. I was a bit surprised that you knew the Doden Cage Bunshin Earth Release Shadow Clone but the toad thing I heard from Aruka. I'm glad that you've improved on your sneakiness as well. Did you not hear me? My ass will be avenged. Naruto shouted. Yeah, let's continue shall we? Knuckles, let's see what you've been up to. Enko said. Jacken stepped forward. He pulled out his Kusarigama and readied himself to attack. Chapter 26 Meeting of the Jinchuriki. Enko smiled at Jacken who looked eager to get started. Someone's eager, especially with what is about to happen to him when he loses. Enko said evilly. No chance in hell, you pervert. Jacken said and launched the ball end at Enko. Enko was surprised by the speed and got out of the way. The small metal ball punched through the tree. Jacken charged and brought the blade down on Enko. She pulled out a kunai and parried the attack. The two engaged in a brief blade battle before Jacken whipped the chain around. Enko was on her toes and dodged every whipping strike. She flipped onto the side of the tree and did some hand seals. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique, Enko called out and shot a medium-sized fireball at him. Jacken reared his arm back as he saw the ball of fire coming. Shinkuken, vacuum sword, he called and swung the sickle part in a quick wide arc. His version of the technique created a thin blade of air that could cut through most things. The blade of wind cut right through the fireball. When the fireball crashed on either side of him, he saw that Enko was gone. Remembering what just happened to his teammate, Jacken jumped into the air. He was lucky as Enko's hands was poking through the ground. He growled and threw an kunai at the hands. Enko quickly pulled her hands back into the ground. Jacken landed and began to whip his chain around. The chain formed into a star and Jacken began to chakra his chakra through the chain. He evened out his breathing and waited. His teammates were worried about him just standing there. Their worry was about to come true when Enko appeared behind Jacken. Senin. Enko began but Jacken was smirking. Kinzoku Chen no Ketsugo. Metal chain binding, Jacken called out. The chain instant ensnared Enko who was very shocked. Using his strength, he flung Enko into a tree. He quickly did a few seals. Raiden. Kangekiha. Lightning release. Wave of inspiration, the wave of lightning traveled through the metal chain and hit Enko. She screamed out and slumped over. Jacken cheered for his victory but it was very short-lived when Enko hardened and broke apart. Senin Garashi. Enko called out and hit Jacken in the rectum. It sent the team flying through the air and into the top of the trees. She looked at the tangled boy and smiled to herself. I do believe that's a record for me. That's got to be 50 feet up in the air. Enko commented. I swear upon everything that is holy, I will get you for this. Jacken growled. Love you too. And now there was one. Let's see what the ghost has in store. Enko said with a smile. Yakumo gulped but she wasn't about to back down. She decided to go full out and end this quickly. Enko watched as she tapped into the Ito's power. Enko thought she looked very cool with her hair waving in the air. Megan, Mugetsu. Demonic illusion. Moonless sky, she called out. The area suddenly got dark and no light was coming through. Enko was amazed that she made a jutsu just like the Nadaime second Hokage. You guys don't move. If you do, then they will attack you as well. Yakumo said. She did a few more hand seals and slammed her hands to the ground. Genjutsu Kuchios, Oni Keijukami. Illusionary technique summoning. Demon shadow wolves. Enko watched as several pitch black wolves appear. They were drooling and snarling at her. With a mental command, the wolves charged at Enko. Enko met the wolves head on. She dodged the first two and split the other in two. She turned and was surprised to see the wolf reform. That won't work sensei. Yakumo called out. Enko didn't listen and did some hand seals. Sweden. Mizoripa. Water release. Violent water wave. Enko called out and spat out a large volume of water. The wolves were swept up by the attack but the wolves suddenly disappeared into the shadows. Enko had to use the Shunshin body flicker to escape the attack from below. This is getting a bit out of hand. I think that I'll just end this little spar. Enko said and threw something into the air. It exploded and a bright light surrounded the area. It dispelled the genjutsu and the wolves. Yakumo was blinded and released her hold on the Ito. That's when she felt two fingers go into her butt. She screamed and quickly got away from her grinning sensei. Damn it sensei, it's not funny. Yakumo roared. Oh come on, where is your sense of humor? In fact, Enko said and turned toward Naruto. You should be okay with this Mr. Prank Master. Sexual assault is not a joke. Naruto grumbled. Enko just smirked at him. After her team lined up in front of her, Enko faced her team seriously. I am very happy with the improvement. With all the new techniques and tactics, we will work through some team exercises and have some fun missions that we will take on. We will even mess with the rookies a bit. So, let's get back to work. Enko cheered. Hi sensei, they shouted. Dash. Team Anko was on its way back from a border patrol mission. It was a punishment for the team after the genin got their revenge for what happened a month ago. It was pretty funny and Anko was still attempting to get those photos back from Yugao and Kurenai. Anko went a little too far, chasing her team through the village on her pet summons. Either way, Hiruzen thought it would be better for the village and himself that they were out of the village. Anko looked at her students and smiled. They had gotten back to their current level of teamwork fairly quickly. They had a few new formations and she even taught them the Kanashibari no Jutsu temporary paralysis technique in order to catch their victims. They managed to do D ranks with ease and were pushing her still in training. She knew that this Chunin exam's coming, her team would be ready and would destroy the competition. As they made their way back to Konoha, Naruto suddenly felt that something was wrong. He called for a stop and looked toward the northeast. Anko appeared next to him. "What is it, Gaki brat?" Anko asked. "I don't know. I feel that there is something off coming from that direction. There are a lot of killing intent," Naruto explained. Anko turned toward where he was looking and had to admit that there was the faint feeling of death. "That's in the direction of the border that connects Kei's no Kuni, Land of Wind, and Hai no Kuni, Land of Fire," Anko muttered. She looked at her team. "Okay, we'll check this out. Weapons out, full stealth, I don't want whatever this feeling is to get the drop on us." They nodded and made their way toward the border. Dash. A bloody bandit was running. He was missing an arm and was dripping blood. He had to get over the border. Once he was over the border, that monster could not get him. It may have been cowardly to leave his mates to die, but there was no honor among thieves. He was not going to die. He made it across the border and let out a sigh of relief. He was finally safe. That's when he was encased in sand. He frantically tried to get the sand off, but it quickly crept up on him. That's when he saw the dead-looking eyes of the beast. He was going to die and there was nothing he could do. The monster's sand suddenly raised up to protect him from a barrage of kunai and shuriken. The bandit was suddenly pulled to safe by a younger teenage girl. He watched as the two boys attacked the red-haired boy. "Run! Run away! Run away or that monster will kill you!" the man shouted before he passed out. Naruto and Jacken heard him but could no longer retreat as the red-haired ninja attacked. They countered but could not get past the sand. Naruto looked to Jacken and gave him a nod. He then crossed his fingers. "Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, Shadow Clone Technique," Naruto called out. 36 clones appeared and attacked. The red-haired ninja did not move and lashed out with his sand. He was getting annoyed as the clones were getting difficult to hit. It didn't help matters that his teammate kept launching blades of wind. The shinobi was them suddenly dragged underground. Anko appeared out of the ground and flipped back. Once she was out of the way, Naruto placed his hand in a seal and touched the ground. "Kekai, Shujin no Yae. Barrier, prisoners encampment," Naruto shouted. A barrier appeared and surrounded Naruto and the red-haired shinobi. Naruto was having a hard time holding the guy down. He had never felt such chakra. He had poured everything into the barrier to keep him down. He suddenly caught something coming at him from the left. It was a wooden puppet and it was coming right at him. "Harpoon! Harpoon!" Jacken shouted. The puppet stopped and backed away but not before losing a limb. Jacken appeared to Naruto's side and faced down the puppet. Anko made a move to get the puppet but had to jump back from the wind attack that came. Anko fired off a fireball at the tree and a blonde girl appeared. Anko pulled out her blade and charged. That's when a man appeared and made a beeline for Naruto. Megan, Mugetsu. The area darkened. Genjutsu Kuchiyos, Oni Keijukami. A dozen wolves appeared and attacked the man and the girl. Anko appeared in front of the man and saw his Hitai 8. "Ghost, Bangs, Knuckles, stand down," Anko called out. She then faced the man. "My name is Mitarashi Anko, Konoha Jonin, and this is my squad. Identify yourselves, Suna Shinobi. My name is Baki, Suna Jonin, and this is my squad. We were only reacting to the fact that you have one of my wards," Baki said. "Your ward was attempting to kill an injured man that crossed over the border. While we are allies, no Suna Shinobi is allowed to pass without confirmation. Do you have that confirmation?" Anko asked. Baki did not say anything but he relaxed a bit. "Tamari, Kankuro, stop your attack," Baki ordered. They appeared next to their sensei. Light was returned and Yakumo and Jacken stood next to Naruto, standing at the ready. Baki looked at his last ward. He then turned back to Anko. "If you would please release my ward." "Bangs," Anko called out. Naruto released the barrier and stood. The boy blasted out of the ground and prepared to attack the blonde. "Gaara, that is enough," Baki shouted. Gaara looked ready to ignore the order, but the fact that the blonde was about to use that barrier again, he listened. He called back his sand to the gourd and walked back toward the border. He ignored the others and continued on. He then stopped and faced the blonde. Naruto didn't know what he saw, but he could feel something similar with this guy. You, Gaara said gravely. You will prove my existence. With the said, he made his leave. Baki waved his team across the border. He faced Anko. My apologizes about what happened. That man you see there was a part of a group of bandits that we eliminated. Should there be a reward, I would believe that the money would be sent to Suna. He asked. That's something my Hokage would decide. Anko said. Baki said nothing else and left. The team released a large breath and were wondering what the hell was wrong with that genin. Hiruzen rubbed his chin and had a serious look on his face. What Team Anko had just reported was very disturbing. He looked at his one-time student and saw that he had something on his mind. Naruto, what are you thinking about? Was it the threat made by the one called Gaara? Hiruzen asked. No, I'm not worried about that. It was that look in his eyes when he faced me. He's lost in some sort of madness and anger. I've had a similar look in my eyes when I was younger. I don't know for sure, but that guy could be just like me. Naruto explained. Wait a minute, are you saying that we were fighting a freaking Jinchuriki? Jacken asked. I'm only guessing, I really don't know for sure. I never knew any shinobi from Suna with the ability to control sand. The Sandaime 3rd Kazekage was known for his Setetsu iron sand. I've never seen someone control regular sand like that. Naruto said. I will have Jiraiya look into this. In the meantime, take the rest of the day off. Hiruzen said. Team Anko bowed before leaving. As they left, Inoichi and the head doctor appeared. They stood and faced the Hokage. Report. The man will survive. Anko's quick thing saved him when she sealed the wound with a fire jutsu. Several gashes on his body, all of them had a sliver of sand. We found that the part of the arm he lost was first crushed then ripped off. The doctor said. Hiruzen nodded and faced Inoichi. I searched his mind, but I only got a brief look before his mind jumbled. That shinobi that faced Team Anko was the sole ninja that brutally killed that whole camp. It was him and no one else. Inoichi explained. This worried the old Kage. If Suna had someone like that in their ranks, then he would definitely make good on his threat. He thanked the two and made plans to contact Jiraiya. He needed information on this Gaara. Omake number 2, Anko's consequence. The members of Team Anko had just been let go by Anko. They were sitting at a tea shop that was located near Jacken's home. They were sitting around eating dango and drinking green tea. So, how are we getting back at Sensei? Yakumo asked. You got me. What about you, Pipsqueak? You're the prank master, Jacken said. Well, I did have one idea. However, this idea comes with some severe consequences. Naruto said. Come on, how bad can it be? Jacken asked jokingly. Naruto sighed. It revealed his plan to his teammates. As he explained, they got pale and shook with fear. When he was done, Jacken and Yakumo looked at him like he was crazy. Are you nuts? If we did this to Anko, she will kill us, literally. She'll gut us and leave our bodies somewhere that it would never be found. Jacken exclaimed. Yeah, Naruto, squads of Anbu wouldn't be able to stop her. Yakumo added. I know that, but it is the most humiliating thing I can think of. If we do this, then we need to be all in. Naruto said. Yakumo and Jacken looked scared, but the thirst for revenge was strong. Okay, I'm in, Yakumo said. You only live once, right? So what are we going to do, Naruto? Anko groaned and grabbed her head. She had a splitting headache and needed some aspirin. She didn't even know how much she drank last night. All she remembered was being invited to a bar with Kurenai and Yugao. After that, everything was a blur. She groaned again and reached for her aspirin. That when she realized the warm body blocking her, she looked down at herself and saw that she too was naked. Anko wasn't too surprised, as this had happened before. She removed the covers to get the guy out of bed when she froze. Her eyes were wide at who was in her bed. There could be no way that this could have happened. Not even in a drunken stupor would she even think of sleeping with him. That's when she saw the flash. Anko whipped her head around to see Yugao and Kurenai. They were both smiling and Yugao was holding a camera. Wow, I can't wait to show this to my guys, Yugao said with a laugh. That's when Maida Guy woke up. He looked around and saw Kurenai, Yugao and Anko. Ah, my youthful comrades, how are you this fine day? Guy asked. Anko released a very ear-splitting scream. Are you sure that we're safe here? Jacken asked. The team was currently having lunch at the Kurama compound. Yeah, I heard Anko's scream. It'll probably take her 5 minutes to kill Guy, attempt to get the camera and kill both Kurenai-san and Yugao-san. Naruto added. I know what you mean, but not even Anko-sensei will attack in clan compound, no matter how pissed she might be. Let's just hope Guy-sensei, Yugao-senpai and Kurenai manage to get away. Yakumo said. They guys just nodded and ate. That's when something crashed through the wall. The dust settled to reveal Enko standing on the head of Mai. They all flinched at the look of rage on her face. So, you think you little bitches are cute, huh? Well then, I hope you got your jollies because now you're about die. Enko roared. The team didn't waste any time and took off. Enko and Mai chased right after them. The chase continued throughout the village, which they hoped that Enko would not use Mai. They were dead wrong and several people were nearly trampled over. Some buildings were destroyed and some roads became unusable. Stop running and face your doom like warriors. Enko shouted. Kiss my ass. Jacken exclaimed. Don't waste time replying. Just keep running, Naruto said. They all continued to run away from Enko and her pet. It would take 2 hours for various Jonin and Chunin to subdue Enko and her pet. It took another 2 hours to subdue Enko again after she got free and managed to get her hands on her students. Hiruzen decided to send them away for a month before he lost whatever pieces of hair he had left. Chapter 27 Doing the Wave, Part 1. Team Enko was moving through the trees at a fast pace. They were packed light just so that they could reach their destination quickly. Why they were so urgent to get to their destination could be summarized by the meeting they had 2 hours ago. Flashback. Team Enko stood in front of the Hokage with their packs. They were called off a D-ranked mission and told to pack. They appeared in front of the Hokage and awaited the situation. Hiruzen faced them with a serious expression. A day ago, I received a message from Team Kakashi. They are currently on a C-ranked mission to protect a bridge builder to Nami no Kuni, Land of Wave. However, the situation has greatly changed. They were ambushed by the Oni Kyodai demon brothers. They were dealt with but new information surfaced. It seems that the client, Tazuna, lied about the mission parameters. Hiruzen explained. What is the truth, sir? Enko asked. It seems that Tazuna is being hunted by Gato, of Gato Kanpani. He is out to stop Tazuna from completing a bridge that would connect Nami no Kunai with the mainland. Apparently, Gato is not who he presents himself to be. This mission has been bumped up to a B-ranked mission because of what Gato may do next. Hiruzen explained. You may wish to bump that up to an A-ranked mission, sir. Jacken said. I've read the bingo books and the Oni Kyodai are known associates with the Kurigakure no Kijin demon of the mist. Yes, they were with Momochi Zabuza when he defected. Enko added. Very well then, your mission is to assist Team Kakashi in protecting the bridge builder. You are to leave immediately. Hiruzen ordered. Yes sir, they all said and vanished. Present. Enko turned her head slightly to face her teammates. Okay, we're about a day from the shore. We're not going to stop to gain passage to Nami. We'll rest, rebuild our chakra and run across. Am I understood? Enko asked. Hi sensei. They all said. It took about a day and a half to reach Nami. Team Enko moved stealthily into the lands and looked for any trace of Team Kakashi. Enko figured that they would have caught up with them by now. They searched for a while before the smell of battle caught Enko's attention. They moved silently to the location and found what looked to be the battleground. This must have been one hell of a party. Let's spread out and look for a trail. Enko ordered. They did just that and checked the battleground. Jacken noticed a deep slice in one of the trees. Sensei, it looks like they encountered Zabuza. This gash could have only been made with a huge sword. Jacken reported. The ground is a bit soggy. It looks like they were doing battle on the lake. Naruto added. Let's follow the trail, Enko said. As they followed the soggy trail, they found some blood on a tree and 4 kunai lying on the ground. Enko picked up one of them and observed it. This is one of ours, I can tell by the quality. So it looks like Kakashi won the fight, but where's the body? Enko asked. Sensei, I found some footprints and one drag mark. It looks like they went this way. Yakumo said. Alright, let's get moving. Enko ordered. The team followed the prints, erasing them as they moved. They arrived to a house that was on a lake. Enko was very concerned as there wasn't even a security system put in place. She saw no one guarding the place and was very concerned that they might have arrived too late. Enko made some hand motions to her team and they nodded. They moved on the house from all angles. Yakumo looked into the home and was surprised to see the team doing nothing but sit around. She gave Enko the situation using sign language. Enko was a bit put off by the lazy attitude of Kakashi's students. She let out a low whistle and her team came to her. She knocked on the door and waited. Like she thought, the door was carelessly opened by the female of Team Kakashi. She didn't even have a kunai in her hand. She gave them this stupid confused look. Yes, can we help you? The girl asked. Enko just sighed and rubbed her forehead. This was going to be a very long mission. Yakumo moved her hands over Kakashi's prone form. While she wasn't really looking to become a medic, she did learn how to do first aid. She did learn one technique called the Shozen Jutsu mystical palm technique, which she was using right now. She stopped the flow of chakra and let out a breath. He has a mild case of chakra exhaustion. I did what I could, he'll still be out for 5 days. He should be waking up any second. Yakumo said. Good, because I got a few choice words for him. Go downstairs and find out about their encounter with Zabuza. Something tells me that we haven't seen the last of him. Yakumo nodded and left to check on her team and Kakashi's. Enko arrived down to the living room. The only people there were her team and Kakashi's team. She looked around for the family. They went to bed. I secured their windows and any other entry points. Naruto said. What about the perimeter? Enko asked. It's secure. We found 2 old animal trails while we were setting up. The pipsqueak said that he would send some clones in the morning to check them out. Jacken said. Good, Enko said and turned toward Yakumo. What did you learn from them? Well, it looks like your hunch was right. Zabuza is still alive, she said, surprising Team Kakashi. After Sai managed to free Kakashi from Zabuza, Kakashi used his Sharingan and defeated Zabuza. Akiri Oinen Hunter Ninja appeared to have killed Zabuza and took his body away. Enko sighed and turned to face Kakashi's team. Exactly what did this Oinen use? Enko asked. Well, the Oinen used Senbon needles and struck Zabuza in the neck. Still, Kakashi-sensei checked his pulse and everything. He was certainly dead, Sakura answered. I use Senbon myself, but mine are dipped in poison. A very skilled user of the weapon can kill a person or put them in a death-like state. That also means that Zabuza's ally may know some first aid as well. That gives us about a week before Zabuza tries again. Enko explained softly. She pondered for a second before facing them all. Okay, this is how. Wait a second, you in charge. Sasuke suddenly said, cutting her off. Excuse me? Enko asked with a tone. Jacken and Naruto quickly got out of the line of fire. You're not the seniority here. This is our mission. Your team is only here to back us up. You shouldn't be giving out orders until Kakashi wakes up. Sasuke said to her with an, I'm better than you, tone. Enko just looked at him with a raised eyebrow. He suddenly found himself on the ground, a stinging sensation on his cheek. Just to clear things up, who's a Jonin? Enko asked. That would be you, Sasuke said. Enko nodded and backhanded him again, this time on the other cheek. Hey, you can't do that to Sasuke-kun, Sakura exclaimed. She suddenly felt that same stinging sensation and fell onto her butt. She was holding her cheek. Sasuke growled and looked ready to challenge Enko, but she quickly squashed any challenge by punching him in the head. When he hit the ground, Enko slammed her foot onto his head. Are you about done? Good, because I'm only going to say this once. Until Kakashi is 100%, you're my bitch. You will do what I say, when I say. You're no way, shape or form, my superior. If you ever talk to me like that again, I'll cut your special man off and shove it down your throat. Do you understand me? Enko demanded. Yes, Enko-sensei, Sasuke muttered out. Since you're filled with energy, you and Naruto can take first watch. After them, it'll be the pink-haired failure and Yakumo. The last watch will be the pale ghost and Jacken. Now, get to work, Enko said and took her foot off his head. Sasuke glared at her before storming out of the house. Naruto just followed him and said nothing. The rest of the genin got comfortable and waited for their shift. Kakashi opened his eyes to see a wooden ceiling. He cranked his head to his right and saw a pair of legs that were crossed. Looking up a bit, he saw his reading buddy. So the Hokage sent you. I must have good fortune, Kakashi said. I wouldn't really call it that. Let's just say my team is a lot better at these missions than you are, Enko said, not taking her eyes out of her book. Kakashi looked at her with a critical eye. You're angry with me, Kakashi said. What would give you that idea? Enko asked. Well, for one, your legs are crossed. Then there's the attitude and the angry twitch of your foot, Kakashi answered. It's good that you know me so well, Enko said. She then closed her book and looked at Kakashi. Yes, I am angry with you. You should have turned back to Konoha. Your team is definitely not mature enough for a mission this dangerous. I thought that it would get them to trust one another. Their teamwork is horrible. I thought a dose of the real world would have opened their eyes, but from your expression, it hasn't worked out that way, Kakashi said. No, it hasn't. The Uchiha thought he could talk to me like some rookie. The pink-haired waste of space is nothing more than a fangirl. I don't know about the pasty one. He seems to be hiding something, Enko said. He's a member of Danzo's group, Kakashi said. No kidding, I guess I can count on him then. Anyway, what do you want me to do with them? I know my team can do things without me, no problem, but I need to get your team ready to face Zabuza again. So he is alive. I figured as much. Well, can you teach them how to better control their chakra? Kakashi asked. Enko looked at him and Kakashi shivered a little. Exactly how long have you had this team? Enko asked. About a month and a half. Why? Kakashi asked. Enko just sighed before launching herself at Kakashi. Enko came down from upstairs to face some very confused looks. What happened up there? It sounded like Kakashi was dying. Jacken said. He wishes. The pervert probably got off on that. Anyway, you three, pointing to the members of Team Kakashi, are to see Kakashi. After he talks to you, you're to meet me back down here so we can get you ready for Zabuza. She then faced Naruto. Did you check out those animal trails last night? Yeah, I used my clones. The trail behind the house leads toward a cave into the main village. The trail at the front of the house actually leads toward the road to the bridge. In fact, it would be a perfect way to take to Anne from the bridge. It's also much closer, Naruto explained. Good, you're on guard duty today. Tazuna is to be attached to your hip. He moves, you move with him. He takes a piss, you help. Yakumo, you'll be doing recon. Get into the village and see what you can find. Jacken, you'll be with me in helping these three and ready for Zabuza. Enko said. Why do I have to help you babysit? Jacken asked. Hey, I'm not doing this by myself just because that bastard upstairs is too lazy to actually train his own genin. Besides, we're training them my way. Enko said. You think that's a good idea, sensei? We're used to your training methods. The girl won't even last 5 minutes. Yakumo said. Tough titties, they'll get stronger or they'll die. Enko said with annoyance. She then looked at Kakashi's team. Are you still here? They got up and quickly made their way upstairs. Naruto stood up and looked at Jacken. Just make sure that she doesn't kill them. Naruto said to him. Jacken nodded at him. Okay old man, I'm ready when you are. Tazuna just nodded and followed him out. As they walked, Tazuna just had to ask. Hey kid, is your sensei crazy? He asked. I wouldn't say crazy. Psychotic, bloodthirsty, horny, those are words that would best describe sensei, but crazy isn't one of them. Naruto said. Tazuna just kept quiet for the rest of the journey to the bridge. Chapter 28 Doing the Wave, Part 2. It was getting dark when Enko returned with Team Kakashi. All three genin looked beaten up and dirty. As they entered, they saw Naruto, Yakumo and Kakashi with Tazuna's family. Enko wondered how Kakashi got out of bed when she noticed the crutches. Kakashi looked at his team before looking at Enko. How was your day? He asked with an eye smile. Don't smile at me, you one-eyed pervert. I can't believe you accepted this mission with such a piss-poor team. They only lasted an hour after some real training. The girl is the most pathetic of the bunch. Enko spat. Now, let's not get angry Enko. I was going to train them eventually. Kakashi said. Whatever. Just keep teaching them the tree climbing exercise. Especially with her because her chakra reserves are the worst. Enko said. I'll keep that in mind. Kakashi said. Enko sat down with everyone and began to eat dinner. After dinner and ignoring Inari, Team Enko and Team Kakashi had a meeting. They were all in the room where Kakashi was staying. Alright, with what we know about Zabuza, I will be preparing my team for when he returns. It will be likely that his accomplice will be with him this time. Team Enko will handle the guard duty of Tazuna. Kakashi said. Yakumo, what did you find out on your day around town? Enko asked. We shouldn't expect any help from the villagers. Gato has them scared like mice. His base of operations is centered on the docks. His compound isn't near the village. He has a bunch of thugs walking around like they own the place. 2 attempted to follow me but I managed to lose them. Gato has truly destroyed this village's spirit. Yakumo said. So what are we going to do? Asked Jacken. We could always take off the head of the snake, commented Naruto. While that might work, Gato is the type of person who would probably have someone in the wait to take over his business. Assassination is out, Enko said. Everyone was silent for a while before Yakumo had an expression on her face. What if we have Zabuza take Gato out for us? Yakumo asked. Everyone looked at her with curiosity. Remember your prank on Enko Naruto. Remember how for a while, everyone thought Enko was with Guy-sensei? Yakumo said. This made the boys smirk and Enko growled. Your point being, Enko growled. What if we can make Zabuza feel that Gato will betray him? A person with his reputation has to be the type of person who backs out of his deals. Yakumo said. I get where you're going. It isn't a bad idea. Enko said. I agree. If we pull this off, Tazuna will be safe to complete the bridge and Zabuza will have to move on. Kakashi said. What are you guys talking about? Asked Sakura. That is really none of your business, Pinky. This is something my team will handle as this is right up our alley. I'll be taking my team out of here so that we can further go over the plan. Enko said. Why aren't we involved with the plan? Who do you think you are to just cut us out? Sasuke demanded. Because my team is battle tested. They know how to be a team and complete the job. I don't need a fangirl and a guy with a superiority complex holding us back. You got a problem with that? Enko asked, daring him to answer. Sasuke just growled at her but did not say anything to her. That's what I thought. Do we have anything else to talk about? No, I think that's it. I'll allow you to discuss your plan with your team, Kakashi said. She nodded and ordered her team out of the room. Once gone, Kakashi turned to his team. You're lucky that she didn't give you another red cheek, Sasuke. She isn't someone you want to piss off, Kakashi said. Who does she think she is? She comes here acting like her team is much better than us. Whatever they're planning, I should be a part of it. I am a Uchiha and my skills could help, Sasuke exclaimed. And yet, you can't even climb up a tree without your hands dickless. Sai mocked with a smile. Shut up, Sai. Don't call Sasuke-kun that, Sakura exclaimed. Kakashi just sighed again and wondered who he upset to get such a team. Team Enko was outside of the house and were a few feet away. Enko faced her team who were waiting for her to explain the plan. So we're about to do some espionage, right? Jacken said. That's right. Continuing from what Yakumo was talking about, we get Zabuza and Gato to turn on each other. I want to hear some ideas on how we do that, Enko said. They were thinking about it when Jacken came up with an idea. Zabuza's bounty is pretty high and he does wield one of the swords of the Kiri no Shinobigatana Shichen and shoot 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist. What if we begin spreading the word that Kiri's Oinen is here and they are looking for him? I can use my clones and change them into Kiri Oinen. We can have them move around the town just to prove the rumors true, Naruto said. Gato would have to confirm those rumors and face the Oinen. Still, Gato might just kill the Oinen, Enko said. Who says that it has to be one team? It could be a bunch of teams. The Pipsqueak is a one-man army, Jacken said. Okay, it's a good plan. Naruto, you'll be using a lot of chakra so be prepared, Enko said. Gotcha, Naruto said. Jacken, Yakumo, go into the village and blend in. Spread the rumors around and get Gato attention. When he feels the need to talk, I'll step in as leader. Naruto will be my backup, Enko explained. Hi, they answered. Enko was guarding Tazuna. She looked at the bridge and had to admit that it was very impressive. When it was finished, it would be pretty strong. She guessed that it would take several explosive notes to bring the whole thing down. She turned when she saw some of the men looking at her. She gave them a wink which caused 2 men to crash into each other. She chuckled as she enjoyed doing that to men. She was so glad that she grew a nice pair of breasts. They were like the ultimate teasing material. I wish you wouldn't do that to my men, Tazuna said with annoyance. Please, you're one to talk. You think I don't know that you were staring at my ass? Enko asked with mirth. Tazuna had a small blush but quickly shook it off. Where that blonde student of yours? He's the most helpful with that technique of his, Tazuna said. He's doing a mission. Hopefully, we can get Gato off your back with this, Enko said. You think that you can? Gato isn't really intimidated by people, Tazuna said. He's only brave because of that army of thugs he has surrounding him. Trust me, he's nothing but a bully. Me and my team, with this little side mission, will show how much of a coward he is. By the end, Gato will be a bad stain of Nami's history, Enko said. 2 days had passed and the plan was in full effect. Jacken and Yakumo easily slipped into the town's populace. That's when Naruto began his part of the plan and had several of his clones disguised as Kiri Oinen walk around town. Jacken and Yakumo began spreading the rumor, which continued to spread throughout the village. It got back to Gato who was instantly worried. He knew Kiri's reputation and wanted nothing to deal with them. He ordered his thugs to avoid the Kiri Nin and find out where the rumor came from. The thugs did as they were told and strong-armed everyone. They were led to Jacken who was pretending to be an orphan who wanted to get into Gato crew. They took him to see the boss. They covered his head with a bag but Jacken took in everything by smell, hearing and touch. He made a mental map of where they were taking him. They removed the bag and Jacken was face to face with Gato. This kid is where the rumor started from, Gato asked. Yeah, we questioned everyone and they pointed us to this kid. We even have witnesses that saw him talking with the Kiri Shinobi, the thug said. Gato then faced Jacken. So kid, what did those Kiri Shinobi want? He demanded. Hey now, I may be an orphan but I know the price of information. Like I told your goons, I want to be paid, Jacken said. It depends on your information. Tell me what you know, Gato ordered. Well, I don't know much. All I know is that they were tipped off that a missing nin from their village is in the area. They said something about a guy with a huge sword. I told them that I didn't know anyone like that. They told me that I would get a little reward if I know something about it. They really want whoever this guy is because they're not leaving, Jacken explained. How much of them are here? Gato asked. I don't really know. I've seen at least 3 teams walking around the place. Jackin said. Gato was gripping his cane with frustration. If those teams found out that he hired Zabuza, they will kill him and anybody associated with him. He looked at Jackin and reached into his pocket. He threw a roll of Rio and faced him. There's more in it for you if you can get in touch with them again. Gato began to write down something on a piece of paper. You give them this paper and I'll let you into my organization. Gato said. Alright Gato-sama, I'll get right on it. Jackin said with excitement. Gato snapped his fingers and they took the kid away. One of his men looked at him. Are you going to set them up? He asked. Are you serious? No, I'm going to trade in Zabuza's life. His fee was too much anyway. We'll handle Tazuna and his bridge another way. These shinobi are too damn unreliable. Gato cursed. Yakumo walked around the village carrying 2 bags worth of groceries. As she walked around, she noticed that she was being followed again. She turned slightly to see that it was the same goons from last time. She cursed and decided to walk faster. The goons sped up to catch up to her. Yakumo began to run a short way before ducking into an alley. She waited for them and pulled out a small blade. As she could hear the footsteps, she was suddenly grabbed and pulled away. When the goons arrived they only found 2 bags of groceries. They looked around for Yakumo but soon gave up and walked away. As soon as the coast was clear, 2 heads popped out of a dumpster. Yakumo looked at her savior who gave her a smile. The 2 teens were washing themselves in the river. Yakumo was wringing out the water in her hair when she looked at her savior. She had almost mistaken him for a girl. His features were very feminine but that Adam's apple was that of a man's. She gave him a look over and had to admit that he was kind of cute, in a feminine way. She especially liked his hair. I have to thank you again for your assistance. I've been getting followed a lot lately. Yakumo said. It's no problem. I couldn't allow someone cute like you get bothered by those men. The boy said. Yakumo smiled and had a little blush on her cheeks. My name is Yakumo. What's yours? She asked. My name is Haku. He greeted. Well, I thank you again Haku for being my white knight. Yakumo said. It was an honor my lady. Haku said and bowed. It made Yakumo giggle. He was a charming person. I should really get going. She said. Would you like me to walk you home? He asked. No, that's okay. Besides, I'm not supposed to be outside. My mother is worried about those Kiri ninja around. Haku didn't show it but he was curious about what she had just said. Kiri ninja? He asked. You mean that you don't know? There is a bunch of shinobi with the symbol of Kurigakure on their mask. I don't know how many there are but they're all over the place. Yakumo explained. Haku kept his face neutral as he took in that information. He then smiled at her. Thank you for telling me. I'll be sure to tell my father about that. I hope that we meet again Yakumo. Haku said. I hope so too, Haku. The 2 went their separate ways. As soon as she was out of sight, Haku vanished using the Shunshin body flicker. He needed to get this information to Zabuza immediately. Chapter 29, Doing the Wave, Part 3. It was a foggy, forested area that Anko chose as the meeting place. It gave really good cover and it would give Naruto a good view of where Gato was coming, where he was going and any signs of an ambush. She was in a henge transformation of the standard Kiri Oinen uniform and Naruto had several clones like that as well. It would be an hour and a half before Gato appeared. Walking with him and flanking him from each side, were 2 swordsmen. They had their hands on their blades but it did not worry her. She stood at the ready just in case he did something stupid. Gato stepped forward and faced Anko. So, you're the leader of these teams that are moving around my land. I didn't expect you to be a woman, Gato said and leered at her. Anko just rolled her eyes behind her henge. You should not underestimate me just because I'm a woman. To answer your question, I am the head commander of those teams. I assume that you know why we are here. Anko said. I heard it was because you're hunting a known criminal from your village. I assure you that there is not one here. Gato said. Then you must take us for fools Gato. Anko said. She pulled out a contract that she handed to Gato. The little man paled when he saw what it was. Yes, we know that you have hired him for a job but it does not matter to us. We want the location of Momochi Zabuza. You will hand him over immediately. Now wait a minute, I paid a lot of money for his services and I will not be cheated out of my investment. Gato exclaimed. Perhaps you prefer that Kurigakure no Sato hidden villian in the mist gets involved with your operations. Technically, that bridge has not been connected to the mainland. We rule the seas and if you don't wish for some accidents to happen to certain ships like the Yamato, I would be a little more open to negotiations. Anko said. Gato gulped at her declaration. The Yamato was a ship owned by him that did some illegal shipping for him. If it was destroyed, it would be a lucrative loss. He growled at the woman before gathering himself. Fine, you can have him. He cost too much anyway. Gato said. A wise decision. Enko then handed him a piece of paper. You will make sure that he gets to that location and we will do the rest. She said. She made a hand motion before disappearing. Gato wasn't happy, but he didn't need Zabuza or his brat. He rubbed his caste before leaving with his men. When everyone was gone, a figure with a mask appeared. They looked in the direction of Gato before following the oinen. XXX. Enko and Naruto returned to Tezuna's house. Enko stretched her muscles before dispelling the henge. That was a load off. Well, did you notice anyone watching? Enko asked Naruto. Naruto dispelled his clones and the henge he was under. Someone did enter the field, but they were using the mist as well. They were a lot better than me at staying hidden. Naruto said. Then we can assume that it is this oinen that Kakashi's brats told us about. Let's hope that our plan works. Enko said. They were being watched by said oinen. After learning about what they planned, he decided to let his master know that Konoha sent backup and they were setting him up. He turned to leave but only got a few yards before his world went dark. He didn't know where he was and he felt the air leave his lungs. He was gasping for air and felt the world go darker. As Enko and Naruto were about to enter the house, they heard a thud. The door opened to reveal Yakumo and Jacken, who were armed. What's going on? Enko demanded. Someone tripped one of my genjutsu traps. There is someone out there. Yakumo said. Enko nodded and made hand gestures to her team. They spread out and made their way carefully to the area where the thud was heard. They arrived to see a body. It was the oinen that Kakashi told them about. He was out cold and not moving. Enko checked him and found him to be alive. Naruto removed the mask off his face and Yakumo gasped as who it was revealed to be. Enko turned to her. You know this guy? Enko asked. It's Haku. XXX. Both teams were sitting around the table. Their captive was still out cold and unmoving. They were discussing on what to do with him. I say we kill him and be done with it. Sasuke said. Really, that's your decision? Did you forget your last encounter with Zabuza? If he has kept this guy around for so long, then he is very important to him. You really want to bring the wrath of one of the members of the greatest swordsman group in Kiri? Jacken asked with a mocking tone. Sasuke glared at him but Jacken was not impressed. We're not killing him, moron. We're going to use him and let him tell Zabuza that he has been betrayed. The problem we face is that he may tell Zabuza that our operation was a trick. Naruto said. Hey, don't call Sasuke a moron. Sakura shouted. Oh, low down the volume, damn it. We're right in front of you. Jacken shouted at her. Okay, all of you shut up. Enko shouted, ending all arguments. Naruto is right, however. The plan has worked and this young man knows that Gato has betrayed them. We need to convince him that it is in his best interest to help us. Kakashi said. I could use my Sharingan. Nope, you're still not at 100% and I'm not taking care of you. Enko argued. That's when she noticed Yakumo. She was giving the boy a very long stare. Do you have something to add, Yakumo? The genjutsu user did not answer her but she then turned to face Enko. Sensei, please give me a chance to talk with him. Yakumo said. What are you thinking, Yakumo? She asked. I can't explain it. I don't think he has the soul of a cold-blooded killer. When I met him that day, I felt a gentle aura coming off him. I believe that I can get him to help us. Yakumo said with seriousness. Enko looked at her student and smiled. You can use the room upstairs. Jacken, take him up there. Jacken nodded and went to help his teammate. XXX. Yakumo took a deep breath before dispelling the genjutsu that held Haku. He took a giant breath and quickly took a look at his surroundings. Despite his erratic breathing, he was able to take in everything. He saw that he tied up and he was in a room. He saw Yakumo and her Konoha Hitai-8 forehead protector. He saw that she was allowing him to get himself in order, so he used this time gather himself. Once he was in control, he looked at Yakumo. The two stared at each other before he smiled. I would have never expected you to be a shinobi. You seem too feminine and frail, but I guess you are shinobi material after all. Haku said. Yakumo smiled as well. The same can be said of you. When we met, you were gentle. I couldn't believe that someone as gentle as you would be a ninja. Also, I didn't think that someone like you could be with someone like Zabuza. Yakumo countered. It is not so hard to understand. Things in Kurigakure are not like your home in Konohagakure. People like me are hated because of abilities that we have been born with. With my ability, I killed my father. It was because I was different, both me and my mother were. It was Zabuza who gave me purpose and I would die for him. Haku explained. Yakumo looked at him and saw that he was not lying to her. It would be wrong of me to say that I understand you. Despite how things started for me, I was given another chance and have made great friends and reconnected with my family. Yakumo said. They were quiet for a while before she spoke again. What can I do to convince you to help us? I will never betray Zabuza, Haku said with conviction. Even if it was the truth. You saw it yourself. Gato has betrayed you, Yakumo said. His betrayal was because of you and your team's plans. He countered. Perhaps, but it still doesn't mean that he wouldn't have betrayed you later on. Gato does not seem like the type of person who honors deals. Yakumo said with a smile. Her face suddenly turned serious. I know you have witnessed what Gato's corruption has done. You should understand their pain. Yakumo then got on her knees and bowed to him. I am begging you, my Shining Knight, please help me. Haku stared at the knelling girl and sported a little blush on his face. Enko watched from the window and could help but smile. Her little kunoichi would become the perfect interrogator, whether she accepted it or not. XXX. You sure did take your time, Haku. Zabuza said. I was careless and one of the team spotted me. I had to lose them before returning. Plus, I had to get more herbs for your injuries. Haku told him. Stop worrying about that, I am fully healed and ready. Now, what did you learn? Zabuza asked. Gato has betrayed us. I saw everything. After the head commander threatened his business, he sold us out. Gato is preparing us for them. Haku said. That little troll, he will regret crossing me. Zabuza growled. He looked at Haku and really bore into him. Is there anything else? It took a while for Haku to answer him. No, Zabuza-sama, there is nothing else. Haku said. Very well then, our target has changed. We move at dawn, so be prepared. Zabuza said. Haku nodded and left to prepare. Zabuza watched him as he left and smirked. XXX. Gato was standing among a bunch of thugs and killers. He had just hired these guys for the job that they were about to do. Okay, listen up, you guys are to head for that bridge and take everyone out. I'm going to show these people what happens when you cross me. Zori, Waraji, I want you two to bring Tezuna's daughter with me. I want to watch his face when she dies. Gato said with a smirk. Hey boss, what about those two ninja? Asked one of the henchmen. I'll give him up to those hunters. Maybe that'll teach that punk some respect. He said. So, you want to teach me about respect to you? A voice said from everywhere. Mist began to fill the room from the windows, covering everyone. They were starting to get frightened and frantic. Gato was shaking like a leaf. Zabuza, he asked meekly. You thought that you could betray me? Very well, I will show you why I am called Kurigakure no Kijin, Demon of the Mist. After those words, all hell broke loose. XXX. Kakashi and his team stood at the bridge with Tezuna and his crew. He was back at full strength and was ready for a rematch against Zabuza. He wasn't too confident that Yakumo managed to convince the boy. She explained to them that he was very loyal to Zabuza. He would be prepared for Zabuza in case the boy tricked them. As he was standing guard, he heard someone approach. It turned out to be Naruto, or rather a clone. Everyone looked at him and waited for him to speak. What is it, Naruto? Kakashi asked. It's over. Gato is dead, he informed everyone. Everyone was shocked at the news. Are you sure about that? Kakashi asked. Come and see yourself, sensei. Naruto said. He ordered his team to stay and protect the bridge while he went with Naruto. It didn't take them long to arrive to the area where a crowd gathered. Kakashi looked at the corpse and moved to check it. It was definitely Gato. He had his arms, legs and head severed. The cuts were perfect, done with a very large blade. He looked at the clone. Where is your team? He asked. We got someone to take us to Gato's base. The clone said. Kakashi nodded and quickly made his way back to the bridge. XXX. Team Enko looked at the scene. It looked straight out of a horror movie. Blood was splattered everywhere, bodies were in two, and some of the bodies had needles sticking out of them. Enko saw that they weren't kill shots but attacks meant to freeze their movements. They walked through the base and just saw more of Zabuza's work. Is it wrong that I'm kind of wet from this? Enko asked. Her team looked at her with their usual expression. Really, this excites you? Jacken asked loudly. What? I haven't interrogated anyone in a while and I forgot my Ika. Don't test me, boy. Enko spat. Why don't you just rape Kakashi? We know that you like him. Naruto said. Please, as if that one-eyed bastard knows what to do with this. Enko said, gesturing to her body. The two boys shook their heads. Hey, what's that? Yakumo asked. They made their way toward Gato office and saw a large mountain of money. They all looked at it in amazement. Enko saw a note and picked it up. Give this money to the people. I hope to see you again, my lady. Enko read. My lady, who could this be from? They're definitely not speaking about you. Naruto said to Enko. The comment got him drilled. As he laid on the floor, he noticed that Yakumo's cheeks were a little red. Hey Yakumo, are you okay? Your face is kind of red. Yakumo was suddenly the center of attention. Enko had a small smile. I'm guessing that this is from your Shining Night? Enko asked with amusement. You were watching us, Yakumo exclaimed. The two boys looked on in confusion. XXX. Team Enko, Team Kakashi and Tezuna's family were having a huge dinner. The party from the village had continued on home. When Team Enko returned with the money and told them that it was for the village, everyone began to celebrate. They cheered, cried tears of joy, and the dark clouds lifted over the village. Tsunami created a huge dinner for the shinobi who helped their village. As they ate and drank, the sounds of bells reached their ears. It was the same bells that were set up as an alert system. The shinobi looked at each other before filing out of the house. When they were outside, they immediately went to their weapons. Standing in front of them were Zabuza and Haku. Chapter 30 On the road home. Team Kakashi and Team Enko readied themselves for a fight. Zabuza just looked at them with Haku at his side. He then chuckled at the two teams and relaxed his guard, confusing the two Jonin. So you called for backup. The Barakuman Bano Konoha's Black Mamba, I've heard of you. Your team must have been the reason that Gato decided to betray me. It was a good plan, but Kiri Oinen don't really work in such large groups. Zabuza said. Why are you here, Zabuza? Kakashi asked. I just wanted to meet the team that turned my tool against me. Zabuza said. The way he said tool really didn't sit well with Yakumo. Excuse me, but Haku is not a tool. He is a person with feelings. How can you treat him as lowly as that? Yakumo growled. Ah, that explains a lot. Anyway, I am no longer your enemy and I have taken my pay, so you don't need to worry anymore. Zabuza said. So you just came to tell us that you're leaving? Enko asked. Not really, Zabuza said. He then pushed Haku toward them. I have no use for an unloyal tool. He isn't registered as a shinobi. Maybe, he can be of some use to you, as he has certainly is no use to me. How dare you? Yakumo roared. He has done everything you asked of him. He's killed all for your ambition. He does one good thing and you just discard him like he's nothing. You are nothing but scum, a lowlife who doesn't deserve such loyalty. Zabuza looked at the young woman with narrowed eyes. Enko stood in front of her student and reached for her blade. He just looked at them before scoffing at them. Whatever, I don't really care. Just take him with you, as he has clearly bonded with your student. Zabuza said. As he began to walk, Haku faced him. Zabuza-sama, I am sorry that I have failed you. I know that you will never forgive my actions, but know that I do thank you for allowing me to stand by your side. He said. Zabuza turned slightly at the boy. For now, you live for yourself. You can create your own life in Konoha. Zabuza said. With that, he vanished with the mist. The tense atmosphere was gone and everyone relaxed their guards. Yakumo walked up to Haku and stared at his back. I know that you probably blame me for this, and for that I'm sorry. She told him. While I am no longer of use to Zabuza-sama, I do not blame you for it. I saw how everyone is after we dealt with Gato. I regret betraying him, but he was nice enough to allow me to live my life. Haku said. He turned and faced the group. I hate to impose, but I was wondering if you would allow me to come with you on your way back to Konoha. Sure, why not? If I didn't, your crush over there might just put us in one of her genjutsu. Enko said with a wicked grin. The two teens blushed and Yakumo was glaring at her sensei. Naruto and Jacken decided to pile on. Yakumo and Haku, sitting in a tree. Naruto sang. Kissing. Jacken sang. First comes love. Then comes marriage. And then comes Yakumo with a baby carriage. Enko, Jacken and Naruto sang. They all fell over with laughter and Yakumo was red in the face. Their laughter died down when they noticed the ghostly image that she was giving off. Not even trying to apologize, her team took off as Yakumo took off after them. Kakashi just smiled at the antics of Enko's team. XXX. Team Kakashi and Team Enko with Haku stood with the villagers on the now completed bridge. They had to admit that it was a beautifully built bridge. As everyone said their goodbye and wished each other luck, Naruto was thinking about something. Hey old man, what are you going to call the bridge? Naruto asked. You know, I really don't know what I'm going to call it. Tazuna answered. Why don't you name it after me? Enko asked boastfully. I don't think Psycho Bitch Bridge is a flattering name. Jacken answered. He was rewarded with a foot to the face. We should name it after you guys. You gave us our hope back. Inari said to Naruto. While that would be awesome, maybe you guys should dedicate this bridge to your first hero. Naruto said. You mean Kaiza, don't you? Tazuna said. He was in silence for a while before he spoke again. The Kaiza Memorial Bridge, that doesn't sound bad. What do you guys think? He asked the villagers. Everyone seemed to like the idea of the name. Alright then, the Kaiza Memorial Bridge it is. Thanks for the name, kid. Naruto just nodded and saluted the group. The two teams and one passenger began their trek home, waving back to the village. They all wished the teams a safe trip. Unknown to everyone, Zabuza was watching them go as well. He watched as Haku walked with the Konoha teams. "Live your own life, my dear friend," Zabuza whispered before vanishing for good. Haku turned to look around as he thought he heard something. He suddenly had a grin on his face but didn't know why. He caught up to the Konoha teams and continued on his way to Konoha to begin his new life. XXX. The teams and their guest was another day out of Konoha. Everyone was in separate groups and was enjoying the company. Enko was hanging off Kakashi's back, reading his book with him. Kakashi didn't seem to mind that she was draped over him. In fact, he seems to enjoy it. In another group, Naruto, Jacken, Haku, Yakumo and Sai were talking and laughing. Yakumo would still get teased about her crush on Haku, which made the two blush. The final group was a group of two. Sakura was trying to get Sasuke's attention but the last Uchiha wasn't paying attention to her. His eyes were focused on the members of Team Anko. He didn't like the fact that this team had come in and messed with his mission. He felt that he lost his chance at activating his eyes, the Sharingan. Instead of getting into a battle of death, he was forced to sit back and watch as this team did his job. He didn't like that they did not instantly respect him. Just like their sensei, they thought that they were above him. Well, he was about to show them that he was the best. He stood up and walked over to the group and stood before them. They all looked at him and wondered what he wanted. He faced Naruto and narrowed his eyes, making the blonde nervous. Enko and Kakashi looked up from their book. "Can I help you, Sasuke?" Naruto asked nervously. "Fight me," Sasuke demanded. "Excuse me?" he asked in surprise. "I said to fight me," Sasuke said with a tone. Naruto looked at his team and at his sensei. Enko stood and walked over to the group. She gave Sasuke a look before turning back to her student. "If he wants a fight, then you should give it to him. In fact, let's make this into a taijutsu spar. What do you say, Kakashi? We can even bet on it," Enko said. "What are the stakes?" Kakashi asked. "My boy wins, you take me to dinner and do 5D rank missions of my choosing. Your boy wins, I'll model something from Ika Ika," Enko said. "That sounds fair. This will only be a taijutsu spar. No weapons, no jutsu, am I understood?" Kakashi asked. Both boys nodded and prepared to spar. Everyone got a distance away as the two boys stretched. After a few seconds, both boys were ready. Kakashi stood between them. "The first to 3 points will be declared the winner. Are you ready?" he asked Naruto. The blonde nodded. "Are you ready?" he asked Sasuke. The black-haired boy nodded. "Then, begin," he declared. Sasuke attempted to catch Naruto off guard with a quick jab but Naruto blocked it and stuck him at his side with a jab on his own. Sasuke winced and backed up. "Point, Naruto," Kakashi said. His team cheered while Sakura complained. Sasuke rubbed the spot on his side and glared at Naruto. The two set up again and readied themselves. As soon as Kakashi gave the signal, Sasuke attempted to knock Naruto flat on his ass. The blonde dodged with amazing flexibility. He saw that Sasuke had overreached on a punch and made him pay with a spinning elbow to Sasuke's chest. The last Uchiha was sent to the ground, rubbing his chest in pain. "Point, Naruto," Kakashi called out. "Hey, that's not fair," Sakura exclaimed. "Oh, would you please, shut the hell up. What's he supposed to do, allow him to just hit him? Doesn't say much of his title of Rookie of the Year, does it?" Jacken spat. Sakura wanted to say something but she closed her mouth and huffed angrily. Sasuke was instantly on his feet and was breathing hard. He gave Naruto an hard look and readied himself. Naruto followed his movement and prepared himself. When Kakashi gave the signal, Naruto was the one who was the aggressor. Sasuke was blindsided by Naruto's speed. Naruto used a lot of feints to keep Sasuke occupied and ended the fight with a spin kick to Sasuke's jaw. Sasuke hit the ground with a thud. "Point and match, Naruto," Kakashi said. "Yeah, Team Anko is number 1. Jacken cheered. Sasuke was huffing and puffing. He was red in the face and angry as hell. Naruto was about to help Sasuke up when he saw him doing hand seals. When it ended in the tiger seal, Naruto moved quickly. As Sasuke took a deep breath, Naruto slammed his palm in Sasuke's chest. Sasuke instantly felt something wrong with his chakra as he dropped to his knees. He let out a couple of coughs before glaring up at Naruto. "What did you do to me?" Sasuke gasped out. "That isn't a question that you should be asking. What was up with you attempting to use a Kaden on me?" "It was a spar, not a full-on battle," Naruto said with an edge. Sasuke glared at him but he was now facing his sensei. Kakashi gave him a very disappointed look. "I think that I will allow that seal that Naruto placed on your chest to stay there until we get home. Afterwards, we are going to have words about your attitude towards losing. Kakashi said. Sasuke looked down to see a seal on his chest and it was glowing. He wanted to demand that the seal be removed, but the harsh look that Kakashi gave him shut him up. As Naruto was congratulated by his team, he gave the blonde a hard glare. This glare was not missed by Anko. The purple-haired Jonin did not like that glare. She would make sure that she would talk to Kakashi about it. She didn't need another problem added to his plate. XXX. Midoshi sighed as she waited outside the office of the cage. She didn't even know why she was even here. Orochimaru just took her from her training so that she could be one of his bodyguards. She didn't know why Manda dealt with the pale man. As she waited, she felt the presence of some people. She turned to see 3 teens and an adult. She was very curious about the red-haired boy who looked like he hadn't slept in days. They sat down and waited just like she was. She acted like she wasn't listening but wondered what they were talking about. So, you're finally getting a chance to become a chunin, huh sis? Asked Kankuro. Yeah, but I wonder what our father wants. Is he really going to send Gaara to Konoha, especially with that guy there? Tamari said. You will do nothing to stop me. That blonde will prove my existence and nothing will stop me from feeding him to my sand. Gaara said with a warning tone. Hey, we're just concerned, you know. This guy was able to hold you back for quite a while. Maybe you should let this go. Kankuro said. Excuse me, Midoshi spoke, gaining their attention. I'm curious about the Konoha nin that you mentioned. Does he have spiky blonde hair, blue eyes and 3 whisker marks on each cheek? That agitated the redhead who stood and faced Midoshi. The girl could feel the killing intent coming from him but she was not afraid of it. She just smiled at him, which amazed the others. So you did meet him. How did he look? Are you looking to stop me too? He asked in a warning voice. I don't really need to, she said while standing up. She faced him without fear. In fact, I'm telling you to leave him alone. He belongs to me. The cork on Gaara's gourd popped off and sand began to pour out. Midoshi just smirked and her eyes flashed. Gaara froze and was suddenly pierced with Midoshi's sword. Blood sprayed out of his head and Gaara's eyes were wide with shock. Gaara gasped when he looked around him. He noticed that there was no blood, no sword and no death. The others looked at Gaara's face and saw fear. What did you? Gaara gasped out. You never want to mess with someone else's prey and that blonde is my prey. Keep that in mind because if you take him from me, that vision will become a reality very soon. Midoshi said. Midoshi, I think that will be enough. Everyone turned to see the Yondaime cage and Orochimaru step out of the office. Our business is over and we must return. He said. Yeah, it's about time. Midoshi said. She turned back to Gaara with a smile. Don't forget, he's mine. Touch him and die. She walked away behind Orochimaru. Gaara growled at the retreating back of Midoshi. He didn't know how but he would make her pay, her and that blonde Konoha nin. Chapter 31 Prelude to the Chunin Exams. Team Anko and Team Kakashi stood in front of the Hokage. They had just finished giving their reports and were waiting for what the Hokage had to say. Hiruzen was very impressed with both teams, Anko's team more than Kakashi's. The mission was handled without too much bloodshed on their part. He was a little troubled with Sasuke's behavior and it showed that the boy needed to learn that his name would not get him everywhere. I am glad that the mission was done and that you all arrived back safely. However, I am displeased with the behavior of your team Kakashi. A genin should not be questioning a jonin. Also, I am very displeased that the Rookie of the Year is so petty that he would attempt to use a jutsu just because he was bested by a shinobi that has a year's worth of experience on him. Hiruzen said. I apologize to you and to Anko for the behavior of my student. I promise that it would not happen again. Kakashi said. I'm sure that it won't but I am still going to make an example. Anko, your deal was for 5D ranks of your choosing. Hiruzen asked. I was thinking that it would be beneficial if they do the Capture Tora mission 5 times. It has done wonders for my team when it comes to tracking and subduing. Anko said with a smile. Her team snickered at that. Add 5 more times to that request as a punishment to the team. Hiruzen said. But Hokage-sama, that doesn't sound fair at all. Sakura argued. No, a lesson must be made regarding such behavior. This type of behavior could have gotten you and your team killed. I do not need pettiness among my shinobi. Hiruzen explained. He saw that Sasuke was not pleased with his decision. He released a little killer intent toward the boy. I would be careful at who you glare at Sasuke. While others may cater to you, I do not. You are a shinobi under my command and you will conduct yourself as a professional. Do I make myself clear? Yes Hokage-sama, Sasuke said weakly. Do you have any objections Kakashi? The Hokage asked. No sir. We will accept this punishment with no complaints. Kakashi said. Good. Hiruzen said. He then faced Haku. When I received the message from Kakashi, I did a background check on Zabuza's claims. You weren't registered as a shinobi, so I have no problems in letting you stay. My only concern is your attachment with Zabuza, so you will be placed on probation for a period of 2 months. The Anbu will be watching you. I understand, Hokage-sama, Haku said. Do you wish to be a shinobi of this village, Haku? Hiruzen asked. If it isn't too much trouble, I would like to further my skills in medicine. Haku said. That can be arranged. I've heard that you are also skilled in combat, so you could become a combat medic if you choose to. Hiruzen said. If it is okay with you, Hokage-sama, the Kurama clan would like to sponsor his training. Yakumo said. I bet you would. Enko muttered with a smirk. Jacken and Naruto grunted in mirth. Yakumo glared at all of them. Hiruzen didn't even ask, as it was a Team Enko thing. Anyway, you are all dismissed with the exception of Haku. You may take a day or two off for your troubles. Hiruzen said. Sasuke was the first to leave, storming out of the office. Everyone else left, leaving Hiruzen alone with Haku. Jacken arrived at his apartment. As he entered, he noticed the seal that was near his door. It was glowing red and he was instantly on edge. He pulled out his Kurisagama and moved slowly into his home. He looked around for anyone in his home. You can calm down, Jacken. It's just me, a familiar voice said. Jacken sighed and lowered his guard. Why are you in my apartment, Kuma? Jacken asked. It's about Senichi, he said. Jacken's eyes suddenly narrowed and his demeanor got serious. What about him? Jacken asked. He's out of prison and out of Konoha. He's been stripped of his rank and had his techniques sealed. I just thought that you should know, he said. Thanks, but you wasted your time. I don't get a damn about that man and I'm glad that he's gone. Jacken said. Kuma just nodded and stood up. He made his way to the door. He paused for a second and turned his head slightly to look at Jacken. Will you be alright? He asked. You worry too much. I'll be fine, Jacken said. The Anbu member nodded and took his leave. Once the door closed, Jacken stood there in silence. While he did not give a damn about his failure of a father, somewhere deep inside him, he was a little hurt that he did not say goodbye, or at least broke into and trashed his apartment as a farewell. He sighed and went to get something to eat in his kitchen. As he entered, he noticed his mail on the counter. He went through it and stopped when he got a familiar letter. The letter was from that place in Atofika-gai, homely woman town. That meant that it was from Aiko. She probably received the letter that he sent her and replied. He opened the envelope and pulled the letter out. He opened it and read. Jacken. I was very glad that you wrote me back. I know that it might have been strange getting a letter from a woman you barely know, but you made such an impression on me that I wanted to keep in contact with you. Your sensei was a big help. Anyway, I'm glad that you're doing well. I actually heard about that mission you told me about. I heard that you went up against a dangerous man. I guess that it's the life of a shinobi. I am doing well. I won't go into details as I know that you don't respect that. However, I've taken a little vacation of sort. I will probably travel to Yunokuni, land of hot water, and enjoy my time off. After that, I guess it is back to work. Sorry, that sounds wrong. I just don't want you to have the impression that we are all like that. Anyway, I do hope that you continue to write to me. I really enjoyed the last letter and I would like to learn more about your life. Until next time, Jacken. Aiko. Jacken didn't know why, but the letter brought a smile to his face. He didn't really know what Aiko's motives were, but he was happy that she cared. It made him regret talking bad about call girls. He put the letter down and went to get a piece of paper. He knew what he wanted to write down. He only hoped that she didn't freak out about it. Team Enko were waiting for their sensei to arrive. They found it kind of strange since she was always here first. At first, they thought that she was about to ambush them, but after 15 minutes, they knew that she wasn't around. She suddenly appeared before them. They all noticed the serious expression on her face. Okay guys, gather around. I have something important to talk to you about, Enko said. The team gathered and sat down. Enko sat on the ground with them. I'm not going to beat around the bush, Enko said as she pulled out 3 forms. She handed each of them one. They read it and were surprised by what it said. This is for the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken Chunin selection exam, Yakumo said. That's right, I believe that you 3 are ready to take this test. I held back because you didn't have the stuff yet, Enko said. What do you mean? Asked Naruto. Do you remember our second C-rank mission? Enko said. They all nodded and understood what she was talking about. I truly believe that you are ready to take the exams that will be held here in Konoha. This choice is strictly yours and I won't pressure you or allow you to pressure each other. This is your decision. If you believe that you are ready, then sign the form and give it to me. If you feel that you need more time, then take all the time you need. What if we choose to take it? Jacken asked. Then prepare for the most brutal training that I have ever put you through. These exams are no joke and you can seriously die if you're not careful. I've grown attached to you brats and I would be really bummed if you were killed. Enko said with a smile. The others smiled as well. I'll give you guys a free day so you can think about it. They nodded and left the training grounds to consider taking the exam. Midoshi entered the cave where Gurren was staying. As she entered, she noticed something was off. She suddenly smirked and pulled out her sword. The boulder to her right suddenly exploded and several tendrils of hair shot right at her. She twisted out of the way of the attack and used her sword to block the kunai that attempted to stab her. She elbowed her attacker and kicked them away. She charged at the attacker but had to stop when she was attacked from all angles by hair. Midoshi danced out of harm's way. While in the air, she aimed her arm forward. Sanejishu. Hidden shadow snake hands, Midoshi called out. 4 snakes shot out and ensnared her victim. She pulled them forward with ease. She used the ceiling as a springboard and launched herself at the midair target. She drove her blade into them, gaining a gasp. Midoshi then noticed that the person she believed to be Kotohime was actually a log. Kaden. Kasumi Enbu no Jutsu. Fire release. Mist blaze dance technique, Kagero called out. Midoshi was covered by a clear mist. She noticed the smell and her eyes went wide. That's when the hidden explosive notes detonated. A huge explosion rocked the cave. As the smoke cleared, a burnt body hit the ground with a thud. Kagero and Kotohime came out of their respective hiding places to see what they had done. Suddenly there was clapping coming from behind them. They turned to see Midoshi. Very good, you have improved greatly. You do good work, Gurren. Midoshi said, turning to her left. Gurren just stood there with her arms folded. It wasn't easy, but they can hold their own against anyone now. Gurren said. Continue the great work. I will need them should I face this one Konoha team at the exams. Midoshi said. Are you admitting that there is someone out there that can beat you? Gurren said. Midoshi just smirked at her and left the cave. She had another month and a half before the exam began. Naruto stood in an abandoned field and faced a tree. He summoned a clone and held his arm out to him. The clone began to move his hand around his opened hand. He watched as a ball of chakra appeared. The clone dispelled and Naruto charged at the tree. He thrust the ball into the tree and watched as it grinded into the tree. When the technique was finally over, the tree had a hole in it. Naruto watched it with a smile on his face. That's not bad, a voice said. Naruto turned and faced Jiraiya. You still haven't mastered it, however. What are you talking about? The damage is similar to what you showed me. Naruto said. True, but the technique is supposed to be done one-handed, not with help. I'm not saying that you can't use the rasengan in battle, but you haven't mastered the technique. Jiraiya explained. Well, it will have to do for now. I need to be prepared for the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken. Naruto said. Is that so? Enko is allowing you guys to take the exams? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, and she's running us through the ringer. She wants us to be prepared for what's coming. Naruto said. She's right to do so. These exams are no joke. Just be careful, kid, and watch your team's back. Jiraiya said. No problems, Arrow Senant Pervy Sage. I'm going to ace this exam and become a Chunin. Naruto boasted with confidence. Jiraiya just chuckled at him. Naruto decided to relax as he didn't want to get any injuries in the next 2 days. The Chunin Senbatsu Shiken was just around the corner and he wanted to be prepared both physically and mentally. As he walked along the streets, he saw something down an alleyway. He moved closer and was shocked to see Suna-san Shinobi. Not only were they Suna Shinobi but the same Shinobi with their unstable brother. He looked on to see that one of them had Konohamaru by the front of his shirt. His 2 friends were scared and Sakura was just standing there. He saw that Konohamaru was about to get punched and decided to intervene. Naruto used the Shunshin body flicker to appear before the teenager. He hit a nerve in his hand, making him release Konohamaru. He then caught that wrist and twisted it. He pulled the large teen and spun him to ground, still holding him in a wrist lock. He made sure that he was facing the blonde as he did not want to get hit from behind. He looked at Konohamaru briefly and faced the girl again. Are you alright, Konohamaru? Naruto asked. Yeah, Naruto-Nisan. Where did you come from? Konohamaru said. Ninja secret. Naruto stated. He turned his attention to the girl. So we meet again. You guys just like to cause trouble, don't you? You do know that if your teammate here had struck the kid, then you would have been booted out of here. Messing with the Hokage's family isn't a smart move. Naruto explained. I told you to just let it go, didn't I? The girl said with a sigh. Aren't you going to help me? The boy exclaimed. Now, where's your other teammate? I know he's here somewhere. Naruto said. He got his wish when the redhead appeared in a swirl of sand. The two stared at each other, ignoring everyone including Sasuke who jumped out of the tree. After an intense stare down, Naruto was the first to speak. I know that you're here for the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken, but your teammate here nearly got you kicked out of the village. I suggest that you keep a tighter leash on him. Naruto said. I will do just that. Now head my message. I will kill you and prove my existence. I do not care about that other one that is after you. I will be the one who kills you, he said. Naruto was a little confused by that. Was there someone else that wanted him dead? He would need to talk to Anko about this. He released the teen and slowly made his way to Konohamaru and his friends. He never took his eyes off the redhead, and the same for him. He slowly led Konohamaru and his friends away. Gaara began to walk away with his siblings following. Sasuke looked at the two and was not really happy. What was their issue? The redhead looked strong and he was making death threats toward Naruto. It also made Sasuke wonder how strong Naruto was. A little pissed at being ignored, Sasuke ran off to get some training in. He needed to be ready for the upcoming Chunin Senbatsu Shiken. XX. Chapter 32. The first stage, Escape from Ibiki. Team Anko walked up the side of the academy instead of entering through the doors. They really didn't have to, but they figured that they should enter the building like ninja. They arrived on the third floor and made their way toward the main room. They were surprised to see their sensei with a bunch of other sensei. Anko saw them and was shocked. Wow, I didn't expect you guys to reach up here so fast. Anko said. We entered the ninja way. Naruto said. Anko just smirked at them and then to the others. She presented her team like they were the best to the other Jonin. Well, I wish you guys luck, but you don't really need it. Watch out for each other and do me proud. Anko said. Hi sensei. They said and entered the main room. Once inside, they picked a spot in the room so that they could see who comes in. They waited and watched as the teams came filing in. Team after team filed into the room and Yakumo narrowed her eyes. This is way too much competition. I was sure that the examiners would have had genjutsu traps laid out around the building. Yakumo said. It looks like someone may have spoiled the surprise. Jacken said. That's when they saw Team Guy enter the room. They saw them and gave them a nod. They nodded back and picked a spot. The next familiar team they saw was the Suna siblings. Gaara and Naruto locked eyes before they moved to a different spot of the room. It seems that he hasn't heeded my warning. I will have to do something about that. A female voice said. Naruto noticed her voice instantly and pulled out his staff. The end of it was right in her face. Some turned to see what the commotion was about. A dark chuckle escaped the female's lips before she removed the hood to reveal Midoshi. It seems you recognized my voice. So, you're the one that Gaara told me about. I didn't figure you to hold a grudge. Naruto said. You think that I'm out to kill you? Oh, perish the thought, Naruto-kun. Midoshi said. That got Naruto to blink owlishly at her. Why would I want to kill you when you are so interesting? That power of yours, I don't think I've been so overwhelmed in my life. I need you alive so that I can defeat that power of yours. Naruto didn't like the way she said that and narrowed his eyes at her. You don't know what you're asking for, Midoshi. Naruto said seriously. Oh, I know what I want, Naruto-kun, and I will get it. Just survive long enough to have our rematch. I will be waiting, Midoshi said and made her way past them to go to her team. Naruto relaxed a little as Yakumo and Jacken flanked him. I know that this sounds ridiculous, but I could have sworn that she was flirting with you. Jacken said. Yakumo looked at him with annoyance. That's what's going through your head. You're not worried at all about the fact that Midoshi is here and may want Naruto's life. Let's not forget the psychotic redhead that also wants our teammate dead. Yakumo said. I'm not trying to sound insensitive, but it looked like she was flirting with him. You guys kind of agree with me, right? Jacken asked a couple of Taki genin. He has point. The way she kind of walked away wasn't just for show. The genin said. Jacken gave Yakumo a look who just sighed at him. Naruto chuckled at their antics until something got his attention. He turned to see a teenager with one of the genin who graduated 6 months ago. He was holding a card and was facing Sasuke. The reason this got him interested because he heard his name called. Uzumaki Naruto, age 13, rank genin. He is a member of Team 13, teammates Kurama Yakumo and Watanabe Jacken, Sensei Mitarashi Anko. They have quite a mission record with 50D ranked mission, 3C ranked mission, and 2 of them got bumped up to B rank. They have done a B ranked mission and an A ranked mission. It says here that they were credited with Gato's removal. His taijutsu, ninjutsu and bojutsu are really high while his genjutsu is unknown. He is also very skilled in fuinjutsu and kekai ninjutsu. On a special note, he was trained at an early age by the Sandaime Hokage and has been taught by the Gama Sennin Toad Hermit Jiraiya. Wow, this guy sounds like he's no joke. The teenager said. Team Anko narrowed their eyes at the boy. How in the hell did he get that information? Jacken whispered. Yeah, only a select few knows about my training with the old man or arrow-sentient pervy sage. Naruto said. Also, to have such detail of your mission history is very suspicious. No genin should have access to that information. Yakumo added. What do you think we should do? Asked Naruto. They ignored the small fight that happened, which put Kabuto on the ground. There was a sudden explosion in front and everyone paid attention. When the smoke cleared, Team Anko was white as a sheet. In the front of the room was the head of the Konoha Gomen Jinmin Butai Konoha Torture and Interrogation Force Morino Ibiki. Holy shit, we are fucked. We are so fucked. Jacken muttered in fear. He didn't mutter it low enough as it caught the attention of one of Ibiki's people. He informed Ibiki who faced the team. Well now, if it isn't Team Anko. Ibiki said. He sent some killer intent toward them, making them gulp in fear. You and I have some unfinished business. The team gulped and cursed their sensei for putting them in this mess. Anko sneezed as rubbed her nose as she sat in the Jonin lounge. Kakashi looked at her. You getting a cold? He asked. Nah, it's probably my brats. I usually sneeze when they curse my name or something. I wonder what I did now. She asked with confusion. Maybe it's because the examiner of the first stage is Ibiki. Asuma said with mirth. Oh, I forgot he was the first examiner. I knew I forgot to warn the guys. Anko said. She then shrugged it off. I shouldn't be too worried. Ibiki won't do anything too painful to them. I'm sure that they're fine. Naruto, Jacken and Yakumo couldn't wait for the first stage to be over. Each of them was watched by the examiners and Ibiki. Sometimes, the examiners were hitting them with a dose of killer intent. They each cursed their sensei for causing this. As they looked at the test, they each got the meaning of it within several minutes. While they could answer a few of the questions, but to get a good score, they would need to cheat. The question was how. Naruto went into his pocket when no one was looking. He pulled out a couple of pebbles and moved them around in his hand. He launched a pebble at an aimed genin, who stood and looked around the room with a glare. He caught the attention of the examiners and Naruto threw another pebble, this time at an examiner. The man let out a string of curses and glared at the room. Naruto caught sight of Kiba and aimed his shot. With a flick of his wrist, he launched a pebble right to the side of his head. Kiba looked furious and saw a Kusa genin give him a dirty look. Assuming that it was him, Kiba launched himself at genin and a fight broke out. Team Anko moved quickly. Naruto noticed that one of the genin was actually a Chunin in disguise. He knew the guy as he had pranked the guy during one of Anko's missions. He quickly took his paper and switched it with his. Yakumo did the same, using a genjutsu on the nearest person to her, which happened to be Sakura. Jacken just copied Lee's answers, which he got from Tenten. They managed all this within the time it took the examiners to stop the fight. After the fight and the time limit, Ibiki caught the room's attention. Okay, pencils down. It is time for the final question. Ibiki said. Before we begin, there are some rules. The first rule is that you must choose to answer the question or not. What kind of rule is that? Tamari exclaimed. It means that if you do not answer the question, then your points go to 0. You fail and your team leaves with you. Ibiki said. This caused an outrage among the group. Ibiki ignored them and spoke again. Another rule, if you choose to take the question and get it wrong, then you will never get another shot at the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken Chunin selection exam. What type of rule is that? You can't make that type of decision. Kiba shouted. That's where you're wrong. Inside this room, I am the law. You either get with that or you can leave. Those are your only two options. So, are you ready for the final question? Ibiki asked with a smile. He watched as several genin stood and walked out of room. He saw that a few looked ready to quit, but what really caught his attention was Anko's team acting so relaxed. He glared at them and wondered what was so relaxing. You three, getting Team Anko's attention. You seem pretty relaxed for such a huge decision hanging over your heads. I'm not really relaxed, but I've been taught not to show your hand. Besides, I'm not backing down just because you're in charge. Naruto said. Yeah, if becoming a Chunin was easy then we wouldn't need such test. So bring on this final question. I don't care if I get it wrong or not. Jacken said. As Chunin, we will have to make such decisions and we will have to live with it. Wrong or right, I will stand by my decisions and my teammates. Yakumo said. Ibiki looked at this team and had to admit that Anko had a wonderful team of genin. He looked at the others. Does anyone else feel the way that this team feels? Ibiki asked. Only a few looked convinced by what this team said. Very well, the first stage of Chunin Senbatsu Shiken is now over. Say what now? What about the 10th question? Jacken asked. There was never a 10th question. Ibiki answered. Everyone looked at him and the examiners with shock. Are you telling us that you mentally scarred us and it was for nothing? Sakura asked. Yes, Ibiki answered. You are a sick son of a bitch. Naruto said, getting the agreement of most of the room. Ibiki ignored them and began to speak. The object of this test was to see how well you can gather information. Did you really believe that no one would notice the use of dojutsu, animals or puppets? Those who were eliminated would have been killed on the spot by how bad they were getting their information. The 10th question was just to see if you have the stuff to be chunin. As a chunin, you will be given more difficult mission. Some of those missions, your life would be in great danger and you have to make a decision. Ibiki suddenly removed his bandana, allow everyone to see his man scars and holes in his head. Depend on your choice, you make it in the service of your village. Never forget that, he said and placed his bandana back on. As he was about to speak again, something coming toward the window caught his attention. It smashed through one of the windows and stopped in midair. It began to unwrap itself. Two kunai hit the ceiling and a banner appeared. On it were the words, the proctor of the second stage, the sexy and single, Mitarashi Anko. The purple-haired ninja stood and gave everyone a menacing stare. This isn't the time to be cheering. You little bastards belong to me now. Anko shouted. Everyone looked at her like she was crazy. Suddenly, Anko replaced herself with a chair as a staff, a sickle and a few shuriken came flying at her. She stood on one of the tables and grinned at the 3 genin who attempted to kill her. Ah, are you guys mad at me? You could have warned us that he was the examiner of the first stage. Jacken roared. You're still alive aren't you? Anko asked. Her students just glared at her. She chuckled until her eyes landed on Midoshi. The young girl gave her a wave and smile, which made Anko frown. Before she could do anything, she was interrupted by Ibiki. You're early, again, Ibiki said with a frown. Anko said with a shrug. She looked around and noticed quite a lot of people. You allowed 27 teams to pass. There are quite a few strong ones in here, Ibiki said. Is that so? Well then, let's see if they are as strong as you say. Anko said with a sadistic grin. She faced the group of hopeful chunin. Alright maggots, follow me to your next test. If you think that Ibiki was scary, you're going to love what I have in store for you. Everyone was put off by the chuckling of the deranged-looking Jonin, with the exception of her team and Midoshi. Chapter 33 The Second Stage, Into the Forest of Death. Ibiki chuckled as Anko led the teams out of the room. He was going to let the Jonin in the lounge who passed and who failed. As he made his way out, he saw a piece of paper under one of the exam papers. Curious, he made his way over and picked the paper up. He unfolded it and read the message. Ibiki-san. Please check on Yakushi Kabuto. He has information that he should not have. He may be a spy or you may have a leak. He looked at the note and back at the spot where he found it. That was where one of Anko's brats sat. This was a serious accusation and he needed to check up on it. He quickly left to go and speak with the Hokage. Anko stood in front of the Chunin hopeful and faced all of them with a smile. She had secretly sent a note to the Hokage about Midoshi's involvement in the exams. That could only mean that Orochimaru was somewhere in the village. She couldn't search for him now but she would soon. Okay maggots, welcome to the second part of the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken Chunin selection exams. I like to call this place my and my team's home away from home. This is the Daionjian Enshuho 44th training ground, or as I like to call it the Shinomori Forest of Death. Anko began to speak. Why do call it that? Asked Ino. You'll soon find out why. I would like to keep that a surprise for you all to see. Anko said with a vicious grin. As she was about to continue, Sakura decided to speak up. Wait a minute, you said that this is your team's training ground. She asked. So, Anko asked. Does that give you a huge advantage? That's cheating, Sakura exclaimed. Team Anko watched as Anko looked at the girl with a glare. Anko was not happy and walked up to her. Sakura gulped under her stare and felt weak in the knees. Do you realize how much of an embarrassment you are right now? You're complaining about an unfair advantage. We're shinobi. We live a life of unfair advantages. Hell, we strive on unfair advantages. You are a kunoichi of Konohagakure, so act like it. If you're so worried about it, then leave. You are a disgrace, acting like a child. Anko stated loudly. Sakura seemed to shrink into herself and the looks she was getting from the others only embarrassed her further. Anko straightened up and looked at everyone else. Does anyone else have a problem with my team's advantage? Are there any more bitches within this group of wannabe chunin? No ma'am, everyone exclaimed. With a final glare to Sakura, Anko walked back to the front of the group. She faced everyone again. Now, I will explain the point of this exam. Anko pulled out 2 scrolls, a white one and a brown one. In my left hand, I hold a scroll with the label, Heaven. In my right hand, I hold a scroll with the label, Earth. Each of you will get a scroll, one with Heaven or one with Earth. Your objective is to gain both scrolls and make your way to the tower that is at the center of this training ground. Anko said. So it's like a capture the flag type of mission? Asked Midoshi. Something like that. Since half of you will be holding the heaven scroll and the other half will be holding earth, you will have to fight each other to get it. As Chunin, you will have to get information by force and return it back to your village while others are after you. If you can't, then you will die. Which reminds me, Enko made a motion and several Chunin who had papers. These are waivers that you may choose to sign. This dissolved Konoha from any deaths that happen within the forest. Enko explained. Some of them looked a little worried about that but no one left. So how long is this exam? Asked Jacken. The exam ends in 5 days. Enko informed them. 5 days. What about food? Exclaimed Choji. There are a lot of animals who can hunt and eat. There are also some plants that are edible. Enko said offhandedly. Do you have any advice? Asked Yakumo. Just one. Don't die, she exclaimed. Hiruzen couldn't believe the trouble that was brewing in just one day. He had just gotten Enko's message about Midoshi. He still did not have too much info about the girl but he could do nothing about her. Otokage, while new, had permission to compete in the Chunin Senbatsu Shiken. To pull her out to question her, would cause all types of internal problems for Konohagakure and Hai no Kuni. That was something he was not willing to get into. As long as the exams were going on, she was protected. Then Ibiki came in and told him about an accusation that was made by one of the Chunin hopefuls. Apparently, there was a leak within his office. A genin was able to gain information that he was not supposed to have. He checked the name Yakushi Kabuto and did find it suspicious that he had participated in 7 exams and always forfeited after the second exam. Sure, he could have gotten the information after all those exams but that just couldn't be. He launched an investigation into the boy and hoped that he wasn't a spy. He released a sigh and leaned back in his chair. He wondered what else could happen today. He heard a knock on his door and gave them permission to enter. He cursed mentally as he saw his rival enter his office. He could only wonder what Danzo wanted now. Hello, old friend. What can I do for you today? Hiruzen asked. I heard that Orochimaru might be within the village. Danzo said. Nothing is confirmed but I have been informed of that girl participating in the exams. Hiruzen said. Are you sure that it is wise to allow her to continue? Her objective includes your student who is also in the exams. Danzo said. Naruto can handle himself. I also trust his team to watch his back as we did during the wars. Hiruzen said. You are not handling this seriously, Hiruzen. I also thought it was idiotic that we allow other villages into ours but you are risking the life of our weapon in placing your trust in that woman. Danzo said. I have warned you before, Danzo. He is not a weapon and you will never refer to him as such in my presence again. Also, I trust Enko much more than you do. She has raised this team to be one of my best. I dare say that they can even surpass my team without falling to the events that led to 2 of them leaving. I cannot touch Midoshi because she protected by the guidelines that make up the exams. Until they are over, I can do little. Hiruzen said. I still see that you are too soft, Hiruzen. Danzo said. And yet, I was chosen and not you. Do you wish to know why? Hiruzen asked. He watched as Danzo's lone eye narrowed. He just turned and left the office without another word. He walked out of the tower and made his way to his home. Once home, he tapped his cane and a shinobi appeared. Danzo-sama. The shinobi said and bowed. I want you to send a team into the Shonomori and bring a girl named Midoshi here. Capture her team as well, including the Jonin-sensei. Danzo ordered. The shinobi bowed and vanished. Danzo just sat and waited. If Hiruzen wasn't going to do anything, then he would, as it was to protect the great tree that is Konoha. Naruto, Jacken and Yakumo were making their way to a familiar place within the forest. It was somewhere that they could rest and plan their opening move. As they moved along, Naruto suddenly felt something. He turned to his team and did some signs. We got a tail. 3 kunoichi, Takigakure symbol, they move like a complete unit. Dressed like Anbu, strapped with weapons. Naruto signed. They must be thinking about taking our advantage away. What's the plan? Jacken signed. We lure them into a trap. I can use my clone technique and a genjutsu to tire them. Yakumo said. Let's lead them to that area where those spiders are. You know how they are. Naruto signed. That's kind of cruel, isn't it? Yakumo signed. Don't worry about that. We aren't going to let the spiders kill them. So are we in agreement? Jacken asked. They nodded and began to make their way to the spider's nest. They were followed by the 3 Takigakure kunoichi. Yakumo did some seals and did her jutsu. Oboro Bunshin no Jutsu. Hei's clone technique. 3 clones appeared that looked like them. The originals ducked and covered while the clones went forward. They watched as the 3 Takigakure girls fly past them. They waited a while before following them. Yakumo kept up the technique as they followed the 3. They reached the spider's nest but they would not know about it as Yakumo did another set of seal. Megan, Kokoni Arazu no Jutsu. Demonic illusion, false surroundings technique. Instead of the nest, the area looked like a simple open field. When Yakumo's clones landed, that's when the three attacked. Kaiden Renkijutsu, Karura. Fire release cooperation technique. Garuda. They all spat out streams of fire that combined and formed a dragon. The dragon crashed down on the clones, burning the area. The three ended the jutsu and looked over the area. The one with silver gray hair had an evil smirk. I guess that they weren't as tough as we thought, she said with amusement. The other two chuckled with her. That's when the fire died down to reveal that Team Anko was not harmed. They were shocked and confused until a long and sticky substance shot through one of Team Anko and wrapped around the silver-haired Kunoichi. She screamed as she was pulled toward the ground. The other two made a move to help before they were attacked as well. They were gripped with fear when they realized that they were being attacked by some big damn spiders. Yakumo dropped her genjutsu and clone technique to show them where they were. They screamed some more as some more spiders were coming out of the burning nest. Hey, you guys look like you need some help. Jaken's voice shouted. They looked up to see the team unharmed. You bastards, how did you know? Shouted the silver-haired Kunoichi. I don't think we'll tell you. How about you tell us what type of scroll you have? Jaken asked. Screw you, shouted the brunette. Have it your way, but you should know that the web that they are wrapping you with will suffocate you. Once you're no longer breathing, they will eat you. Not to mention the venom that is running through your system when they bit you. You must be feeling pretty tired, right? Naruto informed them. They were feeling the venom of the spider and were losing consciousness. Please, help us, one of them begged. What's your scroll? Demanded Jaken. Heaven, the silver-haired Kunoichi said. With that said, Naruto did some seals. Doden, Yomi Numa, Earth release, swamp of the underworld. Naruto said. He created a muddy bog, which made some of the spiders sink into the ground. Each team member jumped down and used the Suimin Hoko no Gyo water surface walking practice to stay on top of the muddy water. They grabbed the Kunoichi before fleeing the area quickly. They knew from experience that the spiders would be pissed that they lost their lunch. They got pretty far before stopped to rest. The three Kunoichi were out cold, the effects of the venom taking effect. The cut-what webbing was on them and searched them from the scroll. They found it and they were all smiles. We are the greatest. We got the scroll we needed. Now we can head to the tower. Naruto said. I think that we should wait until nightfall before we do that. It would be easier to stay hidden at night. Jaken suggested. We can also use the forest as cover as we move. I agree with Jaken on this. Yakumo added. Hey, I'm not going to argue. Jaken is the hunter of the group. Naruto said in agreement. Okay, let's get these guys to the river and hide them. They should wake up by nightfall and we would be long gone by then. Jaken said. They picked them up before making their way toward the river. Enko was practicing her sword movements. She didn't want to let up on her sword training as she was advancing in the Odori Konoha Ryu dancing tree leaf style. Right now, she was mastering the Yanagi Willow technique and was getting pretty good at it. She was preparing to do it again when someone appeared before her. She turned and recognized the guy as Mizuku. Enko, you need to come and see this. We have a situation, Mizuku said with urgency. Enko sheathed her sword and followed him. She arrived where Izumo and Katetsu was waiting. She walked up to them and waited. So, what's up guys? The two moved out of the way and showed her what they found. She looked at the bodies with shock. Izumo showed her some files. We checked it out. This is the team from Kusagaker. What's wrong with this picture is that this team is supposed to be in the forest. I saw them to the gate myself. Izumo reported. Enko didn't answer him and continued to watch the bodies that had no faces on them. She knew of only one person who knew how to do such a thing. She might have been a changed person since becoming a Jonin instructor, but that man was still the bane of her existence. She still had that drive to make him pay. Enko turned to Mizuku. I want you to get to the Sandame and tell him that Orochimaru is in Konoha, disguised as a Kusa Genin. Go now. Enko ordered and Mizuku left via Shunshin. She turned to Izumo and Katetsu. I need you to get 2 squads of the Anbu and send them into the forest after me. They nodded and were gone. Enko turned toward the forest. I don't know why you're here, but you won't be leaving here unhurt. It's time that we settle things, Orochimaru. The Konoha Genin's head hit the ground with a thud. Midoshi flicked the blood off her sword before sealing it. Kotoheim walked over to her, as did Kagero, who was wearing the face of one of the Genin that they just killed. In Midoshi's hand was an earth scroll. She was about to pocket it and make her way to the tower when she felt something in the air. You can come out, Midoshi said. She waited as 5 men in masks surrounded the group. Midoshi looked at them and smiled. Well now, what do we have here? Chapter 34 Death by Sound. Midoshi, Kagero and Kotoheim looked at the four men that surrounded them. Midoshi held a small smirk as she was curious as to who they were and why they were here. She could tell that they were not regular Konoha shinobi. They seemed to have a purpose for her and her team. "So, what can we do for you gentlemen today?" Midoshi said. "You are to disarm yourselves and come with us," the man said. She watched as they reached for their weapons. "And if I refuse?" Midoshi asked. "You will be coming with us. It depends on your how," the man said. Kotoheim and Kagero looked ready to deal with them, but Midoshi held her hand up. "No, you guys make your way back to our camp with the scroll. I will deal with them," she said. The two looked ready to refuse, but they started to feel the air shift. They got scared and made their way out of the area. One of the shinobi attempted to stop them but suddenly found their head removed from their body. The others three removed their weapons and faced the young woman. She looked at them with a bored look. "I really don't know why you Konoha nins are here. I don't really care who you really work for because I know it isn't the Hokage. However, you are attempting to stop me from getting what I want and I will not allow that to happen. It's time I show you what type of an apex predator I am." Midoshi said and unleashed her killing intent, freezing them in their tracks with just a glance. Two of them were able to get out of her gaze as the third was run through their chest by Midoshi's hand. She threw the body away as she watched the other two began to do hand seals. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. Fire release. Dragon fire technique. Both were surrounded by fire and several flames that took the shape of dragons attacked Midoshi. She skillfully dodged and avoided the attack and rushed at the two with a smile. Disengaging their techniques, they launched shuriken at her. Midoshi stopped and held her arms out. Sane Tajishu. Many hidden shadow snake hands, she called out calmly, and an army of snakes shot forward. Some caught the shuriken while the rest went at the two shinobi. They cut through the snakes with their tanto, but this proved to be a mistake. Midoshi appeared behind from within the army of snakes and wrapped around one of the men. She quickly snapped their neck and at the same time pulled out a kunai and stabbed it into their forehead. She stood up straight and faced the last man. She was impressed that the man was not running away and had his tanto in an attack position. Midoshi summoned a snake from out of her arm and held it. It then transformed into a sword. The blade was beautiful with red and yellow hilt. It gleamed in the moonlight as Midoshi held it above her head. She brought it to her side and with a flick of her wrist, the blade began to move like a snake, rippling at a high speed. She smirked at him and readied herself to attack. The man dug in as Midoshi's charged at him. Through the night sky, no scream was heard, only the tearing of flesh. Gurren walked around the village without a care. She wasn't scouting or anything as it would be very soon when the village would be burnt to the ground. She was trying to remain casual, but it was beginning to become very hard with her tail on her. She noticed it about 5 minutes when she stepped outside of her hotel room. She didn't know why they were following her, but if they thought that she was going down without a fight. She decided to stop playing this cat and mouse game. She turned into an alley and made her way to a building that was abandoned. She walked into the building and made her way upstairs. When she arrived on the second floor, she found herself confronted with her tail. She looked at them with a sly smile. "So, you've decided to stop playing as well. Well boys, what do you want from me?" Gurren asked. "Under orders from our lord, you are to come with us," the leader said, and they removed their blades. "On whose orders?" "Certainly not the Sandaime Hokage." Gurren mocked. They didn't say anything and rushed Gurren. Gurren just stood waiting as two blades came down on her. She didn't cry out, only grinned at the two as she broke into crystal particles. The two were shocked by this and they were then suddenly attacked by multiple projectiles that came from under them. They were both filled with holes and fell to the ground dead. Under the floor, Gurren waited until she saw small drops of blood come from above. She smirked and dispelled a green snowflake-looking mirror. She watched out of the building and made her way back to speak with Orochimaru. Enko search lead her deep within the forest. She managed to pick up her sensei's trail and followed it. It wasn't long until she caught up with him. She caught the man's attention and snarled at the smirk that was on his face. Well, my dear Enko, you have grown into a beautiful young woman," Orochimaru said mockingly. Enko calmed herself and glared at him. "Orochimaru of the Densetsu no Sanin, the legendary 3 ninja, you are wanted for crimes against Konoha. Come peacefully or I will have to use force," Enko said. "Why so cold, Enko? No kind words for your dear sensei?" Orochimaru asked with a little disappointment. Enko didn't say anything and pulled out her jong. She got into a fighting stance and waited. Orochimaru just chuckled at her. "So you took up the blade. Are you any good with it?" Enko disappeared and reappeared, her blade just missing Orochimaru's forehead. She spun around and attempted to slice Orochimaru in two. Orochimaru flipped out of the way. Enko dug her sword into the large branch and kicked up soon pieces, which was thrown in Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru moved to his left to avoid the stab to his throat. Enko pulled it out and got some distance from him. She did some hand seals and took a deep breath. Kaiten, Hosenka no Jutsu, Fire Release, Phoenix Sage Fire Technique. Enko shouted and spat out several medium-sized fireballs at him. Orochimaru circled the tree like a snake while dodging the fireballs. He then launched a snake at Enko, which wrapped around her neck and began to squeeze. She gasped before dissolving into water. Surprised, he was hit by a torrent of water that came from his left. He landed on a branch with a thud. He quickly moved as Enko appeared and drove the blade where he just was. Enko continued her assault on Orochimaru, who just dodged her attacks. She watched as he ducked behind a tree. She hit the tree with the flat of the blade. It bent and managed to catch a bit of Orochimaru if the small bit of blood was any indication. She pulled her blade back and thrust it into the tree. She heard the sound of her blade piercing through flesh. She waited for a while when 4 snakes came from behind the tree, each having a blade sticking out of their mouths. Enko quickly pulled her blade free and began to parry the blades. With quick movements, she served the heads of snakes and was at the ready. She spun and deflected a kunai but could not block the kick to her gut. She slid across the branch before coming to a stop. She faced her former sensei and glared at the mocking smile on his face. She took a deep breath and began to wave her sword around. Orochimaru was amused until he saw multiple images of her blade. He waited and raised his arm. He grabbed Enko's wrist and flipped her onto her back. Konoha Ryu Yanagi, leaf-style willow, that is a pretty impressive technique you learned, Enko-chan. It seems that you have gotten stronger. Orochimaru said. Enko growled but then smirked at him. He was suddenly struck by several snakes that came out of her sleeve. He released her and Enko did another group of hand seals. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough, Enko shouted and blew a strong chakra-enhanced wind which connected with Orochimaru. He was sent into a tree with some force and he slumped down onto a branch. He then gasped when Enko ran him through with her sword. She twisted it, making sure that he would bleed out faster. When she looked at him, she was shocked to see him smile at her. That's when he melted into mud. Damn it! Come out here, you coward! Enko roared. Orochimaru just smirked and decided to make her feel pain before engaging her again. He did a seal to activate the Tenno Juin, cursed seal of heaven, that was on her. After a few seconds, he was surprised to see her still standing. He focused a bit more of his chakra but she was not writhing in pain like she was supposed to. That little bit of chakra alerted Enko to his location and she charged at him. Orochimaru moved faster and slammed into her. She hit a branch with a thud and was held down by Orochimaru's foot. He took a kunai and cut off a bit of her clothes to see the curse mark. What he saw made him very curious as another seal was over his. Well now, what type of seal is that? Orochimaru asked. It's a brand new seal from Jiraiya-sama. You like it? Enko asked mockingly, which made the Sannin dig his foot into her some more. I think not. I know Jiraiya's work and this is not it. So whose work is this? Orochimaru asked her again. Your mama, and she told me to tell you that she's very disappointed in you. Enko spat. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes and placed more pressure on her gut. You test my patience. Now tell me, whose seal is that? Orochimaru asked loudly. He then heard something coming at him and he moved out of the way. He saw that it was a chain that was attached to a fist-sized ball. As he was in midair, he was suddenly consumed in darkness. He looked up to see several black swords appear. He tried to dispel the genjutsu and found that he couldn't. The swords dived at him and looked ready to skewer him. He unleashed a large amount of chakra to free himself from the genjutsu. When he looked around, he saw that Enko was gone. Huh, I don't know who you were but I will not forget this. Orochimaru said to no one. He melted into the tree, knowing that the Anbu would have felt his chakra. After a few minutes, Yakumo released the genjutsu that she placed after casting the first one. She looked around and could not find any trace of the person who had broken her genjutsu, a jutsu that took a lot of chakra to break out of. Seeing that the coast was clear, she looked at her sensei that was being taken care of, Naruto and Jacken. Enko took a few breaths of air before facing her team. Have I told you guys how much I loved you? Enko asked. Not really. Jacken answered. Good, I ain't going to start now. Enko said with a sigh. The team just chuckled and prepared to move out with their sensei. Enko was being carried by 2 clones, which was holding a man-made stretcher. She wasn't hurt anymore, but who was she to stop a free ride? Her team was in a classic position that she taught them when moving with an injured person. As they moved, they came across a scene that made them stop. Enko looked up from her position. What's going on? Why did you guys stop? Enko asked. Sensei, you've got to see this. Yakumo said. Enko got off the stretcher and stood. She walked over to what they were talking about and narrowed her eyes. There were 4 bodies on the ground. They were brutally killed by what she saw. She saw that they were Anbu, but she them looked closer at the mask. They were not standard Anbu masks that she knew. She looked to Jackin and showed him the mask. He got the question and shook his head. She pocketed the mask and looked at the team. We're moving toward the tower and we're moving fast. We'll use the trees and we aren't stopping until we get there. Enko said. Hi, they said, and they took off. Midoshi's eyes stopped glowing and she had a grin on her face. She had just seen her prey enter the tower, which was very pleasing to her. She was a little worried that it would take them so long, seeing that Enko was their teacher. Whatever the case, she was happy to know that they made it to the tower. She decided to get some rest but was interrupted by another serpent. Apparently, Orochimaru had called a meeting. She pressed for more and learned that Gurren was attacked as well. She decided that she would not ignore this summons and left via Shunshin. Chapter 35, Prelude to the Prelims. Hiruzen entered the office that was in the tower. He was called by the Anbu after Anko and her team needed to see him. Usually this meant that they did something bad again, but the seriousness of the tone was something that he could not ignore. He entered the office and the team was waiting for him there. The only one who looked roughed up was Anko. Her team looked fine. He could only wonder what they wanted to tell him. I rushed over on your request, Anko. What do you have to report? Hiruzen asked. I assume that you got my message, Hokage-sama. Anko asked. Yes, and I'm a little surprised at your actions, Anko. I thought that you had gotten over that. Hiruzen said. I understand, but knowing that my old sensei infiltrated the exam, I felt that I must act. Anko said. That explains how he broke out of your genjutsu Yakumo. Naruto said. Hiruzen looked at the team, then back at Anko with a stern glance. She understood why she was getting the look. They saved me from my sensei. They did not engage him, I wouldn't allow them to. He was very interested in the seal that was placed over my old mark as he could not activate it. He was very interested in it. He does not know who it was that placed it. I mentioned Jiraiya, but he did not believe me. Anko said. Either way, it is good that he does not know who did it. We would not want him to come searching for that person. Hiruzen said while looking at Naruto. He turned back to Anko. So you engaged him and were saved by your team. Was that all you needed to speak to me about? No, Anko said and reached into her jacket. She pulled out a mask and handed it to Hiruzen. When he saw it, he instantly recognized it. Where did you find this? Hiruzen asked with a serious tone. I found it in the forest. There were 4 bodies, all of them mutilated by what looks like a special type of weapon. I saw the mask but did not recognize it as a standard Anbu mask. Anko reported. Is there anything else, Anko? Hiruzen asked. That's all, Hokage-sama. Anko answered. I want you to get checked out, Anko, and your team can rest until the end of the stage. You and your group are not to speak of this. Am I clear? He asked. Hi, Hokage-sama. They all said. He nodded and made his way out of the office. Once he was gone, everyone released a sigh of relief. I don't think I've seen Sensei that angry. Naruto said. Yeah, and I feel sorry for the poor bastard that gained his wrath. Anko said. She looked at her team and asked if they wanted to get something to eat. She led them to the cafeteria. Orochimaru was waiting for the arrival of Midoshi. He did have to wait long as she appeared from the shadows. In the same room with him were Kabuto, his teammates, Gurren and her team. Once she was there, he stood up straight and faced them. First things first, Kabuto, how is my new body? Orochimaru said. He's still out of it, but it looks like that he will survive the process. His teammates are watching over him and the Odo team is in waiting to attack in the morning. However, I'm worried about the pale-skinned boy. He seems much too skilled for a genin. Kabuto said. He belongs to Danzo. I can tell that he has been through the training. He will be of little consequence. He then turned to Gurren and her team. However, the attacks on you and your team do bother me. Orochimaru said. I wouldn't worry about us, Orochimaru. We came out of it fine and showed whoever sent those men that we are not to be messed with. Midoshi said. This is no time for your arrogance, child. You are just luck that Danzo did not send any of his elite shinobi. Orochimaru said with a tone. Be careful who you speak to, Orochimaru. I care not what you do with your petty little revenge against your sensei, but if you try anything to stop me from getting what I want, I will make you pay. Midoshi threatened with a dangerous tone. Your obsession with the Kyuubi child is getting to be troublesome. Orochimaru snarled. Orochimaru-sama, perhaps you should allow this to continue. Gurren said. Orochimaru snapped his gaze at her. She flinched but remained calm. We did not come all this way just to get scare of this Danzo. We have proven that his men are not so dangerous, and even if he sent his elite, they would be no challenge against us if we work together. To pull out now will give the Hokage reason to investigate. We are still able to move around thanks to the rules of the exams. We must be cautious. Orochimaru calmed down and let out sigh. He turned to Kabuto and his team. Return to the forest and continue watch over Sasuke-kun's team. Orochimaru ordered. They nodded and vanished. Orochimaru looked at Midoshi who had already begun to leave. Her team was following her as was Gurren. He glared at the back of the child and did not like the type of power she held. He could do nothing, however, against the little upstart. If he did, then he would be the enemy of the Hubby clan and they would do everything in their power to destroy him. For now, he would let her live. Another thing that he was concerned about was that seal he saw on Enko's mark. There were very few seals that could contain the power of his Juant curse mark. Whatever this seal was complete cut him off from the seal that he placed. While Enko's Juan was an old design, it was still troubling that it could be done. Not even Jiraiya found a way to do that. Whoever this was had very good skills and could become a huge problem should he or she get a hold of Sasuke. He would keep an eye out for whoever this Fuinjutsu user was and he would eliminate them before they got to his prize. Hiruzen made his way toward the council room where he called an emergency meeting. He did not show his anger but it could be felt by the two Anbu who were escorting him. He reached and entered the room where the elders and clan heads were waiting. A representative of the civilian council was there as Hiruzen made it clear that they had no reason to be there. He stood in front of them with a serious expression. I thank you for coming on such short notice. I assure you that it is important that you are here tonight. Before we begin, I would like to speak to you Danzo. Hiruzen said. What do you, was all he got out before he was grabbed by the neck and slammed down onto the table. He was choking a bit as Hiruzen had his hand around his throat. He was very surprised at the look of rage on his face as were the other two elders. However, they could do nothing as they saw the two Anbu members right behind them, their hands on their blades. Danzo looked back at Hiruzen with a glare of his own. What do you think that you're doing? He choked out. You will be silent Danzo as you have forgotten your place. Did I give you orders to confront that girl? I told you that nothing could be done as she is a part of the exams but you decided to go and disobey me. Let me be clear so that this does not happen again. I am the Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato and if I must kill you and rip your roots from out the ground just to make my point, then I will. You will remember that Danzo or I will show you why I am called Shinobi no Kami, god of Shinobi. Am I clear? Hiruzen said with a tone. Yes, Hokage-sama, Danzo gasped. Hiruzen released him and Danzo was immediately attempting to get his breath back. The two former friends looked at each other with nothing but contempt. Danzo broke the gaze and sat down on his seat. Hiruzen made his way to his seat and sat down. Everyone in the room stayed silent and waited for the shinobi on Kami to speak. When he did, the meeting got on its way. It was now the second day of the exams. Naruto decided to check out the tower while Jacken went back to sharpen his weapon and Yakumo went to meditate. As he walked around, he met Kurenai's team and met the two members of the Suna team. He sent his hellos and continued his trek around the tower. He wondered if anyone else was in the tower. As he turned the corner, he came to an area that was pretty open and close to where the Jonin and Chunin were staying. He stood in the area and waited. When a few moments passed, he decided to call out whoever was following him. It's time to come out now. While you did a good job in the beginning, you're leaking your killer intent which allowed me to sense you. Naruto called out. That's when his stalker stepped out. It was the redhead of the Suna team, Gaara. Naruto cursed his luck but faced Gaara. So, what can I do for you? I want to know what makes you so interesting to that girl that she would dare to threaten me. I see nothing about you that would make you dangerous. You are weak and I see no threat about you. Gaara said. Gee, don't I feel special in your eyes? I guess that you're talking about Midoshi. I don't know what her interest is in me but a more important question, or rather questions, is when did you meet Midoshi and when did you two cross paths? Naruto asked. Now, those are questions that you shouldn't be able to ask. A female voice said. Midoshi appeared from behind a column and was standing with the two. She faced Gaara and glared at him. You should keep your mouth shut, sand rat. I don't care about your crazy mother or whatever you call that thing inside you but you better keep your mouth shut or I will shut it for you. You would dare, Gaara growled and removed his cork to his gourd. I would be careful. There's a reason why Naruto-kun lead you here. You wouldn't want the Jonin and Chunin to come out and deal with you. Midoshi said. Gaara snarled but did not attack. Midoshi just sighed at his face. It's such a task to control such rabid beast, don't you agree Naruto-kun? I'm not even touching that comment Midoshi. I am curious about why you're here. It can't just be because of your curiosity. Naruto stated. Oh but it is. I don't really have an agenda other than satisfying my curiosity. I mean, student of the Sandaime Hokage, student of Jiraiya the Gamma Sennin, Toad Hermit, student of Mitarashi Anko and Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. You have such a wonderful resume and I want to see it matches up. I'm especially excited to see how much better you have become with that wonderful chakra you hold at bay. Midoshi said. You can forget it, Midoshi. Even if we do fight, I won't use that chakra just to satisfy you lust for battle. Naruto exclaimed. So you say, but you know that I am just as skilled and I have been trained just as well as you have. You may not have a choice and I have all the time in the world to find your triggers. Midoshi said with a smile. Naruto just narrowed his eyes at her. Gaara was a little pissed at being ignored, but he did look at Naruto in a new light. So you carry one just like me. Yet, why do you not have the same eyes as me? Gaara asked. He's nothing like you, Midoshi hissed, surprising Naruto. He's better. Do not forget Gaara, he is my prey. You do not want to test me. Gaara just glared at her. I swear, by the end of this, I will kill you both. Gaara said. He then left the area via Shunshin. Filthy animal, Midoshi snarled. She turned her focus back to Naruto. The same goes for you, Naruto. You're my prey and no one else can have you. She turned away and left the area as well. Naruto just sighed and wondered when did he get so popular. He decided to go back to his room, having enough of today's exploration. The rest of the exam came and went. Everyone who managed to get into the tower was standing in front of the Hokage. Naruto listened to the old man, but he surveyed the competition that was around him. It looked like the rest of the rookies passed the second part of the exam, but they came around the last day. His team, Midoshi's team, Kurenai's team and the Suna team were pretty well rested. Another team that came in before the deadline was Guy's team. The other Oto team came in with the last two rookie team, and so did Kabuto's team. That added up to 9 teams. Naruto had just finished listening to the Hokage's speech, which was interrupted by Yugao's boyfriend, Gekko Hayate. The guy still looked pretty sick as he remembered. The man explained that since there are still too many competitors that a preliminaries had to be held. That's when a screen came down from above and Hayate explained that the matches would be random. He asked if anyone wanted to quit and Kabuto was the only one to do so. He watched as Ibiki watched him as he left and signaled 2 people to silently follow him. It meant that their suspicions were on the mark. He forgot about Kabuto and focused on what was about to happen. The preliminary matches of the exams were about to begin. Chapter 36, The Prelims, Part 1. A digital board came down from the ceiling. It hovered over them and began to run through the names. It landed on 2 names. One was Uchiha Sasuke and his opponent was Kagero. Alright, everyone but these 2, please leave the floor and go onto the balconies. Hayate ordered. As everyone made their way to the upper level, Kakashi appeared next to Sasuke. He leaned down and whispered into his ear. I know about that mark on your shoulder. If you decided to use it, then you will be disqualified and we will seal that mark up immediately. Kakashi said. What? Why? Sasuke hissed. Kakashi squeezed his shoulder and Sasuke winced. Do not argue with me, Sasuke. It was me who got the Hokage to allow you to compete, much to everyone's disagreement. You will not use that mark or I will take you out of the match right now. Kakashi said with seriousness. Sasuke just nodded, but he was not happy with the decision. Kakashi released him and made his way to the balcony. Sasuke didn't know what the problem with the mark he received. It gave him the power that he was looking for. It was such a rush to use. Whatever, Sasuke thought. He looked across to his opponent and smirked. This guy doesn't look like much. Are you ready? Hayate asked Sasuke. The boy nodded with a grin. He looked at Kagero and asked the same question. Kagero grunted and prepared. Then begin. In a flash, Kagero was in front of Sasuke, which surprised him. He felt a sting to his jaw and took some steps back. He was then struck from the side. He was hit from all angles before being sent flying with a spin kick. Sasuke was able to flip and land on his feet and looked back at Kagero. The ugly teen stood there without any expression. He didn't know what the hell was going on. He activated his Sharingan and did some hand seals. Kaden, Gokaku no Jutsu. Fire release. Great fireball technique, Sasuke shouted and fired a fireball at him. She suddenly disappeared and the fireball hit the wall. Sasuke was looking around for his opponent when he was cut from behind. He whipped out a kunai and swung it but hit air. He was then cut again and he hit nothing but air again. Sasuke realized that she was attacking from below and used his chakra to jump high into the air. Kagero stuck his head out and Sasuke was preparing another Kaden jutsu. Kagero beat him to it and called out his attack. Kaden, Kasumi Enbu no Jutsu. Fire release, mist blaze dance technique, he said softly. He blew out a cloud of mist that surrounded Sasuke. Sasuke fired his Gokaku again but that ignited the mist and was caught in a blinding firestorm. On the balcony, Midoshi looked at Fight with a raised eyebrow. She turned her attention to Gurren. You've trained her well, Gurren. She has turned into one hell of an assassin. Midoshi said. She had the make of it. I've also helped her with her true form. I dare say that she could be a challenge for Arashi. Gurren said. They turned back to the fight as the fire cleared. Sasuke hit the ground hard and groaned in pain. He had some burns on his body and his clothes. He struggled to his feet and focused his sharingan around the arena. Suddenly, a mist appeared. Sasuke refrained from using any more Kaden jutsu. What is wrong, little brother? A voice said. Sasuke's eyes widened and looked around in the mist. Suddenly, a figure appeared and Sasuke was shocked. Standing before him was his elder brother, Uchiha Itachi. Every adult from Konoha was surprised by this. Sasuke looked at the man before him and growled. Everyone could feel an evil power coming off Sasuke. He looked at the man with white-hot rage and his chakra was starting to become visible. Kakashi and Anko watched as the mark began to glow and Kakashi was prepared to end the match right there. That's when Sasuke did some hand seals, making Itachi's eyes widen. Kaden, Ruka no Jutsu. Fire release, dragon fire technique, Sasuke roared. Everyone had covered their eyes and get away from the edge as the ground was ignited in a brilliant orange flame. After a few moments the fire died down and there was nothing but smoke. Suddenly, something came flying out of the smoke. It was Kagero and she was no longer in disguise. She was in pain as she was hit by something with force. That's when Sasuke appeared behind her. She tried to turn but was struck by a vicious back fist. This was followed up by a crescent kick and a straight punch. He ended the combo with an axe to her gut. Because the last attack connected when she hit the ground, the attack was doubled. Kagero gasped in pain as the smoke cleared. However, Sasuke wasn't even done. His sharingan was blazing and there was nothing but hate in them. He grabbed Kagero by the throat and slammed her down. Pulling out a kunai, he roared as he was about to bring it down onto her head. Suddenly he was thrown into the wall with incredible force. He shook the cobwebs loose and wondered who had done that to him. When he looked forward, he saw the deadly eyes of Midoshi whose sword was being held back by Hayate. Kakashi arrived and slapped his hand down on Sasuke's shoulder. The look he gave him was not one of praise. In fact, he got a look around and saw that everybody on the Konoha side was looking at him as if he was some sort of monster. Midoshi stopped her struggle and held her sword to her side. Kotohime and Gurren was helping Kagero up and checking her over. Midoshi was not amused and showed it by unleashing her killer intent on Sasuke that forced him to his knees. It only lasted a second before Midoshi turned back to her team. Hayate let out a sigh of relief before speaking. Winner of the first match, Uchiha Sasuke. He said. Kakashi took that as his signal and left with Sasuke in tow. Everyone else was looking at the burnt grounds with fear and confusion. Midoshi gently placed Kagero on the wall and watched over her. She looked to see a pleased look on Orochimaru's face and narrowed her eyes at him. She forgot him and dealt with Kagero. Across the way, Anko and her team looked over at Midoshi and her team. I think the Hokage and Kakashi need to put extra security on that boy. You saw it right, she asked her team. It was too fast to see. If Hayate didn't react, Sasuke would be without a head right now. Jacken said. Man, I do not want to be Sasuke right now. I mean, if Midoshi wants something done, she's going to get it done. Naruto said. Are we discussing this because she wants to take you away and have her way with you? Jacken said. Why are insisting that's what she wants to do? Yakumo asked with an annoyed tone. I'm not saying anything that isn't true. She was flirting with him at the academy and she defended him from Gaara. Other than wanting to beat Naruto in a fight, she could be attracted to him. Jacken argued. Yakumo just shook her head and Naruto glared at Anko. I blame you for this. Naruto said. What did I do? Anko asked with mock surprise. If you didn't read that stupid book in front of us, he wouldn't get these ideas. Naruto answered. Hey, just because there might be a grain of truth in what he's saying does not mean that my reading is the reason. Besides, that book is not stupid. It is a work of art. Anko argued. It's smut, plain and simple. Yakumo said. The team continued to argue. Ignore the next two opponents, Aburame Shino vs. Akado Yoroi. Yoroi faced Shino. Hayate asked if they were ready and started the match. Yoroi attacked immediately and closed the distance between the two. Shino tried to get some distance but the older man was faster than Shino believed. He was suddenly grabbed and slammed into the ground. His hand began to glow as Shino attempted to get his hand off him. Yoroi smirked and decided to let him know what was happening. I wouldn't try kid. It will only make this harder for you. As you're probably noticing, I'm draining you of your chakra. Soon, this will all be over. Yoroi boasted. That was a very unwise thing to say. Came Shino's monotone voice. Yoroi whipped around to see Shino standing behind him. That's when he felt his chakra leave him and something crawling up his arm. He turned to see a bunch of bugs crawling up his arm. Yoroi screamed and attempted to get the bugs off him. Shino used this time to attack. He slammed his leg into Yoroi's side and sent him flying. Yoroi flipped to his feet but noticed that he was surrounded by Shino's bugs. Yoroi growled and made a move to attack Shino. Shino just stood there and allowed Yoroi's attack to connect. Again, Shino dissolved into bugs and crawled up Yoroi's body. Yoroi began to flail around and stomped some bugs. The rest of Shino's bugs attacked and swarmed him in seconds. Yoroi was now in a cocoon of bugs. His struggling reduced until it seems that Yoroi was no longer moving. Shino called his bugs back to him and everyone watched as they retreated back into his clothes. Yoroi was on the ground and not moving. Hayate called the match. Winner of the second match, Aburame Shino. Shino walked back to his team. Neji, who had his Byakugan activated, was surprised by what he was seeing. He has a whole bunch of them within his body. They are feeding off his chakra. Neji said. Wow, that's kind of creepy. Tenten said. The board circled again and two more names appeared. They were Haruno Sakura and Tamari. Sakura made her way down to the arena floor as did Tamari. Everyone was watching this with worry. Not to be a wet blanket, but we should be prepared to cut in just in case that Suna Kunoichi goes too far. Naruto said. Lee looked at him with some disappointment. Naruto, why are you dismissing the lovely Sakura's youthful fires? She has blossomed into a beautiful rose during her time in the forest. Lee said. Naruto looked at Lee owlishly. He looked to everyone around him for some type of translation but he didn't get any. Well, we've run into these Suna ninja before. I do not doubt Sakura, but if the redhead is vicious, what makes you think that she isn't too? We should just be ready to interfere if she goes too far. Naruto explained slowly. Lee looked at him with acknowledgement and gave him a grin with a thumb up. Naruto just shook his head and made a note to look into Meidaguy using drugs to influence young men. Sakura looked across the arena and carefully looked at her opponent. Seeing her pull her fan out, she deduced that she was a long-range fighter. She needed to get close and she would dominate the fight. She just needed to distract her. When the match began, Sakura rushed forward and threw some shuriken. Tamari just smirked and unfolded her fan, showing one moon. She swung her weapon and deflected the projectiles. Sakura did some hand seals and created some clones. Each clone moved to surround her. Seriously? Tamari asked no one and swung her fan in an arc. This created a tornado that surrounded Tamari and blasted the real Sakura away while dispelling her clones. Sakura struggled to stand and faced Tamari, who looked at her with a mocking expression. How did you survive so long? Your skills are so pathetic. Did you really think that you could distract me with regular clones? You know what, I'm not even going to waste my time with you. Let's just finish this. Tamari completely unfolding her fan and gave Sakura a sinister grin. Kamedachi no Jutsu. Sickle weasel technique, Tamari called out and swung her fan. The swing created a tornado that swept Sakura up. She began to scream as wind blades began to cut into her. The jutsu continued for quite a while but ended suddenly. Sakura began to descend and Tamari was right under her. Everyone saw her smirk and raised her fan. As people got ready to stop her, Sakura was caught by her sensei. Tamari was a little shocked and suddenly felt a small chill run up her back when his lone eye looked at her. She backed up and folding her fan up. Kakashi just looked at Hayate and nodded. Hayate nodded as well and ended the match. Winner of the third match, Tamari. Hayate announced. Tamari walked back to her side, knowing that everyone was glaring at her. Kakashi laid Sakura down and began to wrap his student's wounds. Enko walked over to him. She gave him a look and Kakashi looked at her. There was a silent discussion between the two. Enko made a motion toward Naruto and Kakashi made a small nod. Enko nodded as well and turned her attention to the arena. The board began to light up again. When it landed on two names, Naruto was very interested in it. It would be Midoshi vs. Kinyuda Dosu. Chapter 37, The Prelims, Part 2. Midoshi walked down slowly as Dosu jumped over the railing. It took a while before Midoshi was standing in front of the bandaged-faced boy. Midoshi did not have a smile on her face and folded her arms in annoyance. Dosu pulled back his sleeve to show the gauntlet on his arm. Before the match could begin, Dosu had some choice words for the young girl. Are you still upset about that weak girl that nearly got killed? You are pathetic. To think, I used to fear you because of your cruelty. Now I see that you are too sentimental for your own good. I shall show you and prove to your keeper that I am more than just a pawn. Dosu said. After that was said, Hayate started the match. Dosu got 2 steps before a sword blade was sticking out of his head. His lone eye was wide with surprise. Midoshi said nothing as she pulled out the blade out. Dosu hit the ground with a thud. His blood began to pour out of his head. Midoshi flicked the blood and brain matter off before putting her blade away. She walked back to the balcony, ignoring everyone's eyes. As she walked past the sensei of Dosu's team, she could feel the anger coming off him. She ignored it and walked back to her team. She looked to see that Kagero was now awake. How are you feeling? Midoshi asked. I will heal, Kagero said gruffly. I'm sorry that I failed you, Midoshi-sama. Midoshi bent down to her and placed her hand on her head. You have nothing to be ashamed for. It just means that Gurren should have trained you better, Midoshi said with a smirk. You're blaming me. Why you little? Gurren began to rant and Midoshi didn't even look like she was listening. Everyone looked at the group with critical eyes. After they cleaned up the blood and took away the body, the board cycled again and the next two names were given. They were Kurama Yakumo and Yamanaka Ino. Kurenai was paying very close attention to this match. She wanted to see how far Yakumo had come since her graduation. She had attempted to see the teenager but she was not willing to speak with her. Kurenai always regretted leaving the girl after that situation. She remembered when she was given another chance before she was placed in the academy but she had refused her harshly. When she became a part of Anko's team, she asked her friend if she could set up a meet. The young teen was sharp and figured it out, refusing to meet with her. Anko did promise that she would look out for her. She looked at the ground and waited for the match to begin. Fifth match, Yamanaka Ino vs. Kurama Yakumo, begin. Hayate called out. Ino moved quickly to take out Yakumo. The Kurama heiress quickly did some hand seals and waited. Ino threw a kick that connected at her side. Ino was surprised when Yakumo burst into leaves. Ino screamed and swatted the leaves out of her face. That proved to be a mistake as Yakumo quickly struck Ino with 5 knife hand strikes. Ino felt her arm go numb before she was blasted with a spin kick. Ino hit the ground but was quickly to her feet. However, Yakumo had already finished preparing a jutsu. Megan, Narukumi no Jutsu. Demonic illusion, hell viewing technique, she said and vanished. As Ino got the feeling back into his arm, she went wide-eyed at the scene that was in her face. She saw Sasuke and Sakura looking at each other with love in their eyes. They were slowly getting closer and their eyes closed. She could see blushes on their cheeks and their lips pucker. Ino was horrified and quickly closed her eyes. She placed her hands in a seal. Genjutsu Kai. Illusion technique dissipation, Ino shouted. When she opened them, she was greeted with a fist that sent her tumbling. Yakumo pressed her advantage and hit Ino from different angles, disabling her arms again. She cut Ino in the chin with a kick when she did a backflip. Ino skid to a stop. She got to her knees and wiped her mouth. She watched as Yakumo geared herself up for another round. Ino was searching for an answer and fast. Her arms were getting over the numbness and Yakumo was about to charge at her again. She pulled out some shuriken and threw it at Yakumo. Yakumo quickly threw some shuriken of her own and knocked Ino's out of the air. They continued their path, forcing Ino to roll out of the way. She was to her feet and threw another set of shuriken. Yakumo knocked the shuriken with ease and charged at Ino. Ino put her hands up to use her clan's Shintenshin no Jutsu mind-body switch technique. Yakumo saw this and vanished. Ino looked around but was struck from behind. She was hit again from all sides and sent flying. Ino got to her feet and was quickly looking for her opponent. She truly needed to do something and something fast. Quickly thinking of something, Ino quickly cut her hair with a kunai. She threw the hair around and slammed her hands to the ground. She focused her chakra through the hair and waited. Her patience paid off as Yakumo suddenly appeared. She was trying to move but she couldn't. Ino saw this as her chance and did her seal. Shintenshin no Jutsu. Ino called out. Ino hit the ground and Yakumo went stiff. As she looked around the mind, she attempted to gain control of her opponent and make her forfeit. Suddenly, she felt something behind her and turned to see something scary. It looked like a monster with sharp fangs and teeth. Ino was frozen stiff as the monster closed in on her. She was suddenly grabbed and thrown through a black hole. Back on the outside, Ino quickly opened her eyes and scrambled to get away. Yakumo shook the cobwebs. She looked at the blonde and could see the fear in her eyes. What the hell was that? Ino demanded. That was the curse of the Kurama clan. I would think that a Yamanaka would be advised of such dangerous things. No matter, it's time to finish this, Yakumo said and did some hand seals. In an instant, Ino was caught in another genjutsu and was unable to move. Yakumo did another genjutsu, which showed Ino the image of the Ito coming after her. Ino screamed and immediately surrendered. Winner of the fifth match, Kurama Yakumo. Hayate said. Yakumo dispelled her genjutsu and freed Ino. The blonde quickly made her way back to her side, eager to get away from the teenager. Yakumo felt a little bad about that but she suddenly felt a hand on her shoulder. It was Anko and she gave the young woman a grin and a thumbs up. She looked to see her teammates giving her congratulations as well. This made her feel a little better and she retreated to join her team. Kurenai watched her and was very glad that Yakumo had succeeded. She then felt a little sad that she was not the reason for Yakumo's groan. Guilt crept into her mind as she gave up on the girl because of her failure as an instructor. Anko, while a very good friend, did not give up like she did and produced a very skilled and dangerous kunoichi. Despite her insecurities, she was very happy for her former student and wished her well in the finals. The board cycled again and 2 more names popped up. It was Rock Lee vs. Inuzuka Kiba. Yahoo, let's get ready Akamaru. Kiba cheered. The small white puppy cheered and the 2 jumped down to the ground. Yosh, it is time for my youth to shine. Lee exclaimed and did the same. The 2 landed and walked up to each other. Hayate saw that the 2 were ready and started the match. They jumped back and got into their respective stance. Kiba, take this boy serious, Kurenai ordered. Kiba saw the look on his sensei and did not want to face the consequences if he disobeyed. Alright Akamaru, let's get started, Kiba said and threw a small pill to the dog. He ate it and everyone watched as his fur turned red. Kiba got low and put his hands into a seal. Shikyaku no jutsu. 4 legs technique Kiba called out. He took a more animal-like appearance and growled at Lee. Akamaru then jumped onto his back and barked. Kiba did another seal. Jujin Bunshin. Beast human clone. With a puff of smoke, Akamaru changed into his partner, looking just like him. Instead of concern on the face of Lee, the large eyebrow guy looked happy about it. What a splendid challenge, Lee cheered. Hey, let's see if you'll be smiling after we tear you apart, Kiba said. The 2 charged at him with amazing speed. They closed the distance between them pretty quickly and attacked. However, instead of connecting their attacks, Lee dodged them with ease. Kiba was not deterred and with Akamaru, attacked Lee with ferocity. Lee ducked and dodged the 2-man attack without too much trouble. He decided to stop dodging and return the favor. He ducked under a claw strike and landed a crushing blow to Kiba that sent him flying. Akamaru attempted to hit him from behind but Lee batted the attack down and quickly swept his feet from under him. Akamaru tumbled into Kiba as Lee got back into his stance. Surely, you can do better than that. My flames have not been stroked enough, Lee said. Kiba and Akamaru growled. Oh, I'll stroke your flames. Kiba growled and charged at him with Akamaru. Kiba took out 2 black balls, threw them toward the ground. A black smoke appeared and blinded Lee. Lee was looking around until he was struck multiple times from within the smoke. Lee ran out of the smoke to be ambushed by Kiba and Akamaru. As their claws was about to slam down on him, Lee vanished. They were looking around for the teen when they caught a whiff of his scent. They ran after him and attacked him from each side. Gatsuga. Fang passing Fang, the 2 spun, forming 2 drill-like tornadoes. As they descended on Lee, the boy vanished again. The 2 drills ripped apart the ground that he was standing on. Using their superior sense of smell, they were able to find Lee as he reappeared. They turned and came at him again. Lee just disappeared, appeared again as the attack neared and appeared on the statue. Kiba and Akamaru stopped spinning and looked at the spandex-wearing ninja. Lee looked a little disappointed. Is that all you have? I wanted to have a challenge so that I can show Guy-sensei how far I've come, Lee commented. The comment angered Kiba and he and Akamaru prepared to attack again. This time, Lee attacked him seriously. He threw a kunai with amazing speed that forced the 2 to split up. He reappeared in front of one of the Kibas. Dynamiku Entori. Dynamic entry, Lee said. The power behind of the kick sent Kiba toward the wall with some force. He hit the wall hard, creating spider web cracks, and then hit the ground. Smoke covered him and Akamaru had returned to his normal form. Akamaru, Kiba shouted. Because he took his eyes off him, Lee was right there, in his space. Konoha Senpu. Tree leaf whirlwind, Lee called out. Kiba saw the first kick high and prepared to block, but it switched in midair and caught Kiba in the chest. Lee continued with a series of high and low kicks that had Kiba reeling. When it was over, Kiba was on the ground and not moving. Winner of the 6th match, Rock Lee. Hayate said. Rock Lee didn't feel like celebrating as he didn't feel like he was challenged enough. He just shrugged it off and vowed that he will have a challenge worthy of his flames of youth. As he returned to his team, he saw Naruto and Yakumo there to greet him. Holy crap man, I didn't know that you were that fast. I know about your condition, so how did you do it? Naruto asked. It's all thanks to Guy-sensei. Through hard work and my ever-growing flames, I have become the Konoha no Yutsukushiki Aoi Yaju, Konoha's beautiful green wild beast that you see before you. Lee said. Yakumo just sighed at him. Why is it that you cannot talk like a normal person? She then turned to face Tenten and Neji. And you too, why didn't you stop your sensei's brainwashing of Lee? Yakumo demanded. Look Yakumo, it was either we left him to Guy-sensei or we all would be wearing that spandex. Tenten commented. A sacrifice had to be made. Neji added. Yakumo looked at Lee's outfit. Well, I guess I can understand, but still, Yakumo began on another tirade. Naruto just chuckled while Anko and Kakashi dealt with a dejected Guy and Lee. Jacken just shook his head and looked at the board. The 7th match had been made. It would be Tsurugi Masumi vs. Kotoheim. The two fighters stared at each other. Kotoheim had a very disgusted look on her face at the look that Masumi gave her. It was a very perverted look and she did not like it one bit. While she knew that this man was actually a spy for Orochimaru, it did not mean that he could just look at her like a piece of meat. She looked at Midoshi and waited for something. After a while, Midoshi made a slitting motion with her thumb across her neck. Kotoheim turned back with a smile. She readied herself to do what she must to him. Hayate looked at the two and saw that they were ready. 7th match, Tsurugi Masumi vs. Kotoheim of the Fuma clan, begin. Chapter 38, The Prelims, Part 3. Masumi charged at Kotoheim who was doing some hand seals. Her hair wrapped around her in a protective cocoon. Masumi grabbed her and began to wrap around her. Everyone who was watching was a little put off by the ability that he was showing. Enko was the only one who had her eyes narrowed. She didn't know how, but this guy knew something that he shouldn't. The technique he was using was the Nan no Kaizo, soft physique modification, and it was an ability of her former master. She made a quick motion to the Hokage who nodded. Back on the ground, Masumi was chuckling and bragging about the situation. He was tightening his hold on the girl. That hair of yours would not help you. Perhaps if you allow me to get a feel, then I might be persuaded to let you advance. What do you think, huh? Masumi asked with a perverted tone. How about you die instead? Kotoheim said. Masumi suddenly gasped as he felt several knives punch through his midsection. He quickly released Kotoheim, who then landed a kick to his wounded area. He hit the ground with a groan and struggled to stop the bleeding. Kotoheim turned to him and gave him a sinister grin. She stabbed her hair into the ground and did some hand seals. The hair then charged at Masumi, creating large spikes that came out of the ground. Masumi was white with fear as he could not move. As the attack closed in, Masumi was saved by Hayate before he could get skewered. Kotoheim was angered and confused by what the sick-looking man had done. He looked at her with a serious gaze. He was unable to continue. While killing is allowed, it is not done willingly. This match is over. Kotoheim of the Fuma clan is winner of the 7th match. Hayate informed. Kotoheim's hair returned to normal, but she was unhappy about not finishing the pervert. She hoped that she would get another chance in the future. The medic rushed Masumi out, but Orochimaru could see that they were not normal medics. He cursed Masumi for his carelessness. He figured that Anko had noticed his ability and linked it to him. He was also very angry with Guren's team. He watched as they congratulated Kotoheim on her win. He would need to do something about this soon. The board cycled again and two names popped up. It was Neji and Hinata. This caused a lot of people to look at the matchup with worry. Neji didn't say anything and made his way down to the stadium floor. As he made his way down, he remembered a conversation that he had with opponent. Flashback. Neji had returned from a joint training exercise with Team Anko. His mind was heavy with thoughts because of the discussion he had with Naruto. He had come to respect the blonde despite their different views. During the exercise, he had asked about the seal on his head. He told that he had an interest in Fuinjutsu and was interested. Neji told him all about the seal and what it does. Naruto was disgusted with the head family use of the seal, but it also explained a lot about Neji's hatred. However, this spurred another question from the blonde that stuck. He asked him why he lumps his cousin with the others. He further explained himself by telling him that many of the Hyuga clan was pricks but Hinata was not. He commented that she was too shy to actually be a Hyuga. Neji told him about what happened to his father and what led to his death. Naruto countered by saying that she was 3. It turned into an argument, but Naruto then came up with a challenge for him. He asked him to actually ask Hinata what she thought about the seal. He took the challenge, assuming the answer. As he entered, he saw her walking somewhere. He quickly walked up to her, startling her. Neji Nisan, what can I do for you? Hinata asked. Come with me, he commanded. Hinata just nodded and followed Neji to the training hall. Once there, he turned to face her. I want to know what you think of the seal. Neji said. What? Hinata asked with shock. I want to know your true thoughts. I never heard of you using it, but I know how the head family is. You may have others fooled, but my eyes can see through you. Now, tell me, Neji said in a demanding voice. Hinata was very nervous, but she gathered her courage and faced him. I hate the seal and all it represents. Hinata answered him. Neji bore into her, but he could not tell if she was lying. There was just no sense of deception. I know that you hate me because of what happened to you father, and for that, I am truly sorry. You think that just because you say that you're sorry that it makes it any better. I have no father because of you. Neji roared. And if I could take his place, then I would without pause. Hinata shouted, shocking Neji. At least, father would look at me with some pride. I can't change the past but I can change the future. I seek and try to make the Hyuga a true family. Hinata said. Neji looked at his cousin with shock and frustration. He balled his fists and tried to come up with something. Instead, he stormed off, making his way toward his room. Present. Since that talk, he had avoided her. He would at times spy on her and see her practice. She would pathetically continue even when she was tired. After a while, he began to begrudgingly respect her. Now, he would see if it would pay off. He looked across from him and saw Hinata. She was nervous and shaking. He sighed, gaining her attention. Normally, I would just tell you that you have no chance, that destiny has named me the winner. However, that is not what I'm going to do. You will show me the depths of your resolve, Hinata-sama. Neji said. What do you mean? Hinata asked with a little surprise. You said that you want to make the Hyuga a true family, right? Let's see if you have the resolve to actually do that. Neji said. He slipped into his stance and prepared himself. Show me, Hyuga Hinata, heiress to the clan, if you have the resolve to complete your objective. That statement must have done something to Hinata. She lost her nervousness gradually and did a seal. Byakugan, she called out. Activating her dojutsu, she slipped into her stance as well. Neji activated his Byakugan as well. Hayate looked at the two and saw that the talk was over. Hyuga Neji vs. Hyuga Hinata, begin, Hayate said. The two charged at each other and began to throw blows. Using the Juken, gentle fist, their clan's style, they both went at it. Everyone was at awe at the taijutsu skill that was being shown by the two. They would counter, parry and avoid each other's strikes, knowing that one hit could prove to be damaging. Neji was still holding back but he was a little impressed with his cousin. He had seen her use the Juken and she was just awful at it. However, the girl must have found a way to suit it to her natural flexibility. He would not get a clean shot against her. After a great length of time, the two separated and faced each other. Hinata looked a little winded and so did he. He winced a little as during the exchange, Hinata managed to get a glancing blow on his side. Despite that, he had done much more to her. He decided to show her what he did and dropped his guard. Hinata saw this and attacked. Her palm landed but Neji didn't even flinch. He grabbed her wrist and pulled down her coat sleeve. There, she saw what he did. She was very surprised that Neji managed to shut off her chakra within that exchange. She tried to attack with the other arm but Neji caught it and cut the chakra off. He then hit her with a Juken strike to her midsection. Hinata flew back but was quick to her feet. She went back into the Juken stance before charging again. Neji dodged her strikes with ease before sending her flying with a two-hit combo that sent her to the ground again. Hinata stood again and attacked. Neji just looked at his cousin, seeing the determination in her eyes. He still held back and used minimal force against her but she would just keep getting up and came at him. Neji decided that it was time to end this. He ducked under another attempt and got into a familiar stance. Hinata's eyes went wide. Hake Sanjuni Sho. 8 trigrams 32 palms, Neji said and attacked. Hinata tried to defend herself but she was struck with every palm that Neji unleashed. His final strike sent her flying across the floor where she landed motionless. Neji sighed and relaxed himself. He turned to Hayate before taking his leave. Winner of the 8th match, Hayate began. Wait. A meek voice shouted. Neji whipped her head around and looked on in shock at what he was seeing. Hinata was on her hands and knees but she was slowly pushing herself to her feet. He couldn't believe that she could still stand after that. Hinata pushed forward slowly toward Neji before gaining a quick stride. That stride turned into a dash. Hinata reared her hand back as she closed in. She roared as best as she could and struck Neji in the chest. While it had no chakra in it, Neji felt the blow. Hinata kept her hand there and was breathing very hard. She looked at Neji who stared right back at her. They looked at each other for a while before Hinata pitched forward. Neji caught her and held her as she went limp. Before she went totally out, she said these words. Have I changed, Neji Nisan? She asked before passing out. Neji carefully laid her down and looked at her unconscious form. You'll need to change some more, Hinata-sama. Lucky for you, I will be with you all the way. Neji said softly. He turned away and made his way back to his team. He heard Hayate declare him the winner but if he stayed just a little longer, he would have seen the smile that was on Hinata's face. After clearing Hinata from the floor, the board cycled again and 2 names appeared. Naruto was very interested in this match because Gaara was fighting. He felt very sorry for his opponent who had his arms in slings. He was wondering why this Zaku guy was competing with such an injury but if he did not forfeit, then he was a dead man. The two stood across from each other but Gaara was paying no attention at him. The redhead turned to him and looked at him with promise of pain and death. Naruto looked back without fear. He then broke contact with him and started to glare at Midoshi. Even after the match started, Gaara kept glaring at the young girl. Midoshi just looked at him without interest, which seemed to anger him more. Tired of being ignored, Zaku removed his arm from one of the slings and charged forward. When he was close enough, pointed his hand at Gaara. Zenkaha! Decapitating airwaves, Zaku shouted. A large blast of air exploded in Gaara's face. Zaku had a victorious smirk on his face until the smoke cleared. He was surprised to see Gaara's sand protected him from being blown away. Zaku growled as his attack could destroy stone. He jumped back a few feet and removed the other arm. He braced himself as he collected air into his hands. He pointed forward, his palms facing Gaara. Zenkakyokua! Extreme decapitating airwaves, Zaku roared and fired his attack. Everyone had to block their eyes as the attack ripped the ground up and destroyed everything in its path, including the doors and wall behind it. When Zaku stopped his technique, there was a large trench in the ground. Zaku began to laugh and cheered to his victory. That's when he felt dust fall over him. He looked up to see a cloud of sand. It descended on him in a hurry and Zaku found himself wrapped up in a cocoon of sand. Gaara appeared, his hand held out. Sabaku Soso. Sand waterfall funeral, Gaara said and closed his hand into a fist. The sand convulsed and crushed Zaku. No one could hear his screams. Drips of bloody sand fell onto the ground. Gaara just looked at Midoshi and Naruto before returning to his team. Winner of the 9th match, Sabaku no Gaara. We will take a small break to repair the floor. Hayate said. As several people came to repair the floor and wall, Enko turned to Naruto. He seems very excited to kill you. Maybe you should step out and quit. Enko said. I don't think that would do anything. Even if I quit, he would still come after me. Don't worry about it, sensei, I won't be leaving this world until the old man's hat is mine. Naruto said. Enko chuckled and ruffled his hair. Across the way, Gurren was having a similar conversation. I'm just saying, that boy is unstable. I know that you're strong but you might be biting off more than you can chew. Gurren said. Are you actually concerned for me, Gurren? Midoshi asked with amusement. You don't have to worry. That sand rat can't match me. He could glare all he wants but he will know that I am the apex predator between us. Whatever, I hope he kills you. Gurren said. Love you too. Chapter 39, The Prelims, Final Part. The broad cycled again and 2 more names were named for the 10th match. It would be Tenten vs Watanabe Jacken. The two jumped down to the floor and readied themselves to fight. Both teams were looking at this with some interest. Tenten looked at Jacken with a cocky grin. You ready to lose again? She asked. Someone's confident. It's going to be so fun to see your face when I'm the victor. Jacken said with a grin. Hayate saw that the talking was done and began the match. In a flash, each of them launched shuriken at each other in rapid motion. Each shuriken knocked each other out of the way and landed on the ground. Tenten jumped back and used a scroll. It launched a torrent of weapons at Jacken. Jacken easily dodged and pulled out his kusarigama. He threw 3 shuriken and Tenten countered. Jacken used this to wrap his new long chain around her ankle. With a tug, he pulled her forward and used the Shunshin body flicker to close the distance between them. He appeared above her and landed an axe kick to her gut. Tenten hit the ground but quickly freed herself from the chain. She rolled away and threw 3 shuriken at Jacken. Jacken used her weapon to defend himself, batting the shuriken away, and whipped the chain toward Tenten. Tenten moved out of the way and began to fire some more shuriken at him. Jacken used the chain as a whip, knocking away her weapons and attacking Tenten. She dodged for a good while but she was clipped a few times by the whipping motion. Having enough of the cat and mouse, Jacken spun the sickle quickly, creating a mini buzzsaw. He launched it, cutting Tenten off. He did the same with the ball, launching it with such speed. Tenten barely dodged but she saw that it would have been off target anyway. She was curious as to why until she was hit by Jacken who hit her with a flying side kick. She gasped as he hit her in the stomach and she was sent flying away. She hit the ground and bounced 2 times before landing in a heap. She struggled to get back to her feet and looked to see Jacken in his stance. Tenten realized what Jacken was doing. While she was a student of one of Konoha's top taijutsu jonin, Tenten mainly used weapons. Jacken was the same but he was also skilled in ninjutsu and taijutsu. He had abandoned the long-range battle and decided to fight her up close. She needed to get the fight back into her element. She grabbed 2 scrolls and placed them next to her. She did some hand seals and the scrolls exploded into 2 dragons. Jacken watched as the dragons disappeared and was replaced with scroll paper. So sure you. Twin rising dragons, Tenten shouted and flew up into the air. She hovered in midair and began to unseal a multitude of weapons that she threw at Jacken. Jacken batted the weapons away from him and dodged as best as he could. He was starting to get tired but he was able to escape with minor cuts. Tenten smirked and pulled her hands back. Jacken watched as each weapon rose and hovered in the air. Jacken saw the thin ninja wire that was attached to the weapons. Jacken was not about to let her attack him again. He did a single seal and charged his chakra. Red arcs of lightning arced off him. Corazon. Crimson lightning flash. Hearing those words, his team hit the deck. He jumped in the air and began to whip the chain around. Kyofu Dejishin. Quake with fear, Jacken shouted and launched the ball of the weapon to the ground. It pierced through the ground and dug very deep. After a few moments, the ground exploded into a series of chains that slammed into the walls and rails. Tenten's weapons were destroyed and she was wrapped up in the chains. Jacken landed on the chains and did another seal, making lightning spark off his body. He gave Tenten a smirk who just widened in fear. Knowing that he was giving her a choice, Tenten took the lesser of two evils. Protector, I'm giving up. Tenten shouted. Hayate nodded and declared Jacken the winner. He dispelled his jutsu and Tenten was freed. She looked up to see Jacken looked at her with a cocky smirk. She glared at him for it. Don't give me that look, you smug bastard. Just help me to my feet. She exclaimed. Cammy, you're bitchy. Jacken said and offered his hand. She took it and Jacken helped her up. That's when a piece of Tenten's clothes fell off and the contestants got a view of some side boob. Jacken was very focused on the developing piece of flesh and did not turn away. Tenten was confused until she heard a cat call from Kiba. She looked down and was mortified. Seeing that Jacken did not avert his eyes, she kicked him in the face while covering her modesty. She straddled him and began to wail on him with one hand. Naruto, Yakumo, Neji and Lee had quite the time separating the enraged girl from Jacken. Enko was on the ground laughing while Guy shouted about youthful love, earning him a kunai to the face. After separating the two, getting Tenten some spare clothes, healing Jacken's injuries and keeping Tenten from killing Jacken, the prelims continued. The board cycled again and it was now Naruto's turn. He saw that his opponent was one of the Suna ninja, Kankuro. The match was interesting because whoever won would have their whole team in the finals. They both faced each other and prepared themselves. Naruto pulled out his staff while Kankuro prepared himself for close combat. That confused the blonde because he was a puppeteer. He figured it out and smirked. Uzumaki Naruto vs Sabaku no Kankuro, begin. Hayate called out. Naruto quickly jumped back some distance while doing hand seals. Kaden, Goen no Jutsu. Fire release. Great flame technique, Naruto shouted and launched a large stream of flames at Kankuro. The boy widened as he was consumed by the flame. From out of the wrap, Kankuro appeared and quickly got out of the flames, path. He used chakra no Ito chakra threads to pull out what was burning in the flames and placed it in front of him. Kankuro cursed as his puppet, Karasu Crow, was slightly burnt. Son of a bitch, Kankuro growled and looked forward to see the edge of a staff. He moved away but Naruto would not let up in attacking him. Kankuro quickly used his puppet to skewer Naruto from behind with wrist blades. Naruto gasped but suddenly dispelled. Kankuro was confused until Naruto appeared behind him. Doden, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. Kankuro was swept up by the river and Naruto did another set of seals. Doden, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon formed and fired several balls of mud. Kankuro used Karasu and separated the puppet. He used the torso as a shield while attacking with the head and arms that had blades on them. Naruto defended himself with his staff and dodged with quick reflexes. He noticed that there was something purple on the tip of the blade. His eyes widened as he realized that the blades were poisoned. Kankuro escaped the mud and brought his puppet back together. Karasu opened his mouth and the puppet shot several sanbon at Naruto. Naruto slammed his hands on the ground. Doden, Doroku Geishi, Earth Release, Earth Shore Return. A slab of earth quickly rose and protected Naruto from the assault. Naruto created a Kage Bunshin shadow clone before disappearing underground. Kankuro made his puppet fly into the air and opened the torso of his puppet. It released several small bombs that fell toward Naruto. Naruto did his final set of seals. Futon, Datapa, Wind Release, Great Breakthrough. The attack blew the bombs, sanbon and the earth shield right at Kankuro. The puppeteer called Karasu back and jumped onto its back to escape the attack. Kankuro jumped down on the ground where Naruto popped out of the ground. He caught Kankuro with a palm strike to one of his arms. She spun into his defense and slammed another palm strike to his other arm. Kankuro winced and maneuvered his puppet to chase Naruto away. The blonde jumped away but had a smirk on his face when he did another seal. FUNN, seal, Naruto said. With that word, Kankuro suddenly lost the ability to control his puppet. Shocked by this, he did not see the butt of a flying staff that hit him in the head. Naruto suddenly appeared above him and slammed his feet into his chest and slammed him into the ground. Naruto caught the staff in midair and stabbed the staff on Kankuro's throat. He placed his palm on the other end and looked ready to push the staff to break Kankuro's throat. Submit, Naruto said. Kankuro attempted to get to his puppet but he was unable to. Naruto pushed the staff into his throat to let him know that he meant business. With a frown, Kankuro did submit to the situation. Winner of the 11th match, Uzumaki Naruto. Hayate said. Naruto got off Kankuro and did a release hand seal. He touched both of Kankuro's hands and the teen was able to use the chakra in his arms again. He was curious about that but Naruto was already going back to his side. Watching him, Gaara narrowed his eyes. He did not know what the blonde did to Kankuro but it was very similar to what he did to him in their first meeting. What was that he did and could it really stop him from killing him? Midoshi did know what Naruto did and was giddy with excitement. That was a very high skill with Fuinjutsu that she rarely saw. The fact that he was able to place 2 jutsu shiki technique formula was impressive. She had to fight him now. She wished to fight him first and Kami help anyone who didn't give it to her. The 12th match of the prelims was Tsuchi-kin vs. Sai. The two were facing each other and Kin couldn't help but frown at her opponent. He had that same stupid smile that he had when they met in the forest. The genin had pissed her off something fierce because he had dealt with them pretty easily. That was before Sasuke stepped in and destroyed them all with Orochimaru's power. That pissed her off more that she was used as nothing but fodder. Not only that but her teammates were dead and Orochimaru didn't really care. It infuriated her. As Hayate was about to start the match, Kin struck out with several Senbon. She used the bells to activate her genjutsu, making Sai see multiple copies of her. Dazed, Kin struck at Sai, drive a kunai into his throat. She gave the boy a vicious smirk before her eyes widened in shock when she felt cold steel cut across her throat. She quickly grabbed her throat to stop the bleeding. She turned to see the smiling teen, holding a bloody tanto. The one that she stabbed dispelled into a black goo. Sai walked away, sheathing his weapon. Hayate quickly called for the medics but it would be too late for Kin. The last member of the Oto team was dead. The final match, if you could call it a match, was between best friends Nara Shikamaru and Akamichi Choji. Despite Asuma's bribery, neither genin participated. Shikamaru refused to fight Choji and Choji refused to fight Shikamaru. Because of this, Hayate had no choice but to disqualify the both of them. Asuma sighed at the result and swore to make the two pay for it. With that, the prelims are over. The winners of the match were now standing in front of the Hokage. Sasuke was not there so Kakashi was there for him. They all stood and waited for the Hokage to speak. Congratulations on your victories. You have shown incredible skill and intelligence in each of your matches. However, your journey is not complete. There is still one more step for you until you can reach the rank of Chunin. A one-on-one tournament in front of your peers and daimyos where you will be judged to see if you deserve the rank of Chunin. Few of you could pass or none of you can pass. That is just the risk you take as Chunin. In 1 month time, your fate is in your own hands. Hiruzen said. Enough already, let's get on with it. Gaara said with impatience. Hiruzen didn't look intimidated and made a motion to Anko. She was holding a box and made her way over to Kakashi first. Another jonin pulled out a board with numbers on it. She held the box out and Kakashi dug his hand in it. He pulled out a piece of paper that had a number on it. 11. Kakashi said. The other Chunin wrote Sasuke's name in the 11th spot. Next was Shino. 3. Shino said. 6. Tamari said. 2. Midoshi said. 7. Yakumo said. 10. Lee said with excitement. 8. Kotoheim said. 9. Neji said. 12. Gaara said. 5. Jakin said. 1. Naruto said. This caused a small chuckle to come from Midoshi, which turned into a full-blown laughter. A sweat drop appeared on his head and wondered what he was getting into. 4. Sai said. With the final name, Enko faced the finalists. Alright maggots, this is how the matches are. The first match will be Uzumaki Naruto against Midoshi of Otokage. She said. Naruto looked at her and she at him. He could see that she was very pleased about the matchup. This brought some concern to Naruto. It would seem that he would have to count on the Kyuubi to fight this foe. The second match will be Aburame Shino against Sai. Neither opponent made a comment or looked at each other. The third match will be Watanabe Jakin against Sabaku no Tamari. Jakin looked at the blonde before returning to face Anko. Tamari briefly looked at him and returned to the front. The fourth match will be Kurama Yakumo and Kotoheim of the Fuma clan. Kotoheim looked at the Kurama princess because she was also another person of interest for Midoshi. The fifth match will be Hyuga Neji against Rock Lee. Lee cheered and hopped around. Neji just sighed and cranked his neck. The final match will be against Uchiha Sasuke against Sabaku no Gaara. Gaara did not look pleased about the matchup. While Sasuke may have had the same eyes as him, he was weak compared to Naruto and Midoshi. He would agree to it for now. The Uchiha would be enough to whet his appetite. Alright, you guys have a month to come up with new tactics and jutsu. It will be held at the stadium in Konoha. Good luck and don't die. Chapter 40, Preparing for the Finals. Midoshi was walking with Guren to her left, Kagero and Kotoheim to her right. They had just left the forest and quickly made their way out of Konoha. Midoshi knew that they would have been shadows the second that they left the forest by either the Hokage or this Danzo person. Lucky for her, she knew several serpents that could use the Henge no Jutsu transformation technique. She had just gotten word that their tail was not assumed by the trick. Either way, they were in the clear. Guren, it will be your job to prepare Kotoheim and to keep Kagero's skills growing. Midoshi said. Yeah, I heard you the first time. I assume that you will be training as well. Guren asked. Of course, I expect the Gamma Sennin frog hermit to take my prey to train. It would not be wise to underestimate him. Midoshi said. She suddenly stopped and looked ahead. Guren and the others prepared themselves. Midoshi raised her hand to calm them. What do you want, Orochimaru? The pale-faced man stepped out of hiding and faced the group. They could all see that he was not happy. What do you think that you are doing, girl? You have cost me a lot. And, what did you think you were doing, almost destroying my new body? Orochimaru hissed in displeasure. Your boy should have much more control of his emotions. They will get him killed one day. As for your selected team, Gosu should have known better. Zaku was never going to survive against the animal and Kin was too overzealous in attacking that killer. Midoshi stated. She then gave Orochimaru a smirk. Why are you so angry with me? You have many in that village of yours that you don't care about. One of them can be used for your jutsu. She was suddenly grabbed by the throat and slammed into a tree. He bore a hole in her when he suddenly realized that the other three were preparing to attack him. He turned to them, giving them a glare. Realizing what they were doing, they backed down. Orochimaru turned to Midoshi. Do not forget, Midoshi, if it wasn't for the power you hold, I would have killed you by now. Do not think that the protection of the Hubby Snake clan can save you. He hissed before releasing Midoshi and disappearing like mist. Midoshi rubbed her throat and glared at the spot that Orochimaru once was. Regaining her composure, she turned to Guren. I wasn't expecting that for you. You're pretty loyal to the snake. Midoshi said. A temporary lapse of judgment, trust me, it won't happen again. Guren said to her. Midoshi scoffed but had a small smile on her face. She then got serious. We're going to have a change of plans. You guys are coming with me. She said. Where? Guren asked in genuine curiosity. Ryachido Dragon Ground Cave. The next day, Anko had gathered her team at the entrance of the Forest of Death. She had gathered them because she was having a time figuring out what to do about two of her students. Yakumo, she knew that her clan would be taking on her monthly training. She wasn't too worried about her because she knew that Unkai was not one to hold back. She also, secretly, knows what she would be going through. Her other two were a problem. She considered dumping the training on the Hokage with Naruto and the Anbu with Jacken. However, the appearance of Orochimaru put a damper on that. So she decided to do this in the only way she knew how. Too bad her students did not agree with the method. What's wrong with this idea? Anko asked with a grunt. We are not picking up the kunai and we are not stabbing each other. Just because you live off blood doesn't mean that we have to. Naruto said. Yeah, didn't you get enough murder and mayhem during the prelims? Jacken asked. But I want some blood. Anko whined. The three genin sighed at her antics. There you are, a voice said. Everyone turned to see Jiraiya. The white-haired ninja waved at the group with a smile. Ero Sennin, what are you doing here? Naruto asked the man. He got a slap upside the head for the name and Naruto glared at him. Jiraiya returned the glare but turned his attention to Anko. Hey Anko, I was hoping that you wouldn't mind if I took the brat of the month. He asked. Really? Do you honestly think that I will allow it after the last time you trained him? Anko said with a dangerous tone. Jiraiya held his hands up in surrender. I promise I won't do that again. The truth is I'm a little concerned about his opponent. Jiraiya said with a serious tone. Anko was as well. She didn't like Midoshi's interest in him and feared the worst. Alright, I'll leave his training to you. Anko said. Jiraiya nodded and gave her a thumb up. Anko then walked up to Jacken and draped her arm on Jacken's shoulders. Well, that makes you the odd man out, Jacken. Is there a chance that I can find another sensei? Jacken asked. Naruto quickly grabbed Jiraiya and used the Shunshin no Jutsu body flicker technique to go. Yakumo had already used a genjutsu to get out of the area. Jacken growled at his teammates. Traitors. Don't be like that. We are going to have so much fun this month. Anko cooed. She then let out a chilling laugh that had the young man whimpering in fear. Neji had put on his sandals and was preparing to go and meet Tenten for training. He needed help with a jutsu that he had just replicated. He stood to feet and was ready to go when a member of the main house had just summoned him to the meeting room. Curious as to what they wanted, Neji made his way to the meeting room. He was led in and made his way to the center of the room. He kneeled and faced the head of the room where Hiyashi, Hinata, Hanabi and a Hyuga elder sat. "You summoned me, Hiyashi-sama?" Neji asked. "Yes, I did. Starting today, you will be trained by me for the month that you are allowed to train for the finals," Hiyashi said to the point. Neji looked at the man with surprise and shock. He could hear the murmurings of the other main house members, but he ignored it for the time being. "I do not understand, sir. Why am I being given such an honor?" Neji asked. "That, you must ask Hinata," Hiyashi said. Hinata took a deep breath before facing Neji. "Neji, you are the Hyuga's greatest prodigy. You have no equal in our age group. Why should you not be taught main house jutsu? Wouldn't it be better if you were given more strength? Also, I need to have someone of your level to help me improve this month. I wish to stand on my own 2 feet and I would like for you to lend me your strength. Do you accept this honor, cousin?" Hinata asked. Neji looked at his cousin before bowing his head. "I accept this honor, Hinata-sama, Hiyashi-sama," Neji said. "Very well, your training will begin later today. You are dismissed," Hiyashi said. Neji bowed and made his way out of the meeting room. He ignored the talking as he had the biggest smile on his face. He needed to tell Tenten that he would not need her help anymore. Gaara made his way to the gates of Konoha. He had his gourd and his things with him. Everyone gave the redhead a wide berth as he was admitting a dangerous aura. As he neared the gates, Baki appeared in front of him. With him was his sibling. The boy gave the Jonin a glare as the two stood facing each other. "What do you want?" Gaara demanded. "Where do you believe that you're going, Gaara?" Baki asked. "To the desert until the finals begin," Gaara answered. Baki, Kankuro and Tamari looked at him with shock. "That Uchiha kid that much of a problem for you?" Kankuro asked. Gaara threw him a glare before facing Baki again. "I don't care about the Uchiha. My targets are Uzumaki and Midoshi. They will prove my existence and I must prepare to kill them. The Uchiha is only a stepping stone," Gaara said and continued on his way out of the village. The three looked at his back and watched him go. Baki only sighed in frustration while the other two siblings were surprised. "I didn't think that he would ever take training seriously. He must really fear these two if he's training," Tamari commented. "Midoshi, I can understand. That chick is not stable. The blonde kid, I don't see anything that is too threatening to Gaara," Kankuro said. "This is the same guy who sealed off your chakra and defeated you in the prelims," Tamari said with a mocking grin. Kankuro growled at her but didn't say anything. He has a right to be worried. If that blonde should ever learn about Gaara's tenant, he may be able to seal him off, Baki said softly. The other two did not really think about that. Baki turned to his other two charges. "Tamari, follow Gaara and stay with him." Tamari was about to argue but was stopped when Baki handed her a scroll. "What's this?" Tamari asked. "There are 2 techniques that I expect you to learn within the month. You are to also improve on your other techniques," Baki said. "Are you telling me to be cautious about this guy?" Tamari asked. "Yes, now go," he said. Tamari shrugged and made her way to catch up to Gaara. Baki turned to Kankuro. "Since you lost, we will have to find another way for you to participate in the operation. Return to Suna and await further instructions." Kankuro nodded and made his way out of the village away. Baki turned back toward the center of the village. He had to meet up with someone before he could return to Suna. "So you are in the finals, Shino. Do you wish for me to train for the exams?" Shibi asked his son. He had come to him at lunch and asked for training. While Shino would have been content with Kurenai's training, he felt that something was very off about Sai. He was a dangerous person, plain and simple. "Yes, father. The opponent I will be facing will not be an easy victory," Shino said to him. "Very well, prepare yourself. I will not be holding back against you," Shibi said. "Understood. So you are up against the Aburame boy. He is quite skilled from what I have seen," Danzo said. "Yes, I also suspect that he is aware of my true skills. I just get that feeling for him, Danzo Dono," Sai said. "Is that so? Perhaps I have misjudged this class. Either way, Torun," Danzo called out to the shadows. A man covered with a robe and had on a mask appeared from the shadows. "You will be training Sai for the month. Do what you must to prepare him for the coming battle." "Understood, Danzo Dono," he said. The two, Root disappeared and left the old ninja alone. Lee stood in front of his student with excitement. "All right, Lee, this is the moment that you have been waiting for. We will show all of Konoha what the power of hard work can do," Guy exclaimed. "Yes, sir. We will show our glorious flames to the village and to Neji. I can't wait," the young look-alike said with equal excitement. "Lee. Guy-sensei. The two hugged and the sun settled behind them with waves crashing. Lucky for their team, they were doing something better. Kakashi was breathing a little heavily. He realized that he was out of shape and that was something that made him feel a little down. He made a note in the back of his mind to contact Anko for some training. Knowing her, she would love to kick him in the ass for the time that he messed with her. He turned his focus back to cliff and used one of the 8 gates to fly up the cliff face. He reached the top and let out a sigh of relief. He pulled himself to the top and rested. As he took a few deep breaths, he moved his lone eye to look to his right. "Well, how long have you been here?" Kakashi asked. "It doesn't matter. When do we begin training?" Sasuke asked with a tone. Kakashi just sighed and scratched his head. He wondered why he couldn't get a respectful student. Sasuke, Sakura and Sai were just too troublesome to deal with. Chapter 41, Hell Month, Part 1. 30 days until the finals. Unkai sat in the dojo with Yakumo, who sat across from him. Yakumo was in her training clothes and waited for her training to begin. To the side, her parents were watching, as was Haku. The former ally of Momochi Zabuza had agreed to help her with her taijutsu. They sat and waited for Unkai to talk. The old man looked at her with a serious gaze. "Let me first say that I am proud at how far you have come in your life as a ninja. Many wrote you off, but you showed them that you were meant for this life," Unkai said. "Thank you, uncle," Yakumo said. "That said, I will let you know that I will not be easy on you when it comes to this training. I have given your friend Haku instructions not to take it easy on you. I will also be hard on you and I will push you to your limits so that you are prepared for your opponent in the finals. Your other sparring partner will also be tough on you," Unkai said. "Other instructor?" Yakumo asked with confusion. Unkai nodded his head and the doors opened. In stepped someone that made Yakumo's eyes narrow. She faced her uncle and was about to speak, but he stopped her. "I know that you have a history with her, but she is one of the village's top genjutsu users. Since she has no one to help as her student is being trained by his father, she has agreed to help you prepare for the exams," Unkai said. Yakumo just took a breath and calmed her angry. "Very well, I will abide by your decision, uncle," Yakumo said. Yakumo gave one look to Kurenai before turning her head around, refusing to look at her. Kurenai just sighed and waited for the training to begin. Midoshi looked at Manda, who was looking right back at her. The two were in a starring contest that had been going on for a while now. To the side, the team that she put together was waiting for the answer that they came here for. Manda sighed and faced her. "Very well, they can stay here and train. However, I will keep an eye on them. They can use you part of Ryachido. They are your responsibility, and if they get eaten, I am not responsible," Manda said. "Thank you, Manda Chichi." Midoshi turned to lead her team to her private training area. That's when Midoshi was stopped by Manda and another large snake. "Actually, let Hikari take them there. You need to come with me," Manda said. Midoshi was a little confused but obeyed him. She got on his head and the two went in the other direction. It didn't take them long to arrive at the home of the Hakuja Sennin White Snake Sage. She wondered why they were here. Was the Hakuja Sennin finally going to teach her the Sennin Moto honored sage mode? The two entered the cave that he resided in. Midoshi faced one of the largest serpents that ever lived. He was wearing a hat with 2 pointed edges, an orb on top and a headdress. He also was wearing a chain with an orb around its neck. In his mouth was a cigarette. He released a breath of smoke before facing the young Midoshi. "Ah, Midoshi-chan, I am glad to see you today," the white snake said. "It's good to see you, Oja-san." Manda Chichi said that you wished to see me. Midoshi asked. "Ah yes, I did wish to see you. I have seen a drastic change in your future that has me surprised. I thought that you should know about it," he said. Midoshi looked at the old sage with a smirk. She didn't believe in fortune-telling, but she loved the old sage. She decided to humor the serpent. "Okay, let's hear it," she said with a tone. The old sage was not offended and looked at her. "Your future is entwined with Gamma clan for some reason. In fact, the two true sages shall form a union that would unite the two clans and bring peace between the two. What do you think of this future of yours?" the white snake sage said. "No offense, Oja-san, but you know how I feel about your future telling. I like to make my own future," Midoshi said. "You have not offended me, child, but I believe in what I saw. Who knows, maybe you will become a believer as well," he said. "Whatever you say, Oja-san. If you'll excuse me, I have some training to do," Midoshi said. She turned and made her way to start training for the finals. As she made her way to her private training ground, she couldn't help but think about what the old sage said. A union that would unite the clans. It sounded ridiculous. The Gamma, Toad, and Hubby, Snake clans would never see eye to eye. Still, she wondered who this true sage could be on the Gamma side. For some reason, spiky blonde hair and deep blue eyes came into her mind. It made her smile. Achoo! Naruto sneezed. Jiraiya looked at his student for the month. You okay, kid? Jiraiya asked. Yeah, I think so. Someone must be talking about me, Naruto said. Jiraiya turned back to their travel to their destination. 29 days left. Jacken arrived and kept his wits about him. He was not looking forward to the next 29 days with his sensei. He could only imagine what that crazy bitch had in store for him. He made a note to get even with his teammates for leaving him alone with the psycho. As he entered the training ground, Jacken got a bad feeling. It was something that he and the team developed. Someone was here and they had very bad intentions. It had to be Anko. He quickly moved out of the way when several shuriken came at him. A few more came his way and he countered with some shuriken of his own. He rushed toward the last known location of the shuriken and pulled out his kusarigama. He launched the ball part with some force that tore a branch off the tree. He watched as a shadowy figure ran away. Jacken gave chase and kept his eyes on the intruder. He threw the ball part of his weapon again, making the person jump in the air. He launched some shuriken at the person but they countered with shuriken of their own. Jacken retracted his chain quickly and charged at the person. He closed the distance and lashed out with the sickle part of the weapon. It was blocked but something in Jacken was stabbed in the chest. He noticed that it was a blunt weapon and assumed that it was a bow. The two traded strikes, each avoiding a crippling blow. That's when Jacken did hand seals. Raiju Hashiri no Jutsu. Lightning beast running technique. Jacken shouted and created a beast of lightning that charged at the intruder. He heard the person curse which made him smirk. Goten, Doroku Geishi, Earth release, Earth shore return. Anko voice came from his right. The attack managed to stall the lightning attack before it punched through and destroyed the earth-made slab. That still gave Anko enough time to act and save the intruder that was attacking Jacken. Anko landed and placed the person down. Jacken relaxed and wondered what was going on. That wasn't nice, you two. You started without me, Anko said. Sensei, what's going on? Jacken asked. Well, I figured that I could use some help in training you. She agreed to help me since her teammate cancelled on her. Meet your training partner, Anko said as she brought Tenten into view. Buns, you have me training with her. What for? Jacken asked. Well, considering that she has better accuracy than you, I figure that she can give you some pointers. She can also help in a version of tag that I've created. Anko said with a smirk. It's the perfect idea. She'll help you with long range and I'll work on your close range skills. So Tenten will be in charge and her orders are like my orders. Disobey them and she has my authority to punish you as she see fit. Jacken looked at her with shock and looked ready to argue. He stopped himself because he knew that it would be useless with her. He looked at Tenten who had a wide grin on her face. This is going to be a sucky 29 days. Jacken said. Jiraiya and Naruto finally reached their destination. They jumped off the orange and red toad. Jiraiya thanked him and the two looked over the area that they were in. Naruto was very confused as to why they were going to train in a ruined city. So, this is where we're going to be training? Naruto asked slowly. I know that it doesn't look like much but this will be the perfect place to train. Come on, we have to go to the room where we will be staying. Jiraiya said. They walked for a little while before they came upon some doors. Jiraiya pushed Naruto forward, which confused him. Use some of your blood and place it on the seal. Confused, Naruto did as he was told and placed some blood on the seal on the door. Surprisingly, the doors began to open. Naruto stepped back and was wondering what the hell was going on. Jiraiya placed his hand on Naruto's shoulder and looked at him with a smile. Welcome to the home of your ancestors, Naruto. Welcome to the home of the Uzumaki. Jiraiya said. Naruto was sitting in the room where he was going to train. However, his mind was far from training. He was still trying to wrap his around the fact that he had a clan. He always thought that Uzumaki was a common surname in Konoha. He never found another record of another Uzumaki, so he just assumed that was that. Now, he had a clan and they were, by Jiraiya's explanation, badass. Still, he didn't know why anybody told him about it. Was it because he was the child of an Uzumaki? Jiraiya walked up the young blonde and sat down next to him. How are you doing, kid? I know that this is a lot to take in. Jiraiya said. A little. I'm just confused as to why I wasn't told. I mean the swirl pattern on the Chunin and Jonin flak vest are the clan's symbols. The Uzumaki must have been important to Konoha, so why isn't there any information about the clan? Naruto asked. That was done after Kumo attempted to kidnap your mother. Jiraiya explained. My mother, you knew my mother? Naruto asked with surprise. Yeah, I knew her. In fact, it was her that told me about this room. Jiraiya said. He saw that Naruto had a lot of questions roaming around his head. I know that you have a lot of questions, Naruto, and you deserve answers, but these questions will have to wait. Right now, we have a much more important task at hand. If you want, I can answer your questions after dinner. Okay then, but you are going to answer everything I have to ask. Jiraiya nodded at Naruto. Okay, so what are we going to working on? Naruto asked. Everything. Everything. You mean everything that I've learned? Naruto asked. Yeah, that's right. I'll be teaching you some other stuff and you'll be learning some Uzumaki Fuinjutsu as well. Jiraiya said. How am I going to do that? Naruto asked. Do you know what the true purpose of the Kage Bunshin shadow clones? Naruto nodded his head in the negative. The original purpose of the Kage Bunshin is for spying. When the clone dispels, the information that it gets returns to the user. Jiraiya explained. Okay, I understand that, but how is that going to help me out? Naruto asked. Well, Kakashi told me that this jutsu can also be used for training. Whatever jutsu you learn or practice with your clones will be transferred back to you. Months of training are cut down into days. Jiraiya explained. So, you're telling me that I can learn some pretty powerful jutsu in a matter of days. I can learn from scrolls and remember everything that I read. Jiraiya nodded. That's when Jiraiya watched as Naruto began to shake. He then heard Naruto begin to laugh. The laughter started to scare the white-haired senin. Enko stopped for a second and looked off in the distance. She didn't know why, but she felt happy for some reason. It was as if something or someone was influenced by her charm. The weird thing was she felt that it was one of her students. She took her feet off Jacken and Tenten chests and stood proudly. I have succeeded, Kami. I have succeeded in getting my hooks into one of them. 1 down, 2 to go. Enko said with a smile. Tenten looked at her fallen comrade with a confused look, but Jacken had no answers for her. Chapter 42, Hell Month, Part 2. 28 days until the finals. Neji and Hinata were trading blows with each other. The spar was very intense and has been since the beginning of the match. Hinata did not wish to hold her cousin back and did her best to keep up with him. Neji was actually having a time sparring with her, but he was still her superior. Both of them began to expel chakra and began to spin. Hakusho Kaden, 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. The domes of chakra grinded against each other, each trying to fight for dominance. Both attacks cancelled each other out and the two slid away from each other. Neji was a little surprised at that. Hinata had just learned the Hakusho Kaden and she was able to actually match his output. However, he could see that it took its toll on her. That's enough for now, Hiyashi shouted out. He was standing at the wall of the dojo with Hanabi at his side. That was very impressive, the both of you. However, you should not push yourself so hard, Hinata. You have just learned the Kaden and to use most of your chakra like that was foolish. I am sorry, father. I just do not wish to hold Neji Nisan be back. Hinata said tiredly. It is alright, take a break and get your energy back. Neji, prepare yourself, Hiyashi said and stepped onto the mat. Neji did as he was told and got into his stance. Hiyashi got into his stance and charged at the young man. Sasuke hit the ground hard after another session. He was trying to master his element affinity, which was lightning. He kept channeling more and more chakra into mastering this exercise, but he was only getting a small spark. It frustrated and pissed him off. He struggled to get up, but his body would not respond. A shadow fell over him, making Sasuke turn his head to see who it was. It's time to take a break, Sasuke. You have been at this for 3 days straight. You will not be able to compete at 100% if you keep going at this pace. Kakashi said. No, I can, still, keep going, Sasuke groaned out. Kakashi sighed and knelt down. He pressed a pressure point on Sasuke's neck and he was out like a light. He lifted Sasuke up and carried him to his tent. He placed the boy inside and laid him down. He looked at his student and sighed. He didn't like the path that Sasuke was taking. He believed that he could help Sasuke find a new path in life, but now he was not so sure. If Kakashi was honest with himself, he saw Sasuke as his redemption for all the decisions that he made in his past life. He could finally repay his old friend Obito for his sacrifice. Still, Sasuke was consumed by revenge and nothing would deter him for it. It worried Kakashi as he knew what that could lead to and he did not want that to happen to him. It would mean that he would be forced to do deal with him. He quickly banished those thoughts and made his way out of the tent. He had some training of his own to do for the upcoming battle that was to befall Konoha. 25 days until the final. Jacken was being dragged along by his training partner, Tenten. Enko had been truly ruthless today, but Jacken took it as normal. He did his best to fight Enko off, but she wasn't a Jonin for nothing. Thank her luck stars that she wasn't included in today's training. Still, she was getting training for the crazed woman and actually saw improvement in her taijutsu and weapons. She manages to get him to his apartment and get the door open. She dragged him to his couch and threw him on it. Ah, geez, be a little gentle, huh? Jacken exclaimed. Oh, stop your complaining, you should be used to this anyway. Tenten looked around the place. This isn't what I expected of your apartment, she said. What did you expect, a room filled with weapons? Isn't that your thing? Jackin asked with a smirk. Tenten glared at him but said nothing. Where's your first aid kit, stupid? Tenten asked. Jackin pointed to his kitchen and Tenten made her way to where he was pointing. She grabbed the kit and made her way back when something caught her attention. It was a letter that was from Aiko. She remembered that was the name of the woman that Jackin was writing to. She grabbed the letter and made her way back to the couch. Hey, you got a letter from that Aiko woman. How's that going anyway? I don't know what to tell you. We're just talking to each other. She tells me some things, I tell her some things, that is the extent of our relationship. Jackin said. Tenten gave Jackin a weird look before opening the letter. Hey, what are you doing? That's private. He tried to grab the letter but Tenten quickly moved out of the way, making him fall on his face. She opens it and begins to read. Dear Jackin, I have heard of these exams that you are talking about. Are you sure that you wish to compete? I've heard that people die in these exams. I don't want to sound like I'm worried but I am. I guess that I should have more confidence in you but I just worry. Then again, you have two great teammates and that sensei of yours so I shouldn't worry. If you want, I can come to Konoha and watch you compete. Would that be okay with you? Tenten finished the letter and gave Jackin a mocking smirk. Jackin just looked at her with a glare. Ah, that is so sweet. She cares so much about you. You must have made quite an impression on her. Tenten joked. I swear, I'm going to get you for this. Jackin growled. I'm so scared, Tenten said. Midoshi charged at Kagero with her blade. The petite girl took to the skies and began to do hand seals. Kaden, Karyudan fire release, fire dragon bullet. She shouted and spat out a stream of flames at Midoshi. Midoshi uses a substitution to avoid the flames and appear behind Kagero. She had to use another substitution to avoid Guren's shoten, Shuriken Ranbu crystal release, Shuriken wild dance. She landed on the ground, right in Kotoheim's path. Kamishigure Roga hair shower, wolf fang. Kotoheim shouted. Her hair shot out at Midoshi and formed the head and body of a wolf. The wolf attempted to eat Midoshi but she dodged and cut the hair off. She twisted her blade and engaged Guren in a blade fight. Kagero landed and did some more seals while Kotoheim jumped into the air. Doden, Arijigoku no Jutsu earth release, Antlion prison technique. Kagero shouted. Kamishigure Higane aim, hair shower, steel rain. Kotoheim shouted. Guren jumped back as the ground sucked Midoshi into the center and Kotoheim's spike-like hair hit the ground, stabbing the loose ground. The three waited for Midoshi to appear. An explosion of dirt made the three block their vision and jumped away. They removed their hands to see Midoshi on a snake. She looked at her arm, which had a small cut on it. Not bad, you actually managed to get me. Well then, I guess we can take this up a little. Midoshi said with a smile. With a small pat, the snake lunged at the three women. Naruto attacked with his staff at a toad who was matching his intensity. Jiraiya watched from the sidelines and observed his godson. He had to compliment his sensei for training him so well. He would not be surprised if he grew in rank after the finals. He was taking his training serious and pushed Naruto hard. He would need it against this Midoshi girl. He had heard several things about the girl from the toads and it wasn't any good. The good thing was that Naruto's use of the Kage Bunshin was bearing fruit. In the matter of 5 days, his chakra control and his mastery of the rasengan had greatly improved. He looked to his right to see a group of clones working on the Kaden, Endant fire release, flame bullet. He looked to his left to see a couple of clones working on the first stage of his wind affinity. It was a great training tool and like Kakashi told him, only Naruto could do it. He was happy for that as it would help him in the long run. He felt kind of bad keeping that for the boy. He was a mature child and he felt that he could handle the fact that a group of S-rank shinobi would be coming after him in the future. He just didn't want to worry the boy. He wanted him to just enjoy life as it was. However, he knew that he would have to let the boy know of the coming danger. While he would be telling Naruto about this group, he would not be telling him about the boy's future. One of the elder toads came by and told him about a vision the Ogama Sennin Great Toad Sage had. It was about a union of the Gama and Hubby clans. There was just no way that was happened. Those two clans have been at war for years. He just focused on Naruto's training for the time being. 20 days until the finals. Suga passing Fang. Kiba shouted and launched himself at Shino. Shino released his insects and they began to circle around Shino, forming a spinning black dome. Mushi came no jutsu insect jar technique. Shino said. The drilling attack hit the spinning dome of insects and was repelled by the defense. Kiba flipped and landed on his feet. The insect stopped spinning and flew around Shino. That's not a bad technique Shino, but aren't you worried about the Hyuga telling you that you stole their move? Kiba asked. It isn't the Kaden, so I'm not worried. Now, you and Akamaru attack me, Shino said as his bugs began to swirl around him again. Alright, let's go Akamaru, Kiba said. Akamaru turned into a copy of Kiba and they both launched themselves at Shino. Gatsuga, Fang passing Fang. The attack hit the dome of insects and plowed right through them. Shino was sent flying a few feet from the attack. Kiba stopped the attack and rushed over to his teammate. Holy crap man, I'm really sorry about that, Kiba said. Shino sat up and looked at his teammate. It's alright, I need to improve the technique some more, Shino said. Let's just stick to the Suga for now, Kiba said. Agreed, Shino said. Sai hit the ground hard. He did not cry out or show any type of pain. His pale skin was covered with purple-colored bruises. Torun walked over to him and touched the purple bruises making them disappear. After he got rid of them all, he walked away. We will continue later. You must do much better if you are going to fight Shino. He will show you no mercy, Torun said. Yes Torun-sensei, Sai said weakly. Kurenai was breathing a little hard. She looked at her opponent who was breathing much harder. Their spar was an intense one and starting to get a little out of control. She didn't know how much longer she could keep this going. Yakumo's genjutsu skills had really grown since the last time she saw her. Unkai watched and decided that enough was enough. I believe that will be it for sparring today. Let's take a break, Unkai said. The two relaxed and faced each other. That was pretty good, Yakumo-sama, Kurenai said. No thanks to you, was Yakumo's curt reply. She turned and made her way out of the dojo to get something to eat. Kurenai just sighed at her attitude. Even after 10 days, Yakumo would not warm up to her. She couldn't blame her. She did crush her dreams of become a kunoichi and gave up on her. She deserved any type of treatment that she gave her. I apologize for daughter Kurenai. Kurenai turned to see Yakumo's mother, Yoroko. She had a cup of tea in her hand. She handed it to Kurenai who took it with a bow. It is unbecoming of her to hold such a grudge. It is all right Yoroko Dono. I deserve it all for what happened with her. I abandoned her because I was too afraid and too weak to control her power. She has every right to be angry with me, Kurenai explained. I don't think it started as anger. She was just very hurt about everything. She was hurt that you were scared of her power and that you gave up on her. It just festered as she got older. I'm just happy that she has made some friends and maybe a nice young man to be with her. Yoroko said. Do you want some advice Kurenai-san? Advice? Kurenai asked. You are no longer that scared, weak person. You are a powerful jonin and well respected. Use that strength and find the courage to conquer your past, Yoroko said. She turned and left Kurenai alone in the dojo. The jonin of Team 8 took those words and replayed them. Did she have the courage to conquer her mistake? Was she no longer scared of her student's power? Kurenai sighed and made her way out of the dojo. She had a lot to think about. Chapter 43, Hell Month, Final Part. 18 days until the finals. Kurenai had a lot on her mind since speaking with Yoroko. She had a point that she was no longer that woman from before. She would gather the courage to face her past and push on through. That is what she was doing right now. She had called Yakumo away from the compound so that they could settle things between them. She turned to her left as Yakumo appeared into the clearing. Yakumo walked up to her and faced her with a scowl. Kurenai kept a neutral expression as the two faced each other. So, you want to settle our differences? Why now? You didn't care before, Yakumo started. You're right but I figure that was wrong of me. I was ashamed and scared about what I did. Yakumo, I did wrong by you and I understand if you can't forgive me but I am sorry for everything that I did. Kurenai said. You're sorry. That's all you have to say. Yakumo snarled. What do you want me to say? I didn't know how to handle your power. I felt that it would have destroyed you and you were already too fragile in body. I did what I thought was best. Kurenai explained. And how did that work out? You couldn't even seal my power off right and it nearly cost me my parents. You think that saying sorry is going to change that? Tell me, Kurenai-sensei, is a normal sorry going to take that back? Yakumo demanded. What do you want from me Yakumo? What can I do to make this right? You can't do anything. Do you know how hurtful it was when I heard you tell the Sandane that I was useless? Did you know how much it hurt that you just abandoned me? You crushed my dream of becoming a kunoichi, something I wanted to be for so long. Why did you crush my dream? Why did you abandon me? Yakumo roared. Yakumo dropped to her knees and began to cry her eyes out. Kurenai couldn't believe that she had caused such pain. She moved up to the crying girl and embraced her. Yakumo struggled to get away but Kurenai would not let go. After a while, Yakumo stopped struggling and just wept. They stayed like that for a good while. Kurenai and Yakumo sat in silence after their little hugging session. They just looked at the vision of the village and said nothing. The silence was finally broken by Kurenai. Do you feel any better? She asked. A little, Yakumo said. There was another silence, but this one was much shorter. I'm still pretty mad at you. I don't think that I could stop being mad at you. However, I'm willing to put it past us and try to work with you. I could use the help. Yakumo said. I can agree with that. We have 18 days left. I will not go easy on you, mainly because I know your sensei well. I believe that you can take it. Kurenai said. Thank you, Kurenai-sensei. Yakumo said softly. Kurenai smiled a little and the two just continued to watch the village. Jacken dodged another volley from Tenten as he closed in on her. Tenten pulled out her 3-section staff and met the charge. The two engaged in a brief weapons battle until Tenten backed away. Jacken wouldn't let her, managing to discreetly wrap his chain around her leg. He pulled her down and she hit the ground hard. Jacken then channeled a little lightning to give her a small jolt. Tenten screamed before throwing the chain off her. She quickly jumped to her feet and was in Jacken's face. What the hell? I said no damn lightning. Tenten roared. Oh, stop acting like a drama queen. It was a small shock. Jacken waved her off. Tenten was about to erupt when Enko arrived. Looking at the two and seeing that they were in such close proximity, Enko had a small grin on her face. Am I interrupting something? Enko asked with mirth. Jacken just huffed at her and Tenten just scoffed. It was a running joke with Enko and them that the two liked each other. They had gotten used to it and would just ignore the snake woman. What's that in your hand? Jacken asked. Oh, this. Well, this is your equalizer. Say hello to your new friend. Enko said with excitement and brought out a new kusarigama-like weapon. There were 2 sickle blades, with one inverted, giving it the resemblance of a fan. The blades are connected to a short pike-like rod tethered together by a long chain. Jacken and Tenten marveled the weapon as Enko handed it to him. He observed the weapon and noticed the blades could be swung by their chain in large circles, allowing the bladed portion to spin like a fan. Enko just grinned at the two. So, what do you think? No words can be said, Jacken said with awe. Beautiful, Tenten said breathlessly. Enko looked at the two with a smile. I knew that you would like it. So, we have 18 days to. Enko stopped talking as the two teens were still mesmerized by the weapon she had forged for Jacken. Enko sighed and wondered how she was going to get her student back on track. 16 days until finals. Neji hit the ground again after getting hit with the Hake Rokuji and Sho 8 trigrams 64 palms. Neji struggled to stand but was stopped by his uncle. Calm down and rest, your tenketsu will be closed for a while. Hiyashi said. Neji nodded and sat back down. Hiyashi then turned to his daughters who were also breathing heavily. Both girls began to release their chakra and began to spin. Hakusho Kaden 8 trigrams palms revolving heaven. They both shouted and 2 domes appeared. They grinded against each other for a good while until Hanabi's Kaden was defeated and was sent flying by her sister's Kaden. Hanabi groaned and Hinata rushed over to see that if she was alright. Hanabi nodded and assured her sister that she was alright. Hiyashi walked up to them and they stood at attention. They bowed to their father and kneeled. Neji joined them after he got a little rest. Hiyashi looked at all three. I am pleased at each of all of your progress. You have improved greatly. Your Kaden needs a bit more work, both of you. Neji, your Hake Rokuji and Sho must be a little faster. You will need it against your opponent, as well as the Jukenpo Aikigekishin Gentle Fist Art 1 Blow Body. Hiyashi explained. I understand the Jukenpo Aikigekishin sir, but why the Hake Rokuji and Sho? Lee barely has any chakra running through him. Neji said. Do not underestimate that boy or your sensei Neji. If I know Maida Guy, he is teaching that boy a very powerful jutsu. Hiyashi said. A large and powerful explosion could be seen from Guy's vantage point. As the dust began to settle, he could see an outline of his prized student. His skin was a little darker and it looked like that he would pass out very soon. His assumption was proven right when Lee fell over. He made his way over to the crater that Lee had just created. He looked down and saw that the heavy wooden dummy was now in splinters. Guy grinned and went over to his student. He gently picked him up and carried him home. He would be ready for Neji in 16 days. 12 days until finals. Both Jiraiya and Manda looked at the situation before them and sighed. They should have seen this coming knowing the parties. They watched as Mamushi glared at Midoshi and Naruto and Gamariki glared at each other. Both adults knew that they had issues with each other but knew that they needed each other as they were the best for collaboration jutsu. They just wished that they would just get along with each other. Manda just sighed as he thought about how these two hated each other. It was nothing but jealousy. Mamushi, his one and only daughter, hated Midoshi since she was a child. He did not help matters as he dotted on the young girl. She was jealous that Midoshi got all of his attention. When he attempted to mend bridges, Mamushi wanted nothing to do with him or his human child as she called her. It did not help matters that Midoshi would mock and tease the young female serpent, which often led to Mamushi trying to swallow Midoshi whole or Midoshi trying to skin her. They would never see eye to eye. It was much different when it came to Naruto and Gamariki. The two dislike for each other stemmed from a training accident. Jiraiya was trying to help improve Naruto's genjutsu skills. Showing him a way to dispel them, he summoned Gamariki because he could cast genjutsu. As the genjutsu was casted, Naruto used the method that Jiraiya taught him. However, Naruto misjudged the amount of chakra to use and blew Gamariki into the river. Angry, the toad attacked Naruto verbally, calling him all types of names. Naruto didn't take kindly to this and verbally lashed back. The two did not like each other after that. Having enough of the stare down, both men got in their faces. Alright, that's enough. You both need each other in order to get stronger. Now get to it, they shouted. The two teens just sighed at each other. Fine, all four of them said. With that out of the way, their training continued. Sasuke looked at the hole that he had created with his new jutsu, Chidori. It was a technique that Kakashi taught and it was the perfect move for him. With his Sharingan, he could see any counter coming and can see any movement. It would be the jutsu that would end the life of his brother, Itachi. He had ignored the words that his sensei had told him that it was a jutsu to protect his friends. All it was to him was a sword that would strike a deadly blow to his enemies. Sasuke looked ready to try again but he was stopped by Kakashi. He gave the man a dirty look but Kakashi returned a serious look back at him. That's enough Sasuke. At your current level, 2 Chidori is your limit, Kakashi said. Sasuke looked ready to ignore him but a small feeling of pain ran through his shoulder and arm. Kakashi looked at Sasuke and sighed. He was at his end with the boy. He refused to listen to anything that he said and he could see that all he cared about was vengeance. The curse mark did not help him any. He didn't know what else to do. Kakashi suddenly became serious and turned to his left. You can come out now, Kakashi said. Sasuke turned to his left as well to see the Suna Genin, Sabaku no Gaara. The dead-looking eyes of Gaara bore into the Sharingan of Sasuke. I see it, the hatred in your eyes. You are like me. You fight for yourself and you will do anything for power, Gaara commented. Sasuke just scoffed at him while Kakashi looked worried. Am I supposed to be happy that you understand? Are we comrades now? Sasuke mocked Gaara. The redhead glared at him and released a little intent. He stopped after a while and turned away. Before he left, he had some parting words. You are only a stepping stone. You might have a strong hatred but you are not as strong as Uzumaki Naruto or Midoshi. Your blood will not quench my mother's thirst. Only will their blood satisfy her, Gaara said. That comment did not sit well with Sasuke. Are you telling me that I'm weak? Sasuke demanded. Yes, you are weak. I will have no problem killing you. Get your affairs in order Uchiha Sasuke, Gaara said and vanished in a swirl of sand. Kakashi watched the exchange. He looked at his student and saw the anger in his eyes. His fists were balled up and he was snarling. He knew the reason wasn't because Gaara had threatened to kill him. It was because he called him weak. He called him weak to his face and that he didn't compare to either Midoshi or Naruto. In a way, Gaara was right. Midoshi was on another level. Enko even admitted that if the two were to fight again that she would not leave the battle without some serious injuries. The fact that she had been trained by the Hubby clan was something altogether. What really terrified Kakashi about the girl was that she had no issues when it came to killing. She would end Sasuke's life without a care if he crossed her. Naruto was a highly skilled genin. He knew the boy's skill set, which only got better with the training of his godfather, Jiraiya. He had also improved greatly in Fuinjutsu, which was a surprise but it shouldn't have been. He was Kushina's son and had her attitude yet Kushina was a whiz at Fuinjutsu. Not only that, Naruto's chakra pool allowed him to use ninjutsu without getting too tired and he could combine jutsu like his first sensei, the Sandaime. Naruto was on his journey to become the next Shinobi no Kami, god of Shinobi. Sasuke never liked being compared and he definitely didn't like to be called weak. He just knew that this was going to be a serious problem in the future. He only hoped that he could prevent it from happening. Chapter 44, Prelude to the Finals. It was 5 days until the Chunin exam finals would begin. Naruto and Jiraiya entered the village in the afternoon hour. Naruto looked dirty and his clothes were torn up from the training that he went through. Jiraiya had a few smudges on his clothes but nothing bad. Naruto looked different from his trails in the ruins of Uzushiogakure hidden whirlpool. He had improved quickly due to the training that had been suggested by Kakashi. Naruto was at least twice as strong as he was a year ago. The Kage Bunshin training method allowed Naruto to learn several ninjutsu techniques and fuinjutsu. Jiraiya worked on his physical strength, strategy and chakra pool. He had also improved his relationship with the Gama clan and was able to work with Gamariki. Naruto stretched as he entered the gates. It feels good to be back, Naruto said. That it does, boy, Jiraiya said with a smile. He was very proud of his godson. He was stubborn when it came to their training, but he stuck with it and grew. Anyway, I would go and get some new clothes. Remember, no more heavy training. Just relax and do some light training. Yeah, you don't have to tell me all the time, you know. I'm not that hard-headed, Naruto complained. Some people who passed by them snorted in amusement at the statement. Jiraiya laughed while Naruto pouted. The sounds of steel rang through the forest of death. Jacken and Tenten dashed at each other and clashed. They tried to gain an advantage on each other as they were locked. They pushed away and landed across from each other. Jacken spun one of the sickles of his new Kurisagama as Tenten slipped into a stance with her staff. The two narrowed their eyes at each other, began pushing off their back legs. Just as they were about to clash again, a kunai stopped them. They looked up into the trees to see Anko sitting on a branch. The Jonin looked at the two genin with some respect. Jacken had learned how to use his new weapon in the short amount of time. His taijutsu had improved and he had learned a few more raiden jutsu. Tenten had improved in close combat, Anko showing her how to use all the weapons in her arsenal. Now, she didn't launch all her weapons in bulk and could hang with a few Chunin-level opponents. She also taught her some support jutsu to help her be more useful to her team. In all, she was proud of the two and happy at their improvement. Okay, you two, that will be enough training for the rest of the week. Jacken, continue to work with your new weapon but do only light training. That goes both for you, Tenten. Just relax and go on that date that you two have been avoiding. Anko joked. Shut up. I've told you a dozen damn times that I don't like him. He's not my type, Tenten exclaimed. The feeling is mutual and I have told you to just ignore her. She is just trying to rile you up, Jacken said calmly. That's easy for you to say. You're used to her and I'm not, Tenten said. She's a lot better than Guy though, Jacken said. Tenten really had no comment for that. Anko just smirked. Yakumo sat in a meditative position. Unkai and Kurenai watched as she began to channel the power of the Edo. Her hair whipped in the air and her aura was visible for all to see. She held that position for a complete hour before stopping. She pitched forward and took some deep breaths. After a while she relaxed and stood up. Unkai walked up to her with a small smile. You did much better than before, Yakumo. I believe that this will be enough for the finals. Just remember that feeling you get when you begin to lose control and activate the seal. Unkai said. I understand, uncle. Thank you for taking care of me, Yakumo said with a happy smile. He returned it. Kurenai just watched with a smile of her own. Yakumo had grown as a shinobi and she couldn't be any more proud. She had taught her the genjutsu in her arsenal and helped her create two techniques that could really cause some damage. Anko would come by sometimes and teach Yakumo some taijutsu and how to fight with two kunai. She was very confident that Yakumo could do well enough for a promotion. Kurenai walked up to her one-time student and gave her a smile. How about we go to the hot springs to celebrate your success? Kurenai asked. Yakumo quickly vanished and reappeared with her bath items. Kurenai and her uncle just laughed at her and her love for hot springs. Is everybody ready? Midoshi asked her teammates. She looked at the three with a cocky smirk, but in her mind she couldn't be more impressed with them. She and Guren worked out their issues during this training. While they would still insult each other, there was no longer that hate from before. The two had worked with each other and had increased each other's growth of skill. Kotoheim had also improved with her hair jutsu and had created a new style of fighting which would put anybody on edge. It was an unpredictable style that she found fit her. Kagero had also grown, improving her transformation skills. You couldn't truly tell anymore as she had taken her craft to lengths that could fool even a well-known censor. She improved her chakra, which improved her ninjutsu. Her team was a well-oiled machine and they would have no issues in the invasion. That parasite Orochimaru would enjoy that. So are we going straight to Konoha? Guren asked. Not yet. I was summoned by one of the main snakes here and he has finished with my order for us. It will keep us protected when the shit hits the fan, Midoshi said. Well, that's unlike you, Guren commented. What can I say? You fodder have grown on me, Midoshi joked. She then got serious and looked at them. If it gets to be too much, I want you three to retreat. Orochimaru has always underestimated his foes and I feel that this will bite him in the ass. Just promise me that you will. I will obey your orders, mistress, Kagero said. As will I, Midoshi Josei, Kotoheim added. Fine, I wouldn't want you crying over me anyway, Guren stated. Midoshi just smirked and led her team toward their destination. For the next 4 days, everyone was finishing their training. Shino, Sai, Lee, Neji, Gaara and Tamari had just ended their training and returned to Konoha for the finals. The only one who was still pushing themselves was Sasuke. He ignored the words of Kakashi and continued to practice his new jutsu. Kakashi was at his wit's end with the boy and felt that he would not be able to reach him. He knew that the words of Gaara hit a nerve. He would just watch the boy and hope that he would not sacrifice his chances to compete. Since tomorrow was the finals, Anko had called her team together to have dinner. She treated the group and they entered the restaurant without any issues. She was kind of pouting however as she was banned from ever getting sake when she was with her team. It was made a law due to the incident that occurred. Her team laughed at her as they were served by the waitress. "It's your own fault that this happened," Jacken said with a smirk. "Oh shut up. I swear, you pull one prank and everybody is against you," Anko muttered. She looked over her team and mentally smiled. She had kept tabs on Yakumo, Jacken and learned what Naruto had done from the pervert. She had to thank Kakashi for his help in improving Naruto's skills too. They all looked stronger from when she'd picked them up from the academy. Within the year that they had been a team, she had watched them grow into Chunin-level ninja. She was pretty confident that they would be promoted. That would mean that their team would get broken up. That's kind of killed her mood. Naruto saw this and wondered what was wrong. "You okay, Anko-sensei?" Naruto asked. "Yeah, I'm just a little bummed. Tomorrow, my cute little genin are going to become Chunin and that will be the end of our team. I guess I'm a little sad that I won't get to spill any more of your blood," Anko said sadly. "First of all, that's just disgusting. Second of all, who said that the team is breaking up?" Jacken asked. Anko looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "Yeah, I'm not leaving the team. I know that we will eventually do missions on our own and we are happy that you have so much faith in us but you still have much to teach us," Yakumo said. "Yeah, you're not just going to do such a half-assed job in training us to be ninja, right? Your job isn't done yet," Jacken added. "I agree. Until I become Hokage, Jacken becomes an Anbu ninja and you get Yakumo in the Konoha Gomen Jinmen Butai Konoha torture and interrogation force. You're stuck with us," Naruto said. "Hey, I am not joining the Gomen Jinmen Butai," Yakumo exclaimed. "But you're so good at it. You don't even have to hurt them, just scare them with your ghost powers," Jacken teased. "How many times must I tell you to stop calling my skills that?" Yakumo shouted. Anko just laughed at her students as they enjoyed the night. She felt a little better at the pep talk from her students. She knew things will be alright. Naruto returned home tired. He had some fun with his team and had just finished fixing their prop for the entrance of the finals. It was an idea that everyone was on board with and they had to get some supplies. They had just finished the rig and they couldn't wait until tomorrow. Now, he just couldn't wait to get some sleep. "Hard day?" a voice asked. Naruto stopped and looked into his living room. There seated on his couch was Midoshi. She sat calmly with her legs crossed and her arms laid out across the back. Naruto was a little surprised that she knew where he lived but was instantly on edge. He looked to reach for something that was near his hallway closet but he couldn't find it. "Are you looking for these?" And she placed several kunai on his table. Naruto sucked his teeth at the fact that he was not armed. That's when Midoshi disarmed herself and placed her things next to his. She returned to her comfortable position and motioned Naruto to sit. Having no other choice, Naruto took a seat right across from her. "Good, I just wanted to talk to you. Our match is first after all, so why would I hinder your arrival to the stadium?" Midoshi asked. "What are you doing here, Midoshi?" Naruto asked. "I've come to see the work that the Gamma Toad Sennin Hermit has done with you. I was not able to spy on your training as he took you out of the village. Also, it seems that both of our summonses have tightened their borders after we sent spies to learn about each other," Midoshi said with a smirk. Naruto cursed at that, which made Midoshi's smirk wider. She gave him a once-over before looking into his eyes. She stared at them for a while as did Naruto. They were both memorized by each other's eyes, her with Naruto's blue ones and him with Midoshi's golden ones. After a while, the contact was broken. "Hey, I guess that pervert has done his job well. It will be an exciting fight," Midoshi said with a wicked grin. "I just don't get it," Naruto stated. "You don't get what?" Midoshi asked. "Why do you do all this? It just can't be because of your love of battle. There has to be something more to this interest in fighting me. Like I told you before, you don't know what you're asking me to use the chakra that is within me," Naruto said. "Oh, I know what I'm asking, Naruto. I want to fight that chakra, that raw, animalistic power, and to defeat it with my own power," Midoshi said. "So it's all about your ego?" Naruto asked. "More like pride, Naruto. Do you know how we are viewed by everyone? We are viewed as evil, deceivers and monsters. In a way, we are like that, but it is even worse due to our association with Orochimaru. I look to change that. I will show the world that we of the Hubby Snake clan are one to be respected and admired just as the Gamma clan is. And what better way to do that, than to defeat the new summoner of the Gamma clan? You and I are going to show everyone just how strong we are." When everything is done, I will be the victor and my pride will be satisfied. Midoshi told him. This was a new side to the girl that Naruto met before. He couldn't fault her for her ambitions as he had similar ones of him becoming Hokage. He looked at her with a serious but calm demeanor. You're going to have to work for it, Midoshi. My name is Uzumaki Naruto, future Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato. If you're going to try and make a name for yourself through me, then get ready to fail. Naruto said. That made Midoshi smile wide. Good to know, Midoshi said and stood. She grabbed her weapons and walked toward his window. She placed one foot on the window before turning back to him. I'll see you tomorrow, Naruto. Be prepared for the fight of your life. With that said, Midoshi jumped out of the window and was gone. Naruto let out a sigh of relief and went to his room. He needed to be well rested for the upcoming battle. Chapter 45 Finals, Part 1. It was a beautiful day at the Chunin exam finals. People who had gotten tickets to see the event was piling into the stadium. The contestants were making their way inside and were led out into the field. As they entered, Midoshi couldn't help but wonder where Naruto was. She didn't see any member of his team and was curious. She turned when she saw a new face as an official trying to gain their attention. However, before he could speak, the sound of a cannon was heard. Everyone looked around and then turned their attention upward to see a giant black ball. It was descending toward everyone. Everyone cleared out as the ball neared. They watched as the ball unraveled to reveal Team Anko. They all landed on the ground, each in a pose. A large sign landed on the ground. It read, Konoha's super awesome and unbeatable team, Team Anko. Pyro shot in the air as Anko pumped her fist in the air. No need to worry folks, Team Anko has arrived. Anko exclaimed. Everyone looked at the team like they were crazy. After a while, a huge cheer went through the crowd as they clapped for the show. Hiruzen, who was up in his cage seat, pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. Anko looked real happy by the reaction. Midoshi was amused by it. The new official, Shiranui Genma, walked up to Anko and her team. If you're done embarrassing yourself, can we please get this show on the road? Genma asked with a smirk. You loved it and you know it. Anko said. She then faced her team. Alright team, you have my permission to go all out. Show no mercy and spill some blood. You really need to stop that. Yakumo said. Anko just smiled and vanished. Genma got everyone in line and they faced the crowd. Anko appeared next to her friend, Kurenai. The red-eyed woman looked at Anko with frustration. Was that entrance really necessary, Anko? Kurenai asked. Maybe, maybe not, but I got the crowd going. Anko said. Kurenai just sighed while Asuma chuckled. Back on the field, after the Hokage gave his speech, Genma had just given the last of his instructions. Naruto could feel the eyes of Midoshi and Gaara on him, but he ignored it. He took a deep breath and readied himself for the battle that was about to start. Alright, let's begin. Everyone besides Uzumaki, Naruto and Midoshi leave the field. Genma ordered. Jacken bumped fist with Naruto while Yakumo hugged him and wished him luck. Naruto turned to face Midoshi, who was across from him. Having his staff out already, Naruto got ready. Midoshi just smiled at him. Don't be so tense, Naruto. This is going to be an enjoyable battle. You should relax, Midoshi said. Nerves, you'll have to forgive me, Naruto said with a smirk. Midoshi got into her stance as did Naruto. Genma looked at the two and saw that they were ready. First match of the finals, Naruto Uzumaki of Konohagakure vs Midoshi of Odogakure, begin. Genma said. Naruto took off and thrust his staff at Midoshi. She blocked it with her bracers and lashed out with her sash. Naruto jumped back and started to use the first form Hiruzen taught him with the staff. Midoshi moved easily around the stabs and was within Naruto guard. He thrust out with spear hand thrust that Naruto ducked. The two engaged in a fast-paced close-quarters battle, which neither of them landed a blow on the other. Midoshi spun in a ball after avoiding Naruto's sweep. She lashed out with an axe kick. Naruto blocked the kick but it broke the staff in two. Midoshi landed a spinning kick to his chest. She turned and was about to stab Naruto with her hand, but Naruto's hands were already in a seal. Doden, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River, Naruto shouted. Midoshi was swept up by the river of mud. Naruto quickly did another set of hand seals. Doden, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon head appeared and fired off several balls of mud. Kaden, Karyuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. Naruto launched a stream of fire, which ignited the mud balls. Midoshi looked at it in surprise until she was consumed by the attack. She hit the wall on fire. Naruto waited for the flames to die down, but he could clearly see a burning husk. Midoshi popped out of the ground, ready to impale Naruto when a clone appeared to grab her wrists. Midoshi was very surprised, but that only lasted after Naruto drilled her in the face with a punch. Midoshi was sent flying but was able to flip out of her fall and land on her feet. She rubbed her jaw but she did not feel it break. She looked at Naruto with a mocking pout. That was not nice, Naruto. You don't treat a lady like that, Midoshi said. Considering that you wanted a fight, you shouldn't really be surprised by what just happened, Naruto said. Midoshi scoffed and stood straight. Point taken. How about we stop playing around, Naruto? No more pot shots at each other. Let's just go to our heart's content, Midoshi said. A serpent appeared around her arms and moved to her hand. The snake then spat out a weapon. It was sword with a flat blade that had a different pommel than a regular sword. Midoshi grabbed the blade and stuck it into the ground. Naruto summoned Sora and had the chimp turn into his Naginata form. Naruto got into his stance and waited. Both were channeling chakra at each other and everyone could feel the tension between the two. Attack! Naruto shouted. That's when the field was filled with clones. Midoshi was really surprised by this, but she did not lose her cool. She just held out her hands at the clones that descended on her. Sanae Tajishu. Many hidden shadow snake hands, an army of snakes appeared from her arms and launched themselves at the clones. They were all destroyed by the snakes. Midoshi was surrounded by the smoke that was created by the dispelling. She barely dodged the blade of the Naginata. She ducked the swipe made by Naruto but could not dodge the knee from Naruto. Naruto furiously stabbed at Midoshi, who was able to recover and dodge. She jumped away to gain some distance but Naruto wouldn't let her. Futon. Daitapa. Wind release. Great breakthrough, Naruto said and launched a wind attack. Midoshi was sent flying through the air and slammed into the stadium wall with some force. Naruto was on her and reared the Naginata back to end the fight. Midoshi was not going to let that happen. She flicked her wrist to make the blade vibrate. Naruto saw this and quickly raised Sora to block. Midoshi lashed out and connected with Naruto's shoulder. Naruto was surprised as he swore that he blocked the strike. Midoshi smirked and was on the attack. Naruto ducked, dodged and attempted to parry the strikes but he was still getting cut. Sora was very confused as well. What's going on, Naruto? Why aren't you blocking? Sora asked seriously for the first time. I am, but I can't predict that blade. It moves like a snake. I know how she's doing it, but it is one thing to know than to stop, Naruto said. The blonde was taking too many cuts and he was slowly losing steam. Naruto took some blood from one of his wounds and placed it on his palm. He quickly did some seals and slammed his hand on the ground. Kuchio's no jutsu. Summoning technique, Naruto shouted. Midoshi looked at the smoke before a ball of water came at her. She swung her sword to cancel the technique. She cut the bullet in two and it crashed on the ground. Another bullet of water came at her and she attempted to cut it too, but this time, she was cut in her arms and her blade was sent flying out of her hands. She sucked her teeth and held her cut up arms. The smoke had cleared and in front of Naruto was a toad that had on lipstick and a bow. Naruto let out a sigh in relief. Yamariki looked at the cut up Naruto and scoffed. He looked at Midoshi, who was standing. So, you are fighting her. I guess I can let you off the hook. She is no joke, Yamariki said. No shit. It's a good thing that we got rid of that sword. We're going to have to take her out before she can get that sword again, Naruto said. Very well, let's do this beautifully, Yamariki said while striking a pose. Naruto just pinched the bridge of his nose at the toad's antics. He could have sworn he heard Guy cheering. Midoshi just smirked at the duo and did the same thing that Naruto did. Kuchio's no jutsu, Midoshi shouted. Naruto and Yamariki tensed, waiting for the smoke to clear. When it did, Midoshi was holding a very large boa. Yamariki seemed to growl at the sight of the serpent. The snake looked at Midoshi and hissed angrily. I thought I made it clear that you were never to summon me, Mamushi hissed angrily. I wouldn't summon you, but I figured that you would like to come out and deal with someone you know. I remember a certain toad that placed you in a very nasty genjutsu before throwing you off a cliff in the summon world, Midoshi said with a smirk. Mamushi snapped her head around to see Yamariki glaring at her. Well, if it isn't the fairy, she hissed. You shut your mouth, you brat, Yamariki exclaimed. Naruto looked at his partner with a raised eye. Do you two have some type of history? Naruto asked. That little tart is the daughter of Manda. She had the nerve to call me that name and to bite my beautiful skin, leaving bruises. It took days for those blemishes to heal. My beautiful skin, Yamariki said sadly. Naruto just sighed again. Mamushi turned to Midoshi. I will help you this time. I'm going to roast that toad and feast off his bones, Mamushi said. She slithered off Midoshi as the girl did some quick hand seals. Goten, Chidokaku, Earth release, moving Earth core, Midoshi called out. The ground under the two dropped to the ground. When they looked around, they saw that they were looking up in a square-like hole. Naruto readied himself and stood next to Yamariki. Mamushi attacked suddenly, but Naruto was able to feel her coming. He nearly stabbed her, but she moved quickly. She spat out a blob of black liquid at the group. They jumped away to avoid it and Mamushi disappeared back into the rock. Naruto observed the liquid and caught a smell. Before he could warn Gamariki, Mamushi attacked again. If she couldn't eat either one of the two, she would spit out the black liquid. She did this a couple of times and the area around them would get smaller. It wasn't long until the two were back to back on a small piece of dirt. Damn it, she surrounded us with this oil. How the hell can she do this anyway? From what Ero Sennin told me, only the toads can produce oil. Naruto asked. Well, she infiltrated our home and consumed some of the oil that we produced. Gamariki said nervously. Naruto looked at him out of the corner of his eye and saw the sweat rolling down him. Oh my god, it's your fault that she can do this, isn't it? Naruto shouted. Gamakiri did not answer him because Midoshi decided to attack. Kaden, Hibashiri. Fire release. Running fire, she called out. A flame of fire ran down the hole and touched the oil. It ignited and the two were covered in flames. Looking for a way out, it was quickly sealed off by Midoshi's next words. Doden Kekai. Doro Domu. Earth release barrier. Earth prison of magnificent nothingness. The sky was blocked out by the earth jutsu and blocked any escape. Midoshi kept her hands on the dome as Mamushi came out of the ground and slither around her. Very soon, it will be over and I'll have my meal and revenge. Mamushi said. Midoshi was smiling as well. That was until something hit the dome and blew a hole in it. It also sent both her and Mamushi flying in a watery vortex. From out of the hole, Naruto was riding Gamariki and they quickly got out of the oven. They landed and faced the two who were standing up. Naruto channeled his wind chakra and Gamariki gathered his water. Naruto placed his hands on Gamariki's back and they shouted their attack. Futon. Gamma Teppo. Wind release. Toad Gun, they shouted. A powerful and fast stream of water came rushing at the two. It began to spread, covering a large area. Midoshi and Mamushi had to dodge the attack. It continued on and smashed into the stadium wall. The wall gave way and the attack punched a large hole into the side of the stadium. Midoshi reappeared on the side of the wall and looked at the damage that the jutsu had caused. Midoshi looked at the damage with surprise and looked at Naruto. Perhaps I should have taken my collaboration jutsu training more seriously. That attack would have seriously hurt, she thought. Naruto looked at Midoshi and realized that the fight was going to be more difficult as it went on. He licked his lips and closed his eyes. Gamariki, Sora, you two step back and get clear. What I'm about to do is going to be dangerous. Naruto said. Sora returned to his regular form while Gamariki looked at him. When he opened his eyes, they were red. The two summonses nodded and got out of the way. Midoshi saw the same thing and smiled. Time for you to go. Feast on the toad and the monkey. It seemed that Naruto is about to get serious. Midoshi said with glee. Mamushi left her without even asking and sunk into the ground. She watched as Naruto clapped his hands and expels his chakra. Only it was not his blue chakra. It was red. Chapter 46, Finals, Part 2. Everyone in the crowd started to sweat at the chakra that Naruto was pouring out. Everyone who experienced that day was fearful of what was happening. Enko, Hiruzen and his teammates watched with worry, hoping that Naruto could keep it together. Even the Kazekage watched with some type of worry. Midoshi just watched Naruto as the red chakra he produced began to take shape and shroud him. He gained 2 ears and red chakra tail. His features were more pronounced and he had claws. After some intense moments, Naruto took a few breaths to calm himself down. He looked at the chakra and flexed his hands. When he first used the shroud, which Jiraiya called the Yoko no Kuromo Demon Fox Shroud, it hurt like hell and he was very injured after its use. Through determination and a little cooperation, he managed to use it with a little difficulty. He turned to Midoshi and went down on all fours. In the cage's box, Hiruzen looked at Naruto with a smile. The Kazekage turned his attention to his fellow cage. So he's a Jinchuriki. It also looks like he has some sort of control, he said. Yes, through training and guts, he has found some sort of control. Now we will see just how good his control is, Hiruzen said. They turned back to the fight just as Naruto vanished from sight. Midoshi was surprised when Naruto appeared in her view. Naruto launched his attack and a loud explosion was created. From out of the dust, Midoshi appeared in the air. He's fast, really fast, Midoshi thought. Futon. Kazekiri no Jutsu. Wind release, wind cutter technique, Naruto shouted. Midoshi twisted to avoid the blade of wind. She landed on the ground only to see Naruto again. She quickly substituted with a log that was destroyed on impact. Naruto turned and fired another Kazekiri no Jutsu that Midoshi had to dodge. She quickly did some hand seals. Kaden. Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique, Midoshi shouted and spat out a bunch of fireballs at Naruto. Naruto was too fast and dodged every attack. He took to the air and unleashed a deafening roar. Midoshi raised her arms to block and felt her feet drive into the ground. She found herself in a small crater. She quickly ducked Naruto punch and launched a punch at Naruto. Naruto moved and caught Midoshi with a kick to the gut. Using the tail, he wrapped it around her wrist. She winced at the burning feeling she got, but it hurt less than the explosion of the fist that connected with her body. He launched her in the air and hit her with a haymaker that sent her toward the wall. He did another set of hand seals. Kaden, Karyu Enden, fire release, fire dragon flame bullet. Naruto roared and fired a huge stream of fire. Midoshi was consumed by the flames as it crashed into the side of the stadium. Naruto poured on the heat and some of the wall was starting to melt. Naruto suddenly stopped and ducked a spear hand from Midoshi. He lashed out with a kick that sent Midoshi back some. Naruto turned to see that Midoshi was covered in slime and breathing very hard. She quickly got some distance and made it to her sword. She began to vibrate the blade and started to attack. Naruto met her and the two were engaged in an intense fight. Naruto still could not predict the sword, but it did not really matter. Midoshi saw this as well due to every cut being healed quickly. She broke away and thought about her options. The short break had everyone gather their thought about this fight. It was just awe-inspiring. The pariah was using the reason for the hate of the village and he was in control. Seeing that he had some type of control over the beast that caused such destruction, the crowd began to change their minds about Naruto. Midoshi was another one that they were worried about. They knew that the moves she used belonged to their greatest traitor, Orochimaru. They wondered if she would attack, but it looks like that she was way into the fight. They could only watch as the fight continued. Midoshi needed a way to deal with Naruto. Her chakra was dwindling due to the fact that she had to use the Hebish Kawarimi no Jutsu, snake-shedding body replacement technique. She needed to end this fight and she needed to do that now. Lucky for her, the break gave her an idea on how to do that. She made a move that made Naruto launch himself at her. She quickly did some seals and slammed her hands on the ground. Doden, Ritsudo Tensho, Earth Release, Tearing Earth Turning Palm, Midoshi called out. The ground spiraled into itself and Naruto began to lose his footing. Midoshi quickly did another set of hand seals, making Naruto jump into the air. Doden, Tobi Subut, Earth Release, Flying Thrown Stones. A large amount of stone created by the loose earth attacked Naruto. With another roar, Naruto destroyed the rocks and quickly launched his arm upward. Midoshi was very surprised as a chakra arm caught her. She cursed as she was now caught. Naruto flung her into the ground with some speed and charged at her dazed form. He slammed his knees into Midoshi, making her spit up some bile. Naruto stood over the out-cold Midoshi only to watch her dissolve into mud. Naruto suddenly went rigid. He looked down at his stomach to see a blade through it. He looked back to see Midoshi behind him. She pulled the blade out and Naruto dropped to the ground. The shroud had disappeared and Naruto was struggling to stand. The heavy-breathing Midoshi just looked down at Naruto. That was intense, huh? She asked Naruto. Naruto grunted and got to his knees. This made Midoshi smirk a little. A brave attempt, Naruto, but you will bleed out if you don't stop. You did well. You've excited me like none other. However, this victory is mine. I wouldn't be too sure of that, Naruto said weakly. Oh, why is that? Midoshi said. Because you allowed me to get that first punch. FUNN, seal, Naruto exclaimed and Midoshi froze up. Marks began to appear all over her skin and Midoshi could not move. What is this? Midoshi exclaimed. If I activated that seal earlier, you would have easily broken it. Naruto said. He did a seal and summoned a clone. The clone helped Naruto up. Midoshi could see that the red chakra was around the wound that her sword pierced through. Naruto held out his hand and the clone began to work with the chakra that Naruto released. From what Ero Sennin told me, the guy that you work with would use a kawarimi that was similar to a snake. From what I understand, it takes a lot of chakra to do. You shouldn't have used those last two jutsu because it dropped your chakra more. You've had a plan since the beginning, Midoshi said. More like a contingency. Now, Naruto said, holding a familiar jutsu that had the crowd gasping. This is my victory. Rasengan. Spiraling sphere. Naruto slammed the ball of swirling chakra right into Midoshi's gut. The girl screamed as the ball grinded into her. She was sent flying in the air and crashed right under the crowd. She was on her feet and leaning in a man-sized crater. Naruto just kept watching and was shocked to see Midoshi take a step. She took another and another before falling flat on her face. Everyone watched and waited, but Midoshi was no longer moving. The fight was finally over. Genma walked over to Naruto. The winner of the first match is Uzumaki Naruto, Genma said. There was a loud cheer that rang throughout the stadium. Naruto just looked on before dropping to his butt. He held his stomach, which had finally closed. Thanks Fox, I owe you one, Naruto said to the Kyuubi. The fox just scoffed at him. That's when Anko appeared next to her student and smirked. "Hey sensei," Naruto said with a slur. "How are you doing, kid?" Anko asked. "I'm just happy. I'm going to pass out now," Naruto said and passed out on the ground. Anko just smiled, proud of her student. She lifted him and placed him over her shoulder. She turned to see Midoshi's sensei holding Midoshi in her arms. The two stared at each other before Gurren vanished with her. Anko made her way to the medical bay to get treatment for Naruto. "Man, that pipsqueak had me worried there," Jacken said. "Yeah, he took a gamble on that move. Midoshi had him dead to rights. But that should teach us that we should never underestimate Naruto," Yakumo said with a relieved sigh. Tamari looked at her little brother who had a crazy smile on his face. She looked very worried and hoped that Gaara would keep it together. In the crowd, Kotetsu and Izumo were going over the match they just watched. "Well, what do you think?" Izumo asked. "That was a great match. I don't see how it can be topped," Kotetsu said. "So do you think that Naruto deserves to be promoted?" Izumo asked. "They both need to be promoted. Both showed amazing power, cleverness and the ability to think ahead. I think either one could lead a group of ninja into battle and come out well. Naruto has my vote for Chunin," Kotetsu said. "Mine too. Anko has a gem of a student," Izumo said. In the cage's booth, the cage turned to Hiruzen. "You have been keeping secrets, Hiruzen. Your Jinchuriki is very strong and the fact that he could control such power without losing himself is impressive. You are still a crafty man," the cage said. "You praise me too much, cage. However, that was a very intense match. I'm very confident that my ninja will be promoted after this. What do you think?" Hiruzen asked. "Very much so, he does deserve the promotion," the cage said. Gurren laid Midoshi down and checked her over. She would be alright but she was really hurt. She figured that it would take her weeks to heal up. She heard about that last jutsu the blonde used as it was the jutsu of the Yondaime Hokage. How did that brat learn it, she would never know. However, Midoshi would have a nasty burn on her stomach. As Gurren thought about her next move, something popped out of the ground. It was Mamushi and she did not look to be in good health. "You look like her," Gurren said. "The fairy and that monkey double-teamed me. Once I return home and heal, I'm going to hunt them down." Mamushi hissed angrily. She then looked at Midoshi. To think that she would be defeated, I'm glad to have seen it. I feel sorry for the blonde thought. Father will not be happy to see her in this state. Mamushi wrapped Midoshi carefully before vanishing with her. Gurren stood alone until she was joined by Kagero. "Where is the mistress?" she asked. "She is being taken care of," Gurren said without looking at her. She then faced her student. "Let's go and watch the next match." Everyone was excited for this upcoming match. They were hoping that it was just as exciting as the last. On the field, which had to be fixed due to the major damage caused, Shino faced Sai. The pale boy smiled at Shino whose expression you could not see. Genma stood between the two and looked to see if either one of them were going to say anything. With no words said to each other, he started the match. Sai moved fast and pulled out his tanto. Shino ducked the slash and got some distance. As he moved back, he released a swarm of kikaichu, parasitic destruction insects, at Sai. The boy dodged the swarm and ran away as the swarm chased him. Shino unleashed another swarm to try and cut him off. Sai quickly vanished and appeared on the side of the stadium. He quickly took out his brush and paper. He drew a bird and channeled his chakra. "Choju Giga, super beast imitating drawing," Sai said. A bird popped off the paper and Sai jumped on the bird. Sai looked down at Shino who had his swarm return. Sai did another Choju Giga and several lions charged at Shino from the air. Shino did some hand seals and called out his jutsu. "Mushi Kame no Jutsu. Insect jar technique," Shino said. The kikaichu surrounded Shino as a shield. They were flying in a dome shape at high speed. As soon as the lions hit the dome, they were destroyed. Shino stopped the jutsu and faced his opponent. Sai told his hawk to go higher just as a swarm nearly caught him. Shino looked at the smiling Sai and kept his expression. This battle was just getting started. Chapter 47, Finals, Part 3. The match had reached a stalemate but Shino could see that Sai was making some sort of headway. The Mushi Kame no Jutsu, insect jar technique, was working but Sai was now using ink birds to launch explosive attacks. His jutsu could not handle that and now he had to come up with a new strategy. His first move was to ground Sai. It would take some chakra but it would be worth it in the long run. Haijutsu, Mushio's secret technique, insect gathering, Shino said. A large web of chakra surrounded the floor. Sai watched as bugs came out of every crack. They gathered and were forming a rising hill. Sai looked to go higher but Shino was not about to allow that. He jumped onto the hill and was shot into the air. The speed of his ascension surprised Sai. Shino launched several shuriken that hit the bird that he was on. Sai jumped off as it dispelled. Sai was looking to make another bird but Shino stopped him with another volley of shuriken. One hit Sai in the hand, forcing him to drop his drawing scroll. Sai used a kunai attached to a wire to stop his descent to the ground. He swung and landed on the wall. Shino was back on the ground and the insects he summoned were returning to their homes. Shino unleashed his colony and they went after Sai. Sai cut the wire and ran down the wall toward his scroll. He dodged gracefully and was able to reach it. Sai quickly drew another bird and was quickly on it. Shino just looked at him as Sai took to the air. That's when Sai flew right at him. The bird moved very fast and Shino could not put up a defense. Sai passed and sliced Shino. A little bit of blood sprayed out from the wound on his arm. Sai flew back into the air and turned back to make another dive. Shino pulled out a kunai and readied himself. He was able to block another slash but the speed that Sai was moving it knocked him off his feet. His kikaichu could not get Sai as he flew up in the air again. Sai decided to put several explosive notes on the bird he was on as it dove again at Shino. Shino stood and did his jutsu. Mushi came no jutsu. Shino called out and the kikaichu circled him. Sai jumped off of the bird and did a combat roll. As the bird hit the defense, he detonated the explosive tags. Most of Shino's colony was burnt to a crisp and Shino was sent flying. He hit the ground hard and rolled to a stop. Sai stood and made his way over to Shino. He looked at him and looked ready to finish the fight when he saw Shino move. That movement was Shino dissolving into kikaichu and attacking. Sai dodged and landed across from Shino who was breathing a little hard. Sai smiled at him. You are quite skilled Shino-san. I can see why Danzo-sama wished to train you. Sai said softly. It was not too loud so everyone could hear. Yet my family member was chosen instead. I do know of your master and I would have refused his offer for training. Shino said with the same soft volume. Is that so? That's disappointing. Anyway, I believe that I will end this match. Sai said and prepared to strike. The match has already ended in my favor. Shino said. Sai looked confused until he grabbed his chest. It felt like something was digging out his insides. What did you do to me? Sai asked as he dropped to a knee. Torun trained you well. Still, I had an ace up my sleeve. My shuriken, I covered them in larvae that would have injected into the body if they connected. Shino said, surprising Sai. These larvae grow quickly and if you are not a member of my clan, they attack you from the inside. Right now, they must be feasting on your heart or lungs. Shino explained. Sai was shocked until he smiled again. I now see why Danzo-sama wanted you. Sai said. He turned to Genma. I would like to surrender. The boy said. Genma nodded and looked at Shino. Shino walked up to Sai and placed his hand on his chest. He flared his chakra to signal the insects inside him. Sai grunted a little as a few bugs dug out of his chest. They walked up Shino's arm and into his jacket. With that, Shino walked away. The winner of the second match is Aburame Shino. Genma announced. The crowd clapped for the performance. Naruto groaned and opened his eyes. Everything was blurry but that soon passed. He tried to move but it hurt to do so. I wouldn't move if I was you Naruto. Your body isn't healed from the strain of your fight. Naruto turned to see his sensei with a volume of, Ika. Enko stopped reading and looked at her student. How are you feeling? I'm still pretty trashed. Using the fox's chakra hurts a lot. Let's not forget that Midoshi put her hand in my chest. Naruto explained. So, should I disqualify you from the next match? Enko asked. What? No way. I'll be better in time for my next match. Maybe not at 100% but I'll be ready. Naruto said. Don't rush it kid. Besides, that Shino kid of Kurenai's will not be some pushover. Enko said. Don't worry, I have something for Shino. Naruto said with a grin. That's when he realized something. Oh hey, that means Jaken's match is up next right? That's right but you will not be seeing it or Yakumo's match. You're going to stay on that bed until I say otherwise. Don't argue with me or I will stab you with Doku. Enko threatened. Naruto pouted but relented. Enko just went back to reading, knowing that her Kage Bunshin shadow clone would dispel if anything happened. Jaken stood across from Tamari. He had his new Kusarigama out while Tamari unfolded her Tessen. In the stands, Tenten watched closely. She trained with Jaken with the weapon and she hoped that Jaken would be alright. Back on the field, Tamari noticed that Jaken was looked at her funny and it was starting to bug her. That's when he spoke. You know, you've got some nice legs. I think that's what I'll call you. Jaken said. Excuse me, Tamari said with an edge. Sorry, it's just a habit I have. I like to give people nicknames that fit them. You shouldn't feel insulted. You have some nice legs. Nice and smooth, you seem to take care of them. Tamari was snarling at Jaken. The teenager just smirked at her. What? You don't like it? Kameidachi no Jutsu, sickle weasel technique. Temari roared and launched her attack. Jacken twirled one of the sickles on his weapon. He then tossed it at Temari's jutsu. Temari was shocked when his weapon was not blown away. She quickly rolled out of the way of the buzzsaw as it passed. Jacken pulled the chain and it returned to him. The smirk never left his face. That's a bad thing there, legs. You can't allow anger to rule you actions. Jacken said mockingly. Temari snarled and swung her fan again. Jacken did the same thing and launched his weapon. Again, it cut right through her jutsu. Jacken threw the other sickle as Temari. Temari was forced to use her agility to dodge Jacken's attacks. She would launch a jutsu but Jacken would quickly beat it with his kusarigama. He managed to maneuver Temari into the path of one of his sickles. Temari used her closed fan to block the weapon. Metal grinded on metal before she batted it away. Jacken was inside her guard and brought the other sickle down in a chopping action. Temari blocked it and had enough strength to keep Jacken from pushing the tip of the blade into her forehead. She then kicked Jacken's arm, forced him to release the sickle. She flung it upward and away. This left Jacken defenseless. Temari was about to clobber Jacken until he pulled the chain. Temari saw the two sickles closing in around her stomach and quickly substituted with a log, which was bisected. Jacken turned to face Temari who unfolded her tesson. Jacken got into a stance and began to twirl his sickles again. Temari was trying to think of a way to beat this guy. She already deduced that his weapon was able to cut through her attack. It was probably because of the spin that he could do with the weapon or the weapon was designed to do just that. Either way, her most used jutsu was out. She needed to get her head in the game and finish him off. She suddenly did 3 big swings. The final swing created a sandstorm that came at Jacken. Jacken did hand seals and slammed his hands on the ground. Doten, Doroku Geishi, Earth release, Earth return shore. Jacken called out. A large slab of the earth rose to protect him from the sandstorm. He stayed close to the wall as the storm passed. When it cleared, he was surrounded by clones. Jacken did a wide sweep with his weapon but Temari vaulted over it. She landed a dropkick that backed Jacken up. She popped up and threw a spinning thrust kick. Jacken dodged the kick that hit the wall. Temari used her tesson in the wall to hold herself in the air. She caught Jacken in the jaw and Jacken stumbled. While he was stumbling, Jacken pulled on his chain. This jerked Temari forward and into a kick from Jacken. He then whipped the chain, launching Temari into the air. Jacken followed her and threw a roundhouse kick. Temari blocked it and was sent flying into a sandbar. Jacken landed on the wall and jumped up, whipping his weapon around. Knowing what was coming, Tenten, Yakumo and every other ninja hit the deck. Kyofu Dejishin quake with fear. Jacken shouted and launched the sickle into the ground. Temari was quick to her feet just as chains popped out of the ground and launched all around the stadium. Jacken landed on the chains as did Temari. Wow, those legs aren't just for walking huh? He asked with a smirk. Stop looking at my damn legs. Temari shouted. That's when Jacken grabbed the chain. Raiden, Kangeki Hut lightning release, wave of inspiration. Lightning erupted from his hand and through his chains. Temari realized too late and was shocked with some volts. She hit the ground, twitching from the volts of lightning that she got hit with. Jacken stopped his jutsu and landed on the ground. He dispelled the chains and relaxed. Genma checked over Temari and saw that she would be fine. The winner of the third match is Watanabe Jacken. Genma announced. Jacken just soaked up the cheers and he made his way up to the stands. On his way, he was stopped by Tenten. She did not look happy. What's up with you? Angry that I got to show my greatness? He asked. What the hell was that? Tenten demanded. What the hell was what? Jacken asked confusingly. The flirting that you did with that Suna Kunoichi. Tenten snarled out. By now, the two had a small crowd of people watching them. Flirting, that was strategy. I called her, legs, to throw her off her game. I just did it to piss her off just like I do to you, Yakumo, Naruto, Enko-sensei, everybody. You lose focus when you're angry and I use that to my advantage. Jacken said. Tenten seemed to calm down after that. Still, I don't know why all you women get so angry about anyway. I actually compliment her. She does have a nice pair of legs. The people around them went, ooh, when he said that. Jacken looked at Tenten who began to shake. Her fists were clenched and the anger in her eyes put Jacken on edge. You, Tenten growled. What the hell are you so angry about? Don't tell me that you're jealous. Jacken asked. That broke the dam. You baka. Tenten roared before giving him a very hard, earth-shattering slap across the face. The crack was heard all around the stadium. In the competitor's box, Yakumo just shook her head at Jacken's scream. Why Kami? Why did you place me with two boys who are completely clueless about women? She muttered. Against the wall, near the other Jonin, Enko, was laughing her ass off. Oh man, those two are going to be a very fun couple to tease. Enko said between chuckles. Yosh, my young, beautiful Tenten is only showing the spirit of her maturity. Show him Tenten, show him the power of your love. Guy exclaimed. It earned him a kunai flying at his head. Oh Kami, stop it. You're killing me. Enko said while laughing. She hit the ground in a pool of laughs. Kurenai just sighed at her antics while Asuma let out a belly laugh. Chapter 48, Finals, Part 4. It was now time for the fourth match. Kotoheim stood across from Yakumo, both with intense glances. Everyone was watching very closely. Everyone thought that the only exciting match would be Sasuke's, but they were proven wrong. Already they had 3 great fights, and the 2 which were the most exciting was from Enko's 2 male students. It was a great showing and they expected nothing less from the heiress of the Kurama clan. They waited with anticipation. Genma started the match and the fight started with a clash of steel. Yakumo's dagger was at a standstill against Kotoheim's Fuma shuriken. They both fought for supremacy but neither was gaining an edge. That worried the Fuma member as she knew about Yakumo's frailty. They pushed off each other and engaged in a fight of blades. Both were looking for a clean cut but they were missing each other by a hair. Yakumo moved it and caught Kotoheim's arm. She landed a blow to her chest that stunned her. Kotoheim recovered quickly and nailed her with an elbow. This made Yakumo release her. Kotoheim grabbed her battle kimono and fell back. She threw Yakumo over her and rolled on top of her. She attempted to stab her with her shuriken but Yakumo was able to recover and deflect it with her dagger. Kotoheim tried again and Yakumo used the dagger to hold the weapon off. As Kotoheim attempted to push the tip into her, she caught a glint in her eyes. Kotoheim found her surroundings different. She took her eyes off Yakumo to see that they were no longer in the stadium. When she turned back, she was straddling a pile of snakes. They hissed and launched themselves at her. She quickly got away, slashing and hacking at the serpents. As she backed away, her feet started to feel hot. She looked down to find herself on hot coals. Kotoheim jumped into the air only to be blasted with a flying kick. She hit the ground but was quick to get off the ground to avoid getting burned or stabbed. She launched her hair at Yakumo but the girl was nimble enough to avoid the attack. That's when she began to do hand seals. Megan, Jigoku Koka no Jutsu. Demonic illusion, descending hell technique, she shouted. Kotoheim was now feeling the heat as a large fireball was coming at her. Knowing who she was fighting, Kotoheim pulled out a syringe and stabbed herself in the arm. She pushed down and whatever was in it entered her system. That's when everything changed back for her. Yakumo was on edge and wondered what the hell she stuck herself with. I only have a short time so this is about to get real serious, real quick. Kotoheim stated and launched her hair at Yakumo. Yakumo moved quickly to avoid the attack. Each tendril of hair was quick and tried to skewer her. She kept on the move, launching shuriken at the older teen. Yakumo's luck would run out as Kotoheim was able to outflank her and wrap her up. She speared her with her hair but Yakumo only dissolved into blossom petals. Sucking her teeth, she quickly planted her hair into the ground. Kamishigure, Hagane Mori, hair shower, steel forest, spears of hair shot out of the ground from all sides. It surrounded Kotoheim, protecting her. This would work for her as Yakumo was cut. Yakumo quickly reappeared and was on a knee. She was attempting to hit her with a genjutsu but then she used that technique. While the 2 cuts she received on her arm was nothing, the gash on her leg hurt like hell. That's when Kotoheim pressed her attack. Kamishigure, Roga, hair shower, wolf fang, wolves came out of the forest and rushed Yakumo. Victory was all but assured but that's when Yakumo began to glow. Megan, Mugetsu, demonic illusion, moonless sky. Kotoheim watched as everything turned back. Her wolves were shredded to pieces as 2 huge black wolves appeared. Yakumo looked at her with her waving hair and her glowing eyes. I do not know what you injected into yourself but it must help you neutralize my genjutsu. However, it will not neutralize this one. This is my special genjutsu and it cannot easily be broken by normal means. You will not escape the nightmare of the Mugetsu world. Genjutsu Kuchios, Senjure. Illusionary technique summoning, 1,000 ghosts. Kotoheim watched with awe as an army of ghosts rose from the ground. They were armed and armored. With a signal motion, the army charged. Kotoheim attacked the ghost but her attacks would go right through them. Seeing that she could not attack the ghost army, she moved to attack the caster. That would be useless as Yakumo's wolves would not allow it. The army was upon her and quickly overwhelmed her. She tried to fight it but she could not. That's when Kotoheim began to convulse. Yakumo looked on with worry. She created this genjutsu with the ability to knock her opponents out. What she was seeing, it looked like she was dying. She quickly dispelled her 2 jutsu and watched as Kotoheim twitched on the ground. That's when Guren appeared on the field. She pulled out another syringe and stuck Kotoheim. Everyone watched as Kotoheim began to slowly stop convulsing. Guren then faced Genma. As her sensei, I am withdrawing her for competition. Guren said. Genma nodded and faced the crowd. The winner of the match is Kurama Yakumo. Genma said. There were some cheers but they were wondering what was going on with the Oto Nin. Gurren took the older teen and placed her over her shoulder. She disappeared in a shower of crystals. Yakumo just walked back to the competitor's box. She gave a happy wave to her family who were cheering her on. Hiruzen watched with a smile. Team Anko had won all of their fights and had done it with some great skill. They all showed incredible forethought and were prepared with backup plans. It was something that was not done in quite a while, but he would be shocked if not all of Team Anko weren't promoted to Chunin. Seeing the smile, the Kazekage looked at him. Something amusing, Hokage? He asked. I'm just happy the Konoha's future will be in good hands. I can truly focus on more important matters. Hiruzen said. Oh, if I may ask, what other matters are you speaking about? He asked. Why, correcting the mistake I made all those years ago, my wayward student. Hiruzen stated. There was a reaction from the guards but not from the Kazekage. He just chuckled at the old man. I wonder what Suna will think when they learn of your betrayal. Very good, sensei. The voice said, changing to a familiar voice. Will you reveal my deception? No, I know that you will not launch your attack until you witness Sasuke's match. For now, let us enjoy the complete blunder that you made when you released a talent like Anko. She's done much better at teaching than you. Hiruzen said. Orochimaru just scoffed and turned his attention back to the match. Outside of the stadium, Gurren looked at Kotoheim with a frown. Next to her, Kagero stood and looked at her teammate with concern. You are a stupid child. 8 minutes and you went over it. That venom would have killed you if I did not interfere. Did you forget the promise that you made to Midoshi? Gurren chided. I just wanted to win, to defeat that girl. It was why she gave me the venom. I just wanted to make her proud. Kotoheim said. How can she be proud if you're dead? You swore to her, just like Kagero, to stay at her side forever. Do not throw your life away for victory. Gurren said. Kotoheim just nodded and kept her head down. What is our next move, sensei? Kagero asked. You two are to get out of the village and return to Oto. You will not participate in this fight. Get out as quick as you can, return to the cave and wait for me to return. Gurren ordered. Yes, sensei. They said and left. When they were out of sight, Gurren turned slightly to her left. I will assume that they will be let go. Gurren asked. Maybe, maybe not. It all depends on how good you're trained, those two. Anko said. Well then I do not need to worry. I will see you on the battlefield. Gurren said and walked away. Anko just grinned and vanished with a puff of smoke. Rock Lee was excited as he faced his rival, Neji. He was ready to show Neji just how much hard work he had done to win. Neji just looked at him and settled into his stance. Rock Lee did the same with a smile on his face. Genma started the match immediately. Lee charged at Neji and attacked. It was an amazing showing of taijutsu. Lee was not afraid to engage Neji, who used the Juken to the best of his ability. Lee was able to take the blows and keep on going. Still, Neji was still a prodigy and he was showing just exactly how good he was. Konoha Senpu. Leaf Hurricane, Lee shouted. He lashed out with 3 kicks. Neji dodged 2 but the third landed flush on his jaw. Taking the blow, Neji spun into a palm strike that landed and sent Lee a few feet away. Lee tumbled a little before popping up onto his feet. He got into his stance and had a smile on his face. As expected, you are still so strong. However, I have not begun to fight yet. Lee exclaimed. You may have gotten a little better but it will do you no good. No matter how hard you work, you can never beat me. Even if you take off your weights, it will be useless. Neji commented. We'll see, Lee shouted. As he removed his weights, they made a loud thud on the ground. He began to unwrap his bandages. Crossing his arms, Lee's body began to twitch. Neji was confused until Lee vanished. Neji raised his hands to his face to block the dust that Lee kicked up from circling him. In an instant, Neji felt the ground leave his feet. His jaw hurt like hell and he was stunned. Lee continued his assault with a series of kicks that launched the two higher into the air. Lee then wrapped Neji with his bandages and trapped him in a cocoon. He grabbed him and began to spin. Omid Renge. Front Lotus, Lee cried out. As they descended in a tail spin, Neji regained his bearings. Noticing that he was trapped, Neji went back to his training with Hiyashi. Jukenpo Ikigekishin. Gentle fist art, one blow body, Neji called out. This freed Neji from the bandages and blasted Lee away from him. Because of the spin action, the two were sent toward the ground, spinning and twirling like crazy. Neji managed to correct himself and landed. Lee was not so lucky and he hit the group kind of hard. As Lee got to his feet, he looked to see that Neji was in his face. Hake Rokujian Sho. 8 trigrams, 64 palms, Neji shouted. Neji hit Lee with 2 consecutive strikes. It was soon followed by 4 strikes, then 8 strikes, the 16 strikes, then 32 strikes and finally 64 strikes. The final 2 strikes were very powerful because Neji stepped into them. Lee was sent flying and hit the ground with a thud. Neji got his breath back while he looked at Lee on the ground. Genma was about to call the match, but to his and Neji's surprise, Lee pushed himself to his feet. He stood on his feet shaking. Neji looked at his teammate with surprise, but he quickly schooled his features. "It's pointless, Lee. I'll agree that you are better than before, but you cannot defeat me." Neji spoke. "We will see about that," Lee said tiredly. He crossed his arms again and gave Neji a very serious glance. "Remember, my friend, the lotus always blooms twice," Lee said. With a shout, Lee began to unleash chakra, something that should not be possible. "Simon, Gate of Life," Lee exclaimed. The ground cracked around him. His skin began to turn red and veins were beginning to show. "Showman, Gate of Pain," Lee coiled like a serpent before launching himself at Neji, creating a huge explosion. Neji felt incredible pain as Lee's foot connected with his face. Lee moved around the arena and battered Neji. He knocked him around like a pinball. "Toman, Gate of Limit." Lee glowed for a brief moment before he blasted Neji into the air. He then reappeared above him and blasted him back toward the ground. With that attack, Lee managed to tie one of his bandages around his waist. Lee pulled him back toward him, using the bandage. Neji opened his eyes and saw that Lee was preparing to use a very powerful attack. He knew that if this landed, he would be done for. He quickly broke free of the bandage, but he could not stop the incoming attack. He then expelled his chakra from all of his points. It was a long shot, but he had no choice. Forming a dome, Neji willed himself into a spin. Ura Renge, Reverse Lotus. Hakusho, Kaden, 8 trigrams palms, Revolving Heaven. The 2 attacks clashed and an explosion followed after. Chapter 49, Finals, Final Part. Everyone watched with bated breath as the dust covered the area. They were excited and wanted to see who won the fight. It was just so exciting. Who won this match? Was it the Hyuga prodigy or the mini guy? The anticipation was killing some people. Once the smoke cleared, they could see that both boys were on the ground. They laid unmoving and were beaten up. Lee's leg and arm were not bent the right way. Neji's chest was exposed from 2 impact marks that were there. Everyone could see the red welts. Genma waited for a while before calling the match. He was about to call this a draw, when the most amazing thing happened. Neji and Lee were finally moving. Through sheer will, both teens forced themselves to their feet. They ignored the pain that was shooting right through them. They faced each other and it looked like they were going to continue their fight. However, after a while, Genma noticed that neither was moving forward. He made his way over to Neji, was barely standing. He could see blood coming out of his mouth. He checked on Lee and saw that he was unconscious. "Sensei, I can no longer continue. I will like to surrender," Neji stated. Genma just smiled at the boy before facing the crowd. Due to Hyuga Neji's forfeit and Rock Lee's unconsciousness, this match is declared a draw. Genma said. Neji looked surprised and saw that Lee was indeed unconscious. He began to chuckle, but it hurt greatly too. The medics made their way to the 2. Guy arrived to help Lee while Tenten checked on Neji. She yelled at him and Lee for going so far. The crowd cheered for the 2 teen males of Team Guy. "Holy shit, that was intense," Jacken said. Everyone was watching as the 2 got carted off for medical assistance. "Yeah, I need to up my training a little. I had a plan for either one of them, but even I have doubts that I would have defeated either one of them." Still, Lee must be smiling on the inside. He might not have defeated Neji, but he fought him to a draw. "That's an accomplishment," Yakumo said. Naruto just nodded at the explanation. He then looked around and saw Gaara walked past him. The 2 locked eyes and Gaara gave him a hard glance. He continued on his walk to the grounds to fight Sasuke. Naruto could only wish Sasuke well because he was going to need it. Gaara arrived on the grounds and made his way to the center of the field. He folded his arms and waited for Sasuke to enter. After a while, there was still no sign of Sasuke. The crowd was starting to get annoyed and restless. They demanded that Sasuke would show himself. They wanted to see Sasuke fight and they wanted to see him fight now. When it looked like Genma was about to disqualify Sasuke, he appeared with Kakashi in a swirl of leaves. The crowd cheered for his arrival. "Are we late?" Kakashi asked. "Yeah, you are. I was about to disqualify your student. You're lucky he's the last match of the first round. Let's hope that the wait was worth it. He has a lot to live up to." These finals were pretty exciting, Genma said. Kakashi looked around and saw that field was in ruins. His lone eye widened at the destruction. "Oh wow, you're right. Well, don't let me keep you," Kakashi said. He vanished, leaving Sasuke to face the demon that was Gaara. Kakashi appeared next to the other Jonin. "Hey guys, what did I miss?" "Good Kami, will you ever be on time?" Enko asked. "I don't know. Will you go back to wearing the fishnet thing? Kakashi asked. Why, you want to see my breasts or something? Enko asked with a grin. If you two are done flirting, what took you so long, Kakashi? If Sasuke had got disqualified, Pops would have demoted you to genin. Asuma said. Yeah, I just need to make sure that Sasuke's new jutsu was ready. He will need it against this kid. He isn't normal, Kakashi explained. You got that right, but if you taught him what I think you taught him, you might come to regret that. I've looked into his eyes and I know you have too, Enko said. I know, but I will have faith in him, Kakashi said. Everyone turned their attention to the grounds as Genma started the fight. Sasuke moved fast and was inches from Gaara. He launched a punch that was easily blocked. Sasuke tried again, but it was once again blocked. Sasuke increased his speed and attempted to hit Gaara from every direction, but the sand was just too fast for him. Sasuke was starting to get frustrated. Gaara was starting to get annoyed and stopped defending. Sasuke moved with swiftness and escaped the sand. Sasuke decided to go with Kakashi's plan, despite the time it would take finish the fight. He did some seals and took a breath. Sweeten. Mizoripa. Water release. Wild water wave, Sasuke shouted, spitting out a large volume of water. Gaara raised his sand to protect him. Sasuke moved around him and did another Mizoripa. Gaara defended against this as well. Sasuke did the same jutsu for a third time and Gaara protected himself again, but Sasuke saw that the sand was slow and Gaara got splashed. Sasuke moved it. The sand moved to catch him, but Sasuke was able to dodge. He was in Gaara's face and smashed his fist into Gaara's jaw. Gaara was shocked by this and was sent flying. His sand could not get to him in time. With a smile, Sasuke charged at Gaara. That wasn't a bad plan, Kakashi. Soaking his to make it slower was a great strategy. Still, he should have kept it up, Enko said. What do you mean? Kakashi asked. Enko pointed at Gaara and Kakashi noticed cracks along the boy's face. I see. He uses his sand as armor as well. I didn't see that considering how quickly he dealt with that other boy. Still, I don't think that Sasuke would have continued to use the jutsu even if it was going to give him an edge. What are you talking about? Kurenai asked. Sasuke only wanted to learn the one jutsu I was training for. He felt that it was all he needed to beat him, but I reconsidered it when he approached him during the training. He fought me on it when I had enough and ordered him. It was not a pretty sight, Kakashi said with a sigh. That's a cause for concern, Kakashi. Maybe you should consider talking to Pop about this, Asuma said. I think I will. Enko, when you speak with Naruto, tell him to stay clear of Sasuke. Gaara pretty much dismissed him for your student and that Midoshi girl. It only added fuel to the fire, Kakashi said. You don't have to worry about Naruto. That kid is stronger than before. I'll relay the message, but if Sasuke comes at him, the kid is in for a big surprise. Speaking of a surprise, it seems that your student has begun to lose his advantage, Enko said. They all turned back to the match. Sasuke jumped away and got some distance. He was now on the defensive and he did not like it one bit. He was having his way with Gaara when he felt his fists begin to hurt. When he looked at Gaara, he saw cracks on his face. He realized that Gaara coated himself with sand and used it as armor. Sasuke ignored it and decided that he would rip that armor away, piece by piece. That was until Gaara changed his tactics. Gaara jumped into the air and landed on a clump of his sand. It took him above him and Gaara was now airborne. This did not bode well as Gaara attacked from above. The sand was still quite slow, so it was easy to dodge. Sasuke attempted to knock Gaara down using his no Kaden jutsu. However, they were all blocked by the sand. That's when things got worse as the sand began to pick up speed again. Sasuke was nearly caught several times. He could not understand why this was happening. He just kept firing Kaden at Gaara. Gaara finally returned to the ground and gave Sasuke an evil smirk. Suna Shuriken. Sand Shuriken, Gaara said. Several bullets came at Sasuke at an alarming pace. Sasuke was hit and cut by the attack. Gaara launched another volley and Sasuke was sent running. He took cover behind one of the trees as Gaara continued to bombard him with attacks. Sasuke was breathing a little hard and was trying to figure out what happened. Come out, Uchiha, and face your death. I told you, you are only an appetizer to my real target. Do not keep me from them any longer, Gaara exclaimed. That hit a nerve in Sasuke and he growled. He remembered what Gaara said to him that day and he did not forget it. He took a look out and his Sharingan eye landed on Naruto. He growled and ran up the side of the stadium. Gaara watched until he reached the very top. Once there, Sasuke did some hand seals. He held his wrist as lightning appeared. You have got to be kidding me. Are you seriously mental? Enko exclaimed. It was the only jutsu that could pierce through the shield. I know that you are angry that I showed it to him, but he is the only one who could actually use my original jutsu and be successful. Kakashi explained. But you had to know that Sasuke is not exactly stable. What if he turns that jutsu on a comrade? Can you really be alright with the consequences that come with that? Enko argued. Kakashi had no answer for that. That's when it got ugly when Sakura got up. Hey, leave my sensei alone. He did what he did to help Sasuke-kun. He isn't unstable and would never use it on a comrade. Sakura shouted. What the hell do you know, fangirl? Enko snarled, making Sakura gulp. Enko, that's enough. I will not have throwing killing intent at my student. Kakashi exclaimed. Enko scoffed at the two and walked away before she killed something. Kakashi just stood there and sighed. He scratched his head and hoped that she was wrong. Gaara watched the lightning and narrowed his eyes. He did a seal and his sand began to surround him. It formed a dome of sand. An eye appeared and watched Sasuke. The Uchiha saw this, but it would not deter him from proving to Gaara that he was the strongest. He charged at the dome, his hand digging into the ground. He hit the ground running and sped toward the dome. His Sharingan read all of his moves and was able to dodge. Within range, Sasuke thrust his arm forward. Chidori! Sasuke roared. The jutsu worked and his arm went right through the dome. He felt his hand connect with flesh and felt blood around his hand. He stayed that way and waited for Gaara to fall. However, that did not happen. After a shrill scream was heard. That was followed by a snap of bone. Sasuke roared out in pain and struggled to remove his arm. He was able to get it out, but he would not be fast enough to dodge the spike of sand that came at his head. Lucky for him, Kakashi was able to move fast enough to prevent Sasuke's death. They both looked at his arm and could see that it was snapped in two. Kakashi looked back to see the dome fall. When he did, he saw the crazed look of Gaara. He also saw where Sasuke landed his attack. Gaara looked at the two with nothing more than murder. I'm going to kill you all. Gaara roared. In his seat, Hiruzen was about to make a signal to stop Gaara when he had to dodge a couple of shuriken. He landed on the roof and threw some shuriken at Orochimaru. The man dodged, ripping off his disguise. He managed to get behind Hiruzen and held a kunai to his throat. He then dissolved into mud, revealing an explosive tag. Orochimaru managed to escape and the two ended up facing each other. While this was going on, feathers began to fall among the crowd. Their eyes began to feel heavy and they were quickly going to sleep. The shinobi, who recognized the genjutsu, quickly dispelled the genjutsu just in time to defend against several Oto and Suna ninja who were in disguise. The fighting began as the Konoha shinobi fought to protect the villagers. The Anbu that was stationed there got the daimyos out of the arena. The invasion of Konoha had begun. Chapter 50 The Invasion, Part 1. Gaara roared as he held his shoulder. He used his sand to stem the bleeding and then thrust his hand forward. The sand rushed at Kakashi, who was holding Sasuke in his arms. Kakashi jumped out of the way and kept on his toes. He wasn't about to get caught in that sand. Genma attempted to help by firing the Senbon in his mouth, but the sand protected him. Gaara lashed out at him as well. Gaara was crazed and wanted the death of the boy who had just hurt him. He would not get away. That's when he felt someone coming for his left. He turned only to get punched in the face. He looked to see it was Naruto. With a growl, a spear of sand impaled him in the chest. However, Naruto burst into smoke, revealing him to be a clone. Naruto appeared through the smoke, his fist already being thrown. Futon. Senpuken. Wind release. Whirlwind fist. Gaara was sent flying in the air after a giant, adaptable whirlwind slammed into his chest. Gaara hit the wall and was sent through it. It did not stop him as he went through several trees and a house. Naruto stood there and released a breath. He knew that this would not hold Gaara down. He looked at Kakashi. Get Sasuke out of here. Kakashi did not want to leave Naruto, but he knew that he could come back quickly. He vanished, leaving Genma with him. Naruto turned his attention back to the hole. The explosion of the competitor's box did not distract him. From out of the dust, Temari flew out on her fan. She coughed a little before turning her attention back to the smoke. That when several shuriken came flying toward her, she jumped off and used her fan to blow them away. The wind jutsu suddenly dispelled the shuriken to reveal explosive notes. The explosion sent Temari crashing into the ground. She quickly shook off the cobwebs and got to her feet. She opened her fan and kept her eyes on her surroundings. I know that you're around here. Show yourself. Temari shouted. Very well, Yakumo's voice said in her ear. Temari spun quickly to dodge the strike. She closed her fan and raised it in one fluid motion. Yakumo dodged the clubbing blow and moved to catch Temari with her dagger. Temari swung her fan, making Yakumo block it. Yakumo was sent a few feet before skidding to a stop. Yakumo got into her stance as did Temari. The two faced each other on the other side of the field. Kankuro jumped out into the streets and took off. Jacken was after him and tossed one of his sickles at Kankuro. Kankuro jumped away and slammed his shoulder into a door. He entered the house and removed the puppet from his back. He immediately fired several sanbon at Jacken who just entered. Jacken was forced back as he defended himself from the barrage. When it was over, Jacken got into his stance and waited. The puppet appeared in front of the door and faced him. "Hey, staying behind your doll huh? That's a safe bet but don't think that it will help you in this fight," Jacken said. "Well, aren't we cocky? Don't think you'll get in my head like you did my sister. I'm not one to lose my cool like that," Kankuro said from behind his puppet. Jacken just readied himself and prepared for the fight of his life. Kakashi quickly fixed the bone in Sasuke's arm. It hurt the boy but he could not be gentle. There was a battle going on and he needed to get back into it. He fashioned a sling for the arm and carefully placed the arm in the sling. He looked to see Sakura and Shikamaru. He quickly summoned something. When the smoke cleared, it was a small pug. He took a sniff and decided to call them out. "Sakura, Shikamaru, Shino, front and center now," Kakashi commanded. Shino quickly arrived while Sakura took her time due to the flying weaponry. Shikamaru groaned and made his way to the group as well. "This is an A-rank mission. I need you three to take Sasuke and lead to a shelter. You are to stay there until further instruction. Is that understood?" "Yes sir," they said. "This is Pakun. He will be your guide to the nearest shelter," Kakashi said. "Yo," the pug said. Kakashi then created a hole using an explosive note. He covered their escape as they grabbed the two injured genin and left. Watching them, a man with an Anbu mask and 9 Oto ninja stood as the fighting continued. "Well now, where are you going?" the masked ninja said. He made a hand motion and the 9 got ready to move. That was until a voice shouted out, "Sunajishu, hidden shadow snake hands." All 9 ninja were bit by snakes. When they hit the ground, they began to spaz out. The Anbu was able to escape but his attacker was right on him. She attacked with some vigor, nearly catching him off guard several times. He was able to back her off with a glowing hand. Enko slid back and quickly did some hand seals. "Kaden, Hosenka no Jutsu. Fire release, Phoenix Sage fire technique," Enko shouted and fired several fireballs at the man. He was able to get away without too much injury but he got tagged at least twice. He growled at the burns but turned his attention back to Enko. She was right on top of him when another voice called out. "Shoten, Shuriken Ranbu, Crystal release, Shuriken wild dance." Enko used a kawarimi to escape the assault. Another volley of shuriken came at her and Enko pulled out her sword. Using great skill, she deflected any shuriken away from her. When it was done, the two femme fatales stared each other down. The man in the mask stood up straight behind her. "You sure took your time Gurren," he said. He suddenly dodged as Gurren took a quick swipe at him. While she missed, she did get his mask, which split and revealed who was under the mask. "Was that really necessary? You were already caught and they already know who you are. Why keep up the pretenses? Now go, you are not needed or wanted here," Gurren said. Kabuto scoffed but did as he was told. Leaving the two, Enko just had to ask her something. "So, why exactly are we about to fight?" Enko asked. Gurren just formed 2 crystal blades on either side of her arms. "Why should our students have all the fun? Besides, I've always wanted to fight Orochimaru-sama, former apprentice," Gurren said with a grin. Enko returned the grin. "Just don't come crying to me when I kill you. I could say the same to you. After I skin you, I'll hang it up in memorial of you," Enko said. The two launched themselves at each other. Midoshi's eyes shot open and looked around the area. She realized that she was floating in liquid and there was an open sky. It took her a while to realize that she was back in Ryachido Dragon Ground Cave. "The easy mistress, you are in the healing pool. You are still in recovery and will be for some time," a human-sized python hissed. "How bad am I hurt?" Midoshi asked weakly. "You have a great deal of internal damage. I don't know what type of jutsu you were hit with mistress but it must be very powerful. Your snake skin armor was broken in the area of the damage," she said. Midoshi just relaxed in the pool, calming her breathing and closing her eyes. After a while, she reopened her eyes. "I need you to do something for me," Midoshi said. "What is your binding mistress?" "Retrieve my team and bring them here." Naruto was standing but he could not help but shake a little in fright. Naruto looked at the hole that he sent Gaara through. He and Genma waited for him to return as that jutsu would not be enough to end it. What stepped right back out of the hole scared the both of them. One side of Gaara's body was covered in what looked as sand. His face looked like that of a raccoon dog. His hand was now a claw and a tail swish back and forth. He glared at him with a regular eye and a black eye, with yellow irises and pupils that each takes the shape of a black 4-pointed star with 4 black dots around it. Naruto had an idea of why that was so. Gaara looked at him with a harsh glare. Genma got in front of Naruto to protect when he saw the look in his eyes. They did not deter Gaara. You have caused me pain. You must pay with your life, Uzumaki Naruto. Gaara exclaimed. Genma was about to use a jutsu when he was attacked by Baki. Both males had to dodge, but Naruto was singled out by Gaara. With speed unseen, Gaara rushed up to the blonde and sent him flying with a swipe of his changed arm. Naruto was sent flying into the stands. He traveled as far as the back wall. Naruto was in a daze, but he was quick enough to roll out of the way of Gaara's arm. Naruto was able to get to his feet, but he was smacked across the air by Gaara's backhand. Naruto summoned a clone and the clone was able to catch him. The two landed on the ground and Naruto was shaking the cobwebs out. His clone charged at the charging Gaara, but he was quickly dealt with. Gaara continued on his trek and raised his arm to finish Naruto off. However, Naruto had recovered enough sense to attack. Doten, Doryu Taiga, Earth Release, Earth Flow River. A river of mud appeared and Gaara was swept away by the mud. Naruto did another set of seals. Doten, Doryuden, Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. A dragon appears and fired several balls of mud at Gaara. Naruto then took a deep breath. Kaden, Karyuden, Fire Release, Fire Dragon Bullet. The balls of mud ignited and burned. The fireballs hit Gaara, making him cry out from the attack. The mud then consumed Gaara and sent him crashing back into the field. Gaara struggled to stand with the pain running through him while Naruto regained his bearings. Uzumaki. Gaara roared and turned to go after him. Naruto pulled out two kunai and placed two tags on them. He tossed them at the charging beast. Gaara blocked it, but he was soon being shocked by several volts of lightning. Gaara ripped out the kunai and tossed them aside. He turned only to get kicked in the face. Naruto landed and slammed a palm into his chest. A seal appeared on his chest and Naruto pushed off. Naruto activated the seal and Gaara went crazy. He grabbed his head as if he was in pain. Damn, you, how dare you, hurt, mother, Gaara roared. He unleashed his chakra, blowing everyone back. Naruto covered his eyes only to see that Gaara had once again transformed. Instead of half of his body being covered by sand, all of his body was covered. He now looked like a raccoon dog with big claws and a large tail. Gaara looked at him with rage in his eyes. You tried to seal off my mother. You will not survive past today. Naruto sucked his teeth before calling on the Kyuubi's chakra. He was surrounded by the shroud. He winced a little, but he could not afford to fight at half strength. Hiruzen looked over the village that was currently in battle. He was in his battle attire, a black jumpsuit, which featured mesh segments over the lower portions of his limbs, and a green gauntlet that covered his right wrist, forearm and elbow. He also wore an armored hood with a bandana-like Konoha forehead protector over this, which featured two long straps. He could only sigh as he watched his people fight. He would like nothing more than to help them, but his student had trapped him inside the Shishienjin 4 Violet Flames formation. Hiruzen sighed and faced his greatest regret, Orochimaru. He could go on and on about what he could have done for his favorite student, but it would be a waste of time. Orochimaru had threatened his village, and as the Hokage, he would defend it. Besides, he was pretty confident in his village. He got into his stance and prepared for battle. Chapter 51 Invasion, Part 2. Explosion was heard throughout the stadium. The sounds of battle were going on as the Konoha ninja protected the civilians. Kakashi stabbed another Oto ninja before ducking a crushing blow from a Suna ninja. He lashed out with a kick that sent the man flying into the wall. He spun and caught him with a genjutsu that froze him. He was easy pickings for his thrown kunai. Kakashi turned back to survey the battle. To his left, he watched as Naruto jumped over the stadium wall and moved toward a forested area. Gaara, or what might have been Gaara, took off after him. It was a good decision made by Naruto, as that Gaara boy would have probably killed everyone just to get to Naruto. To his right, he watched as Anko and that Oto Kunoichi go at it. Anko was holding her own and her sword work was difficult to cipher. The Kunoichi was still matching her blow for blow. Each was sporting wounds from their battle. Down on the field, Genma was fighting the Suna ninja, Baki, and Yakumo was fighting the Suna Kunoichi, Tamari. They looked like that they were okay. Two Oto shinobi appeared above him, ready to plunge their kunai into his back. Konoha Goriki Senpu, Tree Leaf Strong Whirlwind. Guy shouted and blasted the two away from his rival. Guy landed right beside him. Kakashi, you must concentrate on the fight before you. I cannot save you all the time. Sorry Guy, did you say something? Kakashi asked. Guy balked and looked at him with an annoyed glance. This gave Kakashi time to take out two more enemies. That makes 30 to 28. That was very unyouthful. Guy shouted. The two Jonin just continued to fight for their village. The sound of steel against glass followed the two women as they ran along the top of the stands. Gurren, with two crystal blades, pushed away and did some seals. Kesho, Rakuku Shuriken, Ranbu, Crystal, Hexagonal Shuriken, Wild Dance, she shouted. Crystal Shuriken came right at Anko. Enko did some seals of her own and slammed her hands on the ground. Doden, Doryuheki, Earth release, Earth-style wall, Enko shouted. Pillars of earth rose to protect her. The pillars looked like that they had scales on it. Gurren was preparing another jutsu but cried out when Enko's sword nicked her shoulder. She thanked herself for encasing her body in a thin layer of crystal or she would have lost that shoulder. She batted the blade away and drove her crystal blade into the ground. It extended into the ground. She raised it in a sweeping motion. It ripped Enko out of the ground and threw her against the wall she created. Gurren did not waste second. Shoten, Amawatari no Jutsu. Crystal release, the gods, crossings technique. Gurren shouted and put her hands on the ground. A stream of sharp crystal rushed at Enko. It hit Enko and the wall with some impact. Gurren waited for the dust to settle. When it did, Enko was skewered against the wall. That was until Enko dispelled. Enko reappeared in front of Gurren, a deadly gleam in her eyes. Gurren barely had time to raise her arms as Enko's slash came at her with amazing speed. The power behind the blow shattered her swords and sent her flying. Gurren tumbled for a while before stopping. She attempted to get to a standing position but she could not. Her arms could not stop shaking. What was up with the strike? I guess I have to practice more. That strike should have cut your arms clean off. Enko said. She positioned herself before dashing at Gurren. The fight was about to be over until Enko was sent flying back by the tail of a serpent. The blow really hurt because she got hit right where she was cut. Enko was able to stay on her feet and looked at what hit here. Gurren was just as surprised to see a man-sized snake. The serpent looked at Enko. Sorry Enko, but I cannot allow you to kill her. Mistress Midoshi wants her back. The snake said. Gurren nodded at the snake before facing Enko. Another time then, Gurren said. Another time, Enko said and watched as Gurren was reversed summoned. Enko turned back to the battle ahead of her. She winced at the wound that she received. It was leaking and knew that she would be useless if she passed out from blood lost. Using the Shunshin body flicker, Enko took herself out of the battle. Kotoheim dodged another volley of shuriken and launched her hair. She caught two Konoha shinobi by their necks. With a strong pull, she tossed the two through a store window. She ducked another ninja and kicked him in the kneecap. He dropped to that knee, allowing Kotoheim to crush her knee into her face. She turned to see two fireballs coming at her. Kagero Ninpo, Utakata. Antlion Ninja Arts, Ephemeral. Kagero shouted. 4 firefly wings appeared and a powerful energy blast was released. It consumed the 2 fireballs and the 2 ninja who casted them. Kagero dropped to her knees and was barely breathing. Kotoheim quickly grabbed her and used her hair to create a shield. Kotoheim checked on Kagero and saw that she was still alive. She could hear the sounds of steel hitting her hair and was worried. Damn it, we were so close. She thought. That's when they heard screams and hisses. Then it went all quiet. Kotoheim brought down her shield to see that everyone was either out or dead. 2 man-sized snakes appeared before them. Seeing that Kagero was hurt, one of the serpents immediately took her away with a poof. Kotoheim suddenly realized why they were here. She nodded at the serpent and she was also reversed summoned. Jacken was breathing hard as he held his kusarigama in a defensive position. This was one hard fight. Kankuro definitely had the edge as he could hide in the area they were in. He had led him here so that he could hide while his puppet did all the work. It was a good plan and he was at a great disadvantage. He knew that Kankuro was nearby as was his puppet. All he managed to do was take off an arm. He had several cuts and he was sure that he was poisoned. He would not last much longer. What's wrong? Where was that bravado earlier? Either way, you're going to die here, Konoha Ninja. It will be all the sweeter when I do so. Tamari is not going to like that. Kankuro said with amusement. He's really close. I wanted to save this to avoid damage but I don't think I have a choice. Jacken thought. He gathered the last of his chakra and had his arms out. He had a smile on his face. It's a good thing that everyone has cleared out. I can use this new jutsu without restraint. Rensen Ugi, Midair Gami. Sickle Flash Secret Technique. Wild Hair. Jacken crossed his hands, tossing the sickles. Chains burst into and out of the houses from all angles. Even where Kankuro was hiding was surrounded by chains. The whole area was covered in chains. The chains began to glow red before a huge explosion took out the surrounding area. Jacken was safe from the explosion due to an area he created with his chains. He dropped to one knee and was breathing hard. The poison was working through his system. He waited for the dust to settle before he began his search. It didn't take him long to find Kankuro, who was laid out. He had several burns and his puppet was in pieces. He began to search Kankuro and found 2 vials. One was a dark purple liquid and the other was an olive green liquid. Going with his gut, he downs the olive green liquid. He goes into a hiding spot and passes out. He would later be found by Anbu and taken to the hospital. Yakumo and Tamari continued their fight in the competitor's box. Yakumo had led her here to gain an advantage. Tamari could no longer swing her fan around as freely as she could. Tamari was forced to fight her close up as many of her jutsu were useless. Like Anko taught her, she must set the battleground. Tamari swung her fan like a club and Yakumo jumped back. She threw several kunai at Tamari, who opened the fan to block it. It tore her fan, giving it holes. Tamari growled and charged at Yakumo. She was able to thrust the fan into her gut hard, making her spit up bile. Yakumo dispelled into sakura petals. Tamari cursed, but she could not move. She looked around and saw that she ensnared in vines. They were choking her out. That's when the vines changed into sand. Tamari looked forward to see Gaara standing in front of her. His arm was out and the sand began to ensnare her. "No, Gaara, please don't kill me. I'm your sister. I'm your sister," Tamari shouted. Gaara did not listen and encased her in sand. That's when she heard two words she never wanted to hear. "Sabaku soso," Gaara said, and Tamari screamed. Tamari dropped to the ground and was out cold. Yakumo reappeared and made her way to Tamari. She quickly did hand seals and her hands glowed green. She placed it over her head and allowed the healing to work. It was something that she learned to help those she used her genjutsu against people. Yakumo knew that she was the enemy, but she was not about to let her die. The sounds of battle could be heard in the forest near the village. Naruto and Gaara roared at each other as they charged at each other. Naruto ducked under Gaara's swipe and landed his fist flush against Gaara's face. Gaara stumbled but swung his tail, catching Naruto and slammed him into a tree. Naruto grabbed the tail and pulled Gaara. He whipped him around before slamming him into the ground hard. Naruto jumped away and did hand seals. Kaden, Enden, fire release, flame bullet. Naruto spat out an oil-lit fireball that consumed Gaara. It would only be a few moments when Gaara jumped out of the fire and sent his arm at Naruto. Naruto avoided it and moved quickly. Gaara could not keep up and was bombarded with punches and kicks. Gaara hit a tree and struggled to stand. He saw the charge and swung his arm. Suna Shuriken, Sand Shuriken. Naruto was hit with several sand projectiles that stopped and sent him flying. Naruto skid to a stop and winced at the injury. Lucky for him, the Kyuubi chakra healed his wounds. The two glared at each other. "Damn you, how dare you try to end my existence? I will not be erased by you. You will die." "That isn't going to happen. I will defeat you and I will protect my village," Naruto shouted. Gaara seethed in rage before unleashing his chakra. Sand began to pour out of him and form into something big. When the smoke cleared, Naruto looked up to see a large raccoon dog. Naruto cursed as he realized Gaara just unleashed the Shukaku. Naruto knew that everyone could see it now. He was not going to allow the demon to leave this spot. Using the chakra of his cloak, Naruto did the hand seals that he learned over the month. Kuchio's no jutsu, summoning technique, Naruto shouted. A large plume of smoke rose in front of the Shukaku. When the smoke cleared, Naruto was standing on a giant toad. The toad was Gamabunta, chief of toads. "What the, Naruto? Why have you summoned me?" the large toad demanded. "Look in front of you, boss. We've got a battle on our hands," Naruto told him. The toad did just that and gave an annoyed grunt. "What is with you blondes? First the Yondaime, now you. Don't you two ever fight normal enemies?" Gamabunta asked. Naruto just sweat dropped. The two got ready to fight the Shukaku. Hiruzen took his eyes off his opponents and looked at the two huge figures that were close to the village. To see the Shukaku worried him greatly. Then Gamabunta appeared and everything was just fine. He knew that it wasn't Jiraiya. Jiraiya was at the gates with others. He knew that this was Naruto. Orochimaru was looking as well and was annoyed by it. He also knew that Jiraiya was nowhere close to them. That meant that someone else was allowed to sign the Toad contract. He looked at Hiruzen and saw a smile on his face. "Someone you know, Sarutobi-sensei?" Orochimaru inquired. "Yes, he is my second proudest student next to Jiraiya. He will carry on my moniker when I die," Hiruzen said. "It is amusing that you accept your death so readily. Still, what makes you think that he will succeed in stopping Gaara?" Orochimaru asked. "Because I believe in him. He embodies what the will of fire means and it burns brightly within him." Hiruzen returned his attention back to Orochimaru. "Come, my failure student. I will show you why I am the Shinobi no Kami. God of Shinobi." Final chapter, Victory and Loss. Shukaku and Gaara faced off against Naruto and Gamabunta. They just looked at each other, each with their own objective. One wanted to destroy, the other wanted to protect. With a roar, Gaara threw his arms forward. Big balls of sand were shot toward Gamabunta. The large toad ducked and dodged as he got closer to the large tanuki. Like lightning, Gamabunta removed his blade and lashed out at Shukaku. Gamabunta struggled to cut into him, giving the beast time to counter. "Jump back," Naruto called out. The toad listened and jumped away from the Shukaku. They landed away from the Shukaku and faced him. That sand is very hard to cut through. I will need an edge, Gamabunta said. Naruto jumped off his head and landed on the blade. Trust me boss, I've got it covered, Naruto said. Alright kid, hang on. Gamabunta charged at the Shukaku. He launched several more balls of sand at Gamabunta. Again he dodged and swung his blade again. As he did, Naruto focused his wind chakra into the blade. He learned about his affinity before the exams and worked on it during his month with Jiraiya. The blade hit the shoulder blade and it easily cut through. The arm flew off and landed a distance away. Gamabunta jumped away and landed behind him. Kid, you are the best summoner ever. I figured that would work. Let's get wild, Naruto said. Get on my head and do the same thing kid, Gamabunta shouted. Naruto flipped onto his head and focused his wind chakra and touched his head. Sweden, Teppadama. The toad shouted and fired 2 high-pressure balls of water at Shukaku. The balls of water were moving faster than before. When they hit, they blew chunks off the sand demon. Gaara couldn't believe what he was seeing. He quickly did a seal. Gamabunta saw this and quickly fired another Teppadama. However, he was not fast enough. Tanuki Niri no Jutsu. Feigning sleep technique, Gaara shouted. As the ball of water neared, 3 walls of sand popped up and protected Gaara. That's when a crazed cheer was heard all over the village. I'm free, Shukaku shouted. Naruto looked on with some worry. I take it that isn't good, Naruto asked. No, it isn't good. The boy has given control over to his demon. His full power is now being released, Gamabunta explained. What's the plan? Naruto asked. We have to wake the boy or we are going to be in for a really hard fight, Gamabunta shouted. That's when they saw the damage they caused begin to restructure. They also saw the gut of Shukaku expands. Hold on. Futon, Rinkuden. Shukaku roared and fired a ball of compressed wind. Gamabunta jumped high in the air to avoid it. Naruto watched as the area behind them just disappeared. Gamabunta landed and dodged another Rinkuden. Gamabunta fired back with his Teppadama but the Shukaku dodged. Gamabunta jumped into the air and Shukaku fired 2 Rinkuden, with a delayed third one. Gamabunta countered with 2 Teppadama but it blocked his view from the third one. Naruto saw it though and quickly did some hand seals. Futon, Senpu counter. Whirlwind counter, Naruto shouted and blew out a large tornado in front of the toad. It took a lot of chakra for him create one that size. It did the trick though as the third Rinkuden was batted away and sent back at double the speed. Shukaku barely had time to dodge as the attack nearly took him out. Seeing that was covered, Naruto quickly came up with a plan. Summoning several clones, Naruto had them all spread out. Boss, I need some oil. Got it. Oil began to fill Gamabunta's cheeks and Naruto did some hand seals. Kaden, Gamayu Enden. They both roared and fired their flamethrower attack. Shukaku fired another Rinkuden but it was countered by the combined attack. It even made it stronger. Shukaku protected Gaara as the jutsu hit him. The two continued to blow until they could no longer. The fire was still burning and Naruto could see that most of the Shukaku had instantly turned to glass. This what he wanted. With a loud shout, Naruto had his clones attack. Each of them launched a jutsu that they had in their arsenal. They hit the glass and shattered it. The Shukaku began to tip over due to losing most of its side. The clones attacked, running up the heavily damaged body of the Shukaku. The demon was still aware and swatted or crushed the clones. What he did not see was the charging Gamabunta who ran his sword through the sand thanks to Naruto. The blonde jumped off and charged. He pulled out his staff and launched it like a javelin. The sand caught the sand but Naruto expected this and launched himself past it. He reared his fist back and threw it forward, connecting with Gaara's jaw. Gaara awoke with a start and looked at Naruto with surprise. Naruto wasn't done yet. 2 clones survived and held Gaara at bay. One revealed the seal that he had and Naruto quickly threw his other arm forward. His fingers were glowing with characters on his fingertips. Gogyo Fuin, 5-element seal, Naruto roared and slammed his hand into his stomach. Gaara screamed as he felt something burn. Once it was done, the rest of the Shukaku fell into nothing but sand. Gamabunta pulled his sword out and waited for the dust to settle. When it did, he let out a sigh of relief because Naruto was okay. He was probably out of chakra now but he was impressed by the boy's ability. This fight went a little smoother than his father's. Naruto, I am tired. I will be returning home, Gamabunta said to him. I got ya. Thanks for your help boss, Naruto said. Gamabunta nodded before disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Naruto sat down and watched Gaara as he laid down on the ground. Naruto just rested his head against a tree. He closed his eyes and allowed the fatigue to claim him. It has been 3 days since the invasion. It was dark and it was wet, as the rain just fell over Konoha. Everyone was gathered in black to send a final farewell to the Sandaime Hokage. Naruto stood with his teammates, the Sarutobi family and Iruka. Naruto's eyes were downcast as he looked at the coffin of his teacher and surrogate grandfather. He was very sad when Anko broke the news to him. He actually broke down in tears in the hospital room. He wasn't left alone. Yakumo had him stay with her family at the compound. Jacken, when he was cleared of the poison, also stayed with the Kurama clan. They would sit and talk about the old man. They would joke and reflect about the impact that he made in their lives. If it wasn't for the Sandaime, Naruto would not have the strength he needed to defend his friends. If it wasn't for the Sandaime, Yakumo and Jacken would not have gotten a second chance. Each of them had something to thank the old Kage for. Each of them put a white rose on the casket and made a promise to the old Kage. They all swore to continue to improve and to protect the village that he died for. This was a promise that they all made. After the funeral, Ibiki confronted Team Anko. He told Anko that he needed Naruto for a second. When she asked why, he explained that Gaara wanted to speak to him. This surprised Naruto, but he suddenly understood why. He agreed to see Gaara. They arrived to a room where Gaara was restrained and seated. Naruto stood before Gaara and looked at him. Gaara faced him as well. The two were silent for a while before Naruto spoke. "I guess you called me here to ask about our similar past?" Naruto asked. "So we have had similar past. However, you seem to have not given in to the darkest. You have friends, people that you care about, and at the same, they care about you. I have not had that luxury. I have been feared, hated and lonely. I believed that to prove my existence, I needed to kill. However, here you stand the victor, my reason for existing shattered. I do not know what to do." Gaara explained sadly. Naruto looked at his fellow Jinchuriki with a somber expression. "When I was 5 years old, I lost control of my anger and I killed a group of people. The stupid fox whispered words into my head and I acted on it. I could have gone down that road, but the Sandaime Hokage, he found me and showed me love. He trained me and showed me how to rise beyond the hate I felt. I then made friends and teammates. A few people that used to scowl at me actually said, 'Hi,' to me. I guess, the thing that you have to do is to not give up. If you do, then you are proving them right. If you don't quit and show everybody that you can change, things get better. I guess the first thing you have to do is to find people who love you." Naruto explained. "I don't have someone like that in my life," Gaara said. "What about your siblings? Maybe that's a place to start," Naruto said. Gaara looked deep in thought at that suggestion. Ibiki then led Naruto out of the room and Gaara back to his cell. Midoshi stepped out of the healing pool and placed on a robe. She walked toward a steaming area where her team was sitting. She sat next to Kagero and checked on her. "It seems that the pool is doing its job. The steam will further your healing," Midoshi said. "Thank you, Midoshi-sama. I am sorry that I am so weak," Kagero said. "Don't worry about it. I blame your sensei for that," Midoshi said with a smirk. Gurren just glared at her and rubbed her arms. She could still feel that sword strike that nearly took her arms. She decided to get something out of the way. "So what are your plans, Midoshi?" Gurren asked. "What makes you think that I have any plans?" Midoshi asked. "Don't bullshit me. You have never cared about anything but your own amusement. This connection you have with us isn't going to last and I know that. Yet, you invite us to the home of the serpents and take care of us. You must have some sort of plan," Gurren stated. Midoshi looked at Gurren with some seriousness before grinning. "I can't get anything past you. You are right about the fact that I do have plans. However, you are wrong about my feelings toward you three," Midoshi said. "What do you mean?" Kotoheim asked. "I have grown attached to you three. The months that we spent together were the most fun that I have had in years. Not to say that you are interesting, but I would feeling something close to sadness if you were to disappear. Besides, you and I both know that you have fallen out of favor with the snake due to your actions." Gurren had to admit that. "I need you three to stand at my side. I might be cruel and uncaring, but I know that I will need my team for the future that I want to create. So, what do you say?" Midoshi asked after a lengthy talk. "I will stand at your side, Midoshi-sama," Kagero said. "As will I," Kotoheim added. Everyone looked at Gurren, who had her arms folded. She then sighed and gave the girls a grin. "Very well, I will be your ally. However, if you try anything, I will kill you," Gurren said seriously. "I look forward to watching you try and fail," Midoshi joked. Gurren just chuckled at her. A new force was formed.